Chen Luoqiu sat on a plane flying from San Francisco, USA, to Huaxia, his heart as lifeless as ashes. So this was how it ended after all. Compared to those who were born with everything, all his efforts had been in vain. Every success he had achieved felt like an illusion. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, recalling what had happened just yesterday. Lu Shishir had been wrapped in that man's arms like a delicate little womano struggle, no resistance. It was like two lovers, long separated by fate, finally reuniting after years of longing. They clung to each other desperately. That day was supposed to be the day they got their marriage license. The man, fair-skinned, deep-set eyes, high-nose bridge, always wearing that melancholic, fragile look. He was beautiful to look at. Yes, beautiful, not handsome. There was no masculine charm about him. How could you call him handsome? That's how Chen stubbornly saw it. From the moment they first met, Chen had felt uneasy. Now, watching the couple not far away, Chen clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. He wanted so badly to rush over, tear the two apart, and land a punch right on that guy's face. But in the end, he didn't have the courage. He slapped himself hard twice, pulled out a small box from his pocket, and threw it into the trash bin beside him before turning around and walking away from the luxury apartment located in the prime area of Berkeley. In truth, they had already broken up a month ago. It was just that he couldn't let go, had to come and see for himself. A month earlier, autumn, let's delay our wedding until next year, Lu Shishir said anxiously, packing her suitcase while speaking to Chen Luoqiu. Chen was playing a mobile game, seemingly not catching her words. He looked up confused. What did you just say, Sure? There's an urgent matter in the US. I have to leave immediately. What kind of emergency? He'll go with you. No need. Your new project is about to launch, and I don't want to distract you. Her gaze shifted, avoiding his eyes. She knew exactly what going to the US meant. Chen finally sensed something was off. He stared at her intently, replaying her words again and again in his mind. Let's delay the wedding until next year. What kind of emergency required a whole month in America? This wasn't a casual suggestion, it was a carefully considered decision. You really have to go, don't you? Yes. She nodded, her eyes firm and resolute. At that moment, Chen understood. He shook his head helplessly, slumping onto the sofa, swallowing hard. His eyes burned as he gazed out the window. After a long silence, he stood up and exhaled deeply. Fine. You go then. I understand. Without looking back, he walked out the door. And Lu Shishir didn't move at all. She stood frozen, like a statue except for the tears she couldn't hold back, sliding silently down her beautiful cheeks. For her too, this was a painful choice. At 11 p.m. that night, Chen's phone suddenly pinged. It was a text message from Lu Shishir. Autumn, we're breaking up. I'm sorry. Chen stared blankly at the screen, as if time had stopped. After a long pause, he replied with one word. Okay. Once the message was sent, both remained silent. No more texts, no calls. Their 5-year relationship, nearly reaching the altar, came to an abrupt and hasty end. After that incident, Chen drowned himself in bars for half a month. Drunk every single night. 2 weeks before the originally scheduled wedding date, the wedding host called him to confirm the ceremony details. Only then did Chen realize they hadn't canceled the wedding or informed anyone. Still unable to forget Lu Shishir, he tried calling her, messaging her on WeChat, even emailing her, all unanswered. He decided to fly to the US, giving himself one last chance to find the truth, to see the answer with his own eyes. He refused to believe that all these years of love had been fake. After much effort, he managed to get Lu Shishir's American address from an old friend he hadn't spoken to in years. He asked his secretary, Zhao Mengyuan, to book the earliest flight to San Francisco. Now, he had seen the answer, though he had imagined it countless times in his mind. When the truth finally revealed itself, it crushed him beyond belief. He began to hate himself, hated that he had come all the way to America, hated how foolishly he had acted like a clown, manipulated and played for years, hated how the two of them had secretly kept in touch all this time. Even now, when the person he loved simply lifted a finger, he had already lost everything. Now, a special news report. This is a breaking update. Flight MAC 8848, operated by United Airlines, traveling from San Francisco to Huching, has gone missing over the Pacific Ocean, according to reports. At the same time, around the world, TV stations, internet platforms, and short video apps broadcast the same headline in different languages. It quickly took over the top trending lists on all major social media. In a building in Zhangjiang, Huching, Zhao Mengyuan froze upon seeing the news notification on her phone. Last night at 10 p.m., Chen had called her to book the earliest flight back to Huching from San Francisco. That was the very same flight. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the US, Luochuang felt a sudden chill in her heart. The plane carrying Chen Luoqiu had crashed. In his final moments, he quietly recalled the fleeting moments of his short life. Luoqiu, my little brother, you're mine. From now on, don't be nice to any other girl, understand? Chen Luoqiu, from now on, please stop doing those pointless things. We're just classmates, don't want people spreading rumors about us being childhood sweethearts anymore. Chen Luoqiu, your family's in trouble. You need to go home now. Son, your father's gone. This house will be taken. We have to move in with Grandma. You'll live at school from now on. Chen Luoqiu, winter in the north is freezing. Remember to wear warm clothes. Chen Luoqiu, take care of yourself. I won't be coming next year. Chen Luoqiu, you know what? We're practically adults now. Why don't we just settle down together? Sweetie, why are you so good to me? After graduation, they'll marry you, okay? Oh hey, I heard someone's getting married next month. Her husband is a senior vice president at Ryu Group. Hello, teacher Chen. Luochuang. From now on, they'll handle the IPO process with you. Please guide me. Darling, I've already booked the wedding venue and hotel. Let's pick out the wedding dresses and suits tomorrow. Don't forget, Autumn, let's delay our wedding until next year. Autumn, we're breaking up. I'm sorry. My name is Li Mu, from the capital. Chen Luoqiu, you're seriously wasting college like this. Put the books down. I'll teach you some new moves. Chen Luoqiu, you walk on your own. After all, we were brothers once. I don't want to embarrass you too much. These voices echoed endlessly in Chen Luoqiu's mind until the very end of his life. Chapter 2. Steady yourself. Wait for my return. In the hospital room, a woman in her 40s was intently peeling an apple. Chen Luoqiu slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? A hospital? Am I saved? This must be a delusion. Can one truly be saved in such a manner? Chen Luoqiu assessed his physical condition. He felt weak all over, yet there was no severe pain. He turned his head and glanced around. Indeed, it was a hospital room. But could the furnishings be any more antiquated? As he turned, he caught sight of the woman beside the bed and was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at her, his eyes gradually welling with tears. After a long pause, the woman finished peeling the apple and, noticing Chen Luoqiu staring at her in a daze, expressed her surprise. You little rascal, you're awake. Why didn't you call me? Is your head still hurting? As she spoke, she placed her hand on Chen Luoqiu's forehead. He remained silent, gazing at the woman before him, who appeared a decade younger. At that moment, he was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. It felt all too real. Indeed, this woman was Liang Wenjie, Chen Luoqiu's mother. Liang Wenjie withdrew her hand and checked her own forehead for warmth, visibly relieved. It seems you don't have a fever anymore. I'll call the nurse to measure your temperature. Chen Luoqiu's lips moved, but they were met with intense pain. His prolonged fever had left his lips chapped and cracked, the skin painfully adhering together. Don't speak just yet. Let me moisten a cotton swab for you, Liang Wenjie said. Retrieving a cotton swab and moistening it with water, she gently wiped Chen Luoqiu's peeling, pale lips with careful precision. Everything appeared so practiced and natural. As Chen Luoqiu watched his mother, an indescribable wave of emotion surged within him, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Mom. Liang Wenjie felt a pang in her heart. You little rascal, you're all grown up now. Why are you crying? Chen Luoqiu wiped away his tears, revealing a radiant smile. He was genuinely overjoyed. The Liang Wenjie before him was so youthful and beautiful. A far cry from the haggard appearance she bore in his previous life. In his past life, after his father's death, Liang Wenjie had single-handedly upheld their family. By the age of 50, her face was lined with wrinkles, and her hair had turned mostly gray. Mom, when did you arrive? I thought I would never see you again. You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking? It's just a fever. It won't take your life. Stay still. I'll find a doctor to check on you, Liang Wenjie replied as she walked towards the door of the hospital room. Once she left, Chen Luoqiu took a serious look around the somewhat dilapidated hospital room. It was a double occupancy room, yet there was no patient in the adjacent bed. The walls were already yellowing, and the floor tiles had begun to crack. There was no air conditioning, only 2 wall fans quietly mounted on the walls. Chen Luoqiu finally sensed something was amiss. How could this resemble the hospital back home so closely? He turned to inspect the admission card at the head of the bed. Name, Chen Luoqiu. Gender, male. Age, 17. 17? Have I been reborn? This is more outrageous than surviving a plane crash. Chen Luoqiu examined his body thoroughly. Indeed, it was that of a youthful individual. Why am I in the hospital? Chen Luoqiu began to meticulously recall the events of his 17th year, fragments of memory gradually resurfacing in his mind. 17. I should still be in my 2nd year of high school. What? Second year? Is not rebirth supposed to occur after the college entrance examination? At the very least. It should happen a month or two prior. Who experiences rebirth in their second year? Such a misfortune. Does this mean I must endure an entire and complete third year? The third year, for most students, is a bleak period. Days filled with only 4 or 5 hours of sleep, endless practice papers, and unceasing problem sets. Yet for Chen Luoqiu, the third year was not merely gray, but rather black. In his previous life, he had struggled academically during his first and second years. It was only after his father's passing that Chen Luoqiu experienced an awakening. Throughout his third year, he lost 20 pounds, and his hair turned significantly grayer, ultimately managing to gain admission to a respectable university. Chen Luoqiu internally lamented as a young nurse entered the ward, following Liang Wenjie. With practiced ease, she shook the thermometer and handed it to Chen Luoqiu. Hold it properly, don't move around. I'll come back for it shortly. Chen Luoqiu accepted the thermometer and complied, his gaze fixed intently on the nurse, causing her to feel somewhat bashful. The nurse checked the drip, adjusted the flow rate, and hurried away. Although she wore a mask, her eyes suggested she was quite a beauty, Chen Luoqiu mused. Despite his body being that of a 17-year-old, his soul was that of a man in his 30s, devoid of youthful shyness. Since he had genuinely been reborn, he resolved that even if he were to be a bit unscrupulous in this life, he must never become a sycophant. He recalled the famous saying by Prime Minister Chao, "I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me." This nurse, while perceived as young, was likely around 23 or 24, perhaps even married. The perception of her youth stemmed from Chen Luoqiu's lingering viewpoint of an older man from his previous life. However, this youthful appearance seemed to possess a certain charm. As this realization dawned on him, he suddenly understood the peculiar situation, a body of a teenager paired with the thoughts of a man in his 30s. Would he inevitably succumb to the same flaws as Chao? Goodness, how would I be any different from him? Chen Luoqiu's actions nearly amused Liang Wenjie, who was on the verge of laughing. This mischievous boy, he resembles his father in such a manner, habitually reaching for his phone. Chen Luoqiu remembered halfway through that he currently did not possess one. He glanced at Liang Wenjie. "Mom, may I borrow your phone for a moment? Didn't you hear the nurse say not to move around? What do you need your phone for?" Yet, despite her words, she handed it over to him, quickly adding, "Just don't knock the thermometer out." Chen Luoqiu took the phone. A Nokia. Could this phone even play games? Staring at the myriad of buttons, he found himself uncertain even about unlocking it. However, unlocking was unnecessary. He merely wished to check the time. March 25, 2006, the screen displayed. "I truly have been reborn?" Chen Luoqiu gazed at the numbers on the phone screen, his expression one of incredulity. After a considerable moment, he regained his composure and, emulating the actions he had seen on television, pinched his thigh forcefully. Ouch! The pain surged through him, confirming that he had indeed been reborn. Chen Luoqiu stared vacantly at his phone, contemplating the events that were yet to unfold. March 25th? Wait, that means Dad is still alive. Is this an opportunity for me to save him? It makes sense. I must intervene. If I can bring him back on track, I could quietly enjoy the life of a wealthy heir. A slight smile tugged at Chen Luoqiu's lips as he realized why he had returned to this particular moment. He returned the phone to Liang Wenjie and inquired, "Mom, what has Dad been busy with lately?" "Nothing but work at the factory. He's been looking for a loan recently." "A loan?" If memory serves me right, in my previous life, Dad was driven to desperation by loan sharks. Goodness. Old Chen, you must avoid those predatory loans at all costs. Stay steady. I'll return in time. Chapter 3. Feeling unbelievably powerful. A loan? What kind of loan? Chen Luoqiu feigned nonchalance, asking casually. Bank loans, what else could it be? Liang Wenjie countered. Although Chen Luoqiu endeavored to remain calm, Liang Wenjie noticed a hint of unease. In his past life, he had never shown concern for such matters, always lost in carefree distractions. Bank loans? Aren't those synonymous with usury? What is happening? Am I mistaken? Chen Luoqiu felt a wave of confusion and was eager to leave the hospital to uncover the full circumstances of the situation. He had unwittingly landed at this critical juncture, though several months remained until the time his father would leap from the building. This loan was the catalyst for the entire ordeal. He quickly asked Liang Wenjie, "Mom, I should be able to leave the hospital today, right? The doctor said to observe you for a bit longer. You just got your fever down. Do you feel any better?" "I'm fine, just a bit hungry." "Then I'll go get you something to eat. You can nibble on that while I prepare a proper meal for you later tonight." Chen Luoqiu was reluctant to watch Liang Wenjie scurry about. He glanced at the drip. It should be nearly finished. He could wait until dinner to eat. Then please take out the thermometer first, Luochuang reminded him, as if she thought he had forgotten to retrieve it after all this time. Chen Luoqiu handed her the thermometer, which he examined before heading to the nurse's station. Bored, he fixated on the 4 drip, wishing he could return home swiftly. Yet, was it dripping too quickly? Now that he was certain of his rebirth, he yearned to step out and explore. However, the thought of being only 17 again left him somewhat disheartened. 17, still a minor. Being a minor meant many things were beyond his reach. For instance, should I still attend school? Would it be foolish to return to high school after being reborn? Chen Luoqiu felt overwhelmed. The experience of foresight he had gained over the past decade made it seem effortless to amass some wealth. Since acquiring wealth is no longer a formidable challenge, the significance of attending school has diminished considerably. Seizing the moment when no one is around, Chen Luoqiu meticulously examined his youthful physique. It was robust and brimming with vitality. There were no ailments stemming from the advancements in food technology and harsh lifestyles that plagued future generations. Nor was there any detriment to his health due to irregular sleep patterns, lack of exercise, or frequent late nights. Importantly, he was merely 17, still in the throes of development. A smirk played at the corners of Chen Luoqiu's mouth. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Lost in his reverie, Chen Luoqiu was interrupted as Luochuang cautiously entered the hospital room, cradling a bowl of noodles. I've prepared a bowl of your favorite beef noodles from the shop downstairs. Eat it while it's hot. Chen Luoqiu snapped back to reality. Realizing that Luochuang had been gone for quite some time, initially puzzling over her absence, it turned out she had gone to fetch him something to eat, which touched him deeply. He smiled as he accepted the bowl and began to devour the noodles heartily. In his previous life, he had cherished the beef noodles from his hometown, but once he ventured out, authentic beef noodles had become a rarity. Each time he returned home, he would eagerly visit a beloved old noodle shop for a bowl. It had indeed been years since he last savored such a dish. I just asked the nurse. The young lady mentioned they'll come to remove the 4 soon, and you can go home tonight, Luochuang said, as Chen Luoqiu wolfed down the noodles. He mumbled, that is good. Should I go to school tomorrow? When it came to academics, the atmosphere shifted from maternal affection to chaos. Luochuang had been deliberately avoiding the topic of school, concerned it might upset Chen Luoqiu, who was struggling academically. Naturally, after several days of delay, she was eager for him to return to class. However, upon Chen Luoqiu's mention of school, he seemed somewhat reluctant. Luochuang suppressed her rising emotions to maintain her composure. You should rest well. If all goes smoothly, it's best to return to school soon. You've already missed several days. Chen Luoqiu chuckled softly. His mother's anxiety was practically etched on her face. If he truly refused to go, it would undoubtedly provoke her. Yet, the thought of returning to school weighed heavily on him. He was only in his 2nd year of high school. With over a year left until the college entrance examinations, he could barely recall his middle school knowledge, let alone the high school curriculum. What was he to do? He wondered if there were any benefits to his rebirth. System? System, Daddy? Chen Luoqiu silently chanted, but there was no response. Surely, there must be some golden key? X-ray vision? Mind reading? Duplication? Alas, none appeared. Mom, can I skip school? Actually, before Chen Luoqiu could finish his sentence, Luochuang tossed a pillow at him, her expression one of disbelief. What did you just say? Chen Luoqiu had intended to test the waters. But seeing his mother's intense reaction, he decided against it. He certainly did not dare to reveal to Luochuang that he was a reborn individual, for she would never believe it. He originally intended to express that he could venture into entrepreneurship and ensure their success. Alas, Chen Luoqiu sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Chen Luoqiu, it would be best for you to dismiss such thoughts early on. You barely want to attend school due to minor disputes. What kind of ambition is that? When he was in a good mood, he affectionately called him good son, but when displeased, he resorted to using his full name. I am a reborn individual, you know. It's no wonder Luochuang was upset. What parent could accept their child neglecting their studies? Had it not been for the hospital today, he surely would have faced a slap. I am, slap. I am, slap again. Chen Luoqiu mused internally. Recalling a humorous video he had seen in his previous life, a flamboyantly dressed underground rapper, initially cool and defiant, ultimately begging for mercy after being soundly beaten by his sister. This is what one might call bloodline suppression. Faced with Luochuang, Chen Luoqiu ultimately dared not broach the subject of dropping out. In his mother's eyes, not attending school equated to a lack of ambition. Such a mindset could not be altered in the short term. He had to obediently continue attending school as per her wishes and see if any alternative solutions would present themselves. It was still early evening. The four had finished administering its contents. When the nurse came to remove the needle, she deliberately glanced at Chen Luoqiu, her eyes glinting with mischief. Chen Luoqiu immediately understood the implication. Quite vindictive indeed. He bore no ill will, instead smiling at her. "Thank you, nurse. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." The nurse was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Chen Luoqiu's boldness. She shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed, before exiting the room. Liang Wenjie shot her son a disapproving look as she began to tidy up their belongings. At that moment, two heads suddenly peeked into the room, their eyes darting around curiously. Chapter 4, Hefei. Chen Luoqiu's gaze fell on the doorway. Their eyes met, seeming somewhat familiar. Yet the time lapse rendered it difficult for him to connect the faces before him to those from his memories. Before Chen Luoqiu could speak, a chubby and a slender individual tiptoed into the room. The plump one, dressed in sports attire, had a well-proportioned figure, though his face bore a hint of baby fat. The thinner one wore jeans and a jacket, his gaunt face framed by black-rimmed glasses perched on a prominent nose. The chubby one blurted out, "Chun." Before he could finish, he noticed Liang Wenjie's gaze and quickly corrected himself. Cough. "Chen Luoqiu, how are you feeling?" They both greeted Liang Wenjie politely. "Hello, Auntie. What brings you here, Hefei?" Chen Luoqiu inquired tentatively. The chubby individual was named He Ziming. His nickname etched in Chen Luoqiu's memory from their time as high school desk mates, even if he could not recall his real name. "What else with the act of not recognizing me? Have you lost your mind?" The boy named Hefei retorted, somewhat displeased. Chen Luoqiu awkwardly smiled, realizing that the tall, slender figure must be Ho Yang, affectionately nicknamed Monkey due to his lean physique. The three of them formed a trio in school, known as the Three Musketeers. "What brings you to the hospital? Shouldn't you be in class? Isn't school over? I came to check on you." Noticing Chen Luoqiu's mother tidying up, the two friends surmised that he was preparing for discharge, yet they cautiously inquired, "Are you getting discharged?" "Yes, I'm getting ready to go home." "Oh, so soon? Aren't you staying a bit longer?" Hearing their conversation, Liang Wenjie glanced at her son's friends, puzzled. What kind of people are they? Who encourages someone to stay in the hospital longer? Realizing he had misspoken, Hefei quickly corrected himself. "What I meant was, you could take a few more days to rest before returning to school. After all, it doesn't make much difference for you whether you go to school or not." Monkey added softly. Though Monkey's words were spoken in a low voice, Liang Wenjie still caught them. Chen Luoqiu's face darkened with confusion. What did that mean? Although he was indeed reluctant to return to school, he was a reborn individual with far more significant matters awaiting him. What is this nonsense? Chen Luoqiu shot a glance at Liang Wenjie and retorted, "Monkey, what did you just say?" As someone who is truly passionate about learning, you dare suggest I delay my return to school? Do you have any idea how much knowledge I would miss out on? Pausing for a moment, Chen Luoqiu continued. "Are you two planning to skip class and head to the internet CAF again today? I've told you countless times how hard our parents work to support our education. How can you justify this to them?" After his passionate speech, he raised an eyebrow and flashed a mischievous smile. "Come on, let's hurt each other." The two were momentarily stunned, gazing at Chen Luoqiu with wide eyes, rendered speechless. You. They stammered, unable to articulate their thoughts. Liang Wenjie recognized that Chen Luoqiu was intentionally being dramatic, yet she found it quite amusing, a faint smile playing on her lips. "I'll go take care of the discharge paperwork." Once Liang Wenjie left, the trio no longer held back. He Ziming immediately remarked, "Damn, Chen dog, you really know how to act. What kind of reputation do you have in school that your mother wouldn't know about? You speak as if it's all true. We even climbed over the wall to see you. Do you have any idea how difficult that was? Besides, suggesting you stay a few more days is genuinely for your own good," Monkey added. "Why?" Chen Luoqiu asked, perplexed. He and Ho exchanged glances, hesitating before mumbling, "Recently, there have been some unpleasant rumors circulating about you at school. We thought you might not handle it well." "What do you mean?" "My mom just mentioned something about conflicts with classmates. I don't recall anything at all." "Rumors about me? What could possibly be wrong? I know this situation might be a bit embarrassing for you, but come on, just drop the act in front of us. I really don't remember. This illness has made me feel as if I've undergone a transformation, as though I've experienced a rebirth. Many past events have slipped my mind. Perhaps you could remind me?" Chen Luoqiu deliberately intertwined truth and falsehood in his speech, asserting that these two individuals shared a close relationship with him, rather than continuously explaining his peculiarities to them. He resolved to candidly disclose his identity as a reincarnate, confident they would not believe him. The two were indeed taken aback by Chen Luoqiu's declaration, standing stupefied for quite some time before simultaneously spitting in disdain. Could you refrain from such theatrics? Reborn and transformed? Why not claim you've ascended to the heavens? He Ziming laughed mockingly. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over being rejected once again by Tang Wanqing? Wait, why did he say once again? Tang Wanqing? My childhood sweetheart? Was it that incident on the basketball court? The one where the ball hit Jiu Kai in the face, followed by a scolding from Tang Wanqing at the school gate? In retrospect, that seemed to be the case. It had rained heavily afterward, and I had wallowed in sorrow for quite some time in the downpour. Consequently, I fell ill with a high fever that night, and it was in this very hospital. No wonder I feel a sense of familiarity. Chen Luoqiu's memories gradually resurfaced. What was there to gossip about? There wasn't much to share, yet here we are. With a well-intentioned individual claiming you were heartbroken and ashamed to show your face, even suggesting you attempted to jump into the river. He Ziming's voice dwindled. And only then did Chen Luoqiu grasp the true meaning behind their suggestion for him to rest at home. Now, Chen Luoqiu recalled that day with embarrassment, having been scolded for several minutes by a girl at the school gate. Yet, what filled him with even greater shame was the fact that he had shamelessly approached Jiu Kai and Tang Wanqing afterward to apologize. Wasn't that the very definition of a sycophant? Chen Luoqiu felt quite ashamed of his past behavior, having experienced the tumultuous ups and downs of life. His mindset had undergone a profound transformation in this lifetime. However, since he had been reborn, everything could change. Chapter 5. Unable to find the classroom on the second day of his reincarnation, a knock echoed from outside the door early in the morning. Chen Luoqiu rubbed his temples and glanced at the alarm clock by his bedside, 6:20. A surge of anxiety coursed through him. Who on earth wishes to attend school at such an ungodly hour? Even the donkeys of a production team rise later than this. In his previous life, Chen Luoqiu often stayed up late, frequently sleeping around 2 or 3 in the morning and waking around 11 or noon. His biological clock was entirely inverted. Now, having to rise at 6 in the morning felt like a death sentence. The previous night, he had waited until after 10 for Chun Jianhua to stumble home inebriated. Their conversation was brief, and Chen Luoqiu subtly inquired about the loan situation. Once reassured it was not a predatory loan, he felt a sense of relief, repeatedly cautioning his father against engaging with usurious lenders. Reuniting with Chen Jianhua after so many years evoked a wave of sentiment within Chen Luoqiu, leaving him unable to sleep soundly. He buried himself under the covers, attempting to catch more rest. Before long, another knock and the scolding voice of Liang Wenjie broke the silence. Alas, there was no escaping this. Reluctantly, Chen Luoqiu dragged himself out of bed. With half-closed eyes, Chen Luoqiu brushed his teeth, washed his face, and attended to other morning rituals. After completing his grooming, he noticed that Chen Jianhua had yet to rise. Shaking his head, he thought it necessary to spur this old fellow into action. After hastily consuming breakfast, Chen Luoqiu shouldered his backpack and prepared to leave. Did you forget your keys? Liang Wenjie tossed the keys to Chen Luoqiu with annoyance. You haven't even combed your hair. Take a look in the mirror. Your hair is a mess. It's not just ching-ching. I find it bothersome too. Chen Luoqiu caught the keys and, while walking, ruffled his hair. He grumbled all the way down. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted his old bicycle and raced towards the school. Having returned from the hospital the day before, he had chatted with Yipeng, and his memories were becoming increasingly vivid. In middle school, Chen Luoqiu had performed admirably, successfully enrolling in the county's finest high school, Qinghe No. 1 High School. By the time he arrived at school, it was already past 7:20, the start time for morning reading, meaning that on his first day back to school after his rebirth, he was late. However, this was not a matter of great concern. In his previous life, he had often been tardy as well. What troubled him now was that he could not locate his classroom. After parking his bike, he found himself at a loss, following other students in order to secure a spot for his bicycle. It would not do to enter the classroom trailing behind others. He vaguely remembered the location of the teaching building but could not recall which floor his class was on. Should he ask someone for directions? Would that seem odd? A student unable to find their classroom? What could be so strange about it? He could simply claim to be a new transfer student. Resolute, he prepared to inquire when he noticed a girl hurriedly approaching the teaching building. Hello, classmate. Chen Luoqiu called out to her. I'm He Ziming, a new transfer student. Could you please direct me to the classroom for class 2 of year 2? The girl halted, clearly taken aback, and scrutinized him with a gaze full of skepticism. Is today April Fool's Day? Seeing her disbelief, Chen Luoqiu maintained a cheerful demeanor, feeling as steady as a rock. After all, what could a young girl possibly discern about a man in his 30s? The girl appeared momentarily defeated by his antics and responded curtly. Aren't you Chen Luoqiu from Class 1? When did you become a transfer student? Chen Luoqiu was taken aback. Who was this girl? How did she know him? He had no recollection of her whatsoever. My apologies, he stammered. I was just teasing you. Actually, my name is Chen Luochuang. Chen Luoqiu's brother. Could you kindly point me to the classroom for Class 2? The girl rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced, and gestured toward the classroom. There. That's it. Thank you. Chen Luoqiu sighed in relief and immediately complimented her. You're so kind. After being scrutinized for so long with a look of incredulity, Chen Luoqiu felt slightly embarrassed. He made his escape, pondering whether this incident would spread. However, given the girl's aloof demeanor, she likely belonged to the ranks of academic elites, who, as is well known, seldom indulge in gossip or idle chatter. With this thought, Chen Luoqiu felt considerably reassured. After a painstaking search, he finally located his classroom. Peering through the window, he observed his classmates listlessly engaged in their English studies. Wang Shufan, seated at the podium, was engrossed in writing and sketching. He Ziming, positioned at the back of the room, had spotted Chen Luoqiu the moment he entered through the rear door. Gesturing animatedly behind the glass, he attempted to communicate, albeit in hushed tones. Regrettably, Chen Luoqiu neither heard him nor comprehended the gesture's meaning. Just as the two exchanged nonsensical signals through the window, an abrupt silence enveloped the classroom, and a sea of heads turned in unison towards him. What was happening? A fleeting glance at Wang Shufan revealed the anticipated. She was regarding him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Chen Luoqiu remained unfazed, stepping forward to greet her. Good morning, Teacher Wang, he said. Wang Shufan nodded, her tone laced with playful sarcasm as she inquired, Chen Luoqiu, you're back. I thought you wouldn't be attending class this week. How's your health? As her words concluded, the classroom erupted in a chorus of laughter. Chen Luoqiu surmised the source of their amusement, choosing silence as he calmly surveyed the room. No worries. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Wang, he said, before leisurely making his way to his seat under the gaze of his classmates. Throughout the morning reading session, Chen Luoqiu uttered not a single word. In truth, apart from a handful of memorable peers, he scarcely remembered the names of most present. In his previous life, he had seldom returned to Qinghe after entering university, and he had not attended any reunions. Even his closer friends, He Ziming and Ho Yong, had gradually drifted out of contact. During the break, Chen Luoqiu meandered around the school, reacquainting himself with the campus environment. It remained largely unchanged in his memory, though the buildings appeared somewhat dilapidated. The greenery, however, was quite splendid, particularly the row of sycamore trees lining the playground, which served as a delightful refuge from the summer heat. Young couples in love often sought solace behind these trees, indulging in their romantic escapades. One tree, in particular, had a trunk polished smooth by years of wear, with a few scattered red bricks and stones beneath it. Chen Luoqiu recalled that in his former life, classmates would scale the wall from this very spot. After years of erosion, it had taken on its current form. He could only assume that Fei and Monkey had ventured out through here yesterday. According to school regulations, students were not permitted to leave the campus without an excuse until dismissal, leaving Chen Luoqiu curious about how high Fei had managed to climb. In the distance, He Ziming observed Chen Luoqiu standing beneath the sycamore tree they frequented, bewildered, as he assumed Chen Luoqiu intended to sneak away after merely one morning reading session. As he munched on his snack, he jogged over. It's only the first class. Isn't it a bit too early for that? He exclaimed. What do they think of me, that I am so unreliable? Chen Luoqiu, slightly exasperated, clarified, You're overthinking it. I'm merely taking a stroll. He then inquired. By the way, how did you manage to climb such a high wall? He Ziming scoffed in response. Chen Luoqiu was disinclined to respond to Chen Luoqiu's unfruitful inquiries. Throughout the morning, he began to comprehend the implications of what He Ziming and others had mentioned about the rampant gossip surrounding him within the school. Even stepping out for a brief respite, he found himself the subject of scrutiny and whispers. Some classmates deliberately raised their voices, apparently fearful that Chen Luoqiu might miss their remarks. Alas, this situation could not persist. He needed to devise a strategy to quell the rumors. After all, he was a reborn individual. Shouldn't a reborn person possess a semblance of dignity? Chapter 6, Campus Broadcast Noon. Cafeteria. Chen Luoqiu was dining with He Ziming. Just as they were nearing the end of their meal, a voice unexpectedly rang out from behind them. Oh, is that the illustrious Chen Luoqiu? How are you still alive? A handsome and well-built youth approached Chen Luoqiu, a teasing smile adorning his face. Two other students, one male and one female, followed closely behind. Their expressions equally amused as they regarded Chen Luoqiu. Who is this person? Is he addressing me? Chen Luoqiu glanced at them before resuming his meal. Luo Jiaoyang, visibly indignant, set down his chopsticks and glared at the group. What do you want? Luo Jiaoyang? So it's him. Chen Luoqiu finally recognized the face. Recalling that in his previous life, he had attended university alongside Tang Wanqing, who was closely associated with Luo Jiaoyang. How infuriating it was that he had pined after her for so long without ever holding her hand. Calm down. I merely came to say hello, Luo Jiaoyang retorted, casting a glance at Hou Yong before turning his attention back to Chen Luoqiu. By the way, I owe you my gratitude for dealing with Zhu Yukai. However, I must insist you keep your distance from Tang Wanqing. Please refrain from telling everyone that you two are childhood sweethearts. What era are we in? Do you still have a betrothal? How laughable. Chen Luoqiu finished the last morsel of rice in his bowl, stood up, and called out to He Ziming. He Fei. Let us go? Ignoring them was the greatest form of disdain. Luo Jiaoyang's lips twitched as he watched them depart. Another day gone by. Could they not attend school in peace? This matter needed swift resolution. Damn it. He couldn't possibly explain himself to everyone individually. He turned to He Ziming. He Fei. Thanks for that. Huh? Thanks for what? He Ziming was taken aback by Chen Luoqiu's calm demeanor, initially intending to feign camaraderie, only to be interrupted by Chen Luoqiu's remark. He Fei, do you know where our school's broadcasting room is? Yes, why do you ask? I plan to issue a statement. In this age of no social media, the broadcasting room should be the quickest way, don't you think? You can't be serious. Is the broadcasting station meant for this purpose? He Ziming's eyes widened in disbelief. Stop with the useless chatter. Do you have any way to access the broadcasting room? He Ziming shook his head. No, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Entering the broadcasting station without permission could result in disciplinary action. Besides, even if we got in, we wouldn't know how to operate it. No? Then it seems we must resort to forceful entry. However, He Fei, you raise a valid point. Chen Luoqiu had indeed never used the broadcasting station. She hoped not to be caught by the school before she could even speak. Do you know anyone from the school broadcasting station? If I could find an insider, the situation would be significantly simplified. The broadcasting station? Ah, I know exactly who you should approach. She not only understands how to operate the equipment, but also possesses the key to the station. Who is it? Do I know her? Jiang Yao. Your classmate from middle school, and you even helped her in a fight. How could you not recognize her? Jiang Yao? A figure emerged in Chen Luoqiu's mind. If there were individuals to whom she felt indebted in her past life, Jiang Yao was undoubtedly one of them. How fortuitous that she would encounter someone so fitting. This makes the task considerably easier. Chen Luoqiu felt a surge of excitement. Let us go find her right away. The two called for Hou Yong and briefly explained their plan. Upon hearing this, Hou Yong's expression turned grim. With a scoff, he remarked, You could come up with such a scheme? Are you not satisfied with the current level of discussion? He Ziming also grasped the situation, agreeing with Hou Yong. The rumors were primarily circulating among the sophomore class. If they were to go to the broadcasting station to make an announcement, it would surely become common knowledge throughout the school. So, what is your better idea? Chen Luoqiu retorted, for there were absurd rumors of her death circulating. Earlier that morning, while in the restroom, someone had pointed at her in shock, exclaiming, Aren't you dead? Hadn't she been advised to return to school only after the uproar subsided? If I delay my return any longer, they might truly believe I have passed away. Chen Luoqiu sneered at the two's ill-conceived suggestions. In truth, having experienced death once, she had become overly sensitive to the term. Life is so precious. I must inform these people that I, Hu Hansen, have returned. Chen Luoqiu's lips twitched. He Fei, quickly arrange a meeting with Jiang Yao for me. After her rebirth, Chen Luoqiu had momentarily forgotten about Jiang Yao, but upon hearing He Fei mention her, he felt an eager anticipation to see what Jiang Yao looked like during their high school years. He stood downstairs for only a short while when a tall girl with a bob haircut appeared, following He Ziming towards them. Is that Jiang Yao? Chen Luoqiu glanced at Hou Yong beside him. Here she comes again. Seems like she is addicted to visiting. Didn't she come to the hospital to see you the other day? Huh? She went to the hospital? This bob cut? How could I have thought she looked like a boy in my past life? And her figure? So impressive. Those legs are striking. Her face is beautiful. Chen Luoqiu marveled internally. As they spoke, Jiang Yao approached and cast a glance at Chen Luoqiu. What is up? You called me for something? Chen Luoqiu regarded the girl before him, lamenting how he had failed to appreciate her in his previous life. Fixating instead on Tang Wanqing and missing the chance to be with such a remarkable girl. I wish to clarify the recent matters on the school broadcast. You have the key to the station, don't you? Chen Luoqiu stated plainly. Before she could finish, Jiang Yao, with an expression of disbelief, quickly interrupted, "Stop right there. You are utterly unreliable, daring to meddle with the broadcasting station. Entering without the consent of the student council advisor is punishable." Chen Luoqiu, somewhat dejected, responded, "In my opinion, this matter is hardly worth your concern. Soon enough, no one will pay you any mind. That won't do. I must resolve this issue immediately, as it has cast a significant negative shadow on my reputation. Did you not confess last week and face rejection?" Chen Luoqiu, visibly annoyed, thought, "Surely she doesn't believe that too. We are supposed to be good friends, right? You can't possibly think I was rejected in a confession. Well, it's not entirely outside the realm of possibility. I believe it to some extent," Jiang Yao replied, her expression laced with sympathy. "Then I must clarify this." Chen Luoqiu felt a sense of helplessness. "You all ought to consider. How could this possibly be something I would do?" She believed that her words would lead them to reflect on their friendship. However, the three nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chen Luoqiu felt a wave of frustration. Not wishing to continue their idle chatter, she directly asked Jiang Yao, "Can you assist me with this?" Jiang Yao shot her a glare. "You come seeking my help while acting like a lord. I can give you the key, but do you know how to operate the broadcasting station? Furthermore, if you proceed this way, we all must brace ourselves for potential punishment." Chen Luoqiu was unafraid of the consequences herself. Yet she certainly did not wish to drag Jiang Yao down with her. What about breaking the door down? Observing Chen Luoqiu's fluctuating expressions, Jiang Yao chuckled. "I have a better idea. Would you care to hear it?" Chen Luoqiu's eyes brightened upon hearing this. She eagerly inquired, "What is your brilliant plan? Do share." Chapter 7. Tasting the bitterness of love. Jiang Yao wasted no time in revealing her thoughts. "You know, the school broadcasting station plays songs requested by students before evening study sessions. This time could also be used for students to sing themselves. And then I can invite you to sing. And at that time, you can speak your piece along with the song introduction." It can be done this way? Chen Luoqiu realized the brilliance of the idea, understanding it as a common public relations tactic that had proven effective time and again. As expected of my Jianggu. This idea is splendid. Chen Luoqiu gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, memories of their high school days flooding back, and some habitual terms slipped out uncontrollably like muscle memory. Jiang Yao kicked Chen Luoqiu lightly. "How dare you speak like that? If you call me that again, we'll sever ties." Chen Luoqiu chuckled and saluted Jiang Yao. "Thank you for your help." Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh at Chen Luoqiu's antics, perplexed at where she had learned such absurdities. This is rather lacking in sincerity. Is there no more substantial expression of gratitude? There will be, just wait and see. As the issue appears to be resolved, Ho Yong remains somewhat apprehensive. "Jiang Yao, won't this implicate you with Chan Go?" "It should not, provided it does not go too far." Jiang Yao suddenly recalls something. "By the way, Chen Luoqiu, what were you planning to say?" Chen Luoqiu briefly organizes his thoughts. To clarify, there are neither declarations of love nor rejections, nor any thoughts of jumping into the river. It is merely a minor disagreement among classmates. "Yet, she has indeed somewhat rejected you, has she?" Jiang Yao persists. "What are you even saying?" Chen Luoqiu chuckles awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. "All right, at the appropriate time, I will have you explain the reasons for your song choice. You can merge your words with the rationale behind your selection. Additionally, what song do you intend to sing? Remember to prepare it in advance." "I will get ready and inform you later. Let us head back to class." Saying this, he calls over the two individuals who had been idly hanging around. "He-Fei Ge, Ho-Zi Ge, let us go." He-Fei and Ho-Zi realize they have become mere pawns in this scheme, feeling somewhat dejected. "So you summon us just to assist you in inviting Jiang Yao out? Couldn't you give us a couple of lines?" Jiang Yao trails behind Chen Luoqiu, momentarily lost in thought as she observes his figure. For some inexplicable reason, she feels that today's Chen Luoqiu is rather different from his usual self, strange indeed. Is it due to being spurned? Men. "Jiang Yao, you visited the hospital to check on me, right?" "Yes, I went to see if you were alive." As they walk in tandem, Chen Luoqiu suddenly turns around, and before Jiang Yao can finish her sentence, she collides directly into his embrace. Jiang Yao's face flushes, and she hurriedly pushes Chen Luoqiu away. What kind of person walks like that, suddenly stopping for no reason? He's Yiming, and Ho-young also witnessed Chen Luoqiu's actions. Goodness, this is clearly intentional. They simultaneously disdain Chen Luoqiu in their minds. Who would have thought Chen Luoqiu would shamelessly retort, "Hey, what were you running into my arms for?" Jiang Yao raises her leg to kick him. "Hey, no, 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 I truly didn't mean to. I had no idea you were so close." Seeing Jiang Yao ready to kick again, Chen Luoqiu quickly dodges and shifts the topic. "By the way, Jiang Yao, are you preparing to apply to a music academy?" Jiang Yao looks at him in confusion, unsure why he suddenly inquires about this. Noticing her bewilderment, Chen Luoqiu adds, "If you plan to apply, it would be best to seek a professional teacher. The faculty at our school may not suffice." He recalls in his previous life how Jiang Yao enrolled in Shuyin, only to fail the professional examination and barely gain admission to a teacher's college based on her academic results. On the day the professional scores were released, Jiang Yao found Chen Luoqiu and cried for a long time. In this lifetime, although Chen Luoqiu is reluctant to attend school himself, he feels compelled to assist those around him whenever possible. Jiang Yao pouts in silence. After a considerable pause, she finally remarks, "It's easy for you to say. Professional teachers are quite expensive." She comprehended Chen Luoqiu's intentions, yet the current circumstances at home left no financial means for her to seek a professional music instructor. No money? Upon hearing this, Chen Luoqiu chuckled, thinking to himself that in his past life he had been powerless, but in this one, he would ensure that each of them had a few modest goals to pursue. "Just focus on your efforts. I will handle the financial matters," he said with an air of ease. "That is no trifling sum. Do not pretend to be more than you are. If we are to devise a solution, it must be a collaborative endeavor," interjected Ho-young, who had been quietly listening. Chen Luoqiu turned his gaze toward Ho-young, recalling that he had almost forgotten this fellow, whose family owned a supermarket and should be quite affluent. At that moment, He-fei also joined the conversation, affirming, "The monkey is right. We must devise a strategy together, lest we squander your remarkable talent. What can you all think of, other than asking your families for money?" Jiang Yao retorted, while she felt a warm sense of gratitude for everyone's concern. The thought of allowing Chen Luoqiu and the others to solicit funds from her family for her tuition was utterly unacceptable. Music was her dream. Yet the cost of that dream was exorbitant, and she had already resolved to abandon it. As they continued their discussion, they made their way back to the classroom, contemplating how to raise funds. Chen Luoqiu meticulously recalled the entrepreneurial experiences of various magnates from his past life. It was now 2006. If one were to speak of the most lucrative opportunities in the coming years, it would undoubtedly be in smartphones and mobile internet. However, both ventures required substantial startup capital. Speculating on real estate? The returns would be too gradual. Lacking capital, that avenue was unfeasible. Stock trading? That appeared to be a viable option, especially as this year marked the onset of a new bull market. First, he needed to devise a means to secure initial funding. Selling mushrooms, opening a courier service, or a milk tea shop. Those options seemed unsuitable. Plagiarizing texts? Plagiarizing songs? That could be feasible, but currently, he lacked the necessary equipment. It was best not to rush. He could try his luck with the lottery. Although he was uncertain of the winning numbers, the World Cup was approaching, and he could place bets on the matches. This might be the prime opportunity. Despite the low odds for betting, there were combinations and score predictions. He was intimately familiar with every match in the knockout stage of this World Cup. Wasn't this akin to picking up money? However, he pondered, if he won too much, would the outcomes of the matches change? What concern is that of mine? Nevertheless, the World Cup was still several months away, and Chen Luoqiu felt a pang of disappointment. In the afternoon classes, remarkably, Chen Luoqiu stayed awake, attentively listening in each session. This transformation did not escape the notice of He Ziming, who sat beside him, nor did it go unnoticed by others who were observant. They wondered, could this be the growth brought about by heartbreak? That person. I too wish to taste the pangs of love. Chapter 8. I apologize for utilizing public resources. Tang Wanqing had been feeling somewhat unsettled lately. The incident that occurred at the school gate last week had spread like wildfire throughout the campus. As the principal instigator of this incident, she bears a considerable amount of mental strain. In fact, upon returning home that evening, she experienced a profound sense of regret. She and Chen Luoqiu had grown up together, attending the same school from kindergarten through high school. One might indeed say they were childhood sweethearts. Moreover, their families maintained a close relationship, with her father and Chen Luoqiu's father having been close companions in their youth and now partners in the same furniture factory. However, It was precisely this closeness that fostered her growing aversion towards Chen Luoqiu. It is unclear when this sentiment began, but every time they found themselves in a gathering during holidays, there would invariably be one or two elders teasing them about their compatibility and suggesting they ought to be together in the future. She was aware that during their childhood, her bond with Chen Luoqiu was strong, and they spent much time together. There was even a moment when she felt a twinge of jealousy due to Chen Luoqiu's popularity among their peers, expressing possessively, "Luoqiu, you're mine. You mustn't be kind to other girls, understand?" Yet now, as they had matured, the persistence of such jokes was undeniably irksome. What made her discomfort even more pronounced was the attitude of Chen Luoqiu's parents towards her. Their kindness was not merely pleasant, it was excessively warm, often surpassing their affection for their own son. This treatment left her feeling quite uneasy, as if any future separation from their son would be unacceptable. She had long wished to distance herself from Chen Luoqiu, a desire that had been brewing since high school. However, Chen Luoqiu's carefree nature complicated matters. He often remained cheerful even when she intentionally sought to provoke him, making it difficult for her to sever ties completely. This time, her words had indeed been somewhat harsh. But based on her understanding of Chen Luoqiu, she suspected that it wouldn't be long before he would come seeking her out again, unperturbed. Tang Wanqing was strikingly beautiful, her demeanor possessing a certain coolness, making her unforgettable at first glance. She was widely regarded as the belle of their sophomore year. Recently, she had grown close to Zhu Yukai, their partnership blossoming during physical education and in the same study group, often sharing lunch together. Therefore, when she learned that Chen Luoqiu had deliberately struck Zhu Yukai with a basketball, injuring his eye and causing his nose to bleed, she was genuinely incensed. She understood that Chen Luoqiu's actions were likely motivated by jealousy over her closeness to Zhu Yukai. Yet she felt entitled to her own friendships. Who was Chen Luoqiu to dictate with whom she associated? Reflecting on her earlier comments about Chen Luoqiu's family being bothersome, she now recognized that perhaps she had indeed spoken too harshly. Chen Luoqiu had not attended school for several days, and Tang Wanqing was aware of his hospitalization. She had learned on the first day that her mother had visited him, with doctors diagnosing him with a fever caused by pneumonia. Spring was notoriously a season rife with viral infections. She had heard that Chen Luoqiu returned home late that night, drenched, and soon after developed a high fever that necessitated an urgent trip to the hospital. Tang Wanqing had clarified the situation regarding Chen Luoqiu to many of her classmates, emphasizing that there had been no confessions or rejections between them. Yet, inexplicably, rumors had circulated, resulting in the current predicament. Previously, while walking through the school, she often caught whispers and furtive glances directed her way, with people murmuring, "That's Tang Wanqing." This made it difficult for her to step outside after class. In recent days, she had been doing her utmost to remain hidden within the classroom, hoping the matter would soon dissipate. Although there were still some busybodies who would sneak outside their classroom, overall, the situation had gradually calmed down. However, with Chen Luoqiu's return to school, inexplicable individuals had resurfaced. Today, Tang Wanqing had discreetly observed Chen Luoqiu several times. Chen Luoqiu either listened intently without a sideways glance or busily scribbled notes, never once meeting her gaze. Strangely, this left Tang Wanqing feeling somewhat disheartened. During the afternoon break, her deskmate, Wang Yalan, noticed Chen Luoqiu leaving the classroom with He Ziming, not even casting a glance in their direction. With a hint of schadenfreude, she remarked to Tang Wanqing, "Ching, look, Chen Luoqiu doesn't even glance our way anymore. Do you think he might really stop pestering you?" Noticing Tang Wanqing's lack of response, Wang Yalan chuckled and continued, "Moreover, I observed him today. He seems entirely transformed. He used to unconsciously gaze at you during class, but today, he was completely focused on the lesson. Isn't that a good thing?" Tang Wanqing retorted, "It is. But does that mean no one will be there to buy breakfast for us anymore?" Tang Wanqing shot Wang Yalan an incredulous look, thinking it absurd that even in such a situation, she was still hoping for someone else to buy her breakfast. "Why don't you have Chang'e go buy it for you? Why expect someone unrelated to run errands for you?" Tang Wanqing replied sharply. "Oh, I just didn't want to burden Chang'e," Wang Yalan protested. Tang Wanqing was left speechless, pondering how foolish Chen Luoqiu was. Feeling a sense of irony akin to "I did not kill the man, yet he died because of me." She understood that Chen Luoqiu's attempts to please Wang Yalan were primarily due to their friendship. "Oh, by the way, I heard that Luo Jiaoyang sought out Chen Luoqiu during lunch," Wang Yalan suddenly recalled. "What did he want with Chen Luoqiu?" Tang Wanqing's interest piqued. "Nothing much. He merely wanted to thank Chen Luoqiu for teaching Zhu Yukai a lesson." "Crazy. Huh. Isn't he crazy because of you? What do you mean because of me? The two of them have nothing to do with me. If you keep saying such things, I'll tear your mouth apart. The two playfully wrestled, bursting into laughter. When Chen Luoqiu returned to the classroom, he was inadvertently struck by a book thrown by Tang Wanqing. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. The classmates, anticipating drama, halted their activities and perked up their ears. However, to their disappointment, Chen Luoqiu made no further gestures. He simply picked up the book and walked straight to his seat. Is that it? He.s. acting all aloof after being rejected. Someone whispered from the back, expressing their disappointment. At 6:50 in the evening, the school broadcast station Jiang Yao skillfully recited a few lines of inspirational quotes before announcing, "Today, we are honored to welcome a special guest for the song request segment of our school broadcast station, Chen Luoqiu from Class 1, Year 2. He will perform You Must Learn to Move Forward. Let us welcome Chen Luoqiu." Hello, hello, hello. Jiang Yao nearly lost her composure at Chen Luoqiu's 3 repeated greetings, gesturing for him to swiftly proceed with his performance. Good evening, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am Chen Luoqiu from Class 1, Year 2. This song is dedicated to the seniors who are about to face the college entrance examination. I hope you will bravely move forward, undeterred by challenges. I apologize for taking up public resources, but before I sing, I must clarify that my relationship with Tang Wanqing is merely that of ordinary classmates. Last week, we had a minor disagreement at the school gate, and I unfortunately contracted pneumonia, which required a few days of hospitalization, hence my absence from school. Please refrain from spreading misunderstandings. Thank you. With that, Chen Luoqiu picked up the guitar he had prepared and began to sing. Move forward, do not look back. There are reasons for the people you miss. Fear of pain and enduring alone only keeps the best for last. Move forward, do not look back. Do not let tears wet your eyes for the past. Do not fear loss, learn to let go. There exists another kind of happiness, called having once possessed. Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed it. After finishing the song, Chen Luoqiu returned the microphone to Jiang Yao. He then rejoined Yi Ziming and Ho Yong, who had been waiting at the door, and swiftly made their exit before the Youth League representatives arrived. Shortly after they left, Director Tang from the Political Education Office and Teacher Yang from the Youth League appeared at the entrance of the broadcast station. The three did not return to the classroom, but skillfully climbed over the wall beside the sycamore tree on the playground to escape the school. Chapter 9. Could it be a game of subtlety? After dinner at Qinghe No. 1 High School, the campus was filled with students who had finished their meals and were returning to their classrooms in small groups to prepare for evening study. Following a melodious tune, Jiang Yao's crisp and melodious voice resonated at the appointed time. The students were already accustomed to it. However, when Jiang Yao announced that she had invited Chen Luoqiu from Class 1, Year 2 to perform live, many heads turned towards the source of the sound. Chen Luoqiu? Who is that? This question lingered in the minds of most students. Some who had vaguely heard recent rumors about Tang Wanqing suddenly realized, oh, it's him. Meanwhile, those who were privy to the truth revealed knowing smiles. A minor disagreement? As Chen Luoqiu began to play and sing You Must Learn to Move Forward, his voice instantly captivated everyone. Students unconsciously gathered in the corridor, eager to hear every note clearly. Chen Luoqiu infused the song with profound personal emotion, and the insights born from loss resonated deeply with many. Standing in the corridor, the students listened intently. Each line, "Move forward, do not look back," seemed to strike at the very soul, leaving some with misty eyes. As Chen Luoqiu commenced the second verse of his song, a few voices timidly joined in harmony. As the melodies flowed, a cacophony of shrieks and shouts erupted, first from the 6th and 5th floors where the senior students resided, followed swiftly by the 3rd and 4th floors as students fervently expressed their emotions. The entire teaching building reverberated with roars and cries. The railings rattled with a clatter. Observing the students' escalating excitement, the teachers hurried to restore order. The phones in the disciplinary office were nearly overwhelmed with calls. Even the principal, who was attending a meeting in the city, called in to inquire about the situation. By the end, many students returned to their classrooms with glistening eyes. Yet, Chen Luoqiu himself had vanished without a trace. In the classroom of Class 1, Year 2, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Anghua, had been summoned to the disciplinary office due to the evening's events. The class monitor, Xie Yuzhu, sat at the podium, simultaneously completing an exam paper and maintaining discipline within the classroom. The tumult preceding evening study sessions had subsided, yet the students' exuberant spirits lingered on. Whispers filled the air as students exchanged thoughts. Two girls seated behind Tang Wanjing were softly discussing the recent commotion. One, with a fringe and an innocent demeanor, whispered to her deskmate, "Wow, I never imagined Chen Luoqiu could sing so beautifully." This girl, Luochuang, had a passion for singing herself, often indulging in it with friends, considering herself quite talented. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that such a beautiful song seemed previously unheard. She pondered where Chen Luoqiu had discovered it. Her desk mate, Tan Feifei, looked on with admiration. "Indeed, I shall ask Chen Luoqiu where he found it." Chen Luoqiu performed solo, without accompaniment. Could it be that this song was an original composition of his? That seems unlikely. One cannot write such a song without experiencing heartbreak multiple times. Then does that imply Chen Luoqiu has gone through heartbreak? That too seems implausible. With such talent, he would have showcased it to Tang Wanjing long ago, rather than waiting until now to present it after being criticized. True enough, they both laughed heartily, engrossed in their chatter, while others joined in. Several boys, who had a decent rapport with Chen Luoqiu, seized the opportunity to discuss the matter under the pretense of academic dialogue. Chen Luoqiu is quite audacious, isn't he? He boldly declared over the PA system that he and Tang Wanjing merely had a minor disagreement, striving to salvage his dignity. And how does he dare to do such a thing in the broadcasting room? Does he not realize the repercussions? What of it? Others have done so before. It was merely singing. How severe could it be? You're underestimating the situation. The uproar today guarantees that Chen Luoqiu will face consequences. Am I the only one who thinks Chen Luoqiu sings exceptionally well? As he finished his statement, the others exchanged glances of disbelief. Do you really need to say that? Do you know whose song it is? Why have we never heard it before? The crowd shook their heads. If I were to claim it was composed by Chen Luoqiu himself, would you believe it? Not a chance. If that's true, I would stand on my head while washing my hair. Laughter erupted among the group. However, his assertion that he and Tang Wanjing are merely ordinary classmates truly provokes laughter. One wonders who it is that shamelessly lingers around Tang Wanjing day after day. Are you referring to Zhu Yukai? Haha. If Chen Luoqiu were to withdraw voluntarily, would that not imply that we all have a chance? A diminutive, bespectacled boy suddenly uttered this, prompting uproarious laughter from the others. Indeed, your opportunity has arrived. Do seize it. The group engaged in cheerful banter, punctuated by bursts of laughter. At last, a rather handsome boy wearing glasses from the front row bellowed at them. If you wish to discuss, kindly do so elsewhere. This is a study period, and please do not disturb others. This was Zhu Yukai. He ranked first in the class and served as the academic monitor, also one of Tang Wanjing's admirers. Recently, he had been in high spirits, sharing meals with Tang Wanjing, engaging in study discussions, and even holding her hand during physical education breaks. Such bliss. Ultimately, the discord between Chen Luoqiu and Tang Wanjing stemmed from him. Tang Wanjing had severed ties with her childhood friend for his sake. This delighted him immensely, to the point where even the pain on his face felt less acute. In fact, the reason why the incident of Chen Luoqiu being berated by Tang Wanjing at the school gate had spread like wildfire was due to his behind-the-scenes machinations. However, with Chen Luoqiu's recent declaration into song, he unexpectedly restored his reputation and became a campus celebrity. A development that caught Zhu Yukai off guard and left him feeling quite displeased. Now, hearing his classmates discuss Chen Luoqiu with admiration only intensified his ire. Meanwhile, Tang Wanjing was resting her head on her desk, appearing to sleep, yet she was attentively listening to the discussions in the classroom, her heart a tempest of emotions. Was that song a farewell to the past? Did he truly come to terms with everything this time? Yet, did he really need to make such a declaration before the entire school? Surely, the old matters referred to her. A twinge of sadness inexplicably washed over Tang Wanjing. Despite her evident disdain for Chen Luoqiu, she felt she ought to be pleased that he clarified their relationship. Why then did she feel so disheartened? Tang Wanjing herself could not fathom it, pondering perhaps it was merely the overwhelming impact of that song. Wang Yalan poked her gently, leaning close to whisper, "Do not be disheartened. Look, your third admirer has stepped forward to speak on your behalf." She quickly corrected herself. "Oh, my mistake. He should now be your second admirer." Haha. Tang Wanjing raised her head, gazing curiously at Wang Yalan. With Chen Luoqiu, the first admirer, stepping back, Zhu Youcai's rank naturally ascended. Tang Wanjing bit her lip and rolled her eyes. Wang Yalan, undeterred, continued to tease, "But tell me, how deeply must you have wounded Chen Luoqiu for him to sing so heartbreakingly?" Tang Wanjing remained silent, her lips pursing on the verge of tears. "However, there is no need for you to feel too despondent. The bond you share is profound. It is not something that can simply be relinquished with a few words." Once this period passes, who knows, perhaps with a mere beckoning of your finger, he may return to you. Or could it be that he is employing a strategy of feigned indifference, waiting for you to experience regret before he pursues you again? Tang Wanqing remained silent. Yet, it seemed unlike him that Jiang Yao appeared to be quite kind to Chen Luoqiu, and it was said that she visited Chen Luoqiu during her hospitalization. Wang Yalan pondered aloud, do you think these two might have secretly developed an affection for one another? Tang Wanqing propped her chin on her hand and shot a glare at Wang Yalan. Have you completed your exam papers? Realizing the conversation could not continue, Wang Yalan hastily cleared her throat and returned to her own tasks. Chapter 10. Could we refrain from adding such trivial remarks? Outside the school, after Chen Luoqiu and her companion scaled the wall, they hurried toward the internet CAF. Midway through their sprint, Chen Luoqiu, panting heavily, inquired, excuse me. Where exactly are we headed? The usual spot. Ah, the usual spot refers to. Deeply enamored. Chen Luoqiu was reluctant to visit the internet CAF. She had planned to get a haircut after school. Thus, she declared, I won't be going to the CAF. Instead, I shall get my hair done. Ho Yong glanced at Chen Luoqiu's hair, puzzled. Didn't you just have it cut last week? Huh, was it just last week? Why is it so long then? I thought it had been months since I last had it done. Chen Luoqiu flicked her hair, feeling somewhat awkward. Well, it's still too long. I need to have it styled anew. Currently, one strand of hair from the left kept falling over her eyes, necessitating constant flicking back, leaving her neck somewhat sore from the effort. Ho Yong and his companion exchanged glances, perplexed. Isn't it already quite stylish? What a waste of money. The trio parted ways. Chen Luoqiu entered a hair salon, instructing the stylist, Tony, to give her a more fashionable haircut that was trending in her previous life. Once finished, she indeed found it much more pleasing to the eye. She felt revitalized, exuding a newfound charm. Emerging from the salon, Chen Luoqiu wandered aimlessly through the small town, marking her first leisurely stroll through this tranquil place in over a decade. After her family encountered difficulties, she had taken residence at school, returning to her grandmother's house only once a month. During that time, she rarely left the school grounds on weekends. For an extended period, she had refrained from venturing onto the streets. Unlike the bustling, hushy new town of her later life, this small town remained reminiscent of her memories. Its buildings were modest, and the streets were somewhat chaotic. The weekday nights bore a certain desolation. The townsfolk congregated around Wujiku, where the food street night market was just beginning to come alive. The aromas of spicy hot pot, barbecued delicacies, chilled dishes, and various snacks wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Vendors were busily attending to their stalls, each one encircled by patrons, some in groups, others alone, savoring the diverse culinary offerings. At the heart of Wujiku, adjacent to the small square, a large supermarket named Haoyu Duo had recently opened its doors. This has caused the popularity of the entire small town to further converge at the 5-street corner. The small square in front of the supermarket is filled with a variety of stalls. The vendors are enthusiastically promoting their goods, making it a favored spot for the elderly, women, and children. During this era, square dancing is not yet widespread. Otherwise, a square like this would certainly host several teams. If not, then Chen Luoqiu would consider it a loss. What place would there be for these vendors then? Chen Luoqiu wandered inside and discovered that most of the merchandise consisted of trinkets and toys. Viewed through the eyes of a reborn individual, they appeared to be poorly crafted and outdated items. In his previous life, while in college, he had also set up a stall. He recalled selling a type of small night light with an alarm clock, which could sell over 100 units in a single night. There was also a so-called British-style canvas crossbody bag that sold remarkably well. Reflecting on this, Chen Luoqiu suddenly felt that setting up a stall might not be so trivial after all. With his insights as a reborn individual and knowledge of future trends over the next decade, he realized that even in this venture, he would undoubtedly become the king among all vendors. So what would that make him? The stall king? Chen Luoqiu chuckled to himself. The greatest advantage of a reborn individual should be their prophetic ability regarding the future. Essentially, it is about capitalizing on the information gap. He found a spot to sit down and began observing the various vendors' sales techniques. Unlike those selling dog skin plaster during the day in the market, most of the vendors here were relatively young, predominantly women in their 20s. These women had often abandoned their studies, lacking skills and unwilling to seek traditional employment, thus resorting to this means of making a living. According to future terminology, this is referred to as flexible employment. Hence, even the urban management often turns a blind eye to these activities. In Qinghe, there is a well-established state-owned electronics factory, and a large pharmaceutical company, both of which have contributed significantly to the town's vibrancy. Otherwise, flexibility would be hard to achieve. Not far from Chen Luoqiu, a stall selling women's accessories was bustling with customers. The vendors were a pair of strikingly attractive sisters, stylishly dressed. The younger sister appeared to be only 17 or 18, with dyed golden hair. She moved with agility, eloquently engaging every passerby, patiently introducing the material, style, and matching suggestions for her products. The elder sister, seemingly in her early 20s, had long, lustrous black hair and appeared considerably more mature. However, she seemed less adept at interacting with customers, sitting silently on a small stool, cutely assisting her sister in collecting payments and organizing the merchandise. Chen Luoqiu found the contrasting dynamics between the two sisters quite amusing. Each time a customer inquired, the elder sister would momentarily lose her focus, then hesitantly provide information. Chen Luoqiu couldn't help but chuckle at her clumsy demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, his amusement had already been noticed by the elder sister, and when he glanced back at the girls, he found her glaring at him in annoyance. Ah, caught. Chen Luoqiu decided to drop his pretenses. He nodded at the girl and confidently approached her, casually picking up a hairpin adorned with pearls. Boss, how much is this? Chen Luoqiu intentionally directed the question towards his sister, leaving the girl somewhat flustered. She stammered, this is 22. 20? Chen Luoqiu chuckled lightly, not bothering to negotiate. This type of hairpin could be procured for no more than 3 yuan, and even at the night market, selling it for 10 would be quite commendable. It seemed likely that this price was predetermined by the younger sister, anticipating haggling from customers. Seeing the deal about to fall through, the girl hastily corrected herself. Then I'll sell it to you for 10. Chen Luoqiu stifled a giggle, still refraining from bargaining. The younger sister, unable to bear it any longer and fearing her sister would lower the price, interjected, "Handsome, this is the latest model of Korean imitation pearl hairpin. If you're buying it for your girlfriend, I guarantee she'll love it. 10 yuan is already the lowest price. What's with the handsome? Can we drop the little part? Who's older is still up for debate." Chen Luoqiu completed the transaction and inquired about the prices of other accessories before teasing his sister as he departed. Actually, I would have bought it for 20. Coughing lightly, his sister was at a loss for words. This playful tease was not entirely without merit today. Jiang Yao had assisted Chen Luoqiu immensely, and he genuinely intended to purchase a gift to express his gratitude, thanks to his sister's enthusiastic and adept salesmanship. Their stall was thriving. In an era before the widespread rise of e-commerce, physical clothing stores and small commodity shops remained among the most coveted entrepreneurial ventures, with prices inflating at least 5-fold from factory to consumer. Chen Luoqiu resolved to visit the Lotus Pond in Rong City over the weekend to see if those popular small products from his past life had been released. On the way home, he began to reflect on the events that transpired at school that day. During singing practice, he had also heard the eruption of shouts from the teaching building, accompanied by the clattering of railings. For the school, this was no trivial matter. Chapter 11. The Reversal of Fate. Upon returning home, Liang Wenjie was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television drama. Noticing Chen Luoqiu's early return today, she expressed her surprise. "Why are you back so early?" I actually forgot about that. Since his rebirth, the most disconcerting adjustment had been the absence of a mobile phone, rendering him unable to even check the time. It was no wonder Liang Wenjie found it peculiar. School ended at 9 o'clock. Typically, even if Chen Luoqiu skipped class for an internet CAF, he would manage his time and arrive home around 9:30. Today, however, he hadn't visited the CAF, nor did anyone remind him, leading to his early return and subsequent slip-up. Clearing his throat, Chen Luoqiu quickly explained, "I thought about getting a haircut, so I left early." As he spoke, he even absent-mindedly ran his hand through his hair. Liang Wenjie had actually noticed Chen Luoqiu's hair from the very beginning. It is indeed peculiar that Chen Luoqiu had just cut his hair last week. Yet today he has gone for another trim. However, he is quite satisfied with this new hairstyle, unlike the previous one which he found utterly displeasing. "Did you not just have a haircut last week? You wouldn't understand. This is about a fresh start." After saying this, he pointed to his head and inquired, "What do you think, handsome or not? What use is being handsome if you do not study properly? Does good looks offer extra points on the college entrance exam?" Chen Luoqiu sighed. This middle-aged woman was not on his wavelength. Conversing with her was futile. Within 3 sentences, the topic had shifted back to academics. Chen Luoqiu hastily changed the subject. "Has my dad returned yet?" Liang Wenjie grunted in annoyance, no longer paying attention to Chen Luoqiu, and resumed watching her television show. Chen Luoqiu stole a glance at the screen. It was the currently popular Korean drama, My Name is Kim Samsoon. He had little interest in it and turned to the kitchen in search of something to eat. Today at school, he had been thoroughly educated by the cafeteria's abysmal cuisine, leaving him with no appetite whatsoever. Chen Luoqiu rummaged through the refrigerator but found little. He asked Liang Wenjie, "Mom, aren't you having dinner at home tonight? Why is there not even a morsel left?" Liang Wenjie shot him a glance. "Your father isn't having dinner at home, so I just boiled some wontons. If you want to eat, you'll have to cook them yourself." Having exhausted most of her gentleness during their recent hospital stay, Liang Wenjie now found everything about Chen Luoqiu irksome. However, this did not daunt him. Having endured hardships in his past life, he was no stranger to preparing his own meals. There were still leftovers in the fridge, perfect for a noodle dish. Liang Wenjie heard him bustling about in the kitchen but paid him no mind. He was nearly 20, after all. Before long, Chen Jianhua returned home, reeking of alcohol. He glanced at his wife, who was seated on the sofa watching television, but hesitated to approach her. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, he craned his neck to peek inside. "Oh, our son is cooking noodles? Make sure to prepare enough for me as well." Upon hearing her husband's words, Liang Wenjie's expression darkened, suspecting he had been drinking again, and her mood for watching television evaporated. Chen Jianhua, noticing her reaction, scratched his head and chuckled. "The loan matter has been settled. I treated someone to a meal but hardly drank any." Liang Wenjie lamented how much they resembled each other, both being sources of worry. Yet, seeing her husband in such a state softened her heart, and her mood gradually lightened. "In my opinion, you should avoid borrowing from those people. The interest is high, and you have to beg them." Chen Jianhua, in his youth, was a carpenter renowned for his exquisite craftsmanship, known far and wide as the master of ink. Later, he partnered with his apprentice to establish a small furniture factory, which had been thriving for years. However, business had grown increasingly challenging over the past 2 years. Their factory primarily produced traditional solid wood furniture, which was bulky and expensive, making it less competitive in the market. This loan was intended to introduce a new production line, gradually replacing the old methods. Chen Jianhua found himself in a predicament, having visited several banks only to be offered less than half of the funds he required. "Your argument is flawed. Borrowing from others necessitates a degree of supplication," he was reminded. Furthermore, this loan had been facilitated by President Luo, thus not constituting usury. Liang Wenjie sighed, acutely aware of her husband's struggles. Watching him toil relentlessly for his business, engaging in social drinking, filled her with a sense of unease. "You ought to moderate your alcohol consumption. Your health is paramount." Chen Jianhua, relieved to have navigated today's challenge, nodded with a smile and turned to the kitchen, inquiring, "Luoqiu, is the noodles ready?" Chen Luoqiu had overheard the conversation between her parents and found herself pondering whether her father's efficiency was somewhat alarming. Moreover, the speed of the loan approval process raised her suspicions. It seemed reminiscent of private lending rather than conventional banking practices. She placed 2 bowls of noodles on the table, calling out, "Dad, the noodles are ready." As the father and daughter enjoyed their meal, Chen Luoqiu sought to glean more about the loan. "Dad, have you secured that loan?" Chen Jianhua hesitated, realizing his daughter had caught wind of their earlier discussion. After a moment's thought, he replied, "So you heard, did you?" Nodding while chewing her noodles, Chen Luoqiu inquired further, "Is it usury as Mom implied?" After a brief silence, Chen Jianhua responded, 2% interest. "It hardly qualifies as usury." 2%? Is that annual or monthly? Chen Luoqiu asked, perplexed. Her mother had mentioned a bank loan. Yet it sounded akin to informal lending. It must be annual, surely. Monthly would be unbearable. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that her father had previously accrued a substantial amount of debt from the bank, facilitated by a loan company introduced by a bank president. The 2% annual interest equated to an effective annual rate of 24%, which, while not usurious, was still considerable. Chen Luoqiu initially contemplated advising her father to abandon the loan, but reconsidered. Old Chen's factory indeed required upgrades, and without capital, progress was impossible. She thought to offer her father a few tips later to ensure profitability and perhaps persuade him to share some funds with her, sparing her the need to devise her own means of generating capital. However, she ultimately dismissed the idea, recognizing that requesting money from her father would undoubtedly lead to a thorough interrogation. With a playful grin, she teased Chen Jianhua, "Dad, I support you wholeheartedly. Tried to elevate me to a life of luxury as a wealthy offspring." Chen Jianhua, displeased, furrowed his brow and glared at her. You cheeky rascal. Have you lost your senses? You dare to admonish your father? Liang Wenjie, overhearing Chen Luoqiu, brandished her slipper, ready to chastise her daughter. Chen Luoqiu, you impertinent child, have you no sense of progress? Do you comprehend what 2% entails? After addressing her daughter, she turned her gaze to Chen Jianhua. Old Chen, perhaps it's time to reconsider your troubled factory. It is destined to be squandered by this child. She paused, casting a disappointed glance at Chen Luoqiu. Her frustration palpable. I find it quite advantageous to be without money. It prevents that wretched creature from becoming complacent, unable to even attend school properly. Chen Luoqiu felt a sense of helplessness. Alas, poor grades are the original sin. They bring no status, no dignity, and no one listens when you speak. One cannot even make a joke. It seems I must demonstrate my true capabilities to you all. Chapter 12, The Reborn. Exuding confidence, Chen Luoqiu began to ponder seriously the issues surrounding his father's furniture factory. After a while, he asked Chen Jianhua, Father, have you ever considered that the products your factory currently offers are too diverse? Perhaps you should narrow your focus, find a talented designer to create a few signature pieces, and establish the brand. This reflects a typical internet mindset. First, penetrate the market with high-value single products to build a brand, then gradually expand into higher profit categories. Chen Jianhua was taken aback by Chen Luoqiu's sudden insight. It seemed somewhat reasonable at first, but then he felt it was misguided. You do not understand the furniture industry. The pace of product replacement is slow. If we only offer a few single items, the market will quickly become saturated, and the factory will have to close. You need not worry about that. In the future, you can sell online, and the whole world will be your market. Sell online? How? Chen Luoqiu proceeded to explain the process of e-commerce to his father. At that time, e-commerce had not yet gained popularity, and most people could not comprehend that it would soon sweep across the globe. Chen Jianhua struggled to grasp the concept of e-commerce as he was more intrigued by the idea of a hot-selling single product. He inquired, Furniture is typically sold as a set. Who would buy just one piece? Sets can be produced together, and customers are capable of mixing and matching. Your thinking is rather rigid, old Chen. You little rascal, who are you calling rigid in thought? Chen Jianhua feigned a threat. Chen Luoqiu quickly retreated to his room. Before leaving, he recalled the devastating fire from his previous life. Father, since you operate a wooden furniture factory, please pay close attention to fire safety. Ensure that you have plenty of fire extinguishers on hand, and strictly prohibit open flames in the factory, especially in the spray painting workshop. Moreover, Chen Luoqiu paused. As for Xie Dong, it would be wise to remove him from the factory. I have a premonition that he could bring adverse effects to the business. Certainly. The individual who had directly caused the catastrophic fire in his previous life could not remain. Even at the risk of exposing himself, he was determined to save his father. Chen Luoqiu had intended to remind Chen Jianhua to never lose hope in any situation, yet the words failed to escape his lips. Never mind. One should not act hastily. He could devise a way later to show his father stories of great figures rising from adversity to encourage him. After Chen Luoqiu departed, Chen Jianhua exchanged glances with Liang Wenjie. What does your son mean by that? What do you mean, my son? I believe he has a point. Open flames should indeed be prohibited in the factory. Just look at how you all cannot seem to part with your cigarettes, creating a smoggy environment in the factory. The next day, as Chen Luoqiu descended the stairs, he suddenly remembered that his bicycle was still at school. He made his way to the bus stop, where he found a considerable number of students already gathered. Tang Wanqing wore her hair in a high ponytail and donned headphones, her expression inscrutable as she gazed ahead. Chen Luoqiu chose not to greet her, stealthily blending into the crowd. He had altered his hairstyle yesterday and today deliberately obscured his face with a mask. Even if his mother were present, she might not recognize him as Chen Luoqiu. Among the throng, several girls from the first high school were animatedly discussing the events that transpired in the school broadcast room the previous evening. Some expressed profound admiration for Chen Luoqiu, exclaiming how handsome he was and how beautifully he sang, declaring him to be their dream lover. Others, however, were less impressed, recalling that they had seen him and found him merely average-looking, bespectacled, and clearly a bookworm. Suddenly, someone had an epiphany. Oh, if that's the case. It's no wonder Tang Wanqing rejected him. I've heard she is the school belle of the second year, though I'm not sure how true that is. Another chimed in. What school belle? She's just SOSO in looks. It's her academic prowess that stands out. That can't be right. I've heard that Luo Jiaoyang is pursuing her. And who is Luo Jiaoyang? He is the heartthrob of the second year, handsome, academically gifted, and the captain of the football team. Is there really such a person? Perhaps this is the reason Tang Wanqing spurned Chen Luoqiu. The group chattered animatedly, transitioning from discussing Chen Luoqiu to Tang Wanqing, and then to Luo Jiaoyang. Chen Luoqiu stood behind them, his expression darkening. He stole another glance at Tang Wanqing, who remained expressionless, likely lost in her music, oblivious to their conversation. Before long, the bus approached slowly. Wang Yalan poked her head out of the window and called to Tang Wanqing, "Qing, come on up. Sit with me." The sudden silence was palpable, and Chen Luoqiu felt as if he might dig a hole to hide in. Tang Wanqing's face flushed a shade of red as she hurried onto the bus, leaving the younger girls behind feeling awkward. "It's fine. We weren't saying anything bad about her. As long as Chen Luoqiu isn't around." As they chatted, they boarded the bus, with Chen Luoqiu trailing behind, silently making his way to the last row, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. Just then, as he passed Wang Yalan, she exclaimed, that person looks so familiar. Qing, look at that person. His features seem so familiar." Tang Wanqing turned to glance, and in that fleeting moment, her gaze became fixed, a mix of confusion, joy, and sorrow flickering in her eyes. Chen Luoqiu met her gaze, nodding slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. At last, Tang Wanqing averted her eyes, turning to gaze out the window. The journey continued in silence. Upon arriving at their destination, Chen Luoqiu was immediately confronted by Wang Yalan, who blocked his path. "Chen Luoqiu, wait a moment. We have something to ask you." Chen Luoqiu was taken aback. "Oh, what do you wish to inquire? Are you planning to continue pretending not to know us?" This question left Chen Luoqiu at a loss for words. He indeed harbored such intentions, given that the outcome was already predetermined. He believed it prudent to minimize interactions to avoid deep entanglements that could harm both parties. Yet, he knew he could not voice this sentiment directly. He pondered for a moment before replying, "No, isn't that just a fear of embarrassment?" At that, Wang Yalan burst into laughter. "Oh, so you are aware of embarrassment. Yet, you still went to the broadcasting room, making sure the entire school knows. This is like burying 300 taels of silver right here. Do you understand?" Chen Luoqiu chuckled awkwardly, intending to explain, but was interrupted by Tang Wanqing's remark, "Could you please take off your mask? It looks quite awkward." What an unexpected turn of events. Chen Luoqiu glanced at the two of them, feeling a sense of helplessness as he removed his mask, revealing a sun-kissed, handsome face. Tang Wanqing's eyes brightened, and a barely perceptible look of astonishment crept onto her face. Is this truly the Chen Luoqiu she once knew? The boy who had always appeared so uneasy in her presence seemed to have vanished, replaced by a mature and self-assured young man. Yet, in his eyes, her image had faded away. Tang Wanqing pouted, a vague, inexplicable emotion surging within her. She feigned a smile. "Isn't he quite handsome, especially with that hairstyle?" Wang Yalan was equally taken aback by Chen Luoqiu's transformation, but had no intention of letting him off easily. With a playful taunt, she said, "Is young Master Chen planning a complete makeover? Why not shave your head?" Chen Luoqiu chuckled lightly. "Very handsome, isn't it? A reborn individual is simply this confident." Wang Yalan rolled her eyes, while Tang Wanqing stifled a laugh. Wang Yalan then asked, "Where did you find that song yesterday?" "I searched online for ages and couldn't find it." Chen Luoqiu found himself at a loss for an answer, opting for an air of mystery. "I want to tell you." With that, he intended to leave. The school was bustling with students arriving, and he didn't want anyone to see him. Wouldn't yesterday's clarification be in vain? Wang Yalan, feeling overlooked, was somewhat displeased. "Fine, if you want to say, keep your pride." Seeing Chen Luoqiu's eagerness to depart, Tang Wanqing also felt a twinge of annoyance and decided to pull Wang Yalan away first. Chen Luoqiu found himself confused by the situation. Indeed, she too was worried about being seen. Chapter 13. He has matured, yet become duller. In class, Chen Luoqiu was summoned to the political education office. Jiang Yu was present, along with a young female teacher responsible for student affairs. A portly middle-aged man sat behind the desk, his expression stern as he regarded the two students. Whose idea was this? Chen Luoqiu looked at the man before him, gradually matching him to his memories. This man was Tang Wenshan, known as the Smiling Tiger, the deputy director of the political education office. Chen Luoqiu glanced at Jiang Yao, recalling the script they had previously agreed upon, and feigned a look of confusion. Whose idea? Director Tang. Tang Wenshan sneered. Playing dumb with me, are you? Chen Luoqiu maintained his expression. I truly do not understand your meaning. If I have made a mistake, I kindly ask Director Tang to clarify. Tang Wenshan's gaze bore into the student before him, his eyes sharp and penetrating. This is his customary method. Few students can remain unfazed under his scrutinizing gaze. Observing Chen Luoqiu's calm demeanor, maintaining eye contact, he felt a twinge of surprise. Such a student had not crossed his path in many years. However, within the confines of the school, no student dared to challenge his authority. Tang Wenshan, enraged, forced a smile. Very well, if you choose not to speak, then both of you shall receive a warning. After uttering this, he turned his attention to Chen Luoqiu. Your name is Chen Luoqiu, correct? I have heard about your situation. I can understand your desire to dispel rumors, but since you have acted in this manner, you ought to be aware of the consequences. Tang Wenshan softened his stern expression, his tone becoming considerably gentler. If firmness does not yield results, shall we resort to gentleness? Chen Luoqiu was not easily swayed. Quickly, he seized the opportunity. Oh, Teacher Tang, you refer to my singing at the broadcasting station yesterday? That was indeed my idea. I thought, with the imminent college entrance examination, it would be uplifting to sing for our seniors. Chen Luoqiu had already formulated his response. And yet you dare to involve me in matters concerning the senior year? Yesterday, you were the loudest among them. If this leads to any mishap, can you bear the responsibility? I apologize for causing trouble for you and the school. Chen Luoqiu expressed his remorse. This was indeed a scenario he had not anticipated. If any issues arose, he would truly struggle to shoulder the blame. However, Teacher Tang, singing does not violate school regulations, does it? At this point, Tang Wenshan's anger had subsided considerably. With a cold chuckle, he retorted, Is this merely about singing? What of your private motives for dispelling rumors? Did you file the necessary reports? Chen Luoqiu exchanged glances with Jiang Yao, both momentarily at a loss for words. The situation had unfolded rather hastily, and Jiang Yao had yet to submit the required reports. She had not foreseen that Chen Luoqiu's song would create such a significant stir, directly prompting the principal's attention. She had assumed that, given her connections with the Youth League Committee, a few words of reprimand from Teacher Yang would suffice to resolve the matter. Jiang Yao glanced at Yang Annie, who sat silently nearby, her lips pursed in a somewhat aggrieved manner. Yang Annie, noticing this gesture, sighed inwardly, relieved that the situation had not escalated into a grave error. Director Tang, Jiang Yu briefly informed me about this matter, but I did not expect it to escalate to such proportions. Upon hearing Yang Annie speak up for the students, Tang Wenshan understood that the Youth League Committee intended to protect these two students and chose not to press further. He nodded at Yang Annie and turned to Chen Luoqiu, saying, In that case, we shall note this incident for now. Please write a reflection and have your parents come to school tomorrow. Chen Luoqiu nodded in understanding. He grasped Tang Wenshan's underlying message. In the realm of education, one could not escape the intricacies of human relationships. Jiang Yao did not accompany Chen Luoqiu as he left. She was taken by Teacher Yang Annie to the Youth League Committee office, where she likely faced a stern reprimand. Chen Luoqiu had been summoned by Director Tang during class, and his classmates speculated that he might indeed face serious consequences. Zhu Yukai, witnessing Chen Luoqiu being personally called away by Director Tang, felt a surge of satisfaction. He could hardly tolerate Chen Luoqiu's ostentation at school. Now, Chen Luoqiu had become famous throughout the campus, and just that morning, a multitude of beautiful girls had lined up to seek his attention. This left Zhu Yukai feeling quite uneasy. Fortunately, there was still Tang Wanqing, the universally acknowledged school beauty, who regarded Zhu Yukai with favor. As the saying goes, one loss may lead to another gain. It seemed that Chen Luoqiu intended to distance himself from Tang Wanqing, thereby reducing Zhu Youcai's fiercest competition. Upon contemplating this, a sense of pride swelled within him. Stealing a glance at Tang Wanqing, he noticed her expression was not particularly cheerful. She appeared to be quite concerned for Chen Luoqiu. This ignited a flame of jealousy within Zhu Yukai. The pleasant mood he had just enjoyed evaporated completely. When Chen Luoqiu returned to the classroom, he acted as if nothing had occurred, leaving Zhu Yukai uncertain whether the school had taken any action against him. Days passed, yet the outcome of Chen Luoqiu's punishment remained undisclosed. Zhu Yukai could no longer sit idly by. He felt compelled to take action. He composed a letter of accusation, enumerating Chen Luoqiu's numerous violations of school rules, skipping classes, climbing over walls, sleeping during lectures, smoking, and engaging in romantic relationships. He argued that Chen Luoqiu's poor academic performance rendered him unfit to remain at the school or in Class 1, urging the administration to expel him. Initially, during class reassignments, Chen Luoqiu had leveraged family connections and financial resources to gain entry into this elite humanities class, all in an effort to impress Tang Wanqing. Naturally, He could not admit that his sole motivation was to be her sycophant. He had told Liang Wenjie that he desired to study diligently and needed a better learning environment. This was not a closely guarded secret within the class, as Chen Luoqiu's grades were evident. However, such occurrences were rather common in schools. Every accelerated class had its share of students like him. Nonetheless, Zhu Yukai, as a top student, looked down upon such individuals. This incident provided a perfect opportunity to oust Chen Luoqiu from school in Class 1. After completing the letter, Zhu Yukai enlisted the support of several classmates who harbored negative opinions about Chen Luoqiu, adding their signatures for emphasis. He then stealthily placed the letter on the principal's desk. Yet, several days passed without any response from the school, leaving Zhu Yukai feeling disheartened and profoundly disappointed in the administration's inaction. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the profound implications his actions would have on his future. What puzzled him was that ever since Chen Luoqiu's return to school, he had become remarkably diligent in class. On multiple occasions, when called upon by the teacher, he managed to answer questions correctly. This transformation puzzled not only Zhu Yukai but also other classmates. Chen Luoqiu seemed to have undergone a transformation, shedding his previous arrogance and no longer seeking attention. He had become notably courteous to his peers, leading them to believe he had matured, albeit at the cost of his former charm. This change occurred the night after Chen Wenshan had summoned him to the office. Alone, with a cigarette in one hand and a bottle of fragrant sauce in the other, he sought out Tang Wenshan and sincerely apologized in the tone of Lao Chun, reflecting on his past actions. Chapter 14. The Senior's Invitation on Friday. During the break for physical exercises, Zhu Yukai wore a look of sheer enjoyment. He had just held Tang Wanqing's hand again, and unlike previous occasions filled with nervousness. This time he savored the smoothness of her touch, leaving a lingering impression. Observing the plump girl beside Chen Luoqiu from a distance, he felt a surge of pride. What if he sang beautifully? She could only hold hands with Tin Feifei. Humph. If it weren't for the abundance of girls in the class, he would have relished the idea of dancing with Hefei. Many boys harbored such petty thoughts. Though Chen Luoqiu was oblivious to Zhu Youcai's inner musings, he could surmise some of his classmates' sentiments from their glances. He found it difficult to fathom their perspectives. What was wrong with holding hands and dancing with Hefei? In the science class, weren't there many boys happily dancing hand in hand? Moreover, what was wrong with Tin Feifei, aside from being a bit overweight? How did her figure and looks compare unfavorably to other girls? His classmates simply did not understand that those who were slightly plump had potential. Once they slimmed down, they would be unattainable for many. They also failed to grasp that, in truth, slightly plump girls were the most comfortable companions. Hello, classmate. Could you please help me find Chen Luoqiu from your class? After morning exercises, not long after returning to the classroom, an exceptionally beautiful girl with an enviable figure suddenly appeared at the door, inquiring for Chen Luoqiu. Sun Hui, seated at the entrance, had been having a rough time lately, practically becoming Chen Luoqiu's personal secretary. At that moment, upon seeing the girl at the door, he swallowed hard. Although many girls had come looking for Chen Luoqiu over the past few days, and several were quite lovely, this one was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. He silently cursed Chen Luoqiu once more before sweetly addressing the girl at the door. All right, please hold on a moment, then loudly called out to Chen Luoqiu. Chen Luoqiu, someone is looking for you. Witnessing the scene at the classroom door, Zhu Yukai and others, who had just been mocking Chen Luoqiu, were left in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. What merit did Chen Luoqiu possess to warrant such an exquisite girl seeking him out? Tang Wanqing and Wang Yalan exchanged glances toward the entrance, clicking their tongues in discontent towards Chen Luoqiu. Upon hearing his name, Chen Luoqiu looked up and was taken aback upon seeing the girl at the door. She was indeed beautiful, though he was certain he did not know her. He calmly stepped out of the classroom and addressed the girl before him. Hello, I am Chen Luoqiu. How may I assist you? It was also the first time the girl had seen Chen Luoqiu. She scrutinized him with her elegantly arched brows and eyes before slowly speaking. Hello, senior. I am Chao Anna from class 2 of the 3rd year. Next month, we are hosting a graduation arts gala for the 3rd year, and I would like to invite you to attend. May I ask if you would be available? After speaking, she smiled and handed a neatly wrapped invitation to Chen Luoqiu. Chen Luoqiu accepted the invitation, glanced at it, and initially intended to decline. However, seeing the enthusiasm of the senior before her, she felt it would be rather impolite to refuse outright. Therefore, she replied, "Thank you, senior. I will think it over." Joanna seemed taken aback that Chen Luoqiu did not immediately accept and instead mentioned needing to consider. She pouted slightly, clearly a bit displeased. All right. Just give me your answers soon. With that, she winked at Chen Luoqiu and turned away, a smile gracing her features as she departed. Chen Luoqiu also turned to head back to the classroom, only to discover a multitude of heads peering in through the window. Countless eager eyes, wide with anticipation, were fixed upon her and the invitation in her hand. Chen Luoqiu smiled sheepishly and, under the gaze of envious classmates, returned to her seat. At that moment, the students in the class had already learned that the girl they had just seen was none other than Joanna, the most renowned beauty in the school. In the afternoon, just before the English exam, Chen Luoqiu was cramming for a last-minute review. He Ziming, with an air of disdain, felt that Chen Luoqiu had recently become overly ostentatious. Intentionally trying to undermine her, he mockingly said, "Come on. Accompany me to relieve myself, and then go downstairs to buy me a sausage. If you make me happy, I might let you copy a few answers later, which would be far more beneficial than your current studying." Chen Luoqiu ignored He Ziming, wishing he would leave her alone so she could focus on her studies. He Ziming, displeased by her dismissal, shouted, "What are you studying for? With your English level, you should know better. Are you even pre-studying or reviewing with that book in hand?" His words were intentionally loud, drawing laughter from several classmates who unanimously agreed that He Ziming had a point. Chen Luoqiu closed her book and regarded He Ziming with an expression of incredulity. "He Z, not only is your face plump, but your audacity is also inflated. Hasn't it? What gives you the confidence to speak like that?" He Ziming's momentary embarrassment flickered across his face. "Well, I wouldn't dare say this to anyone else. But to you, haha." He didn't finish his sentence, implying that he still had the confidence to challenge Chen Luoqiu. "So, Chen Dog, how about we make a bet?" Before Chen Luoqiu could respond, He Ziming resurrected their old betting tradition. The usual rules: the loser has to call the winner daddy. He whispered this last part, a remnant of their long-standing betting custom. He Ziming's expression ignited a spark of annoyance in Chen Luoqiu. She thought to herself, "Does this fool truly lack awareness of a reborn one's power? Perhaps it would be amusing to take him on in a wager." After a moment of contemplation, she decided against it, reasoning that at her age, engaging in childish antics was beneath her. With a gentle smile, she looked at He Ziming's chubby face and said, "All right, He Z, you've won." Ignoring her, He Ziming seemed to perceive that particular word in Chen Luoqiu's eyes. That gaze resembled that of a parent observing their child clumsily attempting to showcase a newly acquired skill in front of peers, a blend of amusement and tender affection. The two exchanged playful banter within the classroom, drawing the attention of many classmates. Initially, they sensed the familiar presence of Chen Luoqiu returning. They had anticipated witnessing a wager unfold, perhaps indulging in some gossip. To their astonishment, Chen Luoqiu unexpectedly conceded defeat, leaving the onlookers utterly flabbergasted. A collective question arose in their minds. When had Chen Luoqiu become so meek? Only Zhu Yukai silently scoffed, muttering to himself, "Chickens pecking at each other." His academic prowess was his greatest pride, exemplified by the crowd of classmates surrounding him, seeking his guidance. Wang Yalan and Tang Wanqing exchanged puzzled glances, remarking, "Chen Luoqiu has truly changed upon his return. In the past, he would never have admitted defeat, even when aware of the outcome." As the examination commenced, He Ziming acknowledged that despite Chen Luoqiu's voluntary concession, the wager remained unfulfilled. Nevertheless, since he had initiated the challenge, should Chen Luoqiu outperform him, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Thus, he deliberately shielded his exam paper, wary of Chen Luoqiu's potential to glance over. Chen Luoqiu, however, smiled silently and focused on his own answers. In his previous life, he had successfully passed the 6th level of English in college, and due to work commitments, he frequently engaged with various English materials and even traveled abroad, communicating with foreigners. Consequently, his English had not only remained intact over the years but had also grown increasingly fluent. Before long, Chen Luoqiu completed his exam. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that his classmates were still engrossed in their work. Observing Chen Luoqiu's wandering gaze, He Ziming tightened his grip on his paper. Chen Luoqiu cast a pitying glance his way, shook his head, and simply lay down to sleep. When Zhu Yukai approached to submit his paper and noticed Chen Luoqiu napping, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking, at least he possesses some self-awareness. Recognizing when to concede. Chapter 15. Would you like to join me? On Saturday, Chen Luoqiu rose early, armed with his remaining pocket money, and boarded a train destined for Rongqing. Qinghe County lies 80 kilometers from Rongqing. Despite its remote location, it boasts its own train station. In this era, high-speed trains were not yet a reality. Chen Luoqiu opted for the most economical green train, which would take just over 2 hours to reach Rongqing. The green train traversed mountains, fields, villages, and towns, ultimately arriving at its destination. There were no serendipitous encounters or delightful surprises. Chen Luoqiu slept throughout the journey, having traveled this route numerous times in his previous life. The train itself was a familiar companion. Upon exiting the train station, the familiar cacophony greeted him, vendors hawking their wares, offers for lodging, transportation, and even selling receipts. The station was bustling, yet beyond the trains, everything else felt insubstantial. This was Chen Luoqiu's first-hand experience from his past life. The Hehua Pond wholesale market was not far from the station. Known as the largest wholesale market in the entire Southwest, notorious for its crowds. In an era devoid of mobile payment within such a marketplace, nearly 1 in 10 individuals is a thief. Despite the numerous warnings plastered throughout the market cautioning against pickpockets, many still fall victim to theft on a daily basis. The city of Rongqing has experienced rapid development, yet the North Gate remains in a state of disrepair. This enduring dilapidation is closely tied to the long-standing negative perceptions associated with the train station and the Lotus Pond, which are often regarded as dirty, chaotic, and substandard. Commonly referred to as Syrian North Gate or even Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar, the impression it leaves is overwhelmingly poor. The Lotus Pond boasts a plethora of goods, with prices varying widely, making it challenging for the uninformed to secure genuine wholesale prices. Chen Luoqiu made a beeline for a wholesale store on the second floor specializing in small commodities. In his previous life, he had procured goods from there and was well acquainted with the quality and pricing. Now, he merely expedited an endeavor he had undertaken 2 years earlier. With limited capital, Chen Luoqiu ventured alone. Unable to acquire much inventory, he only purchased one type of product, night lights. Even when placed at the entrance of a school, these items could sell out in a single night. After completing his purchase, Chen Luoqiu did not hasten to return home but instead stored his goods at the shop, intending to explore the city of Rongqing. As fate would have it, he spotted the same night market sisters, who had come to procure their own goods. The older sister, clutching a handbag, followed closely behind her younger sibling, her face etched with anxiety as she surveyed the surroundings. Chen Luoqiu stealthily trailed them until they reached a wholesale accessory shop. Just as he intended to greet them, someone suddenly patted him on the back. "Hey, little brother. We've had our eyes on that sheep for a while. Change your target." Confused, Chen Luoqiu quickly realized he had been mistaken for a fellow thief by a gang of pickpockets. What keen eyesight they possessed. Was there truly a thief with such prominent features as his? The term sheep likely referred to the two sisters. As he suspected, upon reaching their destination, the girls noticeably relaxed their guard, lowering the bag that had been clutched to their chests, engrossed in selecting items. At that moment, a man wearing a baseball cap deftly slid his hand beneath the bottom of the younger sister's bag, producing a red wallet. The shop owner, perched on a stool, seemed to witness this unfolding drama. He frantically signaled through a loudspeaker, warning everyone to safeguard their wallets. Fearing retaliation, shopkeepers generally refrained from openly confronting these pickpockets, resorting instead to these paltry warnings. Just as the cap-wearing man attempted to abscond with the wallet, Chen Luoqiu stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to his hand, causing the wallet to clatter to the ground. Aware that the thieves might be armed, he quickly distanced himself while loudly proclaiming to the girls, "Your wallet." At this juncture, surrounding customers began to take notice, their gazes fixating on the man in the baseball cap. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man shot a venomous glare at Chen Luoqiu, brandished his knife, and vanished into the throng. The sisters finally regained their composure and turned to Chen Luoqiu, exclaiming, "Is that you?" The girl resembling an elder sister was the first to recognize Chen Luoqiu. "Thank you for earlier," she said. Chen Luoqiu smiled and nodded, replying, "What a coincidence. In such a vast Rongqing, to encounter you both, it seems fate has decreed that your wallet should remain untouched." After a brief introduction, Chen Luoqiu learned that the two were indeed sisters. The girl with long, lustrous black hair was the elder sister, Qin Lan, while the golden-haired girl was the younger sister, Qin Ku. As for their ages, they did not disclose, and Chen Luoqiu felt it inappropriate to inquire further. After some light conversation, Qin Ku asked Chen Luoqiu, "You mentioned you were here to procure goods. Where are yours?" Chen Luoqiu gestured towards the upper floor, explaining that she had intended to explore the city center and had left her merchandise with the owner for safekeeping. "Oh, what kind of goods did you acquire?" Qin Ku's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chen Luoqiu, perceiving the mischievous glint in the younger girl's expression, replied, "Just a little trinket, nothing that would conflict with your interests." Oh, Chen Ke pouted slightly, as if her secret thoughts had been unveiled. Chen Luo noticed and playfully nudged her sister, whispering, "Don't be like that. She just helped us immensely." With that, she flashed a shy smile at Chen Luoqiu. The trio enjoyed a leisurely lunch before taking their time to catch a train back. Upon returning to Qinghe, Chen Luoqiu bid farewell to the sisters and prepared the necessary items for her stall. That evening, she arrived early at the small square, securing a prime spot and setting up her display. After a while, the Qin sisters approached with a bag in hand. Noticing Chen Luoqiu had already established her stall, Qin Ku inquired, "Why did you arrive so early?" "I was afraid that if I came later, there would be no space left," Chen Luoqiu replied. "Then why are you wearing a mask?" she asked, slightly awkward. Chen Luoqiu, concerned about running into acquaintances, had intentionally donned the mask. "Just for fun." Qin Ku rolled her eyes. Qin Lan chuckled softly, noting, "She simply isn't very adept at conversing with strangers, but her mind is quite sharp." Qin Ku teased, "Do you think you can sell that? I've never seen anyone with such a stall." "Absolutely. Everything will be sold out tonight," Chen Luoqiu asserted confidently. Qin Ku narrowed her eyes, expressing skepticism. An hour passed, yet not a single item had sold. Chen Luoqiu remained composed, knowing that the time had not yet come. Observing the lack of interest in her stall, Qin Ku couldn't help but gloat. "This isn't looking too promising." Chen Luoqiu shot her a disapproving glance. "How can you speak like that? Such remarks are unbecoming." Qin Ku, perplexed by Chen Luoqiu's subtle insinuation, replied, "What can't be said?" Meanwhile, Qin Lan's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a reproachful look at Chen Luoqiu. As dusk fell, the enchanting glow of colorful night lights began to cast their unique allure. The crowd gradually began to gather around Chen Luoqiu's stall, just as she had anticipated. These night lights were immensely popular among children and young girls. In no time, she had sold dozens of them. Each night light, equipped with an alarm clock, cost her 7 yuan, and she was retailing them for 25. Don't think it's overpriced. There are no discounts. Moreover, it is limited to merely 100 pieces. Qin Lan was utterly astonished. Noticing that Chen Luoqiu was somewhat overwhelmed, she took the initiative to offer her assistance. Qin Ku observed Chen Luoqiu's smug demeanor and muttered under her breath, "What a schemer." They were aware of Chen Luoqiu's procurement price, which had increased over threefold. With no room for negotiation, this was even more lucrative than their own accessories. Such night lamps were currently unavailable elsewhere, and naturally, Chen Luoqiu aimed to profit before others began to follow suit. Once others started to sell, she could then undercut prices and reap further gains, allowing her to replenish her stock. Chen Luoqiu proudly regarded Qin Ku, exclaiming, "What do you think? Am I capable or not?" Qin Ku merely scoffed, unimpressed by Chen Luoqiu's petty triumph. Chen Luoqiu then turned to Qin Lan with a smile, "Sister Lan, am I impressive, or what? Would you consider joining me in this venture?" Chapter 16. From now on, I am yours. Chen Luoqiu paused deliberately, observing Qin Lan's bashful expression before chuckling and continuing. "See, with a sign and clear pricing, isn't it much simpler?" After hearing this, Qin Lan scrutinized Chen Luoqiu's stall and surprisingly nodded in agreement. Witnessing her sister being swayed by Chen Luoqiu, Qin Ku glared at her resentfully. Just as Chen Luoqiu was engaged in lively conversation with the two sisters, a familiar voice pierced the air. "Boss, what are you selling? It's so beautiful. How much for each?" Chen Luoqiu slowly lifted her gaze and was met with a pair of stunning long legs. This voice? These long legs? Chen Luoqiu instantly recognized the individual. Stealing a glance upward, she confirmed it was Jiang Yao. Hastily, she lowered her head. "Oh no, what is she doing here?" Chen Luoqiu dared not speak, fearing Jiang Yao might recognize her. She pointed towards a nearby sign, indicating that Jiang Yao should read it for herself. However, Jiang Yao was no fool. Noticing the boss's peculiar demeanor, the fleeting glance and hairstyle strikingly resembled Chen Luoqiu's, she deliberately moved to the side and suddenly exclaimed, "Chen Luoqiu, your mother is here." This was a phrase they had dreaded hearing while gaming at the internet CAF. Caught off guard by Jiang Yao's antics, Chen Luoqiu was startled. Where? Jiang Yao burst into laughter, swiftly pulling off Chen Luoqiu's mask. "Ah, so it's you, Chen Luoqiu, pretending not to know me, huh? Oh, how could it be you? It was too dark earlier, I didn't recognize you." Chen Luoqiu chuckled nervously, "Keep pretending, and I'll take all your merchandise." "Hey, wait, if you like something, just pick one. This is a small business, I can't have you robbing me." Jiang Yao pouted, picking up an item to toy with. Showing no intention of leaving, She approached and unceremoniously shoved Chen Luoqiu off the stool, claiming it for herself. Now spill the beans. What is going on here? Today, Jiang Yao sported denim shorts paired with a white shirt, and her short hair added to her playful appearance. Two strikingly long and fair legs drew attention. Chen Luoqiu crouched beside Jiang Yao, gazing at those lengthy limbs, and swallowed silently before speaking. We need to make some money. Didn't I say I'd help you come up with a way to gather tuition fees? Is this all? Jiang Yao, clearly skeptical, felt a flicker of emotion at Chen Luoqiu's words. Well, it's not entirely about helping you find tuition. I'm rather keen on starting my own business. Ah, setting up a stall is what you call entrepreneurship? Chen Luoqiu raised an eyebrow playfully. She then leaned closer to Jiang Yao, whispering, Indeed. I've already earned over 1,000 tonight. How much? Jiang Yao blinked her large, expressive eyes, thinking she must have misheard. Her voice escalated, nearly escaping her lips. Chen Luoqiu hurriedly covered Jiang Yao's mouth. Shoo, keep it down. I'm conducting business here. After releasing her, she looked at Jiang Yao with a hint of disdain. What? You don't believe me? You can ask these two lovely ladies beside us. They've seen me sell. Chen Luoqiu gestured toward Qin Lan and Qin Ke, briefly introducing them to Jiang Yao. Qin Ke, visibly displeased, shot a glare at Chen Luoqiu. Upon realizing that it was Chen Luoqiu's classmate, Qin Lan noticed the hairpin on Jiang Yao's head, and her understanding deepened. She smiled and nodded. Yes, it's true. Your boyfriend is quite remarkable. Jiang Yao almost lost her temper upon hearing this. Boyfriend? Sister, please don't misunderstand. He is not my boyfriend. He was just dumped last week. Qin Lan paused, taken aback, then smiled. Chen Luoqiu felt a twinge of embarrassment, internally criticizing, if it's not true, just say so. No need for all that extra chatter. Jiang Yao paid little mind to the awkwardness. Hearing Qin Lan affirm Chen Luoqiu's words piqued her curiosity. She pulled Chen Luoqiu aside and whispered, How much do you buy these for? How come you're making so much money? 7 yuan. And you sell them for 25? You sly merchant. You don't understand. I'm the first to venture into this. If there isn't enough profit, how can it work? If I can't sell them, I'll be the one at a loss. Oh, where do you source these items? Rongqing, Hua Pond. Each of Chen Luoqiu's responses shattered Jiang Yao's preconceived notions. After a moment of contemplation, she cheekily asked, Hey, Chen, Boss Chen, could you possibly take your little sister along to make some money? The three bystanders collectively fainted at Jiang Yao's declaration. What on earth? Are you serious? Chen Luoqiu rolled her eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Yao from head to toe before asking. Jiang Yao nodded eagerly. She was genuinely intrigued. Her family was not affluent. Both her parents were ordinary workers, and her mother had incurred significant medical expenses in recent years. Although she was the sole daughter, cherished by her parents, she hadn't felt much pressure until now. In her childhood, the family was relatively well off. Her mother had invested in her dance, music, and even art classes, spending considerable amounts. However, after she entered middle school, most of her extracurricular activities were curtailed, leaving only piano and vocal training, which she continued to pursue. She and Chen Luoqiu first met during a cultural performance in middle school. Their shared passion for music gradually forged an unbreakable bond between them, allowing them to converse freely as if they were brothers. Recently, Chen Luoqiu suggested that she seek a more competent teacher for specialized training. After returning home, she pondered this carefully. But the exorbitant fees of such teachers made it difficult for her to broach the subject with her family. Observing Jiang Yao's apparent fixation on money, Chen Luoqiu contemplated a feasible solution that could benefit Jiang Yao without compromising her pride. Moreover, they indeed needed more hands on deck. Having a beauty like Jiang Yao would undoubtedly attract more customers, a fact Chen Luoqiu was acutely aware of. Joining us isn't out of the question, Chen Luoqiu remarked. Upon hearing her agreement, Jiang Yao was about to celebrate, but Chen Luoqiu doused her enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. But what about your art examination? Jiang Yao, suddenly deflated like a frostbitten eggplant, lowered her head. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I feel I've hit a plateau. Despite my daily practice, I see no progress. Perhaps I truly need to find a more professional teacher for guidance. All right, let us earn some money first. When summer comes, I will help you find an excellent teacher. Chen Luoqiu understood this was the real reason Jiang Yao wished to earn. Remember to wake up early tomorrow. I'll take you to stock up. Jiang Yao smiled, knowing Chen Luoqiu would agree. Okay, Boss Chen, from now on, I shall be your subordinate. Jiang Yao's words were somewhat careless, prompting a frown from Chen Luoqiu. No. We can only consider ourselves partners, collaborators. Jiang Yao pouted, scoffing softly, and turned her attention back to examining the small nightlight, still baffled by how it could yield such considerable profits. After Chen Luoqiu sold the remaining nightlights and bid farewell to the Qin sisters, Jiang Yao tugged at Chen Luoqiu, insisting that she treat them. The two stopped by the roadside to order spicy hot pot. As Jiang Yao ate, she exclaimed about the spiciness. Observing her greasy visage, Chen Luoqiu mused that if he captured this moment, it could serve as leverage against her once she attained fame. He chuckled softly, pulling out a tissue to wipe her mouth. Jiang Yao's eyes widened in surprise, her body momentarily stiffened, before a beautiful smile graced her lips. This was the closest they had ever been in their lives. He owed her so much in the past, and it was imperative to cherish this life. At that moment, two individuals sat at a distance, silently observing their every move. Chapter 17. Liberating one's nature. The following day, Chen Luoqiu took Jiang Yao back to Rongqing, this time intending to procure more stock. The constant back and forth was not only a waste of time but also incurred considerable travel expenses. It was Jiang Yao's first visit to a wholesale market, and she was astounded by the myriad of products available. It was truly a dazzling array. She had never encountered such an assortment of peculiar items before, and the prices were remarkably low. On ordinary days, the students used backpacks, pencil cases, and fountain pens, all of which are generally priced under 10 yuan. Various hair accessories that girls adore can be purchased in packs for just a few yuan. Chen Luoqiu followed closely behind Jiang Yao, observing her enter each shop, seemingly oblivious to the purpose of their visit. Initially, Chen intended to indulge her, but eventually felt compelled to remind her, "Sister, we are here to restock. Please exercise some restraint." Jiang Yao, however, still appeared somewhat unsatisfied. Casting a sidelong glance at Chen Luoqiu, she pouted, "Oh, very well. Are we still looking for those small night lights from yesterday? I haven't seen any for sale." Chen Luoqiu nodded. "Yes, the night lights were only sold yesterday, so there should still be some available today. Additionally, as the weather grows warmer, let us procure another batch of small fans." Jiang Yao, lacking understanding, had no objections. "Once we finished restocking, shall we explore the city center?" High school students seldom find time to enjoy leisure, and Jiang Yao's playful spirit was ignited. Since Chen Luoqiu had missed the opportunity yesterday, she readily agreed to Jiang Yao's suggestion. "All right, let me take you somewhere." As before, Chen Luoqiu first left the goods with the shopkeeper, then strolled through the city center with Jiang Yao. They also visited the Shushan Conservatory of Music located at the south gate. Are there security guards? This posed no challenge for Chen Luoqiu. With a mature mindset, she strode confidently past the guards, even greeting them. In truth, most school security personnel only scrutinize students' appearances. As long as one does not look suspicious or anxious, they are unlikely to be stopped. They wandered through the school grounds, eventually making their way to Shushan University across the street. In the North Courtyard cafeteria, Chen Luoqiu cheerfully asked Jiang Yao, "How about you attend Shuyin and I go to Shuda? We could be neighbors." Jiang Yao stifled a laugh, nearly spitting out her food. "Please, with your grades, do you really think you could get into Shuda? What a joke." After teasing Chen Luoqiu, her mood dampened as she added, "And getting into Shuyin is no easy feat either." Chen Luoqiu, noticing her downcast expression, playfully patted her on the head. "Don't worry, there's still time." Jiang Ge. After the playful gesture, she quickly sidestepped to avoid retaliation. As anticipated, Jiang Yao sprang up and kicked at the spot where Chen Luoqiu had just been standing. Haha, a successful prediction. Chen Luoqiu felt a surge of pride. Jiang Yao, having kicked air, glared at Chen Luoqiu in frustration. "Chen Luoqiu, you, what about me? Let us go, time to head back to work." Chen Luoqiu exclaimed as she quickly prepared to flee. The two returned to retrieve their goods, laden with packages as they made their way to the train station. Chen Luoqiu, being who she was reluctant to hail a taxi, primarily because it was quite close. The fare wouldn't even cover the starting price. Jiang Yao trailed behind Chen Luoqiu, her face full of grievance. "Now I understand why you so readily agreed to me last night. You just see me as a laborer, don't you?" Chen Luoqiu, caught in Jiang Yao's observation, felt her lips twitch. "Is it that obvious?" As they walked, Jiang Yao suddenly fell silent behind her. Chen Luoqiu turned to see what was amiss. Jiang Yao stood there, her face a portrait of grievance as she gazed at him. Reluctantly, he returned and inquired, "What's the matter? Are you tired? Let us take a break. You stay here and don't move while I fetch a few oranges." Chen Luoqiu attempted a jest, yet alas, Jiang Yao did not comprehend. Her expression one of confusion. "What oranges? I want milk tea." TSK, in this era, even a jest goes unheard. How dreary. The two took a brief respite. Chen Luoqiu rummaged through Jiang Yao's bag, extracting a few items and placing them into his own. There, now it's manageable, isn't it? I could lift it with a single finger. Jiang Yao shot him a glare, muttering with a grin, now that's more like it. On the Sunday train, throngs of people crowded the carriages, all eager to return from weekend excursions. The aisles were filled to capacity. Chen Luoqiu offered his seat to an elderly couple and escorted Jiang Yao to the connecting passage of the train. Without concern for the dirt, he settled down on the floor. Observing his indifference, Jiang Yao followed suit, disregarding her own appearance. Chen Luoqiu then produced 2 masks from his pocket. Here, put on the mask. Noting Jiang Yao's puzzled expression, he grew somewhat impatient. Don't ask, you'll see soon enough. Jiang Yao found the sitting arrangement quite agreeable. With a broad view and ample space, though the occasional presence of smokers was discomforting. It was then she grasped the reason behind Chen Luoqiu's insistence on the mask, silently commending him and feeling a warmth in her heart. After a long day, fatigue overcame her, and she leaned against Chen Luoqiu's shoulder, gradually drifting into slumber. Upon returning to Qinghe, it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. Upon arriving at the small square, they discovered that their previous spot had already been occupied. Fortunately, Qin Lan had reserved a place for them. Chen Luoqiu gifted each of the sisters a small fan, as the weather in April had turned rather warm. The sisters had carried their goods all the way, enduring the sweltering heat, making the fans quite timely in their utility. Looking at the fan in her hand, Qin Ku remarked, "You truly have an eye for selection. This fan will surely sell out today." Chen Luoqiu blinked in delight. So, you recognize my prowess now? Qin Ku nodded, conceding the merit in his discerning taste. Meanwhile, Qin Lan busied herself with organizing her belongings, seemingly disinterested in Chen Luoqiu. However, he was resolute in engaging her. Sister Lan, have you pondered the matter we discussed yesterday? What matter from yesterday? She replied. The one about setting up a stall together. Qin Lan's expression soured slightly, sensing Chen Luoqiu's playful teasing. But you already have a partner, she replied softly. Can't the 3 of us work together? Feeling that Chen Luoqiu was being greedy, she shot him a reproachful glance and firmly declared, no. Witnessing Chen Luoqiu's rejection, Jiang Yao chuckled and remarked, Chen Luoqiu, I've noticed since Tang Wanqing broke up with you, your skin has indeed thickened considerably. What is the matter? Upon encountering a beautiful woman, do you immediately wish to engage with her? You misunderstand. My intention is merely to exchange insights about vendor experiences. With such trivial thoughts, who remains oblivious? It is evident that you are simply captivated by her beauty. Among the multitude of vendors, why have you not sought to connect with them? Turning to Qin Lan, she remarked, Sister Lan, pay him no mind. He has been rather peculiar lately. As she spoke, she gestured towards her head. Chen Luoqiu felt his thoughts laid bare, a tinge of embarrassment prompting him to clear his throat. You fail to comprehend, my dear, that beauty is indeed a valuable asset. Why else would I have agreed to your inclusion? After Chen Luoqiu finished speaking, Jiang Yao cast him a disapproving glance, thinking, where do you conjure such nonsensical arguments? Much like the previous day, business was scarce before twilight. The two sat idly, boredom enveloping them. Suddenly, Jiang Yao inquired, Chen Luoqiu, do your parents know you are selling goods? He shook his head, replying, no, they are unaware. Then what will you do with all these items if they remain unsold? Chen Luoqiu had not contemplated this dilemma. He candidly told Jiang Yao, I haven't thought that far ahead. I suppose I can sell everything, and if not, I'll simply give them away. Jiang Yao widened her eyes, incredulous at Chen Luoqiu's peculiar logic. Are you suggesting we must sell all these today? Of course. Otherwise, why have we brought so much? Chen Luoqiu teased, having no real intention of selling everything that day. Jiang Yao's spirits plummeted, initially brimming with confidence. She now felt disheartened after only a few sales over the past hour. She found it hard to believe they could sell all these items today. Noticing her despondence, Chen Luoqiu cheerfully asked, Jiang Yao, do you know what the first lesson in acting is? Jiang Yao looked puzzled. It is to liberate one's nature. Let loose. My dear Jiang. Jiang Yao responded, Chapter 18. What is he busy with? Chen Luoqiu began to instill a new perspective in Jiang Yao. Observe those skilled actors. They embody any role seamlessly, be it a clown, a villain, or even performing nude, without a trace of awkwardness. Jiang Yao appeared to grasp his point vaguely. Chen Luoqiu continued. In simple terms, it is about being unrestrained. Salesmanship and selling goods require the same audacity. Jiang Yao seemed to have an epiphany regarding Chen Luoqiu's notion of liberating one's nature, which essentially meant having a thick skin. Sensing her burgeoning understanding, he elaborated, for instance, if you enjoy music and serve as a broadcaster at school, you will surely find yourself on stage frequently, singing, dancing, hosting, or even performing before an audience. Hesitation is simply not an option. Easier said than done. Why not demonstrate a guerrilla performance for me right here? Chen Luoqiu declined. However, Jiang Yao's mention of a gorilla sparked a cold joke in his mind. He asked her, Jiang Yao, do you know which animal is the quietest when it is angry? Jiang Yao pondered seriously for a moment, shaking her head to indicate she did not know, and then eagerly asked, what is it? It is the gorilla you just mentioned, Chen Luoqiu replied with utmost seriousness. Jiang Yao, upon hearing this, remained baffled. Why? Chen Luoqiu performed an amusing imitation of an angry gorilla, pounding his chest while exclaiming, gorillas tend to be quite discreet when they're furious, ha ha ha. After finishing his jest, he burst into laughter himself. Jiang Yao finally grasped the humor, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she retorted, bah, Chen Luoqiu, you are nothing but a lewd rascal. Nearby, Qin Lan also caught wind of the joke, her face flushing as she stifled a giggle. Only Qin Ke regarded Chen Luoqiu with a look of utter bewilderment. After a playful scuffle, more customers began to trickle in. Jiang Yao seemed to have been inspired by Chen Luoqiu's antics. She stood up, shedding her shyness, and began to actively entice customers. Chen Luoqiu, grinning, thought to himself that his mission was accomplished. As the crowd swelled, Jiang Yao's newfound vigor led to a rapid sale of their merchandise. Overwhelmed with a sense of achievement, she noticed Chen Luoqiu, absorbed in counting the money, and remarked with a hint of frustration, Chen Luoqiu, all you do is collect money while my voice is nearly hoarse. I demand half of today's earnings. Observing her exasperation, Chen Luoqiu playfully teased, how can I possibly share half? Do you comprehend the concept of capital gains? Jiang Yao shot him a fierce glare, pouting in annoyance. Chen Luoqiu, can't you let me enjoy myself just once? He smiled gently, ceasing his teasing. All right, little Jiang. Do not be upset. This money will eventually become our capital. Once we save enough, I shall open a shop for you. Open a shop? How long will that take? Fear not, it won't be long, Chen Luoqiu replied confidently. During the weekend, Tang Wanqing remained home, engrossed in her studies. As evening approached, Wang Yalan invited her out for a shopping spree. Tang Wanqing, feeling a bit down lately and often distracted while reading, gladly accepted, yearning for a change of scenery after being cooped up for too long. They met at a bubble tea shop, each ordering a drink and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Wang Yalan casually inquired, Qing, have you been holed up at home for the past few days? Haven't you gone out? No, I've been revising, Tang Wanqing replied. Has Luo Jiaoyang not sought you out? Why would he look for me? Aren't they training over the weekend? True, but surely he could find time to take you out for a meal. Not at all. Why? Has your Chang'e been looking for you? As Tang Wanqing sipped her tea, her spirits lifted, and she began to tease her dear friend. Wang Yalan blushed, playfully admonishing, don't speak nonsense about Chang'e. I haven't even agreed to anything with him yet. Oh, but you're blushing. You two are clearly smitten. Isn't it only a matter of time? Wang Yalan felt a bit flustered by Tang Wanqing's remarks and quickly turned the tables. What about that Chen Luoqiu? Hasn't he sought you out? Tang Wanqing's expression shifted noticeably. No, but don't you live in the same neighborhood? Haven't you bumped into him at all? Tang Wanqing shook her head. I went to the internet CAF yesterday and saw He Fei and the monkey, but I didn't see Chen Luoqiu. What exactly is Chen Luoqiu preoccupied with? I have no idea. Listening to Wang Yalan, Tang Wanqing also felt a tinge of curiosity. Do you think he might be secretly studying at home? I cannot say for certain, but if he is indeed studying at home, that would be a positive development, at least from my perspective. Deep down, Tang Wanqing sincerely wishes for Chen Luoqiu to settle down and focus on his studies. It's perplexing. In any case, I truly believe Chen Luoqiu has undergone a transformation. As for the song he released last week, I searched high and low online yesterday but still could not find it. Do you think it's possible he wrote it himself? Tang Wanqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, took a sip of milk tea, and licked her lips, saying, I know he can play the guitar, but as for songwriting, I find that rather improbable. Speaking of his guitar skills, Tang Wanqing recalls her childhood when she was learning ballet, and Chen Luoqiu insisted on joining her. In the end, Liang Wenjie, feeling helpless, enrolled him in the same training school for piano lessons. Later, Chen Luoqiu took the initiative to learn guitar on his own, frequently showcasing his skills in front of her. Wang Yalan chuckled, realizing she might have been indulging in fanciful thoughts. She looked at Tang Wanqing and said, "I really love that song. Why don't you ask him where he found it? If you inquire, I'm sure he would tell you." Upon hearing this, Tang Wanqing sighed. "Not necessarily. He has been paying much attention to me lately." Wang Yalan detected the melancholy in Tang Wanqing's tone. "What's wrong? Regretting your decision? I believe you did the right thing. Clarifying things with him sooner would benefit both of you." Tang Wanqing shared the same sentiment. She merely regretted that her words had been a bit too harsh. However, that scoundrel Chen Luoqiu is indeed heartless. When he decided to ignore us, he truly did. Wang Yalan remained troubled by Chen Luoqiu's previous attitude. Suddenly recalling something, she asked Tang Wanqing, "Do you think Chen Luoqiu has been hanging out with Jiang Yao these days? Haven't they always been together?" No, I mean in a dating sense." Tang Wanqing fell silent. It is indeed a possibility. However, the conversation seemed to reach a dead end here. After sitting in silence for a while, Wang Yalan suggested they go for some snacks. Pointing to the nearby night market in a small square, she said, "Shall we go there later? There's someone selling beautiful little night lights for just 25 yuan. Only 25? If Chen Luoqiu heard this, he would certainly raise the price. A small night light for 25 yuan. The vendor must be weeping as they make an 18 yuan profit. Nevertheless, Tang Wanqing had lost her enthusiasm for shopping at that moment. "Never mind, I want to go. If I return home too late, my mother will scold me." "All right then. I want to go either." It's a pity they were so close to discovering what Chen Luoqiu had been busy with. Chapter 19. Kicked out. A new week began. Chen Luoqiu continued his routine of attending school and returning home, following a straightforward path. The life of a high school student is often so plain and monotonous. On Tuesday, before English class representative Li Yang returned to the classroom, clutching the examination papers. She cast a significant glance towards the corner where Chen Luoqiu and her peers were situated. Observing her gesture, the others recalled the wager between Chen Luoqiu and He Ziming from the previous week. Although Chen Luoqiu ultimately conceded, the expression she wore at that moment lingered in their memories. It was not one of defeat, but rather one imbued with a sense of pity and a hint of disdain. An eager classmate could no longer contain his excitement. "Come on, Li Yang. Hand me the papers. I shall distribute them." Sun Hui, seated in the front row, snatched the papers from Li Yang's hands and began to frantically search through them. The students were well aware of what he was looking for and patiently awaited the unfolding drama, watching him with amused smiles. Finally, upon discovering what he sought, Sun Hui suddenly fell silent, standing there in a daze. Li Yang silently observed as Sun Hui's expression transformed from glee to disbelief and finally to a state of shock, all the while stifling her laughter. She had previously seen Chen Luoqiu's exam paper in the office, and her astonishment then was not far less than what was unfolding now. He Fei, noticing Sun Hui's silence, approached him with a grin. "So, what is the verdict, Hui Ge? Are you ready to become an uncle?" Initially perplexed by He Fei's remark, Sun Hui suddenly comprehended and nodded, albeit with a tinge of pity directed at He Fei. The classmates erupted into laughter. He Ziming was the first to locate his own paper and, upon seeing the score of 91, thought to himself, "This is a sure win." He raised an eyebrow and grinned at Chen Luoqiu before searching for her name. Then, he too fell silent, quietly taking both exam papers back to his seat. Chen Luoqiu smiled upon his return, choosing not to expose the truth. After He Fei settled down, she whispered a few words into his ear. He Fei, with an unwilling expression, nodded. It seemed they had reached some sort of clandestine agreement. What on earth is happening? Someone could no longer restrain their curiosity and began to inquire about Chen Luoqiu's score. Eventually, a figure emerged from Li Yang, revealing that Chen Luoqiu had scored 116 points. No one dared to believe it was true. Typically, Chen Luoqiu barely managed to pass, often relying on guesswork. What they did not realize was that the 116 points were merely a display of her modesty. With this exam, she could have easily achieved 140 points. On Wednesday, Chen Luoqiu was unexpectedly summoned to the office by their homeroom teacher, Zhang Anghua. In the office, Zhang Anghua smiled and asked, "I heard you scored 116 in your English exam last week." Chen Luoqiu nodded with a grin, responding, "Yes." He was uncertain why Mr. Zhang had suddenly inquired about this, but assumed it was not a bad thing. "Is that all?" Chen Luoqiu wondered, sensing that the matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. "Indeed," Zhang Anghua sighed. "Ah, if only you had done this sooner." Chen Luoqiu detected an underlying message in Mr. Zhang's words. "If you have something to say, just say it directly, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Anghua regarded Chen Luoqiu and smiled subtly. "Very well, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. You must be aware that our class is an elite liberal arts track, where every student aspires to gain admission to prestigious universities. With this in mind, Zhang Onghua paused momentarily, casting a wistful glance at Chen Luoqiu, sensing an underlying tone. Chen Luoqiu felt perplexed. Is he attempting to expel me? What is happening? This was not part of my previous experience. Zhang Onghua continued, therefore, you may need to spend some time in another class, and upon improving your grades, you may return. This matter does not seem as straightforward as I had anticipated. In the past, the school would only expel students after the examinations had concluded. Chen Luoqiu listened calmly until Zhang Onghua finished, then inquired, I understand your point, Teacher Zhang. May I ask for the specific reasons? This put Zhang Onghua in a difficult position. He could not directly disclose the matter of the report to Chen Luoqiu. Some students act impulsively, disregarding the consequences. Although this student appeared composed, one could never tell if he might resort to actions that would embarrass the school. After some contemplation, he replied, the primary issue is indeed your academic performance, and furthermore, you should strive to foster better camaraderie with your classmates. Do you comprehend? His words were rather veiled. Yet Chen Luoqiu was no ordinary high school student. He understood that the crux of the statement lay in the latter half. Is there someone orchestrating events behind the scenes? This had not occurred in my previous life. It seems my recent prominence has drawn unwelcome attention. Could this be the rebounding boomerang of my reincarnation striking me? Chen Luoqiu was acutely aware that the school, in its pursuit of maintaining graduation rates and other academic metrics, advises certain students deemed unlikely to succeed to withdraw each year before the final year. Students with artistic or athletic talents are encouraged to participate in training programs to prepare for art or sports academies, while those whose grades do not meet the standards of the elite class are transferred to regular classes to ensure the academic success of the elite cohort. The tone of Zhang Onghua suggested that this situation had little room for negotiation. Deliberately adopting an angry demeanor, Chen Luoqiu sought to assert some influence. After all, such actions contravene the regulations set forth by the educational authorities. Teacher Zhang, should this matter not require my consent, are you not concerned that I might report you to the Education Bureau? Having served as a homeroom teacher for over a decade, Zhang Onghua had encountered all manner of students. He was not the type to be easily intimidated by mere words from Chen Luoqiu. Initially, he had wished to avoid confrontation. But upon hearing Chen Luoqiu invoke the Education Bureau, his expression darkened. This is the school's decision. You are welcome to report it and see if anyone pays heed to you. Zhang Onghua spoke with conviction. Qing'e First High School is a provincial key institution, a national model high school. Principal Wang Kaming is known to speak assertively within the Education Bureau. Over the years, there have indeed been reports of the school's irregularities, but they have generally been ineffectual. Many whistleblowers ultimately found themselves compelled to leave the school for various reasons. Zhang Onghua spoke with confidence. Chen Luoqiu initially intended to intimidate, hoping for a beneficial outcome. If not, he would contemplate alternative methods. Reporting proved ineffective, compelling him to explore other options. He remained silent in thought. Zhang Onghua, observing Chen Luoqiu's reticence, felt a surge of pride. With a mocking smile, he taunted Chen Luoqiu. If you wish to graduate from this institution, it would be wise to comply with the arrangements. Do not presume the Education Bureau is at your beck and call. Seeing Zhang Ongua's arrogant demeanor, Chen Luoqiu suddenly chuckled, recalling a particular incident. Zhang Onghua, in collaboration with his brother-in-law, had established a tutoring center off campus. Over the years, he had leveraged his reputation at the prestigious school to covertly coax students into attending supplementary classes at his institution, even going so far as to provide exam content in advance. In a past life, Zhang Onghua had faced dire consequences for pressuring a financially struggling student to attend these classes, leading to a tragic incident that eventually came to light. Zhang Onghua, unsettled by Chen Luoqiu's laughter, fell into a momentary silence, and an uncomfortable stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 20. The corrupt heart of academia. Chen Luoqiu pondered whether to expose this matter now, yet he remained uncertain if this was the appropriate moment. Tentatively, he queried Zhang Onghua, Teacher Zhang, how is your business at Tiancheng Education? Tiancheng Education was the tutoring center owned by Zhang Onghua. Upon hearing its mention, Zhang Ongua's expression darkened, his gaze turning menacing as he scrutinized Chen Luoqiu. What do you mean by that? He feigned ignorance. With a wry smile, Chen Luoqiu replied, Oh, nothing much, just inquiring. He chose to keep his remarks subtle, seeking only a minor reprisal for Zhang Ongua's earlier arrogance. He then directly addressed him, Very well, I respect the school's decision. To which class are you assigning me? Seeing Chen Luoqiu acquiesce, Zhang and Guo no longer hesitated. Pack your belongings and report to teacher Jiang Shaoqing in class 5. He then added, you should be familiar with teacher Jiang Shaoqing, right? His words dripped with evident mockery. Class 5 was the lowest performing class in the second year. And Jiang Shaoqing was a woman known throughout the school due to her tumultuous divorce, who in the second year was unaware of her. This signified that the school had entirely given up on Chen Luoqiu. Sighing, Chen Luoqiu asked, may I choose a different class for myself? The decision has been made by the school. There are only a few liberal arts classes, and besides, other homeroom teachers are unlikely to welcome you, Zhang and Guo retorted. Chen Luoqiu, feeling a sense of indignation, thought, has my reputation sunk so low? He replied nonchalantly, then I shall join a science class. In fact, during his first year, his science scores had surpassed those in the liberal arts. He had chosen the latter solely because of Tang Wanqing. Now, he considered a fresh start. After all, in this rebirth, studying had become a mere pastime. The hearts of those in the liberal arts were tainted. Perhaps it would be wiser to delve into the sciences. Who knows? He might even dabble in chip technology someday. Chen Luoqiu had made up his mind. Zhang and Guo, on the other hand, found himself somewhat at a loss due to Chen's determination. Internally, he scoffed, thinking, now you want to pursue a science track? You might as well go home. However, this was not his concern. His primary objective was to eliminate Chen Luoqiu from the equation. If you wish to join the science class, that's fine, but as I mentioned earlier, it depends on whether a homeroom teacher is willing to accept you. I understand. Teacher Zhang, may I have a week? I will promptly find a class that is willing to take me, Chen Luoqiu replied. Observing Chen's resolute demeanor, Zhang and Guo refrained from saying more. Ultimately, he had achieved his goal, and he dared not overstep. The words Tianqing education that Chen had just uttered lingered in his mind. He nodded in agreement, conceding to Chen Luoqiu. Emerging from the office, Chen Luoqiu wiped his face and slammed his fist against the railing. The individuals who were reporting him behind his back were indeed infuriating. After venting his frustration, he composed himself and headed towards the classroom. It seemed he needed to seek out Luoqiu. Chen silently contemplated that when he declared his intention to switch to a science class, Luoqiu was the first person who came to mind. Luoqiu, whose full name was Yu Xinghe, had been his homeroom teacher in his first year of high school, and they had shared a reasonably good relationship. However, he was uncertain whether Luoqiu would agree to let him transfer now, especially since the second year was nearing its end and every class was devising ways to eliminate underperforming students. As a liberal arts student, his transition was likely to hinder the class's progress, necessitating a clever approach to persuade Luoqiu. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Luoqiu scanned the faces of his classmates, suspecting he knew who had been undermining him. Yet, he found himself powerless to confront them, forcing him to endure the situation for the time being. He suddenly realized there was little worth clinging to. Many of his classmates looked down upon him, and only a few, such as He Fei, maintained a cordial relationship with him. As for Tang Wanqing, he hoped they would each fare well in their own ways. In the afternoon, the sky abruptly darkened, and torrential raindrops pelted the windows with a cacophony, while a fierce wind swept across the campus. Chen Luoqiu recalled the day of the airplane incident, which had been marked by similar thunder and lightning. His emotions were stirred, prompting him to write, "It seems the tempest understands my sentiments, as the verdant trees come forth to adorn the window panes. Half a life has passed, half a dream remains. I return to the classroom as a scholar once more. The youthful days still linger, yet only the sage illuminates the universe. When the storm subsides and the rain ceases, I shall again take up my pen to compose a new chapter." Chen Luoqiu had long lost much interest in his studies. Nevertheless, today's event served as a poignant reminder. Regardless of one's strength, one ultimately cannot defy the laws of nature, even with abundant foresight. Without a corresponding identity or academic credentials, it is exceedingly difficult to alter others' perceptions, to achieve significant accomplishments in the future. He recognized the necessity of surrounding himself with exceptional individuals who could help realize his aspirations. Determined, he resolved to elevate his academic performance, gain admission to a prestigious school, and forge connections with more talented peers. The torrential rain persisted late into the evening, bestowing a rare sense of coolness upon the stifling classroom. During evening study, Zhang Anghua sat quietly, withholding the news of Chen Luoqiu's impending departure. Today's Chen Luoqiu seemed utterly foreign to him. In the past, though often carefree, he had never dared to confront Zhang directly. It appeared that this situation had indeed struck a heavy blow to Chen Luoqiu. Zhang had no desire to provoke him further. However, while he could restrain his own tongue, he could not silence the whispers circulating among their classmates. The incident this morning, when Chen Luoqiu had slammed the railing at the office door, had been witnessed by many. They had never seen him express such fury, leading them to believe that the matter at hand was quite serious. Moreover, Chen Luoqiu's absence throughout the evening study session only fueled their speculations. Zhu Yu guessed that it was the letter he had written that had triggered this reaction, entertaining thoughts that Chen Luoqiu might be expelled from school, which filled him with a sense of secret satisfaction. Nevertheless, he chose not to engage in gossip with others, instead burying himself in his exam paper. His letter had garnered the signatures of several classmates, including one named Zhang Boyong, who had even asked his father to call the principal after returning home. Zhang Boyong suspected that this issue was likely connected to that letter. He overheard a few people behind him speculating wildly, completely missing the mark, and thought to himself, "Ask me. I know what happened." Anxious to make his presence known, he felt as though he was at the forefront of this unfolding drama. After a few moments of listening to their increasingly wild conjectures, Zhang Boyong could no longer contain himself. With a sigh, he turned around and proactively declared, "I know why Chen Luoqiu was so furious." The girls perked up at his assertion, their faces alight with curiosity, and inquired eagerly, "What do you know? Please share." This was precisely the reaction Zhang Boyong had hoped for. He pursed his lips, opened his mouth wide, and deliberately slowed his speech as he lowered his voice, saying, "He was reported, and there is a possibility he might be expelled." Chapter 21. Has Chen Luoqiu returned? Zhang Boyong's eagerness stemmed from the presence of Lu Yingying, the girl he admired, among the group. Upon hearing his revelation, the girls' faces transformed into expressions of alarm. Such occurrences were rare in the school. The extent of their mischief usually reached no further than petty reports or whispered criticisms behind each other's backs. Observing Zhang Boyong's gleeful demeanor, Lu Yingying sensed the gravity of the situation. She quietly asked, "Who? How do you know?" Zhang Boyong pointed to himself with a mischievous grin, responding, "How could I possibly know?" He then burst into laughter. "What could you possibly report about him? Chen Luoqiu doesn't he have anything worth reporting?" Zhang Boyong felt a pang of annoyance at Lu Yingying's defense of Chen Luoqiu. "How could that be? Have you forgotten about the broadcast station incident? He climbed over the wall, skipped classes, and surfed the internet. Surely that counts as violating school rules? Those are all things from the past. Lately, he has been quite serious. I can't help that. All I know is that I signed my name on the letter written by old Zhu." Despite their murmurs being barely audible, Zhu Kai, seated directly in front of Zhang Boyong, could still vaguely discern their conversation. A jolt of anxiety surged through Zhu Kai as he thought, "What on earth? Have I been sold out? What happened to our promise of confidentiality? Damn, Zhang Boyong is truly a liability." However, Zhu Kai did not feel anger. He understood that such matters were best addressed at noon, for they would inevitably come to light. He continued to eavesdrop, eager to hear the reactions of Lu Yingying and her friends regarding their report on Chen Luoqiu. Lu Yingying exchanged a glance with Tin Feifei, and together they let out a prolonged "oh," seemingly designed for Zhu Youcai's ears. Lu Yingying raised her voice teasingly, saying, "So it was Zhu Youcai who wrote it? That makes sense." Feeling the weight of their implications, Zhu Youcai scoffed inwardly, "Humph. I did not act out of spite against Chen Luoqiu." Chen Luoqiu enjoyed considerable popularity among the girls in class, thanks to his handsome appearance and charming personality, winning the hearts of many. Yet, they resented how he idolized Tang Wanqing while treating them as if they were invisible. Tang Wanqing possessed her own pride. Although she could laugh and joke with the girls, she always maintained a certain distance, inciting envy. The boys who surrounded her were often labeled as sycophants, and the girls relished the thought of seeing them humbled. In their minds, a girl constantly surrounded by boys could not possibly be virtuous, suggesting she was deliberately toying with their affections. Previously, Wang Yalan had supported Tang Wanqing for this very reason. Recently, Chen Luoqiu's actions had been perplexing, yet his distancing from Tang Wanqing was welcomed by the girls, contributing to his newfound popularity. Unfortunately, with Chen Luoqiu leading the pack and Luo Jiaoyang following closely, Zhu Youcai's emergence added a layer of jealousy to the mix. News of Zhu Youcai's report on Chen Luoqiu spread like wildfire. By the time the second evening study session concluded, nearly the entire class was aware. Poor Zhang Onghua had hoped to keep the matter discreet, only for the students to reveal everything. When Tang Wanqing learned of this, she stormed over to confront Zhu Youcai, her anger palpable. "Why did you do this?" she demanded. Zhu Youcai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tang Wanqing would be the first to accuse him directly. After a brief silence, he responded, I merely reported the situation to the school as it is. Chen Luoqiu has repeatedly violated school regulations. As the class study committee member and the only probationary party member in our class, I have the responsibility to foster a better learning environment for everyone. Zhu Yukai spoke with conviction, leaving Tang Wanqing at a loss for a rebuttal, fully aware of the truth in his words. Zhu Yukai is certainly not as selfless as he claims to be. Yet, she cannot bring herself to voice this sentiment. She gazes at Zhu Yukai in utter bewilderment. Even so, must you resort to such methods? Might you propose a more suitable alternative? Zhu Yukai, feeling irritable, retorts sharply at Tang Wanqing for defending Chen Luoqiu. What recourse does Tang Wanqing possess? Previously, she had spoken out for Zhu Yukai, chastising Chen Luoqiu. Now, as she attempts to advocate for Chen Luoqiu, she finds herself devoid of any grounds to counter Zhu Youcai's assertions. Tang Wanqing regards Zhu Yukai coldly for a prolonged moment before shaking her head and departing the classroom. Her heart heavy with discontent. It was for her sake that Chen Luoqiu had joined this class, yet now she feels his presence slipping away. She had never contemplated how her life would unfold if one day Chen Luoqiu truly vanished from it. It seems that much of this turmoil is indeed her fault. Chen Luoqiu is once again on the verge of being cast aside. What a profound blow must this be for him. He has been striving so earnestly. Why can he not be afforded a mere chance? If he leaves Class 1, where else can he possibly go? Tang Wanqing yearns to seek out Chen Luoqiu to offer him some solace. However, since the afternoon dismissal, she has not encountered him again. Evening study sessions have concluded, and the wind continues to howl outside. Standing at the bus stop at the school's entrance, she recalls that fateful night when she chastised Chen Luoqiu right here. All for Zhu Yukai's sake. Chen Luoqiu had merely stood there in silence. Reflecting on it now, many significant changes began at this very spot. The two childhood friends, once inseparable, are now on the brink of becoming strangers. Was it I who was in the wrong? Tang Wanqing mentally questions, yet finds no answer. She waits at the bus stop for a while but sees no sign of Chen Luoqiu. Reluctantly, she boards a bus to return home. Outside Chen Luoqiu's building, she paces for some time before finally deciding to go up and seek him out. Knocking gently on the door, she hears a voice from within. Scolding for forgetting keys. You never learn, do you? Liang Wenjie soon opens the door, her initial embarrassment and surprise quickly replaced by a smile. Ching, what brings you here? It's been ages since you last visited us. Come in. Tang Wanqing returns a smile and inquires, Aunt Liang, has Chen Luoqiu returned? Not yet. Didn't you come back together? Liang Wenjie is aware of the history between Tang Wanqing and Chen Luoqiu, yet she bears no ill will toward Tang Wanqing. Recently, Chen Luoqiu's performance has pleased her. Boys, after all, must undergo trials to mature. As Tang Wanqing hears that Chen Luoqiu has not yet returned, a wave of concern washes over her. She longs to share the events of the day with Liang Wenjie but refrains, just as she prepares to take her leave. Familiar footsteps echo from downstairs. Chapter 22. Then let us bid farewell properly. Chen Luoqiu did not attend evening self-study. Instead, he sought out Yu Xinghe. Upon learning the purpose of his visit, Yu instinctively refused and advised Chen against his reckless endeavor. Eventually, after Chen's repeated assurances, he reluctantly agreed to grant Chen a chance. Should Chen fail to meet his academic expectations in the final examinations, he would be compelled to leave unconditionally. As Chen Luoqiu encountered Tang Wanqing at his doorstep, he momentarily paused and offered her a faint smile. Observing her expression, he surmised the reason for her late visit. With his concerns regarding Yu now alleviated, he felt a weight lift from his heart and candidly inquired, Are you already aware? Tang Wanqing nodded. Did you come to find me? She affirmed with another nod. Chen Luoqiu set down his bag, greeted his parents, and descended the stairs with Tang Wanqing. Mr. and Mrs. Chen were unfazed. They understood that young people often had matters they preferred to discuss privately. At the foot of the apartment building, Tang Wanqing broke the silence. Aunt Liang and the others are still oblivious, aren't they? Yes, I only learned about it today, he replied. Are you not planning to inform them? Such a significant matter, the school will undoubtedly notify them. Old Zhang assured me he would refrain from informing my family. What do you mean by not informing them? Don't you wish to fight for it a little longer? You should allow Uncle Chen and Aunt Liang to think of solutions. Since no formal notice has been given, there must be room for negotiation. Tang Wanqing's emotions began to rise. She was quite vexed with Chen Luoqiu's current demeanor. This is not up for debate. I shouldn't have been in Class 1 to begin with. So, you have willingly accepted this fate, have you? Tang Wanqing interpreted Chen's words with frustration, feeling exasperated with him. Chen Luoqiu, tell me, what do you truly want? You are only 17. If you do not attend school, what else will you pursue? Will you become a network administrator like them? Or do you intend to join Uncle Chen in selling furniture? I heard from my father that the factory is struggling, and Uncle Chen is borrowing money everywhere. Are you? As she spoke, her agitation grew. She had thought Chen Luoqiu had matured, but it appeared otherwise. She detested his carefree, unambitious attitude. The more she spoke, the more Chen Luoqiu felt a disconnect between them. It was merely a change of class. How had it escalated to dropping out? He quickly interjected, "Who said I was dropping out?" Realizing that Tang Wanqing had come to him under the misconception that he had been expelled, he thought to himself, "No wonder she ran to find me at this late hour. Someone must have spread that rumor." When Tang Wanqing heard Chen Luoqiu claim he had not been expelled, her words caught in her throat. "You not expelled? Then where did you go last night?" Chen Luoqiu found her reaction amusing and explained. "Old Zhang mentioned the school wanted to transfer me to Class 5, which I obviously opposed, so I went to seek alternatives." "Transferred to Class 5? "Yes, Class 5. I'm not expelled, merely changing classes." Tang Wanqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, transferring to Class 5 is indeed quite unfortunate. Chen Luoqiu detected a notable calmness in Tang Wanqing's tone. Looking at her, he chuckled and remarked, "There's nothing to be done. Exceptional individuals invariably attract envy." Tang Wanqing, observing his light-hearted demeanor at such a moment, couldn't help but let out a chuckle. This was the arrogant Chen Luoqiu she remembered. It had been a while since they shared such a relaxed moment. "So what do you plan to do?" "I want to switch to Class 8. To be with Luoqiu. I intend to seek him out tonight." "Class 8. Isn't that the science class?" Tang Wanqing thought she had misheard, her tone growing anxious once more. "Aren't you being reckless? The college entrance examination is just around the corner, and you want to dive into science now? Well, I've made up my mind. It doesn't make much difference. I haven't learned much in the past 6 months. In hindsight, I should have heeded your advice. Since I have the opportunity to choose again, I wish to rectify this mistake." Chen Luoqiu mused to himself. However, this statement left a somewhat bitter taste in Tang Wanqing's mouth. When the classes were initially assigned, she had believed Chen Luoqiu had a solid grasp of physics, chemistry, and biology, and had suggested he pursue science. Unfortunately, he had refused, insisting on staying in Class 1 with her. Now, with Chen Luoqiu labeling his previous choice as a mistake, did that imply he viewed their initial selection as erroneous as well? It seemed he was indeed in the process of correcting it. This had been her aim when she chastised Chen Luoqiu. Yet, now that her goal was realized, she felt no joy whatsoever. "You need not worry about the college entrance examination. I will strive diligently." Tang Wanqing nodded affirmatively. "All right, then best of luck." Ultimately, she refrained from saying more. They parted ways at the foot of her building, one ascending the stairs while the other faded into the darkness. After school on Friday, He Fei and the monkey assisted Chen Luoqiu in moving his belongings to Class 8. In truth, it was not far at all, merely a floor above. Chen Luoqiu could have managed it alone, but he appreciated the goodwill of his friends. In the classroom of Class 8, Chen Luoqiu encountered the girl he had asked for directions on his first day back at school. He felt a twinge of embarrassment about his past behavior. Covering his face, he pretended not to see her and quietly walked past. Yet, the girl had no intention of letting him off easily. With a playful laugh, she teased, "Aren't you He Ziming? Oh, wait, I should call you Chen Luochuang, correct?" Chen Luoqiu was taken aback, coughing several times in surprise as he feigned astonishment. "Oh, is that you? Hello, I am Chen Luoqiu, pleased to meet you." Beside him, He Ziming appeared utterly bewildered. "Xiaoyi, what did you just mean by that?" Xiaoyi cast a sideways glance at Chen Luoqiu and said to He Fei, "It's nothing significant. He Fei, you ought to be cautious about the friends you make, lest some individuals misuse your names for mischief." Chen Luoqiu chuckled and playfully nudged He Fei. "Hey, He Fei, do you two know each other?" He Fei felt even more confused, unable to comprehend their exchange. He retorted to Chen Luoqiu, "Aren't you acquainted with her?" This once again plunged into Chen Luoqiu's memory void. However, just now He Fei addressed her as Xiaoyi, and Chen Luoqiu felt a flicker of recognition. Was she a classmate from the first year of high school? Of course, she recognized Xiaoyi. Chen Luoqiu feigned ambiguity as she spoke. "Oh, now you remember?" Xiaoyi scoffed. "I wonder who pretended not to know me back then." With a look of schadenfreude, she inquired about Chen Luoqiu's predicament. "What's the matter? Were you kicked out?" Chen Luoqiu felt a bit embarrassed. Had this incident become common knowledge? Noticing Chen Luoqiu's discomfort, Xiaoyi refrained from pressing further and directed her to place her belongings in the last row. She was the class president of Class 8. and her presence today was due to an arrangement made by Yu Xinghe, waiting for a new student to move in. After relocating her items, Chen Luoqiu invited a few classmates to dinner, claiming it was a farewell to their study life in Class 1. It was unclear who leaked the information, but soon classmates from Class 1 began to arrive spontaneously to bid farewell to Chen Luoqiu. Consequently, the table meant for 4 quickly expanded to accommodate 6, then 12. Several had already dined at home, but came to join the festivities. Chen Luoqiu quietly asked He-Fei, "Was it you who spread the news about our dinner?" After which, he chastised the group. "You bunch of rascals, can't you tone it down a bit? You've devoured my monthly allowance." He declared, "I won't take responsibility. This meal is on Higongzi." The others understood Chen Luoqiu was joking, and laughter erupted without concern. Only He-Fei wore a look of discomfort, unable to oppose. This was the consequence of a previous wager with Chen Luoqiu. Little did they know that due to a mere floor separation, many of those present would never again engage in any form of communication with Chen Luoqiu. Chapter 24. We have Zhu Yukai at the end of April. The long-anticipated spring sports meeting arrived. However, the enthusiasm for participation proved to be another matter entirely. Due to the frequent illnesses of the physical education teacher, the overall athletic ability of the students was rather lacking. As the registration deadline approached, many classes failed to meet the school's requirements for both the number of participants and events. Class 8 faced a similar dilemma, with several events lacking any sign-ups. The sports representative, Tang Chuan, found himself in a quandary over this issue and ultimately had to pass the responsibility back to the class teacher, Yu Xinghe. Upon reviewing the list provided by Tang Chuan, Yu Xinghe noticed that Chen Luoqiu had not registered for a single event. With a cheerful demeanor, he swiftly filled in 3 events for her: high jump, long jump, and 1,500 meters. Tang Chuan observed Yu's audacious maneuver, feeling puzzled. He was not well acquainted with Chen Luoqiu and was unaware of her capabilities. Previously, when he encouraged everyone to sign up, Chen Luoqiu had remained indifferent. Yet now you had assigned her 3 events. Though the emphasis was on participation, the potential for embarrassment loomed for the entire class. After completing the registration form, Yu Xinghe returned it to Tang Chuan. The young woman suggested that you discuss with Xia Yi and encourage her to undertake some responsibilities traditionally assigned to girls. At present, Chen Luoqiu is focused on self-cultivation and remains exceptionally low profile in class, abstaining from all extracurricular activities. Naturally, he had no intention of participating in the upcoming sports meet. When Tang Chuan approached him, mentioning that you had assisted him in registering for 3 events, Chen Luoqiu was left momentarily speechless. Yet, he found himself unable to refuse, burdened as he was by the considerable favor he owed to Yu Xinghe. Tang Chuan, perceiving Chen Luoqiu's silence as concern over his capabilities, cheerfully reassured him. "It's all about participation." He then offered a comforting pat on Chen Luoqiu's shoulder. The week was tightly packed, 2 days for midterm examinations followed by 3 days of the sports meet. For the majority of students, the sports meet was rather enjoyable, as it meant no classes and the freedom to roam around the school, indulging in comics and novels without supervision. Some even managed to sneak out, seldom caught. On the day of the sports meet's opening ceremony, Chen Luoqiu glanced around and was pleasantly surprised by the number of beautiful girls in attendance. Particularly noteworthy were the flag bearers chosen from each class, all of whom were of a caliber akin to the school's most admired. Although he could not discern faces from a distance, the legs alone were enough to spark ample conversation among his peers. Some classes had humorously appointed less attractive individuals as flag bearers, which Chen Luoqiu promptly disregarded. In this era, the sports meet's opening ceremony lacked the flair of its future iterations. There were no extravagant formations or themed parades. Each class presented a uniform appearance in their school uniforms, which, while acceptable collectively, lacked aesthetic appeal when considered individually. In contrast, he recalled the exquisite uniforms from Japan and Taiwan, which he had previously bought for his girlfriend. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Tang Wanqing, the flag bearer for Class 2, did not surprise Chen Luoqiu. What did astonish him was her attire: a white shirt, a blue pleated skirt, and black shoes. A combination that was simply breathtaking. Even amidst a sea of beauties, she stood out remarkably. The only drawback was the absence of black stockings. The leader of Class 8 was Xia Yi, who, though equally beautiful, was clad in the standard school uniform. Chen Luoqiu silently rated this choice poorly. The leader of Class 9 was naturally Jiang Yao, sporting short hair, a sweatshirt, and jeans, embodying the quintessential girl next door. Chen Luoqiu smiled knowingly and gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Yao was busy these days, serving as a broadcaster responsible for reading letters from various classes and announcing competition updates. As for Chen Luoqiu's events, high jump and triple jump, both were scheduled for the first day. Objectively speaking, he was competent in each athletic discipline. Yet he felt a disparity when compared to those who trained rigorously in sports. After 3 rounds of competition, his triple jump achieved a distance of 11.8 meters, securing him a modest 6th place and yielding a mere 3 points. However, this was an unexpected delight for Class 8. As Chen Luoqiu emerged from the sandpit, Tang Chuan hurried over to brush the sand off his clothes. With a smile, he playfully remarked, "You've got some skill, kid. You jumped farther than I did. Old you certainly has an eye for talent." Initially, he believed that Old you had merely enrolled Chen Luoqiu to make up the numbers. But he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Chen Luoqiu possessed genuine talent. This revelation alleviated some of the pressure on him. When the high jump competition commenced, over a dozen classmates gathered to cheer for Chen Luoqiu. The high jump, akin to the long jump, follows a straightforward format without preliminary rounds. Competitors begin at a set height and are allowed 3 attempts to clear it before elimination. The bar is raised progressively until a champion is declared. High school athletes typically use the straddle technique for the jump. Only those who specialize in high jumping employ the phosphori flop, a method that, while prone to injury, offers a significant advantage once mastered. As the bar reached 1.5 meters, Chen Luoqiu had failed his first 2 attempts. When it was his turn again, the onlookers held their breath, anticipating his potential elimination. Just when everyone assumed he would falter, Chen Luoqiu took a running start, leaped, and executed a flawless phosphori flop, his body arching gracefully as he cleared the bar. He can do the flop? Incredible! The crowd erupted in excitement. Jiang Ting, in a frenzy, seized Xia Yi's hand, exclaiming, "Xia Yi, did you see that? He just cleared it with the flop." Ultimately, Chen Luoqiu secured 3rd place in the high jump, earning 6 points for his class. Thus, he contributed a remarkable 9 points to Class 8, surpassing Tang Chuan, the sports committee member, by 2 points. This unexpected triumph delighted his classmates, prompting the girls to compose a celebratory report. Class 8, charging forward. Good news. In the recently concluded men's high jump competition, our own Chen Luoqiu has clinched 3rd place. Chen Luoqiu, you are our pride, and we are immensely proud of you. Keep it up, athletes of Class 8. Jiang Yeo, stationed at the makeshift broadcasting station near the podium, finished reading the announcement from Class 8 and glanced toward their resting area, where several girls were surrounding Chen Luoqiu, offering him tea and fanning him. She squinted slightly and muttered, "He certainly can't seem to settle down anywhere." In stark contrast to Class 8's exuberance, the atmosphere in Class 1 was quite different. Lu Yingying, upon hearing the announcement from Class 8, felt a surge of irritation. She grumbled, "Oh, come on. It hasn't even been a few days, and now he has their Chen Luoqiu? How shameless." He Fei, grinning mischievously, added fuel to the fire, "But we still have Zhu Yukai in our class. Let us cheer him on." Laughter erupted as everyone rallied to support Zhu Yukai, whose face turned a shade of green. He had only registered for the 400-meter middle distance race, scheduled for the following day, and he knew well that securing a place would be a formidable challenge. Zhang Boyong noticed Zhu Youcai's troubled expression and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Look, frequently climbing walls to skip class certainly aids in high jumping and long jumping. Yet, in the same vein of wall climbing, He Fei, why do you struggle?" Laughter erupted once again, as the group comprised Zhu Youcai's close friends. One of them added mockingly, "With legs as long as Chen Luoqiu's. It's a pity she doesn't ride a tricycle." Unable to counter the jest, he Zimming quietly withdrew to the side. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "The women's 200-meter preliminaries have begun. Let's go cheer for Tang Wanqing." This announcement stirred the entire class into a state of excitement. Chapter 23, Junior. You were quite the troublemaker. After Chen Luoqiu departed, the class returned to its usual tranquility. The news of her transfer from the liberal arts class to the science class sparked considerable discussion among the second-year students. Such occurrences are rare within the school. The consensus among classmates was that Chen Luoqiu merely sought a high school diploma, likely intending to abandon her studies after the college entrance examination. Young people's attention spans shift rapidly, as they are perpetually in pursuit of the latest and most popular topics. The gossip hidden in various corners of the campus is, after all, their favorite subject matter. It was rumored that on a day in mid-April, Luo Jiaoyang officially confessed his feelings to Tang Wanqing on the rooftop. Furthermore, insiders revealed that on the same evening, they observed Luo Jiaoyang and Tang Wanqing strolling on the playground, their demeanor intimate. This implied that Zhu Yukai had been completely sidelined. Meanwhile, Chen Luoqiu led a hermit-like existence in Class 8, toiling away in the corner of the classroom as if invisible. She needed to swiftly catch up on the knowledge of physics, chemistry, and biology that she had previously neglected in order to keep pace with the coursework. Chen Luoqiu's life took on a new rhythm, rising at 6 for a morning run, studying until midnight, attending school punctually, and spending weekends selling goods with Jiang Yao. Her vitality became her sole advantage. Jiang Yao wholeheartedly supported Chen Luoqiu's transfer to Class 8, harboring a certain animosity towards Tang Wanqing. As for the shift to the sciences, Jiang Yao saw it as no big deal. If all else failed, she could always repeat the year. Jiang Yao's class was adjacent to Chen Luoqiu's, allowing her to catch glimpses of Chen Luoqiu as she exited the classroom, which brought her joy. It was only when Jiang Yao appeared at the classroom door that the students of Class 8 would remember Chen Luoqiu in the corner. Of course, Chen Luoqiu was not entirely without acquaintances in Class 8. Xia Yi, Jiang Ting, and Su Xiaobei were all good friends from her first year. Class 8 was merely an ordinary science class, not particularly poor, but not exceptional either. Xia Yi excelled academically, which typically would preclude her from being in Class 8. However, she resolutely chose this class due to her loyalty to Luoqiu, despite the repeated attempts of the grade leader to persuade her otherwise, ultimately allowing her to remain. Under the influence of Xia Yi, the learning atmosphere in Class 8 has remained quite commendable. However, the majority of students here possess relatively weak foundational knowledge or exhibit severe academic disparities, resulting in a noticeable gap when compared to the elite classes. Recently, Chen Luoqiu has been self-studying physics, chemistry, and biology, often seeking assistance from Xia Yi whenever he encounters difficulties. In his previous life, he and Xia Yi had minimal interactions. After the second-year class division, their conversations dwindled significantly. He vaguely heard that Xia Yi later gained admission to Huai Medical University, ultimately becoming a female doctor of medicine. During another lengthy break, Chen Luoqiu was engrossed in his studies within the classroom when a figure abruptly appeared at his desk. Looking up, he saw Joanna. "Oh, senior. What brings you here?" Chen Luoqiu started to speak but was interrupted by Joanna. "Junior, you seem to be quite the busy bee. What brings you to this place?" "This is a long story," he began, but Joanna continued, "Never mind. I already know. I support you, Junior." Joanna smiled warmly at Chen Luoqiu. She had initially sought him in Class 1 but, upon failing to locate him, was informed by others that he had transferred to Class 8. Although surprised by his class change and shift in academic focus as a senior in her final year, she could comprehend his motivations. In truth, if one puts in sufficient effort during their senior year, even those with weaker foundations can still gain admission to university. After expressing her support, Joanna shifted to a more serious topic. "It has been a while, and I haven't received a response from you. Are you truly planning to decline my invitation?" Since receiving her invitation, Chen Luoqiu had refrained from replying, as he was reluctant to attend and thus chose silence. He thought that by delaying his response, Joanna would eventually understand his sentiments, allowing the matter to fade away. To his surprise, Joanna had come to confront him directly. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Luoqiu forced a smile and said, "Senior, look at me." He held up his chemistry book for her to see. "I genuinely have no time right now. Transitioning to the sciences mid-course means I have quite a bit to catch up on." This was Chen Luoqiu's clear refusal. Joanna felt a pang of disappointment. She bit her lip and playfully reproached him. "TSK, you ran off to the broadcasting room last time, wishing the seniors well. Now that we invite you, you suddenly hesitate?" Chen Luoqiu was momentarily at a loss for words. How did even the seniors know I had entered the broadcasting room without permission? "Just consider it a favor for your senior, will you, Junior?" Joanna adopted a pitiful expression and even pouted. This was too much for Chen Luoqiu to resist. He hesitated and said, enough with the buts. Just sing that song again. It won't take much of your time," Joanna interjected. After contemplating, Chen Luoqiu finally relented. "All right. I'll give it a try." Joanna smiled subtly, a glint of mischief in her eyes, thinking to herself, "Gotcha, I will win you over." As they discussed the rehearsal details, Joanna suddenly became inquisitive. "Junior, what is your relationship with Jiang Yao?" Why are we suddenly talking about Jiang Yao?" "We are good friends." "Do you know Jiang Yao, senior?" "What does good friend mean?" Chen Luoqiu suddenly introduced a term that left Xiao Anna puzzled. "Well, it simply means a close companion. I recommended her to the broadcasting station. Do you think we are unfamiliar with each other?" Xiao Anna, with a proud yet skeptical expression, inquired, "Is she really just a friend, willing to take such a significant risk for you?" Well, we were classmates in middle school and played in a band together. Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu's explanation, she seemed to grasp something. No wonder. Was that song truly not written by you? This question posed a challenge for Chen Luoqiu to answer. If I were to claim it was my own composition, it might seem rather shameless. Conversely, if I denied it, it feels as though I lack credibility. If I were to say it was penned by a friend who gifted it to me, would you believe that? No, I wouldn't. Then let us just assume it was indeed my work. Chen Luoqiu initially intended to engage in a playful ruse, yet it appeared that no one was convinced. Who were the lyrics written for? For myself. So, you were indeed rejected, weren't you? Cough, senior, that is not quite fair. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Just remember to arrive on time for the rehearsal. After saying this, she seemed to recall something. Oh, I forgot to mention. Jiang Yao will also be participating in our evening event. You must put on a splendid performance then. Before leaving, she picked up a small figurine from Chen Luoqiu's desk and toyed with it for a moment. I'll take this as my gift. With a radiant smile, she departed. Chen Luoqiu silently nodded in agreement, having no objections. This was a new item they recently acquired, a small figurine infused with mosquito-repelling fragrance. As the mosquitoes in the school classrooms were overwhelming, Chen Luoqiu had brought several to school, ensuring that nearly every classmate in Class 8 had one. It wouldn't hurt to gift one to Senior Anna as well. Chapter 25, the fortunate one in Class 8, CIE was participating in the 200-meter race. Classmates gathered to cheer her on. Chen Luoqiu stood in the front row, having discreetly produced a small fan. Enjoying the breeze while watching the female classmates warm up on the track, Tang Wanqing was in the first lane, and CIE was in the second. Both clad in athletic shorts, their long, fair legs dazzlingly captivating. Tang Chuan approached Chen Luoqiu, patting her on the shoulder. Bro, you're doing great today. Chen Luoqiu retracted her gaze, glancing at Tang Chuan, and replied without hesitation, Thank you. You're impressive too. Tang Chuan felt slightly irked by Chen Luoqiu's tone, pondering why she seemed so unyieldingly confident, lacking any modesty. No wonder she was cast aside by the first class. Could her emotional intelligence be that low? Tang Chuan awkwardly cleared his throat, hastily shifting the topic. Tang Wanqing was in the same class as you before, correct? Yes. Who do you have more faith in? Her or Xiaoyi? Xiaoyi. Chen Luoqiu had been contemplating who was stronger between Xiaoyi and Tang Wanqing, but upon hearing Tang Chuan's question, she responded without a moment's thought. Why? Tang Chuan appeared somewhat surprised by Chen Luoqiu's answer. Xiaoyi bears less burden. Tang Chuan momentarily failed to comprehend the situation, but as his gaze returned to the field, enlightenment struck him. Goodness, how astute. He cast a disdainful glance at Chen Luoqiu. Your thought process is simply remarkable. If Xiaoyi were to overhear you, you would be in grave trouble. What do you mean? I remarked that Tang Wanqing is exceedingly conspicuous, and thus may feel considerable pressure, while Xiaoyi bears a significantly lighter burden. Is there an issue with that? Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu's explanation, Tang Chuan pondered that it indeed seemed plausible. Could it be that his thoughts were less than pure? Just as he intended to delve deeper into this topic with Chen Luoqiu, a voice floated over from beside them. Pa, a couple of lecherous fools. Chen Luoqiu turned to see Jiang Ting standing nearby. Jiang Ting, a close confidant of Xiaoyi, was notorious for her penchant for gossip. A cold sweat broke out on Chen Luoqiu's brow. Surely, she hadn't overheard his earlier remarks? Chen Luoqiu, how shameless you are. If Xiaoyi wins, it will be due to her regular running and training, not the nonsense you've been spouting. Chen Luoqiu felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that indeed his words had been heard. He hastily clarified, I merely stated that Xiaoyi must train frequently, thus she feels no burden in such competitions. Tang Chuan, your mind is truly unclean. With that, he purposefully shook his head, indicating a lack of familiarity with Tang Chuan. Just as Tang Chuan was about to retort, the sharp crack of a gunshot signaled the official start of the race. Xiaoyi surged ahead. Her posture and arm movements clearly revealed she had received professional training. In contrast, the other girls flailed about, their arm swings and strides disorganized, lacking even the fundamental technique to generate power. The quality of the girls' 200-meter heat was notably poor. Some had barely run 50 meters before they surrendered, most likely there to merely make up the numbers. In the end, only Tang Wanqing and Xiaoyi remained in contention, much to the audience's delight as they cheered for the two stunning beauties in fierce competition. The race concluded swiftly. As Chen Luoqiu had anticipated, Xiaoyi decisively claimed first place, advancing to the semifinals with ease, appearing as though she had hardly exerted herself. Though burdened Tang Wanqing secured second place, also progressing to the semifinals. However, she was in a significantly worse state, flushed and drenched in sweat. At that moment, she leaned on her knees, gasping for breath, evoking a sense of sympathy from onlookers. Jiang Ting nudged Chen Luoqiu from behind, urging, "Aren't you going to bring her some water? This is the perfect moment to curry favor." Chen Luoqiu was perplexed. "Isn't she your good friend? Why don't you go?" Jiang Ting, recognizing Chen Luoqiu's misunderstanding, shot him a look of exasperation and pointed at Tang Wanqing. "What are you thinking? I'm talking about her. Isn't she your childhood sweetheart?" Before Chen Luoqiu could respond, Wang Yalan and Zhu Yukai rushed over, offering water and towels with enthusiastic diligence. Well, it seemed that no favors were left to be given. Chen Luoqiu was bewildered by Zhu Yukai's unexpected eagerness. Hadn't he been said that Tang Wanqing had already agreed to be with Luo Jiaoliang? Just then, Jiang Ting, with a curious expression, inquired, "Wait. Chen Luoqiu, what is your situation? Are you really giving up?" Chen Luoqiu looked at Jiang Ting in surprise, wondering how she seemed to know everything. "Please do not regard me with such an expression. I am already aware of your trivial matters without needing to pry," Jiang Ting remarked, raising an eyebrow, implying that there was no need for concealment. Chen Luoqiu thought to himself, indeed, if it were not for Jiang Ting and her gossiping friends, how could the various rumors within the school spread so swiftly? He clasped his hands together and said, "I humbly ask Sister Ting to show mercy in the future. I express my gratitude in advance." Jiang Ting, relishing the moment, threw him a flirtatious glance and replied, "That will depend on your future conduct." She then burst into laughter. As the two engaged in conversation, Xia Yi approached. Chen Luoqiu, upon seeing her, handed her the water he held and praised. "I never imagined you were so adept at running." Jiang Ting cleared her throat and shot a glare at Chen Luoqiu, beginning to complain. "Chen Luoqiu said you." Before she could finish, Chen Luoqiu swiftly covered her mouth and told Xia Yi, "Yes. I was just saying that your running posture is remarkably professional. You are bound to advance." Jiang Ting stared at Chen Luoqiu in shock. She never anticipated he would have the audacity to cover her mouth in front of so many people. Gritting her teeth, she lifted her foot and stepped down on his. Chen Luoqiu winced in pain, exclaiming, and released Jiang Ting. She hurriedly informed Xia Yi. "Chen Luoqiu said you run faster than Tang Wanqing because yours is smaller than hers." Feeling a chill run down his spine, Chen Luoqiu quickly shrank back. In her urgency, Jiang Ting failed to lower her voice, and their classmates overheard. Xia Yi furrowed her brows, turned to Chen Luoqiu with a fierce gaze, her teeth clattering in anger. Just as she was about to kick him, Chen Luoqiu, sensing danger, took off running, explaining, "I did not say that, Jiang Ting. You gossiping fiend, you've doomed me." Jiang Ting, now devoid of anger, seemed to have forgotten Chen Luoqiu's reckless act, laughing heartily, "That is precisely what you meant. I heard it with my own ears." At that moment, Tang Chuan stepped forward to corroborate. Indeed, Chen Luoqiu meant exactly that. Xia Yi, disregarding her recent exertion from the 200-meter dash, sprinted after him. This scene caught the attention of many on the playground, who murmured in disbelief. How is it that he is always in the midst of such chaos? Is Chen Luoqiu not some sort of lucky charm, attracting all the school beauties? First, he was scolded by Tang Wanqing at the school gate, and now he is being chased by Xia Yi across the playground. Standing not far away, Tang Wanqing had initially noticed Chen Luoqiu and, seeing him laughing with Jiang Ting, felt a pang of displeasure, akin to witnessing her partner's infidelity. As she observed Xia Yi angrily pursuing him, she was momentarily perplexed by their relationship. However, when Wang Yalan informed her of Chen Luoqiu's remark, Tang Wanqing's face flushed crimson, biting her lip as she cursed, "Bah, lecher. He deserves a beating." Yet, deep within, she felt a flicker of pride, convinced that it was indeed this very reason that caused her to lose to Xia Yi, as she had indeed felt a sense of being held back during the race. Xia Yi pursued Chen Luoqiu for a while, but ultimately failed to catch up. Chen Luoqiu darted away like a rabbit, weaving through the crowd until he vanished from sight. Frustrated, Xia Yi glanced at the broom in her hand and then stole a look at Tang Wanqing in the distance before angrily tossing the broom to the ground, muttering, "Oof, what is so impressive about that?" That evening, Xia Yi returned home and bought several papayas from the supermarket, intending to replenish her nutrition. Meanwhile, Chen Luoqiu raced back to the classroom, only to find a couple seated together, intimately discussing life. The girl's face was flushed, clearly flustered by the conversation. "Damn it," Chen Luoqiu thought, hastily retreating from the classroom, leaving behind a casual remark, You all continue. I saw nothing. Chapter 26. Passion. Passion. Chen Luoqiu exited the teaching building and unexpectedly encountered Xia Yi and Jiang Ting, who were heading back to the classroom, uncertain if the couple had finished their conversation. He worried about the potential consequences if Xia Yi and her friend stumbled upon them. Mustering his courage, he grabbed Xia Yi and Jiang Ting, stammering but at a loss for words. Chen Luoqiu, what is wrong with you? Just say what you need to say, Xia Yi snapped, her irritation evident as she noticed his hesitation. Jiang Ting stood beside her, casting a disdainful glance at him. Hey, perhaps you shouldn't go back to the classroom just yet. I'll treat you both to something to eat. Yes, food, he suggested, attempting to pull them along. Xia Yi shrugged off Chen Luoqiu's grasp, rolling her eyes as she strode up the stairs. Chen Luoqiu, feeling somewhat helpless, could only hope that the couple upstairs would finish soon and avoid an encounter with Xia Yi. Unfortunately, just as Xia Yi and Jiang Ting approached the classroom, they could vaguely hear voices emanating from within. Frowning, Xia Yi pushed open the door. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them as they rushed downstairs, faces flushed. Noticing their quick return and the embarrassment etched on their faces, Chen Luoqiu realized that things had spiraled in the worst possible direction. Upon seeing Chen Luoqiu, Xia Yi shoved him aside and dashed to the distant lounge, still rattled. Chen Luoqiu, thick-skinned, followed her, jokingly asking, I told you not to go up. Did you see everything? Xia Yi's face remained crimson as she heard his words and instinctively swung a punch at him. He swiftly dodged to the side, and as she missed, her frustration grew, glaring fiercely at him. She could hardly believe she had encountered such a situation, feeling embarrassed, angry, and exasperated. She even suspected that Chen Luoqiu had deliberately provoked her to go upstairs. Then, she overheard Chen Luoqiu mimicking Zhao Zhengxiang's narration from the animal world. Spring has arrived, and all things awaken. It is once again the season for animals to reproduce, and the air in the mountains is thick with the scent of hormones. Xia Yi shot him a glare, raising her hand as if to strike again. Chen Luoqiu, now at a loss for words, decided to leave. He reminded them insistently not to speak of the incident, fearing that if it became widely known, the parties involved might lose face and resort to extreme actions. Chen Luoqiu was not concerned about Xia Yi. His words were primarily directed at Jiang Ting. He was aware that Jiang Ting was the type of person who found it particularly distressing to keep things bottled up inside. Such individuals possess a strong desire to share, relishing the sense of accomplishment gained from disseminating gossip. Just as Chen Luoqiu anticipated, Jiang Ting was exceedingly eager to relay this news to her friends. In fact, the two individuals from the classroom were acquaintances of hers. The girl was named Zhang Min, a member of their class, and the boy was Zhang Min's boyfriend, Li Fei, from the opposing class 11. However, Zhang Min was timid and introverted, often blushing when conversing with boys, rendering her almost invisible in class. Xia Yi could never have imagined that Zhang Min would engage in such behavior, leaving her utterly speechless. After much contemplation, she resolved to forget the incident. Yet, perhaps due to the shocking scene of the door being flung open, or perhaps her curiosity, she realized that forgetting was beyond her capability. Ultimately, she felt that all of this could be attributed to Chen Luoqiu, that lecherous scoundrel, who, knowing what was happening upstairs, deliberately withheld the information from them while pretentiously trying to obstruct them, as if he was intentionally provoking them to investigate further. Unconsciously, she glanced at herself, her fists tightening with each passing moment. With no pressing matters at school, Chen Luoqiu decided to leave the campus with He Fei and Hozi. On their way to a popular venue, a motorcycle suddenly roared past them. Two individuals clad in leather jackets and boots, helmets firmly in place, exuded an undeniable aura. Wow, how handsome. Several girls in the crowd gasped in admiration. The person sitting on the back of the motorcycle turned to glance at Chen Luoqiu and his friends. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Chen Luoqiu felt as though a memory had been awakened within him, as if he recognized those eyes from a previous existence. In his past life, a notorious gang had committed a robbery murder in Qinghe, and the victim was Ho Yong's sister, due to a lack of surveillance footage. The case remained unsolved for an extended period. It wasn't until 3 years later, when a gang was apprehended in Rongqing, that they traced back to several robbery cases in Qinghe, thus finally resolving the mystery. Chen Luoqiu could not recall the exact date of the robbery in his previous life, and an uneasy feeling washed over him. He thought to himself, could it be today? Hastily, he inquired of Ho Yong, monkey, is your sister going to the bank to deposit money today? Ho Yong looked at him in confusion, nodding his head. His family owned a supermarket, and his sister typically spent her days at the store, rarely venturing out. However, Today coincided with the end-of-month financial reconciliation at the supermarket, when she would be depositing a substantial sum into the bank. "Monkey, let us go to your house," Chen Luoqiu declared, revving his bike towards Ho Yong's residence. Upon arriving at the street where the incident had occurred, they spotted Ho Yong's sister, Ho Ling, desperately clutching her bag, being dragged forward by an assailant. The thug, seeing that she refused to relinquish her grip, revved the motorcycle, preparing to ram into her. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Chen Luoqiu shouted, "Lingjia, move aside. Money can be earned again, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. It is not worth risking your life over a few thousand yuan." Little did Ho Ling anticipate that in her previous life, a mere few tens of thousands of yuan would cost her dearly. The assailants on the motorcycle were equally unprepared for the fact that this woman would prioritize her money over her life. They never truly intended to harm her. Yet, the fragility of life can often be startling. Upon seeing that Ho Ling had evaded danger, Chen Luoqiu forcefully swung his bicycle at the motorcycle, attempting to topple it and reclaim Ho Ling's bag. Unfortunately, the assailants deftly dodged him and sped away. One of them turned back to Chen Luoqiu and raised his middle finger in a gesture of defiance. Chen Luoqiu gazed thoughtfully at the distant motorcycle. Ho Yong, having been paralyzed by the earlier scene, finally regained his composure and rushed to assist his sister, relieved to find that she had only sustained minor injuries. The group made their way to the hospital for a brief bandaging before heading to the police station to file a report. When the police inquired about the circumstances that led Chen Luoqiu and the others to that location, Ho Yong recalled Chen Luoqiu's earlier peculiar behavior. Chen Luoqiu explained to the officers that they had no plans and were merely leaving school after a sports event, intending to watch television at Ho Yong's home. When they stumbled upon the incident, naturally, Ho Yong refrained from disclosing their actual intention to visit an internet CAF, thus tacitly endorsing Chen Luoqiu's fabrication. Ho Ling had lost over 56,000 yuan, and with her phone included, the total value was approximately 60,000 yuan. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and dread. Had it not been for Chen Luoqiu's timely warning to evade, the outcome could have been far worse. She urged the police to expedite their investigation and assist in recovering her belongings. The officer they encountered was a young man in his 30s, his expression impassive. Although he assured them that the case would be prioritized, Chen Luoqiu was acutely aware that they had no leads whatsoever. Having already revealed his unusual nature in front of Ho Yong and the others, Chen Luoqiu dared not elaborate further, merely advising the police that the two assailants did not appear to be locals, hoping to capture their attention. After leaving the station, Ho Ling invited Chen Luoqiu to her home as a gesture of gratitude for his life-saving intervention. That evening, as Ho Yong accompanied Chen Luoqiu and he zimming outside, he could no longer contain his curiosity and finally asked, "Chen Luoqiu, how did you know my sister was going to be in trouble this afternoon?" Chapter 27. I am fond of your sister. Chen Luoqiu realized he could not evade this question, having already rehearsed his response in his mind. He offered a faint smile and adopted an air of mystery as he said, "What if I claimed it was a premonition? Would you believe me?" Ho Yong and he zimming exchanged bewildered glances before shaking their heads in disbelief. With an expression of impatience, Ho Yong urged Chen Luoqiu, "Stop with the nonsense and just tell us the truth." With no choice left, Chen Luoqiu decided to speak boldly. "All right, since you insist. I must confess that I have feelings for your sister." He quickly added, "I have observed her for quite some time. She always carries a small bag when she goes to deposit money, which makes her quite conspicuous. I suspected she might have attracted attention, and upon seeing that motorcycle, I suddenly had a premonition that they might be targeting her, which is why I asked you." The two young men stared at Chen Luoqiu in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Luoqiu understood that the most effective way to weave a lie was through a blend of truth and falsehood, cleverly diverting attention in the process. As anticipated, both individuals were quickly captivated by Chen Luoqiu's declaration of admiration for Ho Ling, a topic of considerable weight. Ho Yong, pointing at Chen Luoqiu, exclaimed, "What the hell? I thought of you as a brother, yet you wish to be my brother-in-law?" Chen Luoqiu's face darkened with displeasure. He Ziming, overhearing the explanation, interjected with a hint of embellishment, saying to Ho Yong, "You know, Sister Ling is indeed quite beautiful. No wonder Chen Dog used to frequent your home. This rascal must have had his eyes set on your sister long ago." With a lewd grin, he added, "By the way, monkey, I too have a fondness for Sister Ling. Hey, are you looking for trouble?" Ho Yong retorted, preparing to hurl something at him. The two, startled, quickly made their escape. With this distraction, Ho Yong momentarily dismissed Chen Luoqiu's ominous intuition and returned home to caution Ho Ling, "Sister, You should be wary of Chen Luoqiu. He is not to be trusted. He recalled how she would casually prance around in her pajamas in front of Chen Luoqiu, wondering if the latter had seen anything inappropriate. Having lost over 50,000 yuan today, Ho Ling was still feeling disheartened when she heard Ho Yong's abrupt comment, leaving her perplexed. After all, it was Chen Luoqiu who had saved her today. Shouldn't her brother be expressing gratitude instead of speaking ill of him? Before she could voice her thoughts, their mother scolded Ho Yong, saying, "What kind of talk is that? At the very least, he saved your sister today. You should be thankful, not slandering him behind his back." Ho Yong pouted, wearing an expression akin to constipation. He did not wish to reveal the truth to his family. Yet today's events were undeniably strange, leaving him with no choice but to trust Chen Luoqiu's account. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. "Do you know why we suddenly returned today? Wasn't it said that the sports event would end early and you wanted to watch TV?" Ho Ling, already aware of the circumstances behind their return from the police station, felt even more confused as her brother reiterated the topic. "What TV? We initially intended to go to an internet CAF, but on our way, a motorcycle sped past us, and then Chen Chen Luoqiu, suddenly asked if I was going out today." Ho Yong, looking at his sister, recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Ho Ling widened her eyes in disbelief. Their mother, equally perplexed, questioned how Ho Yong's classmate could possibly know their daughter's whereabouts. "Isn't it rather coincidental?" They both nodded in agreement. "How could he know I was going out today?" Ho Ling suddenly recalled something unsettling, shivering slightly as she stammered. "Could it be that Chen Luoqiu is in cahoots with those people? Is that why you suggested I should be cautious around him?" Ho Yong was taken aback by his sister's leap in logic, nearly losing his balance and tumbling off the sofa. That seems unlikely. But what do you mean by suggesting that I should be wary of him?" Ho Ling blinked her large eyes, gazing intently at Ho Yong. Ho Yong felt somewhat hesitant to voice his thoughts. After clearing his throat, he reluctantly stated, "He said he likes you and has been observing your movements for quite some time. He knows you visit the bank every week and has a premonition that something might happen to you, which is why he insisted on bringing us back." Ho Ling nearly choked on his words, coughing several times before regaining her composure. Then, she burst into a soft laughter, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "That's why I suggested you be cautious around him. He's been having a rough time at school lately, and I'm concerned he might harbor intentions towards you." Ho Mama also nearly laughed aloud, having always found Chen Luoqiu rather handsome. Although he was a bit younger, there was no need to rush. The three of them harbored their own thoughts, enveloped in silence for a while. "Son, what did you say Xiao Chen's family does?" Ho Mama suddenly inquired. "Why do you ask?" Ho Yong responded with irritation. "Weren't they just her classmates? Now they're Xiao Chen?" He glanced at his mother, then at his sister. Noticing they seemed to await his reply, with a cold scoff, he muttered under his breath and retreated to his room. At 20, Ho Ling possessed exquisite features. Having flourished in a privileged upbringing, now that she had ceased her studies, she spent her days applying makeup and adorning herself beautifully. Such women wield an irresistible allure over young men. Some students would even take a detour of several hundred meters just to catch a glimpse of her at their family supermarket, an observation not lost on Ho Ling. Thus, when Ho Yong mentioned that Chen Luoqiu might be interested in her, she felt no skepticism. Instead, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within her. Women are inherently vain, and being admired is undoubtedly gratifying, especially since Chen Luoqiu fit the type of boy she fancied. Unbeknownst to them, a seemingly innocuous remark from Ho Ling nearly unveiled the truth. Chen Luoqiu was indeed aware of the identities of the two motorcycle gang members. In his previous life, he had seen their photographs in the news, the most striking detail being a prominent scar on one man's left eye, a result of a burn. However, lacking evidence and knowledge of their whereabouts, he could not act recklessly and had to proceed cautiously. Fortunately, the tragedy of his past life did not repeat itself. Although Ho Ling was robbed, she retained her life. A sum of several $1,000s was not beyond the means of her family. This incident filled Chen Luoqiu with an unprecedented sense of achievement and fulfillment. It was the first month of his rebirth, and he felt enlightened. The world may be in disarray, but there are always those who strive to mend it. As a reborn individual, he was destined to be a craftsman of restoration. Chen Luoqiu decided to keep a diary to document the unfolding events in this world. That night, he stayed up late, recording everything that had transpired since his rebirth. He also began to write his past experiences into a novel. Chapter 28. "So, you are not here voluntarily?" The following day, the sports meet resumed. Chen Luoqiu was set to compete in the 1,500-meter race. This distance posed little challenge for him. Recently, he had been engaging in morning runs at a nearby park, honing his endurance. As a reincarnated being, he feared nothing as long as this physical form remained intact. Thus, he aspired to strengthen his body further. However, despite his confidence, he could not guarantee a podium finish, as many students at the school practiced long-distance running. In the stands, Xia Yi wore a sullen expression, appearing quite haggard. She had suffered from insomnia the previous night, as the troubling image replayed incessantly in her mind. Chen Luoqiu noticed her lingering frustration from the events of the previous day and dared not broach the subject. He attempted to sneak past her, concealing his face. But unexpectedly, Xia Ye's ankle caught him off guard, causing him to stumble precariously. Jiangting stifled a laugh, teasing, "Oh, Chen Luoqiu, why are you sneaking around? See, you almost fell." Chen Luoqiu pouted, realizing the two girls were intentionally targeting him, and chose not to engage. He settled down in a spot, only to be taken aback by the presence of the girl who had been the center of attention in class yesterday. "Oh no," he exclaimed, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. Zhang Min, noticing his arrival, appeared even more flustered, her face reddening instantly. Her head, which had been bowed, lowered even further. The morning sun shone brightly upon the stands, yet this group of high school students, akin to the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning, kept their heads down. Chen Luoqiu had his fan, taken by Xia Yi the day before, replaced by a folding fan he had procured from somewhere, adorned with the bold character's extraordinary talent. He reclined against the backrest of his chair, donning sunglasses, and remarked languidly, "How delightful." These sunglasses had been a gift from Chen Luoqiu the previous week, a token of gratitude for his astute suggestion regarding the sale of sunglasses. His unabashed demeanor elicited laughter from those around him. Xia Yi ground her teeth in frustration. In a fit of anger, she hurled a plastic water bottle in his direction. However, Chen Luoqiu had anticipated her move and deftly dodged, causing the bottle to strike Zhang Min on the head with a loud thud. Now, another individual found herself in an awkward predicament. Yet, Xia Yi had no intention of apologizing to Zhang Min, believing it to be fate. After all, this girl had vexed her greatly, robbing her of a good night's sleep, and now, in her lightheaded state, she couldn't even aim accurately. Fearing Zhang Min might take offense, Chen Luoqiu quickly interjected, "I'm so sorry. She meant to hit me, but I dodged, and it accidentally struck you." Zhang Min lifted her gaze to Chen Luoqiu, then glanced at Xia Yi. She remained silent. The empty water bottle was harmless, yet with so many spectators, Xia Yi wouldn't even offer an apology, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. She sensed Xia Yi's animosity towards her and felt unjustly wronged, prompting her to bow her head even lower. As the competition commenced, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The spectators on the stands intermittently made their way to the playground. Chen Luoqiu was also preparing for his upcoming competition. Suddenly, he heard Zhang Min softly pose a question. "Chen Luoqiu, is it true that children born into poverty are destined to be bullied and mistreated?" Chen Luoqiu's body shuddered slightly. He had not anticipated Zhang Min would unexpectedly direct such a query at him. He glanced at her, noting that she still had her head bowed, not meeting his gaze. For a moment, Chen Luoqiu almost believed he was imagining things. Yet, from the barely perceptible tremor in Zhang Min's frame, he realized his perception was accurate. Her question carried an undertone of humiliation and despair, one that Chen Luoqiu could not dismiss lightly. He intended to clarify that Xia Yi had no intention of bullying her. Reflecting on the events from the previous day, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. He cautiously inquired, "So, yesterday, it wasn't voluntary, was it?" Zhang Min abruptly lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, her face displaying unmistakable surprise and panic. She stared at Chen Luoqiu in silence. The fact that this boy could decipher her thoughts from just a single utterance frightened her somewhat. Upon observing her expression, Chen Luoqiu felt he had likely guessed correctly. Just as he was about to ask for further details, an announcement blared over the loudspeaker, urging participants in the 1,500-meter race to prepare promptly as the competition was about to commence. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luoqiu resolved to forego the race. He lowered himself back into his seat and asked Zhang Min, "Could you elaborate? Was it that boy who coerced you?" Zhang Min remained silent. She understood that Chen Luoqiu still had the 1,500-meter race to contend with. After a considerable pause, she finally replied, "You should go ahead and compete. I'm fine." Chen Luoqiu took her words at face value, leaving her with a reassurance, "Don't be afraid, I'll be back soon," before hastily heading off to the race. In the 1,500-meter event, there were no preliminary heats or eliminations, over 30 participants went directly into the finals to determine the rankings. Long-distance runners did not require designated lanes, and all competitors gathered at the starting line, eager to seize the inner track. Upon his arrival, Chen Luoqiu found there was no space left at the front. So he began his run from the outermost lane, gradually overtaking one competitor after another. Preoccupied with thoughts, he dared not run too swiftly. Zhang Min's earlier words echoed persistently in his mind. He had little impression of her, had it not been for the events of the previous day. He might not have noticed her even until graduation. As he passed the area designated for Class 8, numerous classmates rose to cheer him on. Chen Luoqiu observed Xia Ye's lips moving, as if she were speaking to him, but it was too far to discern her words. He noticed Zhang Min had also raised her head to watch him, her expression contemplative. Chen Luoqiu responded with a smile, forming a heart shape with his hands above his head, and began to gradually quicken his pace. The antics of Chen Luoqiu amused the students from Class 8, causing them to erupt in laughter and applause. Luo Jiaoyang was also participating in the 1,500-meter race today. Yesterday, he secured commendable ranks in both the 100-meter and 200-meter races, amassing several points more than Chen Luoqiu. He now leads the front tier of runners. In the stands of Class 2, everyone rose to their feet, cheering for Luo Jiaoyang, a testament to his immense popularity. This acclaim was well-deserved. Luo Jiaoyang was a key player on the school's football team, excelling in athletics, whether in long-distance or sprint events. Moreover, his handsome appearance and commendable academic performance made him quite likable. Meanwhile, in Class 1, the spectators began to indulge in speculation. Look, both Luo Jiaoyang and Chen Luoqiu are competing in this race. Who do you think will triumph? It's obvious. Luo Jiaoyang. Just look at him leading the pack. And what about Chen Luoqiu? Is she still busy making heart signs with her classmates? They found themselves somewhat speechless, thinking, Chen Luoqiu, could you refrain from these frivolous antics? Luo Jiaoyang is right ahead. You both should be racing fiercely. The notion of Zhu Yukai entering the competition was also floated, adding to the excitement. Haha, you're right. That would certainly spice things up. Tang Wanqing bit her lip, listening to their insinuations. Observing the two below, she began to compare them in her mind. Luo Jiaoyang had been in intensive training, and it appeared to be paying off. Chen Luoqiu, however, remained unchanged, trailing behind while leisurely interacting with the audience. Tang Wanqing chuckled and shook her head. Chapter 29. Xia Ye's worldview shattered. Ho Yong also represented Class 3 in the competition. Though he appeared lean and somewhat frail, long-distance running was his forte. As the first lap concluded, the pack began to thin. Chen Luoqiu gradually increased his speed, catching up to Ho Yong, thus entering the second tier. He glanced at Ho Yong and inquired about the events of the previous night. You didn't tell your sister that I like her, did you? Damn. How dare this guy bring that up? Ho Yong shot Chen Luoqiu an annoyed look, initially tempted to reprimand him. However, he reconsidered. It was best not to talk while running, as it wasted energy and disrupted one's breathing rhythm. Ho Yong raised his middle finger in response. Chen Luoqiu laughed heartily, nearly choking on the air, as he passed the stands of Class 8 again. Chen Luoqiu suddenly noticed that Zhang Min was missing from her usual spot. He scanned the area but could not find her. A sense of unease crept into his mind. Perhaps she had gone to the restroom, he reassured himself. By the third lap, many spectators began distributing water to the competitors. Xia Yi, along with Jiang Ting, delivered water to the participants from Class 1. Chen Luoqiu accepted the water they offered, gulping down a couple of swigs before pouring the remainder over his head. As the final lap approached, many classmates visibly slowed their pace. Chen Luoqiu prepared to accelerate once more. Having still not seen Zhang Min, an ominous premonition loomed within him. The reasons for Chen Luoqiu's concern for this girl remained unspoken. He himself could not articulate the reason. Perhaps it was the look of despair in his eyes that reminded him of his past self. Shortly thereafter, Chen Luoqiu's performance commenced. He swiftly overtook each individual ahead of him. Luo Jiaoyang initially attempted to obstruct Chen Luoqiu with his body, but Chen Luoqiu seamlessly switched to his central lane, sprinting furiously towards the finish line. The members of Class 8 from the second year erupted in exuberance, dancing and celebrating as they gathered near the finish line, eagerly awaiting Chen Luoqiu's triumphant return. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Luoqiu was the first to cross the finish line. Yet before the celebration could commence, he seized Xia Ye's hand and dashed towards the teaching building. Zhang Min was on the rooftop, seemingly contemplating a leap. Under the perplexed eyes of Xia Yi, Chen Luoqiu pointed towards the rooftop and whispered, not long ago. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he had inadvertently spotted a figure atop the teaching building. The two hurried to the rooftop, where Zhang Min was curled up in a corner, staring blankly at the sky as tears streamed down her cheeks. After a long pause, she seemed to have made a momentous decision. She stood up, licked her lips, wiped away her tears with her hands, and leaned over the balcony, peering down below. Just as she was about to leap, Chen Luoqiu shouted, "Zhang Min, do not act impulsively. There is nothing in this world worth sacrificing your life for." Zhang Min's body trembled slightly, as if Chen Luoqiu's words had struck a chord within her. Slowly, she turned to face him, her eyes brimming with tears and confusion. Seizing the moment, Chen Luoqiu continued, "You may feel as though you are in hell, but please do not surrender. If you are unafraid of death, what else in this world could possibly frighten you?" Chen Luoqiu dared not approach hastily. Instead, he spoke gently, attempting to comfort Zhang Min and offer her words of solace. In his previous life, during those arduous days, he had to consume several bowls of such comforting wisdom daily. Zhang Min bit her lower lip tightly, offering Chen Luoqiu a bittersweet smile. It appeared she wished to articulate something, but her lips moved without sound. "I can probably guess what you are going through. Please trust me. I will find a way to bring those who have wronged you to justice." To stabilize Zhang Min's emotions, Chen Luoqiu continued his heartfelt discourse. At that moment, Xia Yi began to realize that the events of the previous day might not be as straightforward as they seemed. Growing impatient with Chen Luoqiu's incessant chatter, she pulled him aside and directly addressed Zhang Min regarding what happened yesterday. "Whether it was voluntary or not, do not fear. We will not disclose anything. My father is Xia Jinchuan, the deputy secretary of the county committee in Qinghe County. If it was not voluntary, I will ensure he advocates for you." Now it was Chen Luoqiu who was left speechless. His prophetic revelations had not yet been voiced, while the hunter had already made her declaration. Is it really fair to drop such a bombshell right from the start? He thought to himself, what am I in this situation? A mere jester? However, the effect was immediate, as Zhang Min collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with tears. Xia Yi's identity remained a closely guarded secret within the school. Aside from the administrators and a few others, hardly anyone was aware. Therefore, when she revealed her true identity, the classmates who had accompanied them were left in a state of shock. Realizing they had been attending the same school as the daughter of Secretary Xia for such an extended period, Chen Luoqiu stepped forward to help Zhang Min up, and together they descended from the rooftop. Afterward, Zhang Min finally confided in Xia Yi, explaining that she had met Li Fei during their military training in their first year of high school. Although they were not in the same class, they both resided on campus, returning home only once a month. Many boarding students would gather for meals and online activities on weekends, and through these interactions, they gradually grew closer. Subsequently, Li Fei persistently pursued Zhang Min, yet she consistently declined his advances. It was not until one fateful night at the end of last year that everything changed. Zhang Min's mother was struck by a motorcycle while out, resulting in a broken leg and numerous other injuries. The driver fled the scene, and to this day has not been apprehended. The cost of treatment was exorbitant, and her father, despite exhausting all avenues among relatives and friends, could not gather the necessary funds. Eventually, Li Fei, having somehow learned of her plight, not only helped raise the remaining money but also provided considerable support during that challenging time, leading to their relationship blossoming naturally. At this point, their relationship seemed to be one of mutual affection and happiness. However, subsequent events filled Zhang Min with profound humiliation and even loathing. After they became a couple, Li Fei often became overly familiar and frequently suggested that Zhang Min spend the night with him. Initially, she was reluctant, but ultimately, under his coercion and allure, perhaps out of gratitude or other reasons, something that should not have transpired did occur, spiraling out of control. Zhang Min detailed the aftermath to Xia Yi, who listened with a flushed face, feeling as though her moral compass was about to shatter. She thought to herself about the revelations she was hearing. Eager to redirect the conversation, she interrupted Zhang Min, urging her to get to the point. After finishing her account, Zhang Min appeared somewhat embarrassed but nodded gravely and continued. Later, I discovered that he often associated with a group of people outside of school. On one occasion, when I went to find him for a meal, I inadvertently overheard a secret that filled me with indescribable rage. What secret? Xia Yi, stirred by Zhang Min's emotions, blurted out. Chapter 30, Fear of Brothers' Suffering, Yet Afraid of Brothers' Luxury. Zhang Min continued her narrative. It turns out the accident my mother suffered was orchestrated entirely by Li Fei. Her face was a mask of fury, while Xia Yi looked on in astonishment. They maintained a silence for a considerable time before Xia Yi finally spoke up. Did you not consider reporting this to the authorities? Zhang Min swallowed hard, taking a long, deep breath. That day, I confronted him directly, demanding to know why he would do such a thing and express my intention to report it. To my shock, he was not the least bit frightened. Instead, he produced a camera. Originally, during our previous encounter, he recorded videos and threatened me that if I dared to report him, he would upload those videos online. He also mentioned hiring someone to harm my parents. Since then, his abuse intensified, and I was compelled to obey all his commands unconditionally. After recounting this, she collapsed onto the ground, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Upon hearing this, Xia Yi clenched her fists and struck the table with force, exclaiming, "Beast." Subsequently, Xia Yi took Zhang Min to the police station. Under the direct supervision of Secretary Xia, the police acted swiftly, and Li Fei was apprehended that very night. Other suspects were also gradually captured. During the investigation of this case, the police unexpectedly uncovered clues regarding a gang of motorcycle thieves that had been committing crimes in several surrounding counties. It turned out that Li Fei's cousin, Zhang Weidong, owned a motorcycle repair shop. Multiple investigative pieces of evidence indicated his close connections with gang members and financial dealings. The Spring Festival event concluded on its final day with various team competitions. Due to Chen Luoqiu's outstanding performance, Class 8 of the second year rightfully secured the top score in the sophomore year. Chen Luoqiu became a prominent figure in the second year. As for the midterm exam results, Chen Luoqiu preferred not to mention them. Eventually, Chen Luoqiu in Jiang Yao's small stall was discovered by those around them. He Ziming had long been suspicious of Chen Luoqiu's unusual behavior in recent times. Several weekends had passed without him being able to find Chen Luoqiu. The more he pondered, the more suspicious he became, and he shared his concerns with Ho Yong. Ho Yong had certainly noticed as well. After all, the former trio had spent many weekends together. Now, Chen Luoqiu's solitary actions left them feeling frustrated, prompting a decision to follow her. On Saturday, Chen Luoqiu arrived as promised at Jiang Yao's apartment to take her to restock supplies. He and Ho followed her to the neighborhood where Jiang Yao lived. Spotting Chen Luoqiu waiting downstairs, they exchanged glances, akin to discovering a new continent, and simultaneously exclaimed, "Wow, there's an affair." They dared not reveal themselves, opting instead to stealthily approach. After a few minutes of waiting, Jiang Yao descended from the building, visibly annoyed that Chen Luoqiu had disrupted her weekend rest. Initially, she thought it would be fun to join him, but the novelty had worn off, and being dragged out early in the morning left her feeling quite displeased. Chen Luoqiu playfully tapped Jiang Yao on the head and asked with a smile, "What? Are you giving up already?" Jiang Yao recognized that Chen Luoqiu was intentionally provoking her, pouting and rolling her eyes at him. "Hey, I've been out here with you every week, and now I've gotten sunburned." Chen Luoqiu scrutinized Jiang Yao, noticing that she had indeed tanned significantly, which tugged at his heart. He glanced back and winked, wearing a mischievous grin. "Would you like to find a couple of laborers to help out?" Upon seeing Chen Luoqiu's expression, Jiang Yao realized someone was about to suffer. Her big eyes spinning as she quietly asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Luoqiu whispered a few words into Jiang Yao's ear, prompting her to glance sideways and nod repeatedly. After their exchange, the two made their way to a breakfast shop. As they walked, Chen Luoqiu cautioned, "You must not speak of this to anyone, not even those around us, to avoid inciting jealousy. Do you understand?" Jiang Yao pressed her lips together and nodded. "But wouldn't this be a bit selfish? If they are good friends, wouldn't it be better for everyone to profit together? We would have extra help." Chen Luoqiu shook her head. "It's best not to. Do you know what is most feared among siblings?" Jiang Yao, playing the role of a foil, quickly shook her head and asked, "No, what is it?" "It is the fear of seeing a brother suffer while another drives a luxury car. In simple terms, it is jealousy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao burst into laughter, playfully patting Chen Luoqiu on the shoulder, saying, "I don't know where you get these peculiar ideas, but let me ask you, if Yi Fei and Monkey wanted to join, would you agree?" Chen Luoqiu feigned deep thought, waiting several seconds before replying with a conflicted expression, "If it were Monkey, I might agree. However, they likely wouldn't be able to endure this hardship." He and Ho were initially excited to witness Chen Luoqiu's early morning rendezvous with Jiang Yao, eagerly preparing to enjoy the gossip. As they observed the two bantering and whispering, they felt as though they had uncovered a significant secret, stealthily trailing behind. However, the more they listened, the stranger it became. It seemed the two were not on a date but rather embarking on a business venture, one they did not wish to include them in. "Huh, what do you mean, fearing brothers suffering while fearing brothers drive luxury cars? Are we such people?" The duo scoffed internally. When Jiang Yao inquired whether they would allow the two to join, they genuinely feared Chen Luoqiu might utter something detrimental to their unity. At least this kid has a bit of conscience, they thought, feeling somewhat reassured. Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu say they could not endure the hardship, the two exchanged glances and jumped up, no longer hiding, pointing at Chen Luoqiu and exclaiming, "Chen dog, who are you saying cannot endure hardship?" Chen Luoqiu and Jiang Yao were startled. They had not anticipated such a reaction, especially in the first round. "What are you doing here? Eavesdropping on our conversation?" Chen Luoqiu exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Jiang Yao, seeing Chen Luoqiu's reaction, covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably, her eyes seemingly conveying that these two had been thoroughly played. The four settled down and placed their breakfast orders. Ziming was the first to press. "So, what secrets are you hiding from us?" Chen Luoqiu scratched his head, appearing quite reluctant. Ho Yang feigned another attempt to press him. Sensing the moment was right, Chen Luoqiu reluctantly divulged their street vendor business. Upon hearing this, he and Ho realized that the trendy small night lamps, fans, and mosquito-repelling figurines circulating in school were all products sold by Chen Luoqiu, and they were eager to join in. They thought to themselves, how could Chen Luoqiu not involve them in such a public endeavor? This was precisely the result Chen Luoqiu desired, and he took the two along to procure supplies. Later that evening, Jiang Yao directed He Fei and Ho Zi in setting up their stall, imparting upon them some sales techniques. Observing the two busily engaged in their tasks, she reclined in a commanding demeanor, sipping water with a smile. Suddenly, she cast a glance at Chen Luoqiu, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Not long ago, it seemed that Chen Luoqiu had been instructing her in a similar manner. Indeed, the resemblance was striking. However, this sensation was rather delightful. He Ziming and Ho Yang, embarking on their first entrepreneurial venture, were brimming with excitement, exerting every effort to promote their goods. Chen Luoqiu noticed that the crowd was steadily growing, contemplating that it was time to consider opening a store. Chapter 31. Opening a store together after closing up. The four decided to indulge in a barbecue. Chen Luoqiu extended an invitation to Qin Lan and Qin Ku, making a party of 6. During the meal, Chen Luoqiu turned to Qin Lan and inquired, "Sister Lan, have you ever thought about opening your own shop?" The suddenness of Chen Luoqiu's question left everyone momentarily stunned. Before Qin Lan could respond, Qin Ku exclaimed, "Of course. Who wouldn't want their own store? Who wants to set up a stall every day? It's exhausting." She continued, "However, opening a store is not so straightforward. Prime locations are either already occupied or the rents are exorbitantly high." Upon hearing her sister's words, Qin Lan looked at Chen Luoqiu and nodded in agreement. This was a well-known truth, a common predicament faced by many brick-and-mortar shop owners in this era. Rents escalated year by year, and many entrepreneurs toiled for an entire year only to find their earnings insufficient to cover rent and utilities, effectively working for their landlords. Chen Luoqiu was well aware of these challenges, which contributed to the burgeoning popularity of platforms like Taobao. At least during the time, Taobao was genuinely friendly to merchants, with remarkably low costs. Chen Luoqiu, foreseeing the impact of the internet on the offline retail sector over a decade later, could only silently lament, they deserve it. Nonetheless, opening a store had long been part of her plan. The issues that Qin Ku mentioned were not obstacles for her. She possessed various marketing and traffic generation strategies and did not necessarily need to compete for the most coveted locations. With a team now in place, it was certainly time to prioritize this venture. Jiang Yao asked Chen Luoqiu, "You're not seriously considering opening a store, are you?" Chen Luoqiu had previously mentioned her aspirations to Jiang Yao, who had thought she was merely jesting. Qin Lan and Qin Ku also looked at Chen Luoqiu with anticipation, for she had a knack for conjuring unexpected outcomes. He Ziming, devouring skewers with a greasy countenance, gazed at Chen Luoqiu, while Ho Yang appeared pensive. Chen Luoqiu surveyed the group and nodded. "Indeed, I have such intentions. Initially, setting up a stall was merely a transitional phase. Opening a store is my ultimate goal. Now that our team has developed sufficiently, I believe it is time to expedite the establishment of our shop. Relying on stalls is not a sustainable solution. We must focus on the long term, aspiring to build our own brand and expand our store nationwide." Chen Luoqiu's words plunged the barbecue gathering into an abyss of silence, leaving the crowd with a myriad of expressions. Some, like Ziming, Jiang Yao, and Qin Lan, perceived Chen Luoqiu as a genius, while others, such as Ho Yang and Qin Ku, regarded him as fanciful, believing he oversimplified matters. Their differing perspectives were deeply rooted in their experiences. Chen Ku had navigated the complexities of society for several years, and despite her beauty and charm, she had often been taken advantage of. Ho Yong, hailing from a family that ran a supermarket, understood the intricacies of business far better than Chen Luoqiu seemed to. Undeterred by their opinions, Chen Luoqiu continued to articulate his vision. There is no need to overcomplicate this situation. Many issues appear intricate simply because of our lack of understanding. This world operates like a vast improvisational theater, where one must take each step as it comes. As Jiang Yao listened, her excitement grew. She found Chen Luoqiu's charisma irresistible. Having spent considerable time with him recently, she had borne witness to his various moments of brilliance and found herself increasingly enamored with him. Pray tell, what should we do? She inquired. Chen Luoqiu looked at her, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he recognized her role in the conversation. That's an excellent question, Jiang Yao. I happen to have a business plan that you all might find intriguing. With that, he retrieved a document from his backpack and presented it to the group. A palpable sense of being outmaneuvered swept through the others. After all, who carries such a thing around daily? Moreover, what exactly is a business plan? None had ever encountered one before, nor did they know if they could comprehend it. However, as they began perusing the document, they discovered that Chen Luoqiu had meticulously addressed all aspects of design, operation, management, and supply in remarkable detail. His business plan was crafted in a manner they could easily understand, devoid of the typical corporate jargon of the future, and even included thorough explanations of any formulas, graphs, and technical terms. Upon finishing the plan, silence enveloped the group. He Ziming, Ho Yong, and Jiang Yao found themselves questioning whether this was truly the Chen Luoqiu they had known. Meanwhile, Chen Lan and Chen Ke's admiration for him deepened. They shared a newfound belief. If Chen Luoqiu's plan proved viable, each of them could potentially be worth millions, a rather conservative estimate. Chen Ke timidly asked, "Did you write this yourself?" Chen Luoqiu nodded, clarifying, "This is a new business model inspired by a foreign chain of convenience stores, tailored to suit the characteristics of domestic consumers." Noticing the silence that had fallen over them, he cleared his throat and asked, "So, are you all interested in joining me?" The group eagerly nodded in agreement. With the team established, they began to deliberate on what name to bestow upon their brand. In Chen Luoqiu's vision, he aspired to establish a chain of branded gift and accessory stores, akin to what would later become Upin, albeit without the imposition of certain cultural elements from Japan. During this era, Upin had yet to emerge, though its predecessor, Aya, had already made its presence felt in numerous major cities. Observing that no one was contributing any constructive ideas, Chen Luoqiu decided to voice his own. "What do you think of the name Lia Upin?" "What a dreadful name." Jiang Yao was the first to voice her disapproval, and the others nodded in agreement. Chen Luoqiu, visibly frustrated, retorted, "The name is quite creative, representing our collaboration as 6 individuals." Yet, they continued to shake their heads. He Ziming raised his hand to propose, "How about He's Gift Shop?" The group shot him a disapproving glance, and Jiang Yao tugged at his ear, exclaiming, "What are you thinking, He Fei? If we must use a name, it should be Chen Luoqiu's." He Ziming quickly acquiesced, prompting Jiang Yao to release his ear. The others found Jiang Yao's reasoning compelling. Chen Lan glanced at Chen Luoqiu and suggested softly, "What about Luoqiu Boutique?" The group found this agreeable, but upon sensing their eagerness to decide, Chen Luoqiu hastily waved his hands in rejection. "How's that name any good? It would be akin to a public execution of myself." He internally scoffed. Ultimately, Chen Luoqiu made the final decision, naming it Luochuang Premium. They then commenced discussions regarding the location of the store. This time, Chen Luoqiu refrained from soliciting input. He had already identified a promising site, which was currently a clothing store that was up for transfer. Based on location theory and his insights into future developments, he predicted it would become a standard 10,000 yuan shop. Eventually, they unanimously agreed that sisters Chen Lan and Chen Ku would oversee the daily operations of the store. In the ensuing days, they each devised methods for fundraising. Chen Luoqiu, in collaboration with Jiang Yao, set up a stall and managed to gather nearly 20,000 yuan. Reluctant to approach Chen Xinghua and Liang Wenjie for funds, he turned his attention to his grandmother, knowing she had several tens of thousands in retirement savings. He planned to borrow from her, promising to repay double in the future. Chen Luoqiu took the money without a shred of guilt. After all, a reincarnated individual should possess this level of confidence. However, Chen Nai was unaware of her grandson's intentions, believing he had gotten into some trouble and thus did not dare inform Chen Xinghua and Liang Wenjie, which caused her considerable anxiety. With his first store in the preparation phase, Chen Luoqiu humorously thought to himself, "Please fasten your seatbelts. recline your seats, and stow away your tray tables. The plane is about to take off. Chapter 32. Chen Luoqiu, are you unwell? On the occasion of the May Day holiday, the store officially commenced its preparations. Chen Luoqiu and his companions were utterly engrossed in their endeavors. They first secured the premises, negotiated with suppliers from Yiwu for their merchandise, and sought designers online. Referencing the style schemes of a renowned chain from his past life to create a comprehensive renovation plan. Before long, the store entered the refurbishment phase. A few individuals finally felt a sense of relief, but He Fei and the playful spirit of the monkey resurfaced, pulling Chen Luoqiu along to the internet CAF for some relaxation. Jiang Yao, however, opted to practice the piano and did not accompany them. Chen Luoqiu had initially intended to practice with Jiang Yao but was forcibly dragged away by Hou Yang, who insisted on playing World of Warcraft together. Claiming it had been ages since they last teamed up, Chen Luoqiu no longer harbored an obsession with internet CAFs. He owned a computer at home, albeit with slightly inferior specifications compared to those at the CAF. Nevertheless, playing games like Mario Kart was sufficient, primarily because it allowed him to engage in multiplayer sessions with friends. The trio arrived at a popular internet CAF. Upon entering, they were greeted by the incessant sound of spacebar keys being struck. Chen Luoqiu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The past 2 years had seen the game Dance Dance Revolution reach its peak popularity, and nearly every internet CAF was similar in this regard. The owner had to replace the spacebar keys on the keyboards every month. To Chen Luoqiu's surprise, Xia Yi and Zhang Ting were also present. The two were engrossed in their game, wearing headphones and synchronously tapping away at their keyboards. Chen Luoqiu stood behind them, observing for a while, until he caught sight of their usernames, which made it difficult for him to contain his amusement. Cat Rookie was Xia Yi's, while Stranded Heart belonged to Jiang Ting. He nearly burst into laughter but attempted to quietly slip away, only to be caught by Xia Yi, who tugged at the hem of his shirt. Chen Luoqiu? What are you sneaking around for? Oh, nothing much. Please continue. Xia Yi regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Did you just laugh? Chen Luoqiu quickly closed his mouth and shook his head vigorously. TCH, if you want to laugh, just do it. What, is my username not appealing? Xia Yi pouted, looking adorably confused. It is appealing, but doesn't it clash with your image? And what image do I project in your eyes? I'm a top student? A female PhD? What does top student mean? It doesn't sound particularly complimentary, Xia Yi replied, her expression betraying her confusion regarding the new term. It refers to someone who excels in their studies. An honor student. Oh, Xia Yi pouted again, her opinion of Chen Luoqiu's assessment remaining ambiguous. All right, this account belongs to Jiang Ting, Chen Luoqiu remarked, glancing at Jiang Ting, who was thoroughly engrossed in her game, and nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, Hou Yang had set up his computer and was vocally eager to play Warcraft 3 with Chen Luoqiu. Last year, this game had regained its popularity after winning a world championship, especially with the innovative strategies introduced that had rekindled hope among many human players who began to emulate them. At this moment, Hou Yang had chosen the human race and was diligently learning the tactics of the masters, only to find himself repeatedly bested by Chen Luoqiu's Blade Master, ultimately feeling disheartened and quitting the game. As Chen Luoqiu delved into Warcraft, he naturally recalled the custom map game that had captivated the world in later years. As a pioneer of its genre, he had spent a considerable amount of time playing it during his university days. He wasn't sure if that particular map was still available, so he casually searched online, only to discover that it had indeed long been released, with the version having reached 610. Chen Luoqiu managed to find Ice Frog's contact information online and sent an email expressing his admiration and offering some suggestions for the game. The version has undergone development through several producers, and it is now officially in the hands of Ice Frog as version 610. It is precisely from this version onward that it truly began to capture the public's attention. After sending the email, Chen Luoqiu continued to meander aimlessly through the internet. He engaged in some light banter on forums such as Tieba and Chenya, feeling particularly bored. He searched for a few high school mathematics instructional videos online and became engrossed in them. The instructor, a distinguished teacher from Beijing Normal University, delivered the lessons exceptionally well. Chen Luoqiu, wearing headphones, watched intently, even opening a notepad to take notes. As one video concluded, he inadvertently turned around and discovered 4 pairs of eyes fixated on him and his computer screen. Half an hour earlier, Xia Yi and Jiang Ting had finished their online activities. They had intended to check what Chen Luoqiu and the others were playing, but upon approaching, they found themselves somewhat dumbfounded. Jiangting pointed at Chen Luoqiu's screen and asked, "What is Chen Luoqiu watching?" Xia Yi, seeing the mathematical diagrams on the screen, replied uncertainly. "It seems to be high school mathematics." Jiangting, incredulous, responded, "High school mathematics?" Xia Yi replied, "Yes. Why is he watching this?" Xia Yi added, "Perhaps he's studying." Studying in an internet CAF? Xia Yi was also somewhat perplexed by Jiangting's question. "Oh right, we are in an internet CAF." Jiangting continued to inquire. "Is this something a person would do?" Xia Yi shook her head, indicating her lack of understanding. The two engaged in a back-and-forth discussion behind Chen Luoqiu, who remained completely unfazed. Jiangting tapped on He-Fei's desk beside her and pointed to Chen Luoqiu's screen, asking, "How long has he been like this?" He-Fei, unable to comprehend Jiangting's words, glanced at Chen Luoqiu's screen, his face adorned with a large question mark. "What is this nonsense?" he exclaimed. Xia Yi chuckled and asked He-Fei, "Was he like this when he used to surf the internet?" He-Fei shook his head, replying, "I've never seen this before. Internet fees are so expensive. Coming here to study is crazy." Xia Yi shot him a disapproving glance, baffled by his reasoning. Hao Yang, noticing their lively conversation, leaned in to take a look and instantly felt disinterested in the game he was playing. He tossed aside the keyboard and began to idly play with the mouse. When Chen Luoqiu finally noticed everyone staring at him, he was filled with confusion. "What is going on? Why is everyone looking at me?" Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he shifted his gaze and asked, "Hey, why are you all staring at me? Aren't you going to play games?" Jiangting shot him a glare and retorted, "Chen Luoqiu, are you out of your mind?" With that, she huffed away. "Chen Luoqiu, are you crazy?" He-Fei echoed, also leaving the internet CAF. "Chen Luoqiu, are you losing it?" Hao Yang chimed in, following suit. Chen Luoqiu was left utterly bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. Only Xia Yi looked at Chen Luoqiu with a beaming smile. Although she did not comprehend Chen Luoqiu's actions, she was delighted to witness her learning. "Chen Luoqiu, you have incurred the wrath of the masses. Do you realize that?" Chapter 33. The grades are acceptable. Chen Luoqiu shook her head in confusion. Everyone came to the internet CAF to unwind and enjoy games. "Do you understand?" Chen Luoqiu nodded. "However, when everyone else is relaxing and you are studying on the side, how can they truly unwind?" It was only then that Chen Luoqiu grasped the situation. "Oh," she exclaimed, realizing that she was inadvertently causing them stress. In simpler terms, she was competing with them. Why do the best schools consistently achieve commendable results? It's not solely due to the disparity in teachers, it primarily stems from the learning environment. When those around you are studying, if you are not someone who detests or resents learning, you will generally find yourself studying as well. Conversely, if everyone around you is playing, you are likely to join in without any psychological burden. This is akin to the phenomenon where many office workers feel compelled to stay late at work, when no colleagues leave after hours. It becomes somewhat awkward to depart unless you have pressing matters, or when you observe that most of your coworkers are working overtime. It's only natural to feel reluctant to leave without putting in extra hours yourself. In truth, this approach holds little real value. Yet virtually no employer disapproves of employees working overtime, especially without compensation. After listening to Xia Yi, Chen Luoqiu decided to exit the internet CAF, awkwardly smiling at her companions. "I was wrong earlier. Let us go. I'll treat you to some drinks." The others, still somewhat displeased, reluctantly agreed, saying, "All right. We'll forgive you this time, but don't let it happen again, understand?" Chen Luoqiu assumed the demeanor of a remorseful child, humbly accepting their critiques, nodding repeatedly, and assuring them she would never repeat her mistake. The group erupted in laughter at her response. On the way back, Xia Yi asked Chen Luoqiu, "Are you truly planning to study diligently now?" Of course, Chen Luoqiu affirmed without hesitation. "Is it because of Tang Wanqing?" "Huh? What does she have to do with this?" "Nothing at all. But from my observations, it seems you only changed after being rejected by her. Even struggling to find your own classroom." Chen Luoqiu awkwardly chuckled. Seizing on a flaw in Xia Yi's words, she inquired, "What do you mean by from your observations? Are you saying you've been secretly watching me?" Xia Yi looked at Chen Luoqiu with a sly grin and replied, "Do not divert the topic. I am the one asking you now." Seeing that Xia Yi was not easily swayed, Chen Luoqiu had no choice but to respond, "If you put it that way. It seems there might be some connection, but perhaps not in the way you think." Chen Luoqiu wanted to clarify that this had nothing to do with Tang Wanqing. Merely a coincidence of being reborn on that very day. "What do you mean not in the same way? Do you not like her anymore?" This posed a tricky question. If Chen Luoqiu declared she did not like her, it would appear somewhat callous. Yet, if she professed to like her, It would seem contradictory. Nonetheless, Chen Luoqiu ultimately responded with a single word, Upon returning home, Yang Wenjie inquired of Chen Luoqiu, "Where have you been running around all day? Uncle Tang is treating us to dinner tonight." The Uncle Tang Liang Wenjie referred to is, of course, Tang Yiming, the father of Tang Huaqing. What is the occasion? It's Aunt Li Ping's birthday. It seems everyone hasn't gathered in a while, so we thought we'd come together. Chen Luoqiu was not particularly eager to attend such an event and casually fabricated an excuse. "I've already had dinner outside, so I want to be going." Liang Wenjie cast a lingering glance at him. "You should at least show your face. Uncle Tang mentioned he has seen you in ages and has something to discuss with you. What could he possibly have to say to me? Just tell him I haven't returned yet, and that should suffice." Chen Luoqiu was quite puzzled, reclining on the sofa, hoping Liang Wenjie would assist him in his deception. Hearing his words, Liang Wenjie was filled with irritation. "Look at you, so lacking in ambition. Do you plan to avoid people from now on?" Sighing, Chen Luoqiu chose not to elaborate further and followed Liang Wenjie to the dining venue. Noticing that Chen Luoqiu truly did not wish to go, Liang Wenjie encouraged him. "Cheer up, just make an appearance and leave. We wouldn't want others to think we are lacking in courtesy." Upon arriving at the restaurant, they entered a private room with 2 tables, one main and one auxiliary. The meal had yet to be served, and a group of people were engaged in casual conversation. When Li Ping saw Liang Wenjie and the others arrive, she beckoned them to be seated. Chen Luoqiu scanned the room and found that he did not recognize most of the attendees. Some faces seemed familiar, yet he could not place their names. Likely relatives of Tang Huaqing. Following Liang Wenjie, he exchanged greetings with the elders. He chose a seat, attempting to render himself inconspicuous to avoid becoming the center of attention. However, things did not unfold as he wished. Before long, a rather stylishly dressed woman approached, pointing at Chen Luoqiu and asking Liang Wenjie, "Liang Jie, your Chen Luoqiu has become quite the handsome young man. Look at his height. He must be around 1.8 meters now." Her words immediately captured the attention of those nearby. They turned to Chen Luoqiu, noticing his striking features and sunny demeanor, and nodded in agreement. Liang Wenjie felt a surge of delight, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, and did not shy away from the compliment. "Thank you, Elia, for your praise. He has indeed grown quickly over the past 2 years and is now even a bit taller than his father." Chen Luoqiu smiled awkwardly, realizing his mother had completely abandoned modesty. Little did he know, this was regarded by Liang Wenjie as one of his few commendable traits nowadays. For this reason, she readily accepted the praises. Chen Luoqiu thought to himself, "After complimenting my appearance, will they move on to inquire about my academics? Leah? She must be Aunt Tang Huaqing's second aunt." As expected, the woman, noticing Liang Wenjie's unabashed reception of the compliment, smoothly shifted the topic to Chen Luoqiu's studies. "Is Luoqiu still in the same class as Qingqing? How are his grades?" Here it comes, first the compliments on looks, then the questions about academic performance, such a familiar routine. Chen Luoqiu inwardly scoffed, wearing an expression of detached amusement. Meanwhile, Liang Wenjie was caught off guard by Leah's abrupt change of subject. She cast a fierce glare at Chen Luoqiu, forcing a smile as she said, "We are no longer in the same class. Chen Luoqiu is studying science and her grades are decent." Liang Wenjie's remark was a feeble attempt to uphold Chen Luoqiu's dignity. Chen Luoqiu stifled a laugh at the fleeting embarrassment that flickered across Liang Wenjie's face. Leah had heard whispers about Chen Luoqiu's unimpressive academic performance, but she refrained from publicly contradicting Liang Wenjie and instead inquired, "Oh, is that so? Science can be quite challenging. What rank does Luoqiu hold now?" Liang Wenjie was utterly at a loss. Realizing that Liu was clearly trying to put her in an awkward position, she shot another glare at Chen Luoqiu, resenting her for being lackluster and thereby diminishing her own standing. In a vague tone, Liang Wenjie replied, "I'm not entirely sure about the ranking. It should be somewhere in the middle." With that, she hastily shifted the topic. "By the way, isn't your little Min about to take the high school entrance exam this year? I haven't seen her around. The best defense is a good offense." Once Liang Wenjie uttered this, the dynamics of the conversation shifted dramatically. The high school entrance exam is indeed a pivotal milestone in life, captivating the onlookers' attention. They all turned their gaze toward Leah, who explained, Xiaomin was taken out by her sister to pick someone up and should be back soon. Pick someone up? Since when has Qingqing been so enthusiastic about receiving guests? Liang Wenjie asked in confusion. Chapter 34. Annulment of engagement. No wonder Tang Huaqing was absent. She had gone out to receive someone. Chen Luoqiu pondered the same. Suddenly, a ruckus erupted at the entrance. Tang Yiming entered the private room, accompanied by a portly middle-aged man and a strikingly beautiful young woman. The middle-aged man was impeccably dressed in a suit, his sparse hair neatly styled, exuding the pride of someone in a position of authority. Allow me to introduce, this is Mr. Luo Xingmin, president of the Agricultural Bank, along with his wife, Ms. Zhang Wenwen. After this introduction, he pointed to a 17 or 18-year-old boy behind them. And this is Mr. Luo's son, Luo Jiaoyang, who is also Qingqing's classmate. As Tang Yiming introduced them, he promptly arranged for the three to take their seats. The crowd hurriedly approached Mr. Luo to greet him and establish rapport. Chen Luoqiu cast a glance at Tang Wanqing and the girl in the yellow dress beside her. It was evident that Tang Wanqing had put considerable effort into her appearance today, presenting a more mature demeanor. How to describe it? The term mature woman seems fitting. Chen Luoqiu couldn't help but steal a few more glances. It seemed that Li Ye's earlier mention of going to pick someone up was indeed in reference to Mr. Luo and his son. Chen Luoqiu wondered what stage their relationship had reached. Please, everyone, take your seats. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Luo declared with an air of arrogance, waving his hand dismissively. With the guests now present, Tang Yiming instructed the waitstaff to promptly serve the dishes. Chen Luoqiu quietly asked Liang Wenjie, "Is my dad not coming?" Liang Wenjie, equally puzzled as to why Chen Jianhua had yet to arrive, stepped out to call him. Meanwhile, the guests began to settle in. Tang Wanqing and the girl in the yellow dress also moved to take their seats at the adjacent table. Chen Luoqiu carefully observed the girl in the yellow dress, recalling that she was indeed Li Ye's daughter, named Xiamin. In their previous lives, they had encountered each other on numerous occasions, thus establishing a certain familiarity. Xiamin, with a bright smile, greeted Chen Luoqiu, saying, "Luoqiu ge." It's been a long time. Chen Luoqiu returned her smile, replying, "It has been a while. You've become even more beautiful." Xiamin giggled. "Oh? Am I more beautiful than my sister?" Chen Luoqiu glanced at Tang Wanqing, and then back at Xiamin, stating, "When you grow up, you will certainly be as beautiful as your sister." "Of course, we are sisters," Xiamin replied with a hint of pride, not fully grasping the deeper meaning of Chen Luoqiu's words regarding growth. This might not merely be an issue of time, but rather one of genetics. After a brief wait, Chen Jianhua arrived, slightly late. He quickly apologized to everyone. "I am truly sorry, everyone. I encountered a minor accident on the road which caused the delay." With his hands clasped together in apology, he made his way to the main table, only to realize that there were no available seats. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Jianhua hesitated, contemplating whether to join Liang Wenjie at the auxiliary table. However, he was pulled back by Tang Yiming, who jestingly remarked, "Look at you, arriving so late. You'll have to drink 3 cups as punishment later." As the server turned to fetch chairs, Luo Jiaoyang rose with a smile, graciously addressing Tang Yiming, "Uncle Tang, please take a seat here. I'll join Wanqing and the others." With that, he made his way to the auxiliary table. Some attendees had been eager to suggest that Tang Yiming seat the young man at the adjacent table, yet hesitated to do so, given that he was the son of President Luo. Luo Jiaoyang had been keenly aware of their thoughts but chose to remain still, relishing the opportunity to see others stumble. Now, feigning innocence, he stood up to offer his seat, garnering applause from the crowd, which filled him with satisfaction. Tang Yiming, appreciating Luo Jiaoyang's gesture, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Jiaoyang." He then turned to Tang Wanqing at the auxiliary table, instructing Qingqing, "Make sure to take good care of Jiaoyang." Understood? Only then did Luo Jiaoyang sit beside Tang Wanqing, playfully casting a glance at Chen Luoqiu, as if to say, "See, I even offered your father's seat to him." The pre-dinner interlude finally came to a close. Tang Yiming raised his glass, first toasting President Luo in gratitude for his presence. The guests then lifted their glasses to congratulate Li Ping. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the conversation began to flow. Tang Yiming approached Chen Luoqiu's table, standing behind Luo Jiaoyang. He expressed, "Jiaoyang, thank you so much for earlier. Let me toast you with a drink." Luo Jiaoyang raised his glass of beverage to clink with Tang Yiming's, warmly replying, "Uncle Tang, you are too courteous. It was my oversight in sitting in the wrong place. I hope you will not hold it against me." Tang Yiming, charmed by the eloquence of the child, expressed his fondness and once again urged Tang Wanqing to take good care of Luo Jiaoyang, suggesting that they should spend more time together in the future. After this, he approached Chen Luoqiu, inquiring about her recent endeavors, remarking on how he had not seen her for quite some time. He then proposed a toast, saying, "Come, let Uncle Tang clink glasses with you." Chen Luoqiu rose and clinked glasses with Tang Yiming, responding, "I've been busy with my studies lately and haven't gone out much. How is Uncle Tang's health these days?" Upon hearing her words, many around the table turned their attention to her, as though she had uttered something amusing. Chen Luoqiu had indeed mentioned her studies, correct? Tang Yiming looked at her and said, Studying is good. I heard from Qingqing that you've transferred to the science class. How is that going for you?" Grateful for his concern, she replied, "I feel it's going well." "It suits me." "That's good to hear," Tang Yiming reiterated, then added with a meaningful glance, "Luoqiu, at 17, you have a long road ahead. You must keep your sights set far beyond the immediate ground beneath your feet. When you find a girlfriend in the future, remember to bring her back for Uncle Tang to assess." After speaking, he smiled at Chen Luoqiu and turned to Liang Wenjie, saying, "Sister-in-law, the children have grown and now have their own ideas. I believe we should respect their choices and refrain from interfering." While others might not grasp the depth of his words, Liang Wenjie understood each one. In their childhood, the two families had jokingly arranged a betrothal for the young ones. Over the years, though never explicitly mentioned, both families had kept this matter in their hearts. Tang Yiming's remarks today subtly implied a desire to dissolve that agreement. Liang Wenjie, puzzled by his sudden mention of this, glanced at Chen Luoqiu, who smiled and nodded at her, prompting her to relax and respond, "Old Tang, what are you saying? We haven't taken that childhood jest to heart for a long time." With the matter settled, Tang Yiming felt a sense of relief and patted Chen Luoqiu's shoulder, exclaiming, Luoqiu has truly grown up. Look, you're even taller than I am now. If you can excel in your studies, your future is boundless." At this juncture, others at the table began to catch on to the underlying implications. They had heard whispers of the childhood betrothal but had never witnessed the parents' acknowledgement of it. Although they had jokingly speculated about the two children growing up together, it had always seemed a light-hearted jest. Now, with both sides addressing it openly, it appeared that there had indeed been an agreement. However, from this day forth, the engagement was officially annulled. Chapter 35. A moment of heartache for brother Tang Wanqing sat silently in her chair, absorbing the conversation between Tang Yiming and Liang Wenjie. She understood every word and even noticed Chen Luoqiu's subtle nod. Until now, she had been oblivious to the fact that she and Chen Luoqiu had once been betrothed. What on earth was happening? In the 21st century, are we still engaging in such practices? No wonder Chen Luoqiu used to cling to her and meddle in her private affairs. It appears he might have known all along. Tang Wanqing's mind was a tumult of confusion. If there had been any lingering bond between her and Chen Luoqiu from this day forth, they would truly be nothing more than ordinary classmates. No, even that is inaccurate. They could merely be considered alumni, fellow students. After Tang Yiming departed, an eerie silence enveloped the table, the atmosphere dropping several degrees. Luo Jiaoyang, glancing at Tang Wanqing, felt a swell of pride. Believing he had secured the approval of her family, who would dare to vie for Tang Wanqing's affection now? Xiamin looked at Chen Luoqiu with a sympathetic expression, pondering whether her uncle's recent words implied that Luoqiu should not grow too close to her cousin. If I were to harbor feelings for Luoqiu, would that not equate to stealing her boyfriend? Xiamin calculated in her mind. Other uncles, aunts, and relatives also regarded Chen Luoqiu with concern, feeling pity for the young man. Being publicly released from an engagement must surely weigh heavily on him for a long time. Yet, Chen Luoqiu remained unfazed, continuing to eat as if nothing were amiss. This was misconstrued by the others as him transforming sorrow into a greater appetite, forcing a smile. After finishing the meal, Chen Luoqiu turned to Liang Wenjie and said, "Mom, may I have the keys?" His tone was as casual as ever. Liang Wenjie retrieved the keys and handed them to him. Before departing, Chen Luoqiu discreetly whispered a few words to Chen Jianhua, then took his leave. On his way home, Chen Luoqiu decided to stop by Xinhua Wenexuan. He intended to purchase some books related to marketing to enhance his team's expertise in that area. By chance, amid a row of magazines, he spotted a financial magazine featuring the title The Legendary Life of Chu Shijin, From King of Tobacco to King of Oranges, adorned with an elderly man's portrait. It instantly reminded him of this magnate's extraordinary journey. He picked up the magazine and casually flipped through it. It recounted how the elder Chu, upon taking over a chronically loss-making tobacco factory at the age of over 50, transformed it into a large conglomerate ranked first in Asia and fifth globally within 17 years. Yet, at the pinnacle of his success, he faced severe economic issues that led to a life sentence. After several reductions of his sentence, he was granted medical parole, embarking on a journey with his wife to cultivate oranges on barren mountains. Chen Luoqiu resolved to purchase this book to take home for old Chen. intending to provide some ideological reinforcement. If his memory served him correctly, after tonight's dinner, the bond between Chen Jianhua and Tang Yiming, this pair of brothers, would reach its conclusion, and they would part ways. Following this, in his previous life, Chen Jianhua indeed found himself entangled in troubles, ultimately being forced to make an extreme choice. With the date of the previous Chen's leap drawing nearer, he needed to devise a plan to help old Chen navigate his current predicament swiftly. As he was about to leave, he informed Chen Jianhua that if Tang Yiming proposed to divide the family business and withdraw his shares, he could accede to that request. However, the accumulated goods and the outstanding loans must be apportioned according to their respective shares. He must not receive a full cash settlement. After Chen Luoqiu departed, Liang Wenjie also found an excuse to leave the restaurant. Once the victim had exited, the others began to liven up. These individuals were relatives of Tang Wanqing. Although they sympathized with Chen Luoqiu, they naturally chose to support Tang Wanqing, who had a more advantageous option. They first lavished praise on Luo Zhaoyang, then turned to inquire of Tang Wanqing. Qingqing, you will be taking the college entrance examination next year. Have you decided which school to apply to? Tang Wanqing replied that she had not yet made a decision. They pressed further, what major are you interested in studying? Again, Tang Wanqing responded that she had yet to determine her path. Sensing her lack of enthusiasm, the group refrained from further questioning her and redirected their inquiries to Xiamin. Minmin, your high school entrance examination is approaching. How are your grades? Which high school are you planning to attend? Xiamin felt a surge of admiration for how smoothly the conversation shifted. Before she could respond, Leah interjected. Minmin said she wants to attend Yangcheng High School, though she is unsure if she can get in. Upon hearing the name of the prestigious city No. 7 high school, everyone present turned to look at Xiamin, including Tang Wanqing, who glanced at her cousin. Xiamin felt a wave of embarrassment. She did wish to attend Yangcheng High School, the best in the city, but hearing it proclaimed so confidently by Leah made her blush. This was a claim she had made to placate Leah, and given her current grades, admission to Yangcheng High School seemed improbable. She was more likely to end up at Qinghe No. 1 High School. The elders began to commend Xiamin, and some unreservedly compared her to Tang Wanqing, suggesting that even though Tang Wanqing was exceptionally capable, her younger cousin seemed equally impressive. Xiamin felt increasingly flustered, her ears reddening. She hastily corrected them. No. Don't listen to what my mother says. My grades are still far from what Yangcheng High School requires. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her daughter's public denial, Li Ping shot a glare at Xiamin and said, how could you not get in? There are still 2 months left. If you put in more effort, you will surely succeed. Xiamin was at a loss for words, thinking her mother was quite naive. Could hard work truly resolve such matters? After some more casual conversation, the group bid farewell and departed. Tang Wanqing felt a sense of turmoil within and did not wish to return home. Xiamin took her to a milk tea shop across the street. As they sipped their drinks and chatted, Xiamin asked Tang Wanqing, sister, you understood what uncle said, right? This was something she could comprehend. Surely Tang Wanqing could as well. Thus, she sought confirmation. Tang Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement. What are your thoughts on it? Not much. They were simply being reckless before. Oh, so you're not upset at all. Luoqiu is such a good person. Tang Wanqing was at a loss for words. Was there really a need for a spy? All right, it seems you truly do not harbor feelings for Luoqiu. My heart aches for him for just a moment. Noticing Tang Wanqing's silence, her younger cousin deliberately acted playfully. Do you comprehend what it means to like someone? Tang Wanqing cast a glance at her younger cousin and lightly tapped her on the head. Please, I'm 15. Numerous boys at school are vying for my attention. The younger cousin retorted, deliberately flaunting her confidence. As they sipped their milk tea and engaged in conversation, Tang Wanqing's spirits lifted considerably. At that moment, upon hearing Xiamin share her own affairs, she became somewhat inquisitive and playfully inquired, so tell me, dear Min, do you have a boyfriend? No, I prefer someone older than me, the younger cousin replied, shaking her head. She then added, let me share a little secret, but you must promise not to hit me. What is it? Tang Wanqing's curiosity was piqued as she noticed her cousin's hesitance. Chapter 36, You Can't Be Pretending, Can You? Sister, I genuinely think Luoqiu is quite a good guy. If you don't want him, I shall take him. The younger cousin leaned in toward Tang Wanqing, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Tang Wanqing nearly burst into laughter at her cousin's words. Is there really a cue for him? She pondered, unable to grasp how Chen Luoqiu had suddenly become so popular. There was a girl named Jiang Yao at school, and now it seemed a traitor had emerged from within their ranks. That night, her sleep was restless. She reflected upon the myriad memories shared with Chen Luoqiu throughout their upbringing, their childhood mischief, where he would bear the brunt of punishment alone, and how he once sustained injuries while protecting her in middle school. She recalled the subtle nod he gave at her mother's banquet, a pang of sorrow swelling within her heart. As May approached its midpoint, with only half a month left until the senior prom, Chen Luoqiu began rehearsing with the older students. His practice sessions were scheduled for Tuesdays. Thus, on that evening, after classes, he promptly arrived at the auditorium for rehearsal. However, no one informed Chen Luoqiu that Tang Wenqing also had a performance coincidentally arranged for the same day. It was rather unfortunate that they encountered one another in the auditorium after such a long separation. Chen Luoqiu felt a tinge of awkwardness. Joanna must be doing this on purpose, he thought to himself. That night, Tang Yiming indeed followed through with his intention to separate from Chen Jianhua. As Chen Luoqiu had anticipated, with his departure, Chen Jianhua was left to assume control of the shares, but the factory's cash reserves had nearly been depleted, leaving only a warehouse full of unsold goods. Chen Jianhua was now on the verge of being unable to pay even the bank's interest. The relationship between the two families had irreparably fractured. As for Tang Wenqing and Chen Luoqiu, once the closest of companions, they had now become strangers. They exchanged a fleeting glance. Tang Wenqing hesitated to speak, while Chen Luoqiu merely nodded slightly before proceeding toward his rehearsal room. Tang Wenqing stood momentarily stunned, then quietly entered her own dance studio. Her performance was a duet in traditional Chinese dance, alongside Wang Yaolin. During rehearsal, Chen Luoqiu stole a glance at them. Adorned in flowing sleeves and skirts, they danced gracefully, as if soaring through the heavens, a truly beautiful performance. On his end, Chen Luoqiu did not heed Joanna's suggestion to sing the song that had been played in the broadcasting room prior to their practice. This time, he chose a rock song, Proud Youth. Without a score in hand, Chen Luoqiu could only rely on his memory to painstakingly reconstruct the melody. The lyrics were also incomplete, and he could only amend them bit by bit from recollection. In the end, he had made several modifications to the song, which, surprisingly, lent it an even deeper resonance than the original version from his past life, aligning more harmoniously with the prevailing aesthetic of this era. However, this endeavor stirred quite a sensation at school. News of Chen Luoqiu's live lyricism and composition, declaring Proud Youth to be astonishingly melodious, spread like wildfire. Consequently, each time he rehearsed, numerous onlookers gathered outside the auditorium. The original version of Proud Youth was performed by 3 singers. Chen Luoqiu invited 2 friends to join him. One was Jiang Yao, and the other was Su Xiaobei from Class 8. Jiang Yao requires no introduction. She was preparing for entrance exams to a music academy and was a standout in both instrumental and vocal performance at school. Notably, her understanding of music theory proved invaluable during Chen Luoqiu's score reconstruction. Su Xiaobei had partnered with Chen Luoqiu for performances in their first year of high school, showcasing remarkable skill on the drums. Both were astounded by Chen Luoqiu's extraordinary creative talent. Previously, when Chen Luoqiu had performed You Must Learn to Move Forward in the broadcasting room, Jiang Yao had asked him where he found the song, as it seemed there was no accompaniment available. At that time, he had evasively replied that it was a song he had stumbled upon, likely still unpublished by others. This time, however, Jiang Yao witnessed firsthand how Chen Luoqiu hummed and scribbled, completing an entire piece. Although he had sought her assistance on several occasions, it was evident that Chen Luoqiu was, indeed, a musical prodigy. Feeling a tinge of envy, Jiang Yao clenched her teeth and inquired, Chen Luoqiu, did you deceive me before? Huh? Chen Luoqiu responded, perplexed. That previous song, you wrote it yourself, didn't you? Why the sudden question about this? Chen Luoqiu hesitated, finding it difficult to explain, and ultimately nodded. Yes, I wrote it. He reasoned that while he had stated he had written it, he had not claimed it was entirely original. Jiang Yao snorted, casting a disapproving glance at him. After a moment, with a teasing expression, she remarked, Chen Luoqiu, I've noticed that since that time you were scolded, you've really become smarter. It seems like you suddenly know everything. And that cold gaze you just gave her was incredibly cool. You aren't pretending, are you? Are you? She continued, her expression playful as she disregarded whether Chen Luoqiu could withstand her antics. Testing the waters at the edge of danger, she had observed the scene backstage in the auditorium. Reveling in Tang Wenqing's embarrassment, she was curious whether Chen Luoqiu, the so-called simp, could genuinely let go of it, hence her provocative inquiries. Chen Luoqiu scoffed, contemplating giving this girl a lesson. Jiang Yao suddenly retracted her neck and hastily changed the subject. She inquired of Chen Luoqiu, all right, I won't say anything more. Could you help me write a song too? I desire to have a song of my own and experience the feeling of being adored. Aren't you the campus belle? Haven't you had enough of that experience? Chen Luoqiu replied, her expression laden with annoyance. That's different. I wish to experience it through talent, she retorted. Chen Luoqiu sighed in exasperation. Do you think composing a song is that simple? Countless singers in their lifetimes have failed to produce even a single melodious piece. But this is a benefit of my rebirth. I should take every opportunity. At that moment, Chen Luoqiu could only lament. In her previous life, she had not listened to many songs by female artists and found herself unable to think of a particular song suited for Jiang Yao. Initially, Jiang Yao had merely been joking with Chen Luoqiu and did not take the matter seriously. To her surprise, the following day, Chen Luoqiu handed her a sheet of music inscribed with the title, I Hope the World Loves You. Here, it's for you. Jiang Yao gazed at the lyrics and melody in her hands, softly humming along. As she sang, a spark ignited in her eyes, and she lifted her head, gazing at Chen Luoqiu with astonishment. Chen Luoqiu, you finished writing it already? Your efficiency is astounding. After speaking, she stared blankly at Chen Luoqiu, as if she were a stranger. Chen Luoqiu, somewhat irritated, replied, You were the one who wanted the song. I couldn't care less about anyone else. Gently tapping Jiang Yao on the head, she urged, Stop daydreaming. Come on, I'll accompany you. Jiang Yao playfully punched Chen Luoqiu's back twice, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. This song suited Jiang Yao perfectly. Her naturally sweet voice, coupled with the song's simple and cheerful melody, allowed her to familiarize herself with the piece after only a few rehearsals in the practice room. Su Xiaobei had come to find them for their rehearsal of Proud Youth. But upon hearing that Jiang Yao had a new song, he curiously asked Chen Luoqiu, What song is this? It sounds delightful, and you wrote it? Chen Luoqiu awkwardly nodded, having gradually acclimated to this sensation and no longer feeling shame. After all, this act of transcribing songs and lyrics was not exclusive to her. Numerous predecessors had done the same. Many had traversed into parallel worlds, copying Tang poetry and song lyrics without a hint of embarrassment. With the graduation party approaching, rehearsals grew increasingly intense. Joanna visited the auditorium practice room daily to monitor the progress of various performances, perhaps due to the impending college entrance examination. Traces of anxiety were evident on her face. One evening, she arrived just as Chen Luoqiu and Jiang Yao were rehearsing. Upon learning that Chen Luoqiu had written another song for Jiang Yao, she felt a mix of incredulity and envy. After their rehearsal, the three headed out for a late-night snack. Joanna suddenly brought up the recent essay topics that their literature teacher had suggested for the college entrance exam, seeking Chen Luoqiu's and Jiang Yao's input. Chapter 37, Chen Luoqiu, I wanted 2-3 topics were presented: integrity, competition and cooperation, and environmental protection. Upon hearing this, Chen Luoqiu mused to himself that these prompts were exceedingly broad, essentially serving as catch-all subjects. While it is true that such versatile topics may prove beneficial for diligent examinees, the examiners are not easily deceived. They can readily identify those who clumsily attempt to apply their knowledge to these prompts without genuine relevance, making it quite challenging to earn marks. If memory serves, this year's college entrance examination essay topic should revolve around inquiry, which appears to diverge significantly from these generic themes. Chen Luoqiu shook his head and asked Xiao Anna, Isn't your teacher being a bit too expansive with these topics? Huh. Do you truly believe they would provide you with a specific prompt? Xiao Anna replied dismissively, curling her lip at Chen Luoqiu's comment. Feeling somewhat conflicted, Chen Luoqiu was aware of this year's examination topics, but was not at liberty to disclose this information to Xiao Anna. He understood all too well the potential repercussions of such an action. However, he thought that perhaps offering a slight hint would not pose any issues. After a moment's hesitation, he said to Xiao Anna, Actually, there is another direction you might consider, which also falls under a broadly applicable theme. Upon finishing his statement, Chen Luoqiu gestured with his fingers to form a question mark. Xiao Anna, perplexed, furrowed her brow and inquired, What do you mean? Curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge are commendable. Xiao Anna gazed at Chen Luoqiu in confusion. After a prolonged silence, she finally responded, All right, thank you. Although she expressed gratitude, her facial expression conveyed skepticism. Chen Luoqiu, undeterred, smiled and waved his hand at Xiao Anna, signaling that no thanks were necessary. He thought to himself that if Xiao Anna genuinely prepared along the lines he suggested, it would be her fortune. If not, there was little to be done. Jiang Yao, observing Chen Luoqiu as he appeared to play the role of a sage advising Xiao Anna, felt a twinge of annoyance. She wondered when Chen Luoqiu had become so benevolent. suspecting it was merely because he was smitten by Xiao Anna's beauty, attempting to impress the girl. Xiao Anna, while not taking Chen Luoqiu's essay topic too seriously, was far more intrigued by the song he had composed for Jiang Yao. With a flirtatious gaze, she asked Chen Luoqiu, Jr., since you've written a song for Jiang Yao, why not compose one for me as well? I insist, I want one too. Chen Luoqiu thought to himself, what audacious words. Oh, you want one as well? I'm afraid I might not be able to withstand the pressure. The two girls, unable to comprehend his words, exchanged glances of disdain, perceiving his expression as somewhat lewd. Realizing he needed to respond appropriately, Chen Luoqiu replied to Xiao Anna, aren't you planning to study foreign languages? What need do you have for a song? Besides, do you think I am Lin Shi, able to write on command? Bah, if you aren't going to write it, just say so, no need for all these excuses. Chen Luoqiu retorted, at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to him, rumors had already spread throughout the school regarding his songwriting for Jiang Yao, and by the next day, it seemed the entire institution was aware of it. During the break, Xia Yi and Jiang Ting cornered Chen Luoqiu in the hallway. In a rather sarcastic tone, they addressed Chen Luoqiu, saying, Chen Luoqiu, you were quite impressive. Just the other day you composed Proud Youth, and yesterday you assisted someone in creating I Hope You Were Loved by This World. You are remarkably prolific. Why not write a piece for us as well? I want one too. Jiang Ting chimed in. Hey, have you all become drama queens? What do you mean by wanting one? Do you even consider whether others can handle it? Humph, and who can't handle it? You managed to write something for Jiang Yao, didn't you? Jiang Ting retorted, her expression one of defiance. Well, that depends on inspiration, doesn't it? Once I find some, I'll gladly write for you, all right? My lovely ladies? Very well, but this is your own promise. Hearing Chen Luoqiu's assurance to help them write later, the two reluctantly allowed her to leave. As for the matter of songwriting, the onlookers at school were equally eager to express their frustration. Just days ago, they were raving about how delightful Proud Youth was. Yet they hadn't even had the chance to listen to it outside the rehearsal hall. Now, news of a new song, I Hope You Are Loved by This World, was circulating. They were at a loss as to which song to listen to first. However, Chen Luoqiu had no time to concern herself with them. She had pressing matters at hand. Due to Chen Jianhua's impulsive decisions, their family's factory was on the brink of closure. Chen Jianhua himself was nearing a dire situation. Chen Luoqiu needed to devise a strategy to expedite the sale of the mountains of furniture stacked in the warehouse, ensuring they had sufficient cash to repay bank loans and workers' wages. On Friday evening, Chen Luoqiu convened a meeting with her partners from Luochuang Premium, addressing all the issues encountered during the recent renovations. Subsequently, she inquired about the preparations for the store opening. The shelves and initial batch of products had all been finalized, and shipments from the vendors were commencing. Once the stock arrived, the store would be ready to commence operations. Qin Ku confidently addressed everyone, well done. You two sisters have worked hard during this time. As they observed the store gradually taking shape, excitement bubbled among the team. Qin Lan, chosen as the store manager, was naturally elated. She looked at Chen Luoqiu with admiration shining in her eyes. Having grown more familiar with everyone, she was no longer the shy girl she once was. She could now initiate conversations and engage with others. Seeing Chen Luoqiu inspecting the progress, she playfully asked, So, how is it, Boss Chen? Are we meeting your expectations? Her question elicited a round of laughter from the group. They had witnessed Qin Lan's recent transformation, so they were not overly surprised by her remark. What do you mean by little ones? You should be the big one here, Qin Ku muttered to herself, feeling slightly disgruntled at her sister's admiration. She was pleased with her sister's recent change, but found herself puzzled by its cause. Could it have something to do with that man named Chen? Chen Luoqiu observed the confident expressions on everyone's faces and was reminded of the situation at the family factory. A clever idea struck him, and he addressed the group. Our store is about to open. To assess the results of your recent studies in marketing, I will provide a batch of products for you to help sell tomorrow. You will receive a 10% commission based on the sales price. Are you interested? Upon hearing this promising opportunity, everyone eagerly expressed their willingness to give it a try. He Fei, already wary from previous experiences with Chen Luoqiu, cautiously inquired, Could you please tell us what the products are? It would help us prepare. Certainly, Chen Luoqiu replied with a smile, recognizing that He Fei had been apprehensive due to past encounters. They are a range of high-quality furniture. Tomorrow, there will be a large exhibition at the Bai Square, and we will assist there. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, puzzled by the sudden shift to the furniture industry. He Fei shot a disapproving glance at Chen Luoqiu, fully aware that his family owned a furniture factory. It wouldn't happen to be furniture from your family's factory, would it? Chen Luoqiu nodded helplessly, affirming with a single word, yes. Chapter 38. A resounding success. As soon as Chen Luoqiu finished speaking, the group exchanged glances. Qin Lan and Qin Ku, upon hearing Yifei's remark, realized that Chen Luoqiu's family owned a furniture factory, which explained his adeptness in business. It was evidently a family legacy. However, they had overestimated Chen Jianhua's influence, as Chen Luoqiu's skills bore no relation to him. Qin Ku asked Chen Luoqiu, "Why do you want us to sell furniture? Does your factory not have its own sales team?" Chen Luoqiu explained, "Recently, there have been some issues at the factory, and we indeed lack manpower. However, my reason for involving you goes beyond mere staffing. I wish to explore a new sales approach." "What new sales approach?" Qin Ku immediately inquired. "Direct sales," Chen Luoqiu succinctly replied, continuing, "The traditional sales model typically involves products departing from the manufacturer, passing through various provincial agents, and then reaching distributors at different levels. It resembles a chain, with each link depending on the others, ultimately delivering the product to consumers through multiple layers of distribution." He paused momentarily, allowing the group time to reflect on this concept. Then, he elaborated. "In this process, each level requires a profit margin, which leads to cumulative costs. Additionally, intermediary stages such as logistics and warehousing incur extra expenses. Collectively, these factors compel consumers to pay higher prices for the products. However, this is not the most pressing issue. The real challenge lies in the fact that many distributors refuse to promote our products, preferring instead to sell inferior, cheaper items that offer higher profits." After finishing his explanation, Chen Luoqiu looked at the group, seemingly awaiting their understanding and reactions. After a prolonged silence, as if grasping a revelation, Qin Lan asked, "So, you mean to bypass the distributors and sell directly from the manufacturer?" As Chen Luoqiu gazed at the speaking Qin Lan, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he mused, "Having spent a few years in the deep city makes a significant difference. Her knowledge surpasses that of these high school students. Indeed, it is a direct manufacturer sales model. Truly, Sister Lan is well informed." Qin Lan's cheeks flushed slightly, her demeanor a touch bashful. Yet, such inquiries inevitably lead to the question of installation and after-sales service. It was Qin Lan who posed this vital question, as only she possessed the acumen to address the core challenges of the direct sales model. Chen Luoqiu recognized that even in a future where direct sales thrived, installation and after-sales service remained the most frequently criticized aspects by consumers. Sister Lan's intellect shone through as she immediately identified the pain points of the direct sales model. Observing Qin Lan, Chen Luoqiu offered a compliment, acknowledging that installation and after-sales service indeed posed considerable challenges. However, for now, we are merely testing within the city, with the factory directly overseeing installation and after-sales. In the future, we plan to centralize sales, installation, and after-sales through a chain of direct stores. The others, witnessing his flattery towards Qin Lan, felt a tinge of disdain. "Just tell us what you need us to do," Yifei interjected, unable to contain his impatience any longer. Chen Luoqiu smirked, thinking that this group likely wouldn't grasp the nuances, and he felt a touch of irritation. He decided to be succinct. "It's quite simple. Just sell the merchandise as you did when setting up street stalls. Leave the rest to me. Later, I will send you some materials. Please study them well at home." The group nodded in agreement. Yifei and Monkey had heard a bit about Chen Luoqiu's family circumstances. Now that their brother required assistance, they felt compelled to help. Tang Yiming's departure had taken away several experienced craftsmen and marketing personnel from the factory. Recently, Chen Jianhua had been overwhelmed with work, unable to focus on the exhibition. Fortunately, his apprentices were quite capable and alleviated some of his burdens, though they were all technically inclined and knew little about marketing. Currently, only Wang Hongkai remained in the marketing department. Consequently, the responsibility for the upcoming exhibition naturally fell upon his shoulders. Wang Hongkai had always been in Tang Yiming's shadow, never having independently managed a complete event. Chen Jianhua's explicit request for him to take charge served as a test of his abilities. Just as Wang Hongkai was feeling lost, Chen Luoqiu approached him, sharing his thoughts regarding the exhibition and requesting assistance in preparing several items. Although Wang Hongkai suspected that Chen Luoqiu's ideas were somewhat whimsical, he welcomed his involvement, recognizing that as the boss's son, any issues that arose could not be laid at his feet. On Saturday, at the exhibition venue, Chen Luoqiu, accompanied by a group of friends clad in matching uniforms, made their appearance at the homing furniture booth. Wang Hongkai had already ensured that the television and audio equipment were fully prepared. Chen Luoqiu connected the prearranged device, and news segments regarding the dangers of formaldehyde in furniture, linking it to cases of childhood leukemia, began to roll across the screen. He, accompanied by several companions, conducted formaldehyde tests on the flagship products of several domestic major brands, revealing that all exceeded permissible levels. Subsequently, he distributed formaldehyde test strips to the audience for free, encouraging them to take them home for personal testing. Soon, a crowd gathered around the booth. "Oh my, the new cabinet I purchased is from this brand. I had no idea formaldehyde posed such a significant threat. I must rush home to test my furniture." A young man inquired, "How much do you sell this furniture for?" Observing the audience's reactions, Chen Luoqiu realized that his plan had succeeded halfway. What customers desire is simply quality products at reasonable prices. Through Chen Luoqiu's live demonstrations and promotions, the audience had largely come to recognize Huoming's commitment to environmental protection and quality materials. The other half of the success hinged on pricing. He then announced that Huoming would henceforth sell directly from the factory, offering prices at least 20% lower than comparable products. The audience listened intently, with many expressing their intent to place orders on the spot. At that moment, a middle-aged man pushed his way to the front, questioning, "Is your furniture really as good as you claim? Could it be a scam?" Chen Luoqiu smiled and replied, "Sir, we can conduct a test right here. If we find excessive formaldehyde, we will gladly destroy it on the spot and offer a tenfold refund to any customers who have already purchased." The middle-aged man hesitated, nodded, and selected several pieces of furniture for immediate testing. The results astonished him. The formaldehyde levels were nearly non-existent. Witnessing this, others began to place orders as well. In the blink of an eye, sales surged. His companions busily and excitedly attended to the customers, and the first day of the exhibition concluded triumphantly. That evening, the success of Huoming's exhibition was featured in a 5-minute segment on the Yang City television program Economic Livelihoods. Chen Luoqiu, as a high school student, made his debut appearance on television. On Sunday, the exhibition site remained bustling with activity. After a day of anticipation, Huoming Furniture's booth suddenly became the focal point of the entire venue. However, success is never a simple affair. Huoming's audacious testing for formaldehyde at the furniture exhibition positioned most competitors against them, who harbored intense animosity towards Huoming and began devising ways to spread slander and discredit the brand. They claimed that Huoming's furniture consisted of outdated stock, asserting that the formaldehyde had already dissipated. Thus, the tests yielded no results, implying that Huoming's furniture still contained formaldehyde. To counter these rumors, Chen Luoqiu disassembled several pieces of furniture on site, showcasing the raw materials to all customers, explaining that all Huoming's furniture is crafted from solid wood or multi-layered solid wood, with environmental standards even surpassing the highest benchmarks set by developed countries such as those in Europe and America. As a result, Huoming's reputation soared in Yang City. In just 2 days, not only was the entire inventory sold out, but future production capacities were also fully booked. This was merely the first step in Chen Luoqiu's transformation of Huoming. Chapter 39, The Hot Commodity. In just 2 days, the crisis faced by Huoming has been temporarily alleviated. However, Chen Luoqiu is acutely aware that their adversaries are not easily vanquished. As the urbanization rate of the future gradually rises, the demand for furniture among users continues to grow steadily, while competition within the market will only intensify. The key to future success lies fundamentally in pricing and service. Huoming must further reduce prices while ensuring quality and service standards. Chen Luoqiu resolved to take the time to guide Wang Hongkai in establishing a new sales system. Before that, however, Huoming might need to consider a name change. At the end of May, with only a week remaining until the college entrance examination, the literary evening for the senior class was held as scheduled. Chen Luoqiu's performance, arranged as a tribute from the younger students to their senior classmates, was slated for the 3rd act. At that moment, he sat in the audience, observing the seniors on stage, who alternated between fervent speeches and moments of heartfelt emotion. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he recalled his own experiences in a past life, where he too had wept profusely. Yet, having been reborn, such moments now seemed trivial to him. Life is inherently a journey of continuous ascent, and the 3rd year of high school merely represents a modest peak along that path. Surmount it, and one will discover many more mountains awaiting ahead. Thus, everyone must adjust their mindset, devoid of haste or fear. They need only to focus on the road ahead, taking it one step at a time. Observing his classmates, each with tear-filled eyes and trembling cheeks, he suddenly felt somewhat out of place. He stepped outside the auditorium, seeking a breath of fresh air. On the balcony, he unexpectedly encountered Luo Jiaoyang and his companions, who were also taking a moment to breathe. Noticing Chen Luoqiu approach, Luo Jiaoyang smirked and remarked to those behind him, "Look, that's Chen Luoqiu." He then stepped forward. Addressing Chen Luoqiu, you've been quite the sensation lately. I hear you've even penned your own songs. My friends here have come specifically to see you. Would you do us the honor of introducing yourself?" Chen Luoqiu chose to ignore him and walked past. Unexpectedly, a girl behind Luo Jiaoyang grasped the sleeve of Chen Luoqiu's shirt. "Are you Chen Luoqiu?" "Hello, I'm Li Shiyu from the foreign language department," she giggled. Chen Luoqiu glanced at her and nodded. "I am Chen Luoqiu." Seeing Chen Luoqiu respond, Li Shiyu smiled slightly, playfully winking at Luo Jiaoyang, thinking to herself, "See? This is the charm I possess." Then, with admiration, she inquired, "Chen, is it true that you wrote the song You Must Learn to Move Forward yourself?" "I absolutely adore it. It's a pity it's just a recording. The sound quality isn't great. Do you have a studio version?" Chen Luoqiu awkwardly yet politely smiled back, replying, "It was just for fun. There isn't any studio version." "Ah, just for fun? Don't you plan to release it?" "No," Chen Luoqiu admitted. He had considered releasing it, but he currently had no connections in the music industry, and Xinghe didn't even have a professional recording studio. Moreover, he truly did not wish to publish anything under his own name. Since his rebirth, he had never contemplated entering the entertainment industry. Li Shiyu furrowed her brow, seemingly a bit regretful. Then, her eyes sparkled with a sudden thought, and she turned to Chen Luoqiu, inquiring, "Chen, are you perhaps unsure of how to release your songs?" Chen Luoqiu coughed softly, remaining silent. Assuming she had hit the nail on the head, Li Shiyu's face lit up with pride as she, with the air of a seasoned veteran, informed Chen Luoqiu, "Let me tell you, your songs are quite marketable. Even if you are reluctant to release them now, you must promptly register the copyrights. Otherwise, you might find them snatched away by someone else, leaving you with no place to lament." Chen Luoqiu recognized the truth in her words. However, he had already secured the copyrights for those songs long ago, so he was not particularly concerned about that issue. With a smile, he replied to Li Shiyu, "Thank you for your kindness. I have already registered the copyrights for these songs. I shall be heading in now." After saying this, Chen Luoqiu intended to retreat. Li Shiyu was taken aback to learn that he had indeed registered the copyrights, but she quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. "Oh, you've already taken care of that. Then why do you hesitate to publish? Have you not found the right channel? Do you need me to help introduce you?" Chen Luoqiu shook his head. "No, thank you." He then turned and entered the auditorium, leaving Li Shiyu and Luo Jiaoyang behind. "Why is he so aloof?" one of the girls complained. "Don't mind him, Zia Shiyu. Let us go inside," Luo Jiaoyang quickly consoled. Li Shiyu watched Chen Luoqiu's departing figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. Upon returning to the auditorium, Chen Luoqiu had scarcely taken a seat when Jiang Yao approached him and Su Xiaobei, and the three proceeded to the backstage to prepare. Xiao Anna, the female host for today's gala, was backstage touching up her makeup. Upon seeing Chen Luoqiu and the others, she earnestly advised Chen Luoqiu, "Junior, do keep it somewhat restrained during your performance. Don't let the atmosphere become too heated, lest the subsequent acts struggle to follow." Her words were not meant as jest. She had indeed witnessed their live rehearsal, and the atmosphere was simply overwhelming. Chen Luoqiu chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, Senior, we are well aware. This reverse encouragement was truly something else." Chen Luoqiu silently scoffed. Unbeknownst to him, the performance following theirs was a traditional Chinese dance by Tang Wanqing and her group. What he also did not know was that, seated in a corner, two individuals were pouting and silently observing him. Wang Yalan quietly asked Tang Wanqing, "Have you both stopped speaking entirely? Has your relationship completely unraveled?" Tang Wanqing sighed and nodded. "Did you two actually have a betrothal as children?" Wang Yalan inquired with a curious expression, leaning closer to Tang Wanqing. "I'm not sure." Tang Wanqing recalled the incident with a hint of amusement, yet suddenly felt a pang of sadness. "What do you mean you're not sure? I heard that your father publicly sought to annul the engagement with Chen Luoqiu's mother in front of a whole table of guests. How could you possibly not know? Who told you that?" Tang Wanqing asked, slightly taken aback. "Luochuang, who else?" He mentioned that Luo Jiaoyang was present at the scene. Tang Wanqing had already surmised that it was likely Luo Jiaoyang who informed Luochuang. She bit her lip, feeling a sense of confusion as she said, "I only learned about this from my father that day. What are your plans moving forward? Will you just let time pass without any contact?" Wang Yalan remarked with a pout, "Your father's handling of this matter was rather inappropriate. How could he do such a thing in front of so many people? It's so hurtful. Tang Wanqing recalled that day and felt her father's actions had indeed been excessive. After all, these matters were the result of their own reckless behavior. Couldn't they have resolved it privately instead of making each other uncomfortable? Given that the situation had unfolded as it had, perhaps parting ways amicably would be for the best. Wang Yalan offered Tang Wanqing some words of comfort. Just then, Joanna's voice resonated from the stage. Next, please welcome Chen Luoqiu, Jiang Yao, and Su Xiaobei to perform the song Proud Youth. Upon hearing Joanna's announcement, Chen Luoqiu took a deep breath and, along with Jiang Yu and Su Xiaobei, stepped onto the stage. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Observing the crowd, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of nervousness. However, upon catching Chen Luoqiu's encouraging gaze, her anxiety dissipated instantly. As the drums began to play, Chen Luoqiu strummed her guitar, and Jiang Yao joined in with the vocals. Their seamless collaboration garnered waves of applause from the audience. After concluding their performance, the trio bowed deeply to the audience before gradually making their way off the stage. As they arrived backstage, they were quickly surrounded by a throng of classmates. Chen Luoqiu, you were fantastic. Absolutely perfect. I was moved to tears, their peers exclaimed, showering them with praise and emotion. The three exchanged smiles. They had deliberately toned down their performance at Joanna's suggestion. Joanna had spent a considerable time calming the audience before finally introducing the next act. Meanwhile, Luo Jiaoyang and his companions fell silent as they spotted Tang Wanqing and the others on stage. Li Shiyu leaned in to whisper to Luo Jiaoyang, "Is this the woman you took from Chen Luoqiu? She is truly beautiful." At that moment, Luo Jiaoyang wished to ignore her, preferring to quietly admire Tang Wanqing's dance. Lu Chang chimed in, "How is that stealing?" It was a fair competition, and in the end, Chen Luoqiu voluntarily withdrew. "Isn't that still stealing? Didn't my brother mention they had a marriage contract? We had no idea they were genuinely bound by a contract." In the blink of an eye, Chen Luoqiu had transferred to Class 8 for over a month. After intensive catch-up sessions, she was gradually keeping pace with the teacher's progress. During this time, Chen Luoqiu had become the center of attention, her popularity soaring throughout the school. Especially among the girls, her fame rivaled that of idol stars. In the unofficial school rankings of heartthrobs, she secured the third position, making her a target for jealousy among the boys. Since the incident, Zhang Min had become increasingly withdrawn, often daydreaming during class. At times, when her classmates call her name, she is startled, even walking with her head bowed low. It is uncertain if she can even see her own toes. Although the evening event has concluded, Chen Luoqiu remains preoccupied, while Qin Lan oversees the shop's affairs. The entire plan was devised by Chen Luoqiu, who is frequently consulted for advice whenever Qin Lan encounters difficulties. Fortunately, Chen Luoqiu possesses abundant energy. No matter how late she sleeps, she awakens each day invigorated. On another Thursday evening, after finishing her study session, Chen Luoqiu was tidying her belongings when she noticed Zhang Min stealthily observing her. Their eyes met, and Zhang Min instinctively looked away. This marked the third occasion that day Chen Luoqiu had caught Zhang Min glancing at her, initially disregarded, yet now it seemed Zhang Min had something to discuss. Approaching Zhang Min's desk, Chen Luoqiu gently tapped on it, signaling her to step outside for a conversation. The two made their way to the corridor, and Chen Luoqiu glanced at Zhang Min, inquiring if there was something she needed. Zhang Min kept her gaze lowered, taking a long moment before timidly uttering, "Could you lend me some money?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, stammering slightly. After a moment of piecing together her words, Chen Luoqiu comprehended her request. "How much do you need?" she asked. 500, Zhang Min replied, her head bowing even lower. Chen Luoqiu, puzzled by the request, reflected that 500 yuan was a significant sum for a student, considering that most students managed on a mere 100 yuan monthly for living expenses. "All right," she responded without further inquiry, promptly agreeing. Zhang Min seemed taken aback by Chen Luoqiu's willingness, slowly lifting her head to meet her gaze, her eyes slightly reddened. Noticing Chen Luoqiu's composed demeanor, which lacked any hint of jest, she could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. Although Chen Luoqiu had no intention of probing further, Zhang Min's distressed appearance compelled her to ask, "May I inquire why you need such a large sum?" "Of course. If you prefer not to share or find it inconvenient, you need not disclose anything. I will still lend you the money." Yet, that question opened a Pandora's box. "I might be pregnant," Zhang Min stammered. "I wish to go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow." Chen Luoqiu coughed several times, her eyes widening in shock. Feeling awkward and regretting her inquiry, It dawned on her that this money was intended for an abortion, leaving her with a profound sense of guilt. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, Chen Luoqiu felt compelled to support her. Internally, she cursed Li Fei's lineage once again, lamenting the misfortune. Looking at the young girl before her, Chen Luoqiu pondered what trials she had already faced at such a tender age. The following day, Chen Luoqiu took with her 2,000 yuan. Convinced that if Zhang Min were indeed pregnant, she would likely seek to terminate the pregnancy. Concerned that Zhang Min might be reluctant to spend money, Chen Luoqiu feared she might resort to an unlicensed clinic, risking her health. Unfamiliar with the procedures, Chen Luoqiu realized that, in this era, undergoing a standard abortion was not as exorbitant as she had imagined. Even a painless procedure would not exceed 1,000 yuan. In this era, advertisements for hospitals abound, be it for abortions, circumcisions, or treatments for sexually transmitted diseases. It seems that regardless of gender, one must inevitably undergo such experiences. Perhaps due to fierce competition, prices have indeed seen a slight decline, a fact that Chen Luoqiu would only later come to realize. Why on earth do I need to know these things? Chen Luoqiu muttered internally. When Chen Luoqiu handed the money to Zhang Min, she appeared momentarily taken aback. She hesitated, claiming that such a sum was excessive, though in truth, she was uncertain of the exact amount required. Having heard from a friend that it might cost a few hundred yuan, she had contemplated borrowing 500, believing that her own few tens of yuan would suffice. Is someone accompanying you to the hospital? After posing the question, Chen Luoqiu noticed Zhang Min staring at him intently, causing a sudden jolt in his heart. Why did I have to ask that? My damned sympathy, surely she doesn't expect me to accompany her. We have no particular relationship. What if someone sees us? Chen Luoqiu's mind raced, conjuring an entire narrative. No, absolutely not. I cannot go, he resolved firmly, avoiding Zhang Min's gaze. He pressed the money into her hand and hastily concocted an excuse to leave. Indeed, Chen Luoqiu departed. On his way, he suddenly recalled his good friend He Fei. Why not have He Fei accompany Zhang Min to the hospital? He pondered. At that moment, Zhang Min was at her most vulnerable, desperately in need of companionship. If He Fei were to accompany her, surely she would feel grateful to him in the future. Such a fortuitous opportunity must be considered for his brother. Wait a moment, would He Fei's parents hold me responsible for this? They probably wouldn't. Perhaps they might even express their gratitude towards me. Chen Luoqiu mused to himself. In his previous life, He Fei, in his 30s, was still searching for a partner, eventually marrying a divorced woman with a child, only for her to abscond with his wealth, leaving him to care for a 3-year-old girl. Chen Luoqiu believed that if this could truly come to pass, Zhang Min would be a veritable goddess compared to the woman from his past. Just ask yourself, does your brother treat you well? Chen Luoqiu continued to walk, his thoughts leading him toward the classroom. Chapter 41. Undergoing surgery alone? Zhang Min watched as Chen Luoqiu hastily departed, leaving her in a daze. She had never dared to hope that he would accompany her to the hospital, considering their relationship was not yet intimate enough. Borrowing money from Chen Luoqiu was a last resort, as she found herself devoid of more suitable options. She was uncertain whether he had the means to lend her money, or if he would even be willing to do so. Nonetheless, she held on to the words Chen Luoqiu had spoken on the rooftop, which resonated with her profoundly, elevating her impression of him. Given that he was willing to help her before, she believed he would likely do so again. Zhang Min thought this way. Particularly as the situation was indeed difficult to articulate, she feared the probing questions of others. She had even prepared several excuses in advance, however. At the moment Chen Luoqiu inquired, she decided to lay everything bare, for she had no secrets left in the presence of Chen Luoqiu. Ultimately, Chen Luoqiu did not seek out Iziming. Halfway there, she turned back to Class 8. In the afternoon, Zhang Min was absent, presumably having gone to the hospital on her own. The thought of Zhang Min enduring surgery alone on the operating table, suffering excruciating pain, stirred a sense of unease within Chen Luoqiu. In later generations, solitude has been categorized into 10 levels, with undergoing surgery alone positioned at the highest tier. This ordeal not only entails facing physical agony but also bears the immense psychological pressure of loneliness, a sense of helplessness that can easily shatter one's will. Chen Luoqiu found Xia Yi and briefly recounted Zhang Min's situation. If you have no plans this afternoon, why not visit her at the hospital? Xia Yi responded with a scoff. Well, why don't you go? She is looking for you, not me. Hey, that is not quite fair. As the class monitor, shouldn't you show some concern for a fellow student? Besides, it would indeed be inconvenient for me to go. After speaking, she muttered under her breath. Also, she is not my child. What if others misunderstand? Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu's murmurs, Xia Yi burst into laughter, cackling like a goose. After a moment, she calmed down and squinted at Chen Luoqiu, asking, "Are you particularly hoping that child is yours?" Raising an eyebrow, she added, "Keep it up. Who knows? You might just have a chance in the future." "Wow, don't say such things. I don't have that kind of fixation." Seeing Chen Luoqiu's face contorted in rejection, Xiaoyu ceased her teasing and solemnly stated, "If you want me to go, you must accompany me." "What? No way. I can't go. Have Jiangting go with you instead." Chen Luoqiu quickly shook her head in refusal, thinking, "If I were to go, what need would I have for you? No, you must come with me. Otherwise, I want to go." Faced with Chen Luoqiu's firm stance, Xiaoyu adopted a serious demeanor and insisted. In the end, Chen Luoqiu relented, and when the two arrived at the hospital to see Zhang Min, they found her pallid and waiting in line for an ultrasound, accompanied by a girl of similar age. Xiaoyu shot Chen Luoqiu an incredulous glance. "It's not as dire as you described," she muttered to herself. Upon seeing Chen Luoqiu and Xiaoyu, Zhang Min appeared surprised yet touched. She looked gratefully at Chen Luoqiu, a faint smile breaking through her pale visage. "Xiaoyu wanted to come and see you," Chen Luoqiu remarked, offering her signature smile while nudging Xiaoyu forward. Xiaoyu bit her lip, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Luoqiu but refraining from exposing his fib at that moment. Thank you, Xiaoyu." Zhang Min expressed her gratitude. Chen Luoqiu nodded slightly, and, curious about the girl beside Zhang Min, inquired, "And who is this?" "This is Lin Mingjie, my friend." Just as Chen Luoqiu was about to greet Lin Mingjie, she preempted him, saying, "You must be Chen Luoqiu, right? Hello. I'm Lin Mingjie, and I'm your fan." Several crows flew overhead as Chen Luoqiu stood there. "Hello, Lin classmate. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said with a perfunctory tone. He then turned to Zhang Min and inquired, "Are you certain?" Zhang Min shook her head. "Not yet. The doctor suggested doing an ultrasound first. Once confirmed, they can arrange the surgery immediately, and I can be discharged by tonight." She spoke lightly, perhaps to bolster her own spirits or to prevent others from worrying about her. After finishing, she glanced at Chen Luoqiu and smiled. "Thank you so much, Chen Luoqiu." Her lips moved slightly, as if she had more to say but hesitated. She then looked at Xiaoyu and urged, "You should head back now. Don't miss your classes." Upon seeing Zhang Min's expression, Xiaoyu understood immediately. She sighed and shot a fierce glare at Chen Luoqiu, thinking to herself that this girl would likely never forget him. Chen Luoqiu, perplexed, wondered what Xiaoyu's glare meant. "All right, we'll head back now and visit you again tonight," he said, realizing there was little he could do to assist, and prepared to leave. Before departing, he left Zhang Min 200 yuan, telling her to take a taxi home and buy some nutritional supplements to recover her health. Xiaoyu watched Chen Luoqiu's benevolent demeanor with 100 grievances in her heart. Giving her money? As if she doesn't already have feelings for you. She muttered internally. Just as they were about to leave, Chen Luoqiu noticed a white figure in the distance seemingly watching them. A nurse? A doctor? Why is she looking at me? He shook his head and walked out of the hospital lobby with Xiaoyu. "Chen Luoqiu, do you perhaps have a soft spot for Zhang Min? You can't be developing some kind of complex, can you?" Xiaoyu asked as they walked. "What do you mean by that? Don't you think she is pitiful?" He replied, perplexed. "She is indeed pitiful. But there is no need for you to go this far," she retorted. "Wealth is merely a material possession. It brings me joy to be able to assist others. Xia classmate, we must broaden our perspectives." "Uft, you're acting like a hero. I advise you to temper your compassion, lest you find yourself in a difficult situation later," she replied. The two continued their conversation as they returned to school. Meanwhile, after Chen Luoqiu and the others left, Lin Mingjie let out a sigh of relief. "Is it possible that Chen Luoqiu is being too kind to you? Do you think he might actually like you?" Zhang Min felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Lin Mingjie's words, but it quickly turned bittersweet. "Mingjie, don't say such things. It's merely sympathy. Besides, there are plenty of girls around him. Why would he ever look my way?" "That is true. He is quite the celebrity at school now. Even in our class, many girls have a secret crush on him." Lin Mingjie thought Zhang Min had a point. Given her current circumstances, it was indeed only natural for others to feel sympathy. What man would be attracted to a woman carrying another's child? That would be absurd. However, this was a thought she could only keep to herself. Certainly not something to voice aloud. Chapter 42. The Brahmins in the county town. It was Friday afternoon. The students of Class 2 in Class 1 of the second year were engaged in physical education class. At this moment, a group of individuals was circumnavigating the track. When Chen Luoqiu and Xiaoyu returned, they were coincidentally spotted by a class of students. The sight of a boy and girl walking together in the spacious campus was undeniably attention-grabbing. reminiscent of the previous occasion when Tang Wanqing and Luo Jiaoyang strolled on the playground. One of them shouted loudly, "Chen Luoqiu, are you skipping class again to take a girl out for fun?" Initially fatigued from their lapse, the group suddenly perked up at the opportunity for gossip, erupting in a chorus of laughter and jeers. Observing their lewd expressions, Chen Luoqiu discerned their impure thoughts. He bent down to pick up a small stone and hurled it towards the group, but unfortunately, they dodged it with ease. Frustrated, he called out to the physical education teacher, "Old Wu, the intensity of your training is clearly insufficient. Look at them, so relaxed. They should be made to do another round of frog jumps." The physical education teacher, Wu Hongba, had a decent rapport with Chen Luoqiu and had previously considered inviting him to join in sports practice. "Frog jumps?" The students exclaimed in disbelief. "Old Wu, you can't possibly listen to him," shouted Sun Hui. The boys were well aware of Chen Luoqiu's friendship with Old Wu, and they genuinely feared that upon his command, they would be subjected to frog jumps, ruining their weekend plans. Old Wu, however, was no saint. He was quite dissatisfied with the physical fitness of today's students, especially these liberal arts majors. Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu suggest additional training, he seized the opportunity to grant a favor, knowing full well that if the students held a grudge, they would direct it towards Chen Luoqiu instead. Furthermore, by doing so, Chen Luoqiu would owe him a favor, a win-win situation. With a disarmingly harmless smile, Old Wu blew his whistle and announced loudly, "Boys, since you're not focused while running, all of you must do 3 extra laps." The boys were taken aback. Had Old Wu truly been swayed by Chen Luoqiu? Why should his suggestion be taken seriously? Chen Luoqiu was equally astonished. Old Wu had given him an unexpected level of respect. Soon, however, he realized that Old Wu had cunningly set him up. The teacher had clearly been plotting to impose extra tasks on the boys, using Chen Luoqiu as a pretext. Now, these boys would undoubtedly hold him accountable for their predicament. "Old Wu really is something else," Chen Luoqiu muttered inwardly, though he outwardly expressed gratitude. "Well done, Old Wu. These students are indeed lacking in exercise and should train more." He gave Old Wu a thumbs up and, under the resentful gazes of the boys, made his way towards the teaching building. Initially, Xia Yi felt a pang of annoyance at the boys' teasing remarks directed at her and Chen Luoqiu. However, witnessing their current plight brought her a sense of satisfaction. She cast a sympathetic glance towards the boys and offered a sweet smile, silently following in Chen Luoqiu's footsteps. When had this rascal become so formidable? Even Old Wu was showing him respect? A perplexed classmate inquired, "Who knows what has gotten into Old Wu? You all should refrain from speaking. We wouldn't want Old Wu to impose additional training on us later." The boys, grumbling, continued to circle the track, while the girls, having completed their laps, sought out places to rest. Tang Wanqing and Wang Yalan sat side by side beneath a tree. From a distance, they had just spotted Chen Luoqiu and Xia Yi entering through the school gates, laughing and chatting animatedly. A mix of emotions stirred within them. They were familiar with Xia Yi, who was reputed to be the beauty of Class 8, although she was not as well known in school as Tang Wanqing. She seemed to match her in character, appearance, and academic performance. The primary reason for Xia Yi's lesser fame was her unassuming demeanor. She was carefree, rarely adorned herself, and her public image was often carefully managed by the school. Wang Yalan gazed at the distant figures and remarked to Tang Wanqing, "It seems those two are growing quite close." Tang Wanqing responded with a forced sound of agreement, her smile tinged with bitterness. Why did Old Wu insist on listening to him? Wang Yalan, curious about this, asked. "I don't know," Tang Wanqing replied, sensing her companion's reluctance to discuss Chen Luoqiu. Consequently, she refrained from pursuing the topic further. They sat in silence, both preoccupied with their thoughts, gazing ahead. After a prolonged pause, Wang Yalan suddenly pointed toward the senior high school building and exclaimed, "In just a few days, they will be taking their college entrance exams. And then it will be our turn. Qingqing, have you considered which university you hope to attend? Perhaps Kyoto University, but I wonder if I can even get in." For the first time, Tang Wanqing voiced her aspirations. Kyoto University was renowned as the best in the nation, and only 1 or 2 students from Qinghe managed to enroll there each year, making it quite a challenge. "Wow, what lofty ambitions you have, Tang Wanqing." Wang Yalan expressed her surprise, having never heard her friend speak so earnestly about her academic pursuits, and playfully teased her. "You dare to mock me? Just watch, and I shall silence you." Tang Wanqing threatened playfully, pretending to tear at Wang Yalan's mouth. They indulged in their light-hearted banter for a while, after which Tang Wanqing asked, "What about you? Where do you intend to go?" "As for me, I hope to get into Shid University. My grades aren't as stellar as yours, so I can't even dream of Kyoto University. Besides, I've heard winters in Kyoto are particularly frigid, and I loathe the cold. Tang Wanqing glanced at Wang Yalan and said, well then, if I fail to get into Kyoto University, I shall also apply to Shid University. And we can continue to keep each other company. Weren't you previously saying you had plans to attend Huazhong University? That was a long time ago. As you just mentioned, the winters in the north are indeed very cold. Tang Wanqing's expression fell, as that had been a long-standing agreement. Oh, have you decided what major you would like to pursue? I haven't given it much thought. There are only a few options in the humanities, and none are particularly appealing. True, my father wishes for me to study law, but it's not a field that excites me. What do you think I should do? Your father likely hopes you will return and take the civil service examination, right? Wang Yalan nodded, confirming that this was indeed her father's intention. Tang Wanqing recalled that Luo Jiaoyang had mentioned his father's aspiration for him to pursue economics, a sentiment likely akin to that of Wang Yalan's father. This notion embodies the prevalent mindset among many Chinese parents, encapsulated in the adage of succeeding the family legacy, as articulated in Detective Conan. The offspring of politicians often follow in their parents' footsteps, much like the children of bankers. This phenomenon is not driven by political machinations, but rather stems from a lifelong exposure and profound understanding of their respective fields, an insight that cannot be easily acquired by the average individual in a short span of time. Years later, those once prominent students from small towns now find themselves gasping for air amid the splendor of big cities. They rise early and toil tirelessly, resembling spinning tops, unable to afford a moment's pause, suffocated by mortgages and car loans. Conversely, those who once achieved mediocre grades and could only attend ordinary schools now thrive in small county towns, living like the Brahmins of their locale, driving luxury cars, residing in opulent homes, and consuming without a thought to prices. Chapter 43, Eve of the opening in the evening. Chen Luoqiu chose not to return to the hospital, reassured that Zhang Min had company, deeming his presence unnecessary for such matters. He Ziming, bearing the collective inquiries of their classmates, approached Chen Luoqiu. Hey, did you and Old Wu have a fling? Why does he listen to you and make us practice more? Chen Luoqiu scoffed, nearly forgetting that he Ziming had been in the ranks earlier that day. What a load of nonsense. Old Wu simply dislikes you guys and intended to increase practice anyway. I merely added my 2 cents. And he gladly took the opportunity to do me a favor while shifting the animosity onto me. He Ziming remained skeptical, recalling his 8 laps that afternoon, leaving his calves still aching. The two sat within the gift shop, awaiting the arrival of their friends. Every Friday night was their designated meeting time, and this week's gathering was particularly significant. The renovations were complete, the first batch of ordered goods had arrived from the Yiwu commodity market, and the cash register system had been successfully developed by Chen Luoqiu. The sign at the entrance had been installed, albeit concealed beneath a large red cloth. Now, all that remained was to finalize the opening date, and the store could commence its operations. Qin Lan and Qin Ke, the sisters, were the first to arrive. Having spent the day cleaning and arranging the merchandise as per Chen Luoqiu's design, they returned home only to freshen up before coming back. Upon arrival, the sisters donned the custom staff uniforms that Chen Luoqiu had commissioned, exuding a playful yet capable aura. He Ziming felt a touch of shyness, unable to gaze at others as boldly as Chen Luoqiu, opting instead to discreetly glance at the sisters while pretending to look elsewhere. Only Chen can be so brazen, staring at girls without a hint of embarrassment, he thought, enviously and begrudgingly. Chen Luoqiu, noticing He Ziming's actions, found it amusing, recalling his earlier intention to drag the lad along to support Zhang Min during her surgery. Now, he felt a twinge of regret for abandoning that idea. Perhaps it would have done this kid some good to gain some experience. After a while, Ho Yong and Jiang Yao arrived fashionably late. Both of their classes had examinations today, causing them to leave half an hour later than the usual dismissal time, as if rehearsed. Everyone who entered the store gasped in awe. This gift shop, specializing in affordable items priced at 10 to 30 yuan, boasted an unexpectedly upscale decor, a design aesthetic they had never encountered before. Even Chen Luoqiu felt a momentary daze upon entering. The style, which seemed more fitting for a decade into the future, transported Chen Luoqiu's memories forward, featuring a minimalist design, bright lighting, and an artful yet aesthetically pleasing arrangement of products, all complemented by genuinely high quality, affordable merchandise that was hard to overlook. Sisters Qin Lan and Qin Ke stood behind the cash register, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction as they observed the astonished expressions on their friends' faces. This store had gradually transformed into its current form through their efforts. Jiang Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "This is simply stunning. Why don't we open for business right now?" "Goodness, don't be so hasty. What kind of shop opens in the evening?" Qianlan quickly interrupted, sensing Jiang Yao's loose tongue. This was a local custom, unless in special industries. No one would choose to open at night, as it was considered inauspicious. Jiang Yao chuckled awkwardly, realizing her blunder, and glanced around sheepishly. Qianlan continued. "I consulted someone about the auspicious dates, and tomorrow, June 5th, is a perfect day for opening. It's Saturday, and the weather has been lovely lately, so it seems we're in luck." Chen Luoqiu mentally calculated the implications. The group, already eager for the opening, eagerly agreed upon hearing Qianlan's declaration. Thus, they unanimously decided to officially commence business tomorrow. With the opening date established, Chen Luoqiu proceeded to outline each person's responsibilities for the following day. He produced the prearranged opening schedule and personnel assignment list, addressing Qianlan and Qin Sister Lan. "You and Qin will handle the sales and cashier duties as usual. Make sure to prepare plenty of change." The sisters nodded in agreement, accustomed to following Chen Luoqiu's guidance. Turning to the other three, he said, "Jiang Yao, Houzi, He Fei. You will manage the store's promotional activities according to the plan we discussed. Jiang Yao will oversee the membership activities, while He Fei and Houzi will handle the bargaining event. Sister Lan, our price cutting should be ready, right? Please bring it out for everyone to see. We'll set it up in this area tomorrow." Chen Luoqiu gazed at Qianlan as he walked toward an open space outside the store. Qianlan retrieved the pre-made wheel from the storage area. It featured 8 segments, each corresponding to different discounts. During the bargaining event, one person would spin the wheel while customers stood 2 meters away, aiming to throw darts at the wheel to obtain corresponding price reductions. Each item could have up to 3 friends assist with bargaining, and each customer could help 3 friends as well. This proposal has been thoroughly discussed on numerous occasions, showcasing a high degree of both engagement and practicality. The most significant reward on the spin wheel is a complimentary item, albeit with a modest chance of only 5. The minimal reward is a 10 discount, with a probability of 30. Chen Luoqiu meticulously calculated the odds of winning. Should a customer enlist 3 friends to assist in bargaining, the average discount rate hovers around 60, aligning with their expectations and providing tangible benefits to the users, as the price negotiation pertains to each individual product. And given the limited number of times each person can participate, customers generally prefer to select higher-priced items and invite friends to negotiate. This behavior is one of the anticipated outcomes of the promotional activity. In addition to the bargaining initiative among friends and family, Chen Luoqiu devised a membership system, categorizing members into founding members and regular members. Founding members must deposit 200 yuan, receiving a 20 discount on all products, with a cap of 100 total memberships. Regular members need to deposit 100 yuan, earning a 10 discount on all products, with no limitations on membership numbers. Following Chen Luoqiu's arrangements, everyone understood their roles clearly. The initial anxiety and apprehension regarding the grand opening the next day dissipated, replaced by an unparalleled sense of security that Chen Luoqiu's presence instilled. At that moment, he felt as though he had returned to a previous life where he commanded a large corporation, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. After assigning the tasks, Chen Luoqiu encouraged everyone to retire early to rest and rejuvenate for the opening ceremony the following day. Yet, that night, many found themselves unable to sleep. Chapter 44. Luochuang. That evening, Zhang Min lay in her dormitory, suffering from stomach pains throughout the night, and weeping ceaselessly. Qianlan also cried, enveloped in a complex mix of emotions, sadness, joy, and an inexplicable sentiment that had eluded her for years. It had been many years since she had experienced such feelings. Over recent years, she had undergone a multitude of challenges that led her to become somewhat reclusive, reluctant to engage with outsiders. 5 years prior, her father had an affair and divorced their mother. The 2 sisters, harboring resentment towards their father, chose to remain with their mother. Subsequently, when their mother remarried, the sisters refused to follow her, opting instead to live with their grandmother. However, their grandmother eventually passed away. It was then they understood the sentiment behind the saying that after a divorce, the only familiar face in their mother's home, aside from their mother, was the stranger. After their grandmother's death, their uncle sold the only house left to them, forcing the sisters out. Their aunt was unyielding, while their uncle remained silent, afraid to speak up. After remarrying, their mother had another child and became too preoccupied to care for them, urging them to seek out their father. Their father clandestinely provided the sisters with a sum of money for them to rent a place for themselves, after which there was no further contact. That year, Chen Luoqiu was 17 and Chen Luoqiu was 14. Thus began their life of relying on one another. By the time Chen Luoqiu graduated from middle school, she had completely lost interest in her studies and began associating with unsavory characters from the streets. Fearing for her sister's future, Chen Luoqiu had no choice but to return from the deep city, intending to take her sister with her to seek work. In the beginning, in an effort to alleviate her grandmother's burden, Chen Luoqiu chose to abandon her studies after graduating from junior high school, opting instead to work at an electronics factory in Deep City alongside several classmates. However, Chen Luoqiu was reluctant to join the workforce. Upon hearing from a friend about the potential of street vending, she decided to venture into the bustling city to set up a stall. With her striking looks and eloquent speech, she managed to carve out a modest success. After the Spring Festival this year, Chen Luoqiu also resolved to forego Deep City. The two sisters embarked on this street vending endeavor together. As they dreamed of saving enough money to open a store, they never imagined they would encounter Chen Luoqiu. When Chen Luoqiu first laid eyes on Chen Luoqiu, she perceived him as untrustworthy, even somewhat lecherous, as he covertly gazed at her neckline. Thus, she shot him a glare, a silent warning. Yet, a series of subsequent events led her to completely reassess her initial judgment of him. This young man exhibited a maturity and bravery far beyond his years. Nearly every action he took challenged their preconceived notions, showcasing an innate leadership quality. As future generations might remark, Chen Luoqiu's mere slight intervention was already the pinnacle of their realm. Chen Luoqiu spent the night lost in thought. While Chen Luoqiu was not much better off, she had always rebelliously looked down upon those who excelled academically, deeming them dull and devoid of any zest for life. Thus, she gravitated towards the thrill-seeking company of Huang Mao, indulging in reckless pursuits such as smoking, drinking, and street racing. However, Chen Luoqiu's presence made her realize for the first time just how immature she truly was. She felt fortunate that her sister had returned just in time to prevent her from spiraling into oblivion. Meanwhile, the very Chen Luoqiu who kept them awake with excitement lay sound asleep in bed. After returning home that evening, he sensed something was amiss. Indeed, it was the absence of music. With a sudden inspiration reminiscent of popular tea shops in the future, he commissioned the creation of an infectious jingle titled Luochuang Premium, I love you. The lyrics were simple and catchy. You love me, I love you. Luochuang Premium understands you best. I love you. You love me. Luochuang Premium loves you most. These lines, repetitive and melodic, played on loop. The following morning, Chen Luoqiu arrived at the store to find his companions sporting pronounced dark circles under their eyes, which struck him as amusing. He promptly instructed Chen Luoqiu to apply makeup for everyone, as maintaining a vibrant spirit on their opening day was crucial. They could not afford to leave customers with a sense of despondency. At 10 o'clock, amidst the resounding crackle of firecrackers and the booming of celebratory cannons, the group unveiled the red cloth draping the storefront. Luochuang Premium officially opened its doors, since they had undertaken this venture without the support of family or friends. Their opening lacked a crowd. Fortunately, Chen Luoqiu had arranged for a row of floral arrangements to be placed at the entrance, enhancing the festive atmosphere, and passers-by paused to take in the scene. Soon, the store welcomed its first wave of customers. Chen Luoqiu enthusiastically approached them, introducing the merchandise and the store's activities. Welcome. Our store has just opened today, and all items are available at a 20% discount. You can also invite friends to participate in the group bargaining event, where products can even be obtained for free. Captivated by Chen Luoqiu's warmth, the customers entered the store to browse. Chen Luoqiu observed their reactions carefully, making timely adjustments to the event. As the initial rush subsided, the store began to feel a bit deserted. A few young people glanced at each other, their confidence wavering. Chen Luoqiu noted the change in their expressions. Is this it? How fragile they seem, he thought to himself. He moved behind the counter and quietly turned on the music. You love me, I love you. Luochuang's products understand you best. At the moment the song Luochuang's products love you most played, the attention of the entire street was drawn in. Gradually, more customers began to arrive, and excitement bubbled among the crowd. It's working, Chen Luoqiu sighed in relief. Customers came in waves, and those who had previously left returned with friends to continue bargaining. This continued until evening, with scarcely a moment's pause, even rushing to the restroom. Chen Luoqiu had to snatch time to buy boxed meals for lunch and dinner from across the street. Throughout the day, everyone was busily occupied. Whether it was the trio promoting outside or the Chen sisters managing sales and cash registers inside, They were all utterly exhausted, their voices nearly worn out. Fortunately, their stock was plentiful, or many items might have sold out. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that the flow of customers began to dwindle, allowing everyone to finally sit down and rest. Chen Luoqiu brought an assortment of snacks and drinks, and they gathered together, laughing and eating. Jiangyo cleared her throat, her voice hoarse, and asked, "Sister Luoqiu, how much money did we earn today?" Her voice, though raspy, could not conceal her inner joy, revealing her little financial obsession. At Jiangyao's question, the others turned their eager gazes toward Chen Luoqiu, their eyes filled with anticipation. Naturally, they were all curious about the answer. Just as Chen Luoqiu was about to respond, Chen Luoqiu quickly gestured for her to stop. Chapter 45, The Game of Numbers. This was the first day of Luochuang's operation. Chen Luoqiu wished to leave everyone with an unforgettable memory, ensuring they would always remember this figure. Amidst puzzled expressions, Chen Luoqiu proposed, "Let us play a game. Each person will state a number, and whoever's number is closest to today's actual revenue will receive a mysterious grand prize." Great idea. Is there a range for the numbers? What is the mysterious prize? The group began to discuss animatedly. Jiangyo found the proposal intriguing. However, her attention was swiftly diverted by the mention of a mysterious grand prize by Chen Luoqiu. No, this is unfair to us. My sister is responsible for the cash register, and her guesses will undoubtedly be more accurate than ours, Chen Luoqiu pointed out, quickly identifying a flaw in Chen Luoqiu's suggestion. Others had noticed the same inconsistency, but hesitated to voice it openly. Now, with Chen Luoqiu bringing it up, they all turned their gazes toward Chen Luoqiu, awaiting an explanation. Before Chen Luoqiu could respond, Chen Luoqiu smiled slightly and remarked, "Well, I think I shall refrain from participating in this game." After speaking, she pouted, adopting a look of feigned grievance. Chen Luoqiu shot her a disapproving glance, urging Chen Luoqiu to commence the game without delay. "No way, Chen, you must clarify that mysterious grand prize first. We wouldn't want you to change the rules at the last moment and offer something worthless after we guess correctly," Ho Yong chuckled, insisting that Chen Luoqiu specify the grand prize. The group nodded in agreement, fully aware that such a trick was within Chen Luoqiu's capabilities. They admired Ho Yong for his meticulous consideration. Seeing that she couldn't deceive them, Chen Luoqiu resorted to her usual retort, "With your intelligence, how could I possibly trick you?" "Don't give me that. You've already pulled a fast one on us once before," someone interrupted. Chen Luoqiu gritted her teeth and smiled, thinking to herself, "They've become clever. This team is hard to manage." She looked at Hozai and He Fei, raised an eyebrow, and playfully declared, "The person with the most accurate guess will receive a hug from me and an autographed photo." How shameless. Scoundrel. The reactions varied among the crowd, with some feeling insulted and preparing to voice their anger. Additionally, a brand new Canon 450 digital camera, Chen Luoqiu interjected, pausing dramatically for effect. "What? Brother Chen is magnificent. Brother Chen is magnificent." They quickly changed their tune, showering Chen Luoqiu with compliments, their transition seamless and without a hint of hesitation in addressing him as Brother Chen. Only Chen Luoqiu, standing aside, felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the grand prize mentioned. The 3 gifts Chen Luoqiu had listed were precisely what she desired. Yet she could not partake. "Don't be disheartened, Sister Luoqiu. I'll give you a hug and an autographed photo separately later," Chen Luoqiu teased, noticing her discontent. Chen Luoqiu pouted and shot him a disapproving look. Suddenly, Chen Luoqiu had a flash of inspiration. "I've thought of a way for Sister Luoqiu to participate too," he exclaimed. "What method?" The crowd inquired in unison. They had just observed Chen Luoqiu's subtle expression, acknowledging that her inclusion would indeed be unfair. Yet disqualifying her would be equally unjust. Listening patiently, Chen Luoqiu explained, "If the discrepancy between everyone's guessed figures and the actual sales data exceeds 3,000 yuan, then the reward will belong to Sister Luoqiu. What do you all think?" After a moment of contemplation, the group found this proposition agreeable, nodding in consensus. Consequently, what initially seemed a mere amusement now ignited a fervent competitive spirit among them, spurred by the prospect of a reward. After much laughter and chatter, they finally transitioned into the main event at Chen Luoqiu's signal. "I guess 100,000, Chen Luoqiu boldly declared, leading the charge with his estimate. The others shot him knowing glances, recognizing his ploy to leave opportunities open for the rest. 52,000, He Fei ventured, observing the newfound caution among his peers, who hesitated to speak first. His estimate was well-founded, with a full complement of 100 founding members and over 100 ordinary members. they had already surpassed 30,000 yuan. And factoring in product purchases, it would likely exceed 50,000. 60,000, Ho Yong chimed in, aligning closely with He Ziming's reasoning. Though he believed the revenue from sales would be comparable to the membership fees. As the numbers were being voiced, Qin Lan felt a tightening in her chest. 65,000. Jiang Yao finally declared. Despite her busy day outside, she had kept a vigilant eye on the store's affairs and had previously inquired about the morning's sales, which Qin Lan reported had already surpassed 20,000 yuan, leading her to believe that the total for the afternoon and evening should also amount to at least 60,000. With everyone having pronounced their estimates, only Qin Ku remained silent, drawing the group's attention towards her. Qin Lan, feeling a twinge of urgency, prompted her sister, Ku. You're the last to speak. Could you hurry up? In truth, Qin Lan herself was uncertain of the final sales figure, possessing only a rough estimate. Moreover, she had stepped out for a meal during a portion of the evening, leaving Chen Luoqiu to handle the transactions, thus rendering the outcome of this game uncertain for all. 68,000. Qin Ku finally revealed her number. As the primary sales assistant in the store that day, she had refrained from speaking earlier as she mentally recalled each transaction. Regrettably, due to various factors, she could not ascertain an exact figure. Nevertheless, she felt that 68,000 was the closest approximation to the truth. As the figures escalated, He Fei couldn't help but let out a silent scoff, questioning the group. While I understand everyone hopes for higher sales, do you think you might be a tad too optimistic? Haha, brother He Fei, do you believe they are merely guessing? Chen Luoqiu inquired, a mischievous glint in his eye. Qin Lan stifled a laugh, finding He Fei's rotund figure quite amusing. Qin Ku regarded He Fei with sympathy, recalling her earlier inquiry with her sister before dinner when they had already exceeded 50,000. Upon observing the expressions of bewilderment on the faces of several young women as they gazed at him, He Fei, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, Is there something wrong with what I said? No problem at all, He Fei, you're the best. Chen Luoqiu teased with a sarcastic tone. Jiang Yao cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luoqiu, wishing to distance herself from such a sardonic jest. She reminded everyone, all right, now that everyone has placed their bids, let's quickly count the money. Only then did the group redirect their attention from He Fei to Qin Lan. Don't just stand there, sister, let me help you count. Qin Ku urged as she approached her elder sister. Qin Lan emptied the entire contents of the drawer onto the floor. Before them lay a formidable stack of 100 yuan notes, alongside substantial heaps of 10 and 20 yuan bills, and a small mound of 1 and 2 yuan coins. At this sight, everyone felt a dry sensation in their throats, unconsciously swallowing hard. Chapter 46. Takeoff. Ho Yang quietly approached the door and secured it firmly. The group's eyes were fixed intently on Qin Lan's movements, their hearts racing with anticipation. Initially, Jiang Yao had suggested that they all assist in counting, each taking a pile, but Chen Luoqiu had swiftly dismissed the idea. He relished the sight of their anxious expressions, believing that nothing could bolster their confidence more than witnessing such a sum of money laid out before them. As Qin Lan counted out the 100 yuan notes, He Ziming was the first to be eliminated, for the mere 100 yuan bills had already exceeded 520 pieces. However, it wasn't too long before Ho Yong, Jiang Yao, and Qin Ku found their smiles fading. As the calculator chimed, adding 0.5 equals 76,875.2, the final total was fixed at 2 yuan, after deducting the prepared 5,000 yuan and change. The day's revenue amounted to a mere 2 yuan. Initially, the group felt a wave of disappointment, as none had guessed the amount would be within 3,000. Qin Ku, with a pout and a pitiful look, gazed at Qin Lan, feeling she had been so close to a correct guess. Ultimately, it was Qin Lan who emerged as the winner, her joy evident as she displayed 2 delicate dimples and expressed her gratitude with a beaming smile. The others congratulated her, acknowledging that it was merely a game. Whether Qin Lan or Qin Ku won made little difference to the rest. For Qin Ku, there was no distinction between her sister winning or herself, only a lingering sense of regret for narrowly missing victory in the recent game. Then, He Fei's voice echoed from behind. Wow, how is there so much? We might just hit the jackpot. He was the first to regain composure, having long given up hope for Chen Luoqiu's mysterious grand prize. Upon hearing He Fei's words, the group finally comprehended that this was the money they had earned that day. With over 70,000 in revenue for a single day, one could only imagine what that would amount to in a month. 2 million, perhaps? Jiang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality. Well, We made 70,000 today, she exclaimed in astonishment. What are you thinking? Don't forget about the costs. In contrast to the past, operating a stall nowadays involves numerous expenses: rent, utilities, and employee wages, all of which demand financial investment. Chen Luoqiu observed that the excitement among the group had escalated, prompting him to temper their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. That figure is still substantial, considering our supermarket generates merely 10,000 yuan in daily revenue, he remarked. Due to his family's involvement in the supermarket business, Po Yang had a clear understanding of these figures. A daily revenue in the tens of thousands is undeniably commendable in this line of work. Let us not forget the revenue from membership cards. Those funds are essentially prepayments made by customers and, strictly speaking, should not be included in our revenue figures, Chen Luoqiu clarified. First removing the prepaid membership funds from the revenue calculations. He then enlightened the group, stating, currently, our gross profit margin hovers around 40, which implies that our profit for today should be approximately 20,000 yuan. Regarding the matter of membership card prepayments, many businesses tend to incorporate these funds into their revenue calculations. Institutions such as educational training centers, gyms, hair salons, and foot massage parlors often overlook the fact that these funds do not truly belong to them. They employ various strategies to encourage customers to part with their money in advance, subsequently using these funds to rapidly expand by opening new branches. Upon the launch of a new outlet, they continue the cycle by selling more membership cards, thus facilitating swift growth in both scale and reputation during periods of industry prosperity and rapid development. However, this approach carries significant risk. Should market fluctuations occur and new customers dwindle, businesses may find themselves abruptly bereft of cash flow, leading to an inability to meet payroll, rent obligations, and a decline in service quality, ultimately damaging their reputation. This can spiral into a vicious cycle, where the reduction in new customers prompts existing members to demand refunds. Nevertheless, proprietors engaging in such practices typically prepare for risk mitigation well in advance. They often extricate themselves from the business before issues arise, leaving behind employees who are left to grapple with unpaid wages. Consequently, Chen Luoqiu devised a plan. At least 50 of the funds from membership cards would be retained in a bank account, strictly safeguarded from misuse. He would also seek ways to ensure that the remaining funds were swiftly put to work. Despite learning that the profit amounted to just over 20,000 yuan, the group remained elated, each member beginning to mentally calculate their potential share. Chen Luoqiu was acutely aware of their thoughts and took the opportunity to outline a simple company charter. I must inform you that this store is currently registered as an individual business under Sisterland's name. In the future, we will establish a formal company, allocating shares according to the previously agreed investment ratios. Each year, 20 of the net profit will be set aside as performance bonuses for employees. 30 will be distributed as dividends to shareholders, and the remaining 50 will be allocated for the daily operations and future development of the company. Chen Luoqiu transferred his management strategies from his previous life, drawing upon the myriad lessons learned from his entrepreneurial journey. As the number of shareholders in a company increases, it becomes imperative to strike a balance between development and dividends. One must appease shareholders with dividends while ensuring sufficient funds remain for future growth or to navigate challenging market conditions. Even among shareholders, differing ownership stakes and varying levels of involvement often lead to discord. In such instances, a clear and well-defined company management system and shareholder agreement are essential. In essence, engaging in business partnerships is fraught with difficulty. When the business falters, it incurs losses, and when it thrives, it may strain relationships. Chen Luoqiu gazed at his closest friends and partners, yearning to break free from this cycle. With a smile, he remarked, "Let me briefly outline this for everyone. Once the company is registered, we will have a detailed shareholder agreement and management protocol. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were the CEO of a listed company," Jiang Yeo muttered silently, rolling her eyes. She then mimicked Chen Luoqiu's earlier gestures, appearing both comical and endearing. The others nearly burst into laughter at her antics. Whenever Chen Luoqiu discussed management protocols, most of them either struggled to comprehend or were disinterested. Only Qin Lan listened intently, having some work experience from her previous job in a bustling city where she had even served as a team leader. She found managing a small group of two quite challenging. Yet, Chen Luoqiu effortlessly united their team. To her, he embodied an exemplary leader, possessing not only the acumen for sales but also the ability to foster camaraderie. Chapter 47. What does the college entrance examination have to do with me? On June 6th, Just a day before the college entrance examination, Joanna reviewed a set of mathematics exercises and checked her answers. Not bad. 120 points. Mathematics was not her strongest subject. And this set of problems was procured by her mother through connections at Luochuang No. 7 High School, said to reflect the new direction of this year's examination. The questions were not particularly easy, so she felt quite satisfied with her score. Rising from her seat, she stretched and took a brief respite before preparing to tackle her language studies. As she worked, she suddenly recalled the essay prompt Chen Luoqiu had mentioned last week. What did it mean? It was indeed a bit perplexing. Joanna chuckled, having thought she had forgotten about it, only for it to resurface in her mind. Nevertheless, it was a rare gesture of goodwill from him. She set aside her exercises and began crafting an essay based on the prompt. Morning arrived at the Luochuang Premium store, where customers continued to stream in, seizing a moment of respite. Chen Luoqiu purchased beverages from the neighboring shop and delivered them to He Ziming and the others. With a sigh, he remarked, "He Fei, the college entrance examination is tomorrow." Upon hearing this, He Ziming's eyes widened in surprise as he gasped, "Really? The exam is tomorrow. Are you nervous?" "Well, now that you mention it, I am starting to feel a bit anxious." Chen Luoqiu then asked Ho Yong, "Monkey, are you nervous?" "Nervous? It's the college entrance examination. Who would he be?" Jiang Yao observed the three individuals speaking with utmost seriousness, furrowing her brow as she gently interjected, "It's not you who will be taking the exam. So why are you so anxious?" Upon hearing her words, the trio exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. "Oh, right. The college entrance examination has nothing to do with us, so why should we be worried?" He Fei wore a mischievous grin. Their laughter continued, raucous and irreverent. Jiang Yao felt as though she had become the target of their jest. Her teeth clenched in frustration as she feigned a kick towards them. "You three rascals." Chen Luoqiu. The group erupted into playful chaos. The sisters Qin Lan and Qin Ku exchanged knowing smiles as they observed the antics. They found Chen Luoqiu perplexing. Sometimes he bore the gravitas of a man in his 30s, while at other moments he exhibited the childishness of a 5 or 6-year-old. Once the commotion subsided, Chen Luoqiu turned to Jiang Yao and stated earnestly, "To be honest, the college entrance examination is not entirely unrelated to us." Jiang Yao regarded him warily, suspecting he was attempting to trap her once more. Yet, he continued with a straight face, "Once they finish their exams, it will be our turn. Does that not hold significance?" Jiang Yao pouted, her mood instantly soured. "From now on, this shop will be entrusted to Sister Lan and Cuckoo. We must focus our energies on our studies, understand?" Chen Luoqiu said, casting a glance at Jiang Yao and then towards Qin Lan and Qin Ku, adding, "Sister Lan. Cuckoo, from this point forward, the responsibility lies with you. If you require additional hands later, recruit some more. It will be useful when we open a branch." Qin Lan nodded in agreement after hearing Chen Luoqiu's words. She too believed that he and his friends should concentrate on their studies. Watching their playful banter had stirred nostalgic memories of her school days. She had excelled academically, but had to leave school, which had become a source of insecurity in her relationship with Chen Luoqiu and the others. Qin Ku shared similar sentiments. Being only a few months younger than Chen Luoqiu, she mused that if she were still in school, she would be entering her second year of high school. And perhaps she would have met him even sooner. Indeed, Luoqiu is right. You should focus on your studies and leave this to Cuckoo and me. If any issues arise, I will reach out to you. Then let us continue to gather weekly, so we can communicate promptly about any matters. They all nodded in agreement, endorsing Chen Luoqiu's proposal. In the afternoon, Chen Luoqiu suddenly recalled something. He turned to Qin Lan and said, "Sister Lan, I need your assistance with something." "Sure." "What is it?" she inquired. "With the college entrance examination tomorrow, some students are bound to forget their admission cards or pens. While we cannot assist with the admission card issue, we can help with the exam supplies. Please prepare 100 sets of exam materials for me to distribute at the school gate tomorrow, free of charge for any student in need." "Absolutely." Qin Lan replied without hesitation, eager to contribute to such a noble cause. "Just remember to put up a sign for Luochuang Premium. We can perform a good deed without seeking profit, but we should still promote our brand." Chen Luoqiu chuckled in response. "Qin Lan, today's business performance has been slightly inferior compared to the opening day, with revenue dropping to over 50,000. In the evening, on the way back, Ho Yang hesitantly called out to Chen Luoqiu, "Brother Chen, wait a moment. What on earth? Why did I just call him Brother Chen?" Ho Yang was taken aback, surprised that he had unconsciously referred to Chen Luoqiu in such a manner. Chen Luoqiu smiled at Ho Yang, nodding in approval. "Yes, that sounds good, from now on. You shall call me that. Ho Yong rolled his eyes at him, half amused and half exasperated. You rascal, I must have been brainwashed by you. Chen Luoqiu chuckled, choosing not to argue. Speak, what is it? Ho Yong appeared somewhat uneasy, stammering. Well, I told my sister about our venture. He glanced at Chen Luoqiu, and upon noticing his lack of displeasure, continued. Then my sister said she wanted to invite you for a meal, asking for your advice. Did you mention the business plan I shared with you to your sister as well? Yes, Ho Yong nodded. What else did she say? Everything. Ho Yong, evidently embarrassed, lowered his gaze to the ground. He then mustered the courage to say to Chen Luoqiu, mainly, I've been coming home late lately, and yesterday my sister caught me red-handed. She insisted I was out surfing the internet, which I never did. So I ended up telling her about our business venture and even the times we set up stalls together. Chen Luoqiu felt a pang of frustration. Hadn't he effectively exposed everything? He scratched his head, pondering, and asked, So your sister wants to invite me for a meal? Yes, Ho Yong admitted, clearly feeling shy. Well, since you've mentioned it, I was thinking if this venture succeeds, you both could impress your friends and family. If it fails, it won't be too embarrassing. Now that you've brought it up, you must work even harder. Chen Luoqiu casually found a reason to give Ho Yong a little lesson. This was merely a minor concern. His primary fear lay in being seen as an anomaly. After all, the talents and skills he displayed were incongruent with his current knowledge and age. It was manageable to dazzle these students, but if he encountered true professionals, he would inevitably be scrutinized for inconsistencies. Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu's reasoning, Ho Yong found it quite sensible. Now that he had informed his sister, if the endeavor failed, he would certainly be the subject of her ridicule. The more he contemplated, the more disheartened he grew, prompting him to actively seek ways to boost the store's revenue. Next week then. This week is too hectic. Let your sister know. Chapter 48. By Sure Meets by Ta. On the east bank of the Clearwater River, in a private room of a tea house, two men sat facing each other, sipping tea while conversing. Chang, how has the land acquisition in the West Bank been progressing? Inquired a middle-aged man clad in a suit. The man named Chang, upon hearing the tailored man's inquiry, shook the ashes from his cigarette and replied, Things are progressing smoothly. The farmer's land has been mostly requisitioned, though there is still a furniture factory we have yet to negotiate with. The furniture factory? It hasn't collapsed yet? It was on the brink of bankruptcy, but it seems to have revived recently. I've heard they are working overtime on new products. What do you mean? Earlier, as per your instructions, I spread the word in the market, causing distributors to hesitate in accepting their goods. This resulted in a complete stagnation of their inventory, nearly leading to their demise. Then what happened? Subsequently, President Luo found someone to extend them a loan. I see. I was informed by old Luo about this. Chang's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing the tailored man's words. Why? He asked. Uncle Dong, Chang inquired. And the middle-aged man known as Uncle Dong smiled slightly. It's merely trivial matters. Noticing Chang's keen interest, he continued. It seems that the factory has some connections with the family of President Luo's son's girlfriend. Luo intends to do a favor while also reaping some benefits. At this point, he took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a large smoke ring. I thought that his assistance would stoke the flames and hasten their downfall. So I agreed. Chang suddenly appeared enlightened. Their other shareholder is named Tang Yiming, who must be the father of President Luo's son's girlfriend. He has already withdrawn from the furniture factory, correct? Was this also your arrangement, Uncle Dong? The man shook his head. No. It seems President Luo devised this method to protect his in-law. After listening, Chang nodded in agreement. However, since President Luo's in-law has already exited, shouldn't the factory be on an even faster path to collapse? You mentioned they are ramping up production. How does that work? The tailored man recalled Chang's earlier remarks and inquired. I've looked into it, and it appears they made quite a stir at the furniture exhibition, selling off their previously stagnant inventory and recovering a significant amount of funds. Confidence has returned, it seems. After pondering this for a moment, the tailored man squinted slightly. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. The government is about to announce the next phase of planning, and it will be even more challenging to reclaim it afterward. All right. I will send someone to negotiate directly. If Chen Jianhua proves obstinate, I will have him restrained until he concedes. Upon hearing Chang's words, the tailored man chuckled helplessly. Chang, we are in business now. Let us not dwell on violence. Uncle Dong, what do you suggest? I will follow your lead. Call the loan company and instruct them to collect some interest first. If Chen Jianhua cannot produce the funds, let him borrow more, but this time, do not adhere to the previous contract terms. Chang nodded and reached for the telephone on the table to make the call. Meanwhile, Chen Luoqiu was cycling towards Bida Mountain with Xiaoyi. He had not gone to the shop today. Last night, Xiaoyi called him, inviting him for a ride to Bida Mountain. Bida Mountain is a renowned tourist attraction in Qinghe, famous for the white pagoda temple situated atop it. Visitors and devotees flock here throughout the year. At the foot of Bida Mountain lies a vast expanse of lake, surrounded by a type of white snowflake stone. Viewed from the mountain's summit, the lake appears entirely blanketed in white, hence its name, Baishur Lake. To the east of Baishur Lake is a quaint town named Panlong Ancient Town, characterized by architecture primarily from the late Qing dynasty and early Republic period, featuring blue bricks, green tiles, and intricately carved stonework, all of which are quite picturesque. Ancient temples, towering mountains, serene lakes, and historic towns, this locale encapsulates all the elements of a scenic area, making it a perennial tourist destination for both Qinghe and even Yanqing. In recent years, bolstered by significant government efforts, it is poised to become the city's first five-star tourist attraction. The journey from the urban center of Qinghe to Bida Mountain spans nearly 30 kilometers along a well-maintained mountain road, lined with numerous ginkgo trees serving as avenue adornments. Sunlight filters through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the roadway, creating a beautiful sight. During holidays, throngs of cycling enthusiasts are drawn here, with the mountain's 18 bins representing a coveted challenge for every cycling aficionado, though it may also turn into a nightmare for some. At 9 in the morning, Chen Luoqiu and his companions, having finished breakfast, prepared to set off. Due to their frequent cycling, they were well equipped. The group of 7, comprising 4 men and 3 women, Chen Luoqiu, He Ziming, Ho Yong, Su Xiaobei, Xia Yi, Jiang Ting, and Su Li, each had 2 red ribbons tied to their handlebars for easy identification. For them, the 30 kilometers posed a considerable challenge. However, the initial 20 kilometers were relatively flat, a stretch they had traversed many times before, presenting no significant difficulty. After discussing their planned rest stops, they officially commenced their journey, with Su Xiaobei taking the lead, his excitement propelling him to set a brisk pace. Chen Luoqiu rode closely behind Xia Yi. Observing her posture, her hips thrust forward and waist slightly bent, causing a stir within him. Along the way, colorful flags fluttered, adding to the festive atmosphere. During a break, Xia Yi inquired of Chen Luoqiu, "Why didn't Jiang Yao come along with you?" Taken aback by the question, Chen Luoqiu pondered if she had discerned something. He calculated his response and replied, "How would I know? Perhaps she is practicing the piano at home." "Oh, you don't know? Didn't you help her write a song? Why act unfamiliar now?" Xia Yi teased. Internally, Chen Luoqiu scoffed, thinking, "We are good friends. Please refrain from speaking carelessly." He earnestly clarified, "We are merely good brothers." With a dismissive laugh, Xia Yi rolled her eyes at him, and the group resumed their journey. Chen Luoqiu signaled for Xia Yi to go ahead, but she cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "You go first. Don't think I'm oblivious to what you're thinking." Flustered, Chen Luoqiu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he maintained a facade of ignorance, retorting, "What do you mean? I'll ride ahead. Just keep up and don't fall behind." Xia Yi smiled softly, saying nothing further, and followed closely behind him. As Chen Luoqiu contemplated the peculiar sensation of Xia Yi's gaze lingering upon him from behind, he found himself glancing back intermittently. "Chen Luoqiu, focus on riding your bike. Why do you keep looking back?" She chided. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely concerned you might fall behind," he replied. With a scoff, Xia Yi accelerated, leaving Chen Luoqiu in her wake as she pedaled towards the larger group ahead. Meanwhile, aboard a tourist bus en route to Baishur Lake, Wang Yanan and Tang Wanqing were seated side by side, also heading towards Bida Mountain. Chapter 49, Bida Town, White Dragon. On the first day of the college entrance examinations, silence enveloped the small town, with even the street vendors' cries being silenced. The ordinarily bustling city suddenly succumbed to an eerie stillness. Wang Yanan and Tang Wanqing had long arranged to visit Baishur Lake this day. Along with them were Luo Jiaoyang and Lu Chang. The 4 were clad in casual attire, exuding a youthful vibrancy that naturally drew attention as soon as they boarded the bus. Lu Chang, the organizer of this excursion, was adept at initiating conversation. He regaled the 2 girls with jokes that elicited hearty laughter, and then shared amusing anecdotes from school that piqued their curiosity, only to abruptly halt, leaving them wanting more. Wang Yanan playfully punched his shoulder in response. After a brief pause, Lu Chang, with an air of mystery, inquired, "By the way, do you know the origin of Baishur Lake?" The group glanced at him, and Wang Yanan eagerly chimed in, I know. This was not their first visit to Bida Mountain, and they had previously heard tales of Baishur Lake, Bida Temple, and the origins of Panlong Town. Wang Yanan began to recount. I've heard it was formed from a small white dragon, correct? Luochuang nodded and continued. As for this small white dragon, there are some secret legends. Have you ever heard them? The others shook their heads, expressing their curiosity. Seeing their eager expressions, Luochuang felt a surge of satisfaction. With a smile, he began. It is said that the location of the ancient Panlong town was once known as Panlong Valley, a training ground for ancient dragons. It was inadvertently discovered by the king of Shu, who recognized the exceptional feng shui of the area and decided to construct a summer palace here to escape the heat. At this, he pretended to cough, pausing to gauge the group's reaction, as if expecting applause for his storytelling. Luo Jiaoyang regarded him with disdain, silently urging him to either continue or cease his theatrics. Impatient and intrigued by such mysterious tales, Wang Yanan looked at Luochuang with pleading eyes, urging, come on. Luochuang, don't keep us in suspense. Please continue. How cheesy. Tang Wanqing feigned a reaction of being overwhelmed, glancing at her friend. Wang Yanan, unfazed, smiled in delight and encouraged Luochuang. If you have more to tell, please go on. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Luochuang resumed. After the palace was completed, the king of Shu made it a tradition to bring his family here every summer. Eventually, the king's youngest daughter was born here, and he named her Zhao Wanyu, bestowing upon her the title of Princess Yufu. The imperial palace was also bestowed upon the noble lord of Yufu. One day, the princess ventured to Baishur Lake for leisure and accidentally fell into the water, only to be rescued by a young man clad in white, who was grievously injured in the process, nearly sacrificing his own life. The princess ordered him to be taken back to the palace for recovery, and thus they became inseparable. Together, they frolicked and studied under the guidance of their mentor. As days turned into months, they gradually matured, their hearts entwined in a profound bond, vowing to remain together for life. Upon the princess's 17th year, the king of Shu, seeking to curry favor with the powerful in court, resolved to marry the Yufu princess to the son of the prime minister. Upon learning of this, the princess firmly refused, declaring her love for another. The king, enraged, could not fathom that his daughter had secretly pledged herself to someone else right under his nose. He contemplated sending assassins to eliminate the young man in white. However, unbeknownst to him, this youth was a transformed dragon, and all the king's henchmen were vanquished in a single strike. Fearful of retaliation, the king initially decided to abandon his plans, yet anxiety over the youth's potential vengeance lingered. Eventually, he summoned a renowned monk, who had previously vanquished a serpent demon at West Lake, to finally slay the white dragon. As the dragon lay dying, he uttered human words, "Bald donkey, you cannot kill me. 1,000 years hence, I shall awaken again." With that, his scales scattered, transforming into white stones, while his flesh turned to lake water, soil, and his skeletal remains sank to the lake's depths. It was revealed that, in saving the princess, he had bestowed all his millennial powers upon her, which had rendered him susceptible to the monk's suppression. Fearing that the dragon might wreak havoc upon the world upon awakening, the monk constructed a stupa on the mountain, sacrificing himself to suppress the dragon within. After the dragon's demise, the king informed Yufu that the dragon, having fallen in love, had violated heavenly laws and was thus imprisoned by the monk in the dragon-lock stupa. Only if Yufu completely forgot the dragon could she liberate him. Believing the king's words, Yufu agreed to marry. However, on the day of the wedding, a tempest arose, and a celestial steed descended from the heavens to Yufu's side, revealing the entire truth. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Yufu wept incessantly, ultimately succumbing to her grief in her chamber. Her tears transformed into a clear spring, continuously flowing toward Baishur Lake, now known as Yufu Spring, located in Panlong Town. It is said that during the stillness of night, one can still hear the sound of a woman weeping by the spring. Luochuang concluded his tale in one breath, cleared his throat, and, upon glancing up, noticed everyone in the carriage gazing at him. He felt a slight flush and awkwardly chuckled, asking, "Why are you all looking at me?" After Luochuang's recounting, everyone marveled at the enchanting legend, having only heard whispers of a white dragon in Baishur Lake, unaware of such a poignant story behind it. Luo Jiaoyang playfully nudged Luochuang, inquiring, "Where did you hear this tale? I've never come across it before." Wang Yalan, too, expressed curiosity, "Yes. Where did you learn of this?" "Online. Don't you all surf the web?" Luochuang replied. "Recently, a serialized novel has gained immense popularity on Tianya, narrating the tale of a young man named Long Ao Tian from a small town. The story encompasses the origins of Baishur Lake, Panlong Town, and the White Pagoda Temple. Are you still visiting Tianya? It's quite enjoyable. You should take a look. There is a character named Dang Nian Mingyu who is also serializing the affairs of the Ming dynasty, which is equally captivating. I have become quite well-versed in Ming history. After saying this, Luochuang chuckled heartily. Is it truly that intriguing? Wang Yalan seemed to be piqued by Luochuang's words. What happens next? What becomes of Long Ao Tian? Luochuang shrugged, noting that the story had only reached its 8th chapter. Long Ao Tian, much like ourselves, remains a struggling high school student. Oh, no, perhaps even more so, as in the latest chapter, his father was forced to leap from a building. Ah, yet another tale beginning with the demise of the entire family? The group expressed their dissatisfaction with such a familiar trope. However, I am more curious about the character of Princess Yufu. She seems so unfortunate. Tang Wanqing sighed. If blame must be assigned, it should be directed at that king of Shu who gambles his daughter's happiness. Wang Yalan concurred. Luochuang had just been recounting the story to Wang Yalan and the others, and the other passengers on the bus were also listening intently. Consequently, the tourists grew increasingly eager for their journey to Panlong Town. Chapter 50, The White Moonlight at 9 a.m. During the Chinese language exam, Joanna received her test paper. Habitually, she scanned the paper from beginning to end. Upon reaching the essay prompt, she was utterly astonished. Her mouth agape and her eyes wide as saucers, frozen in disbelief. The essay topic read as follows. Read the text below and compose an essay according to the requirements. 60 points. In life, some are inquisitive while others remain silent. Some advocate questioning whenever in doubt, while others suggest pondering before asking. Questions about heaven and earth, the past and present, permeate our lives. Please write an article of no fewer than 800 words on the theme of inquiry. You may determine the theme, select the literary style, and devise the title. The content must adhere to the topic and must not be plagiarized. This was nearly identical to what Chen Luoqiu had mentioned. She could hardly believe such a coincidence. After a moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure and rapidly transcribed the essay she had written yesterday onto the paper. After completing her draft, she had researched additional materials, enriching her essay with robust arguments and accurate citations of renowned figures and references. One could reasonably expect her score to be no less than 50 points. She completed the essay in just over 30 minutes, leaving the remainder of the time to tackle the earlier questions. This was indeed a significant advantage for her. Meanwhile, in front of the bus that Tang Wanqing and her companions were riding, a group of cycling enthusiasts suddenly appeared, clad in cycling attire, adorned with helmets, and sporting sunglasses and sun protective scarves. They pedaled rhythmically in a professional cycling posture, their bodies leaned forward. Most striking were the colorful ribbons on their handlebars, fluttering in the wind, creating a dazzling spectacle. Indeed, this is precisely the cycling team led by the prophet Chen Luoqiu. However, given Chen Luoqiu's current attire, it is likely that even his own mother would struggle to recognize him. Wow, look over there. There's a bicycle team. They look incredibly cool, Wang Yalan exclaimed, nudging the seemingly dozing Tang Wanqing by the window. Her voice was far from quiet, drawing the attention of the other passengers. It is indeed challenging to overlook such a cycling group, and the others on the bus had already noticed the cyclists outside, silently admiring their undeniable flair and elegance. Who would have thought we could cycle here? Wang Yalan murmured to the group with a hint of envy. Luochuang, amused, asked her, Yalan, do you know how many kilometers it is from Qinghe City to Panlong Ancient Town? I don't know. Why do you ask? Wang Yalan replied defiantly. Well, let me enlighten you. It's a total of 30 kilometers. Do you truly believe you could ride that far? Luochuang was genuinely astounded by her ignorance yet her boldness to claim she could cycle. But how could those people outside manage it? Wang Yalan pouted, somewhat unconvinced. Clearly, they are seasoned cyclists. We cannot compare ourselves to them. Luochuang, displaying considerable patience, calmly tried to explain this to her. Meanwhile, Luo Jiaoyang was on the verge of laughter, suppressing the urge to make a sarcastic remark. Yet, he decided against it. Considering Wang Yalan's background in the judicial system and her somewhat spoiled upbringing, which made her occasional quirks rather understandable. After all, she was also Tang Wanqing's close friend, making it unnecessary to offend her. Nevertheless, it was evident that Wang Yalan and Luochuang complemented each other well. Luochuang, known for his good-natured demeanor, always wore a cheerful expression. Luo Jiaoyang glanced at Tang Wanqing and noticed she appeared to be deep in thought. A sudden pang of concern struck him. He wondered if she might be contemplating something similar. However, Tang Wanqing harbored no such thoughts. She had merely been struck by a fleeting recognition of the figure at the end of the cycling group, which uncannily resembled someone she knew. Half an hour later, the bus finally entered the lakeside road. Having listened to Luochuang's stories, the tourists were filled with curiosity about Baisher Lake, eagerly gazing out of the windows. The sunlight glistened on the lake's surface, creating shimmering white reflections that melded with the white stones lining the shores, presenting a truly enchanting sight. It was said that on clear nights, when the moon shone brightly, the lake would be enveloped in a stunning blanket of silvery moonlight. Luochuang, recalling what he had seen online, boasted to the group, "We've arrived. Let us get off the bus." As the vehicle came to a halt, Wang Yalan quickly urged everyone to disembark. "Let us take a stroll by the lake. Perhaps we might even encounter the white dragon." The group exchanged smiles and stepped out. Luochuang suggested, "How about we go boating? I'll share a boat with Yalan and Jiaoyang. You can take one with Tang Wanqing." He then winked at Luo Jiaoyang. This was a plan they had long agreed upon. When venturing out for leisure, one must devise ways to create opportunities for intimate moments to deepen affection, do they not? Neither of the two girls objected, for although their relationships had yet to be explicitly defined, it would be implausible to claim they felt no fondness at all. Or they would not have chosen to spend time with the two boys. Navigating the pedal boat proved to be somewhat strenuous, and it was impossible for the two girls to occupy a single boat together. As the saying goes, it takes a century of cultivation to share a boat, and a millennium to share a pillow. A couple's outing indeed makes rowing a delightful activity. Once aboard, the two boys began to think of ways to showcase themselves before the girls. They frolicked in the water, chasing and splashing one another. Before long, all of them found themselves slightly dampened. When the two boats converged again, Wang Yalan seized the opportunity while Tang Wanqing was distracted, scooping water with her hand and splashing a large wave directly at Tang Wanqing. The white blouse was instantly soaked by the lake water. Luo Jiaoyang felt a sudden dryness in his throat and a warmth in his nasal cavity, as if a nosebleed was imminent. He quickly sniffed to avoid any embarrassment. Under Luo Jiaoyang's fervent gaze, Tang Wanqing's cheeks flushed deeply, reaching her ears. She hastily tugged at her shirt, casting a reproachful look at Luo Jiaoyang, exclaiming, "Why are you still staring? Hurry up and catch up. I want revenge." This mischievous girl was clearly being deliberate. "Just watch how I deal with you." Tang Wanqing gritted her teeth, a cold smirk escaping her lips. Luo Jiaoyang felt a rush of exhilaration. The sight of these two beautiful girls engaged in a playful water battle invigorated him. He felt an uncontainable surge of energy and unconsciously began to accelerate. Chapter 51. No swimming allowed in the lake in the morning. During the language examination, Joanna completed her answers early and checked them several times. Once she was certain there were no issues, she contemplated submitting her paper in advance to seek out Chen Luoqiu, yet hesitated, fearing that such boldness might reveal too much. After enduring until the end of the exam, Joanna dashed out of the examination hall, oblivious to her classmates greeting her. At this moment, her only desire was to swiftly locate Chen Luoqiu and clarify the doubts plaguing her mind. If Chen Luoqiu indeed possessed some knowledge, would that have implications for the mathematics exam in the afternoon? Joanna harbored a profound aversion to mathematics, and even in liberal arts math, her grades barely scraped by. Upon exiting the exam hall, Joanna realized she did not even know where Chen Luoqiu resided. How could she possibly find him? She thought of Zhongyao, but was equally unaware of her address. Ultimately, in desperation, she dialed her aunt. When the call connected, she heard her aunt's surprised voice. "Anna, what made you think to call me? Aren't you supposed to be in an exam today?" Joanna had no time for pleasantries. She urgently replied, "Aunt, I will discuss the exam later. Right now, please help me find someone named Chen Luoqiu. Can you look up their current address and phone number?" She spoke urgently, her words tumbling out in a rush, and then added, "Ir Dong Chun, the character for low with 3 drops of water, autumn as in Qiu, Chen Luoqiu. Please check it quickly. I await your call." With that, she hung up the phone and found a place to sit. After a few minutes, the ringtone of a text message chimed, and a message appeared on her phone. It contained the address and phone number of Chen Luoqiu's home. Joanna hastily summoned a taxi while dialing the number in the message. The call connected, yet no one answered. Joanna arrived at the doorstep of Chen Luoqiu's residence. She knocked on the door, but there was no response. Just as she was about to turn away, Liang Wenjie returned from outside. She glanced at the girl before her and inquired, "Young lady, who are you looking for?" "Oh, Andy, I'm searching for Chen Luoqiu. May I ask who you are?" "I'm his mother. Chen Luoqiu is not at home today. He left early this morning to ride bikes with his classmates. Is there something you need to discuss with him?" Liang Wenjie observed the girl, who appeared youthful and likely a classmate of Chen Luoqiu. I urgently need to find him, Joanna replied anxiously. Did he mention which classmate he went out with? Do you have their phone numbers? One is named He Zimming, and the other is Ho Yong. They often play together. I don't have their numbers either. To my knowledge, none of them possess mobile phones. Are you a classmate of Chen Luoqiu? Joanna nodded and took her leave, feeling somewhat disheartened. Without any phone numbers, how could she continue her search? She thought that. For now, she would have to abandon her quest and return later to confront Chen Luoqiu. Additionally, she needed to prepare for her afternoon math class. Meanwhile, Chen Luoqiu and his friends had ridden their bikes to the shores of Baisher Lake. They were considering taking a break by the lake when suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the water as two boats violently collided, capsizing in a gust of wind and waves. The occupants of the boats tumbled into the water. Tang Wanqing, startled and pale, let out a panicked scream. Regrettably, she had removed her life jacket to dry her clothes more quickly, leaving her without any flotation device. Now, floundering in the water, she was on the brink of sinking. Luo Jiaoyang and the others had just entered the water and were momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment, Tang Wanqing had drifted several meters away from them. These young gentlemen, raised with the admonition against swimming in rivers, could only manage a few splashes in a pool. They were ill-equipped to swim in the choppy waters of Baisher Lake. Clinging to their life jackets, they barely stayed afloat, lacking the ability to rescue anyone. Meanwhile, those on the shore recognized the identities of the submerged individuals. Xia Yi began to prepare to dive in to save them. Chen Luoqiu quickly grasped her arm, saying, "This lake is quite deep, and with the wind stirring up waves, don't put yourself in danger. I see they are all wearing life jackets. They should be fine. It's best to wait for the lifeguards to assist." Hearing Chen Luoqiu's reasoning, Xia Yi agreed, though both were increasingly unsettled by the situation. After exchanging a glance, they simultaneously exclaimed, "Why isn't she wearing a life jacket?" "Oh no," Chen Luoqiu muttered in dismay. He pulled out the items from his pocket and placed them on the shore before plunging into the water with a splash. His swimming skills were exceptional. Despite lacking formal training, having grown up in the countryside, he spent countless summer days immersed in the river with his friends, honing his swimming abilities to the extent that he could hold his breath underwater for up to 2 minutes. Although the two of them had little relation now, Chen Luoqiu could not bear to stand by and watch her drown. Fortunately, the spot where Tang Wanqing had fallen was not too far from where Chen Luoqiu was. In no time, he swam to her side. At that moment, Tang Wanqing had swallowed a significant amount of water, her strength visibly waning as she began to flounder and sink beneath the surface. Chen Luoqiu swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her to the surface, and then positioned her on his shoulder, preparing to swim towards the shore. Tang Wanqing, terrified, cried out upon recognizing Chen Luoqiu, as if she had seen a savior. She clung tightly to his neck, pressing her body against his back. Chen Luoqiu was momentarily submerged, choking on water. He struggled to break free, shaking her off. "Are you trying to drown me with that grip?" After being released, Tang Wanqing gasped for air, swallowing more water before she finally calmed down, allowing Chen Luoqiu to support her under her arms. However, her clothes were drenched, weighing her down, making it somewhat strenuous for Chen Luoqiu to assist her. "Just splash around a bit. I'll go retrieve the life jacket." Honestly, why would you not wear a perfectly good life jacket? Do you think the water is a playground? Chen Luoqiu's expression was stern as he gazed at Tang Wanqing. Aware of her fault, she pouted, nearly on the verge of tears again. Chen Luoqiu quickly interjected, "Hey, no. Turn over into a backstroke position. I'll pull you along." Tang Wanqing obediently complied. Previously, when swimming together in the pool, Chen Luoqiu had taught her some life-saving techniques. In her moment of panic after falling into the water, her mind had gone blank, instinctively thrashing about. Now, recalling Chen Luoqiu's advice, she remembered that lying on her back would indeed help her stay afloat. Thus, she followed his instructions and floated on her back across Chen Luoqiu's arms. He swam to retrieve the life jacket, allowing her to grasp it as they made their way to the shore together. "Chen Luoqiu, you must help us too," Wang Yalan shouted. The three of them were still wearing life jackets, floating in the water, as several lifeguards paddled their boat leisurely towards them. Chen Luoqiu glanced at them, reassuring, "Don't worry, the lifeguards will be here shortly." Once back on land, their clothes were completely soaked. Chen Luoqiu asked Xia Yi and Jiang Ting to assist in procuring a few sets of clothing from the ancient town. After they had changed, they gathered under a large tree by the lakeside to discuss the harrowing incident they had just experienced. "So, the convoy we saw on the road earlier was you all?" Wang Yalan wore an expression of disbelief, having quickly cast aside the fright she had just experienced in the water. Chen Luoqiu and the others exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. Wasn't this supposed to be a professional team? She shot a playful, reproachful look at Luochuang, whose face reddened in embarrassment, leaving him speechless. Chen Luoqiu, observing that all four were wrapped in blankets with their hair damp, found the scene quite comical. She teased them. What is going on with you all? Didn't you know bathing is prohibited here? Upon hearing this, the group promptly lowered their heads, feeling quite embarrassed. Luo Jiaoyang and Lu Chang recalled their reckless decision to create a thrilling moment by colliding the boats to elicit the girls' screams, and they felt a twinge of regret. Chapter 52. You are quite clever, Wang Yalan, stung by Chen Luoqiu's mockery, stubbornly retorted. We heard there's a charming little white dragon in the water, and we wanted to take a look. What is wrong with that? Her words effectively piqued the interest of He and the others, prompting He to scoff. Oh please, it's clear you all are inexperienced and just wanted to have fun, which ended up with you falling into the water. Now you're just being obstinate. Wang Yalan countered. You don't understand at all. We merely wish to explore the origins of Baisher Lake. Upon hearing Lu Chang's earlier explanation, she was eager to showcase her knowledge. What origins? Isn't it naturally formed? He responded with a puzzled expression. Wang Yalan felt as if she were playing a lute to a cow, realizing that he possessed no sense of romance. She turned to Chen Luoqiu with hopeful curiosity. Do you know how it came to be? Was it artificially excavated? Chen Luoqiu countered earnestly. Wang Yalan was on the verge of frustration, thinking, if you don't know, why are you guessing? She exclaimed, what artificial excavation? With a lake this size, why don't you try excavating one yourself? She swiftly rebutted Chen Luoqiu and recounted the tale Lu Chang had shared, looking quite pleased with herself. Noticing the astonishment on their faces, she felt a swell of pride and cast a grateful glance at Lu Chang. Yet, an avid reader of immortal cultivation tales, Ho Yang, quickly identified a logical flaw in the story, asking, Isn't the little white dragon a bit weak? After thousands of years of cultivation, it can only save one mortal? Wang Yalan was at a loss for words, shooting a glare at Ho Yang. Please, don't focus on such details, alright? He teased further. Oh, so you mean that old monk is Fa high? Wang Yalan sensed a lack of common ground with these people, feeling they were all fools devoid of romantic understanding. I'm done talking to you all. It's truly pointless, she exclaimed in frustration. As noon approached, Wang Yalan boldly proposed they all go out for lunch. Before Chen Luoqiu and the others could refuse, Tang Wanqing readily agreed, expressing her desire to treat them in gratitude for Chen Luoqiu's life-saving intervention. With this, everyone felt obliged to join Tang Wanqing for lunch. After the meal, Luo Jiaoyang quickly signaled Lu Chang, indicating he wished to avoid Chen Luoqiu and was eager to create an opportunity for a more private interaction. Although the morning had unfolded with some unexpected events, the day was still young. Yet, the mere thought of the breathtaking scenery I witnessed this morning fills my heart with immense anticipation. And I cannot allow Chen Luoqiu and her companions to ruin such a splendid opportunity. Perceiving their thoughts, Chen Luoqiu stifled a chuckle and remarked, You siblings ought to swim if you wish, or go on your dates. We must continue our ascent on the bicycles. Her words left several individuals blushing furiously, glaring at her in exasperation. Chen Luoqiu hastily pedaled away, and the two groups separated once more. On the journey, Xia Yi inquired playfully, How does it feel to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? Chen Luoqiu, his expression darkened, replied earnestly, What you say is rather absurd. Would you truly stand by and do nothing? Besides, weren't you the one who wanted to descend in the first place? Xia Yi scoffed lightly, casting a glance of disdain at Chen Luoqiu, choosing to remain silent thereafter. From Baisher Lake to the observation deck at Bai Tower Temple, there lay 8 kilometers of uphill terrain. It took Chen Luoqiu and his companions nearly 2 hours to reach the viewpoint. Upon arriving, everyone was utterly exhausted. Chen Luoqiu approached Xia Yi and, noticing her hair disheveled and drenched in sweat, remarked with a smile, I never imagined you could ride so impressively. Managing to keep pace the entire way, Xia Yi, panting heavily, shot him a disgruntled look. What, did you think I wouldn't make it? Do you hold me in such low regard? Not at all. I simply did not anticipate that your physical prowess would match your academic excellence. Humph, I do exercise regularly. You know, and I hold a black belt in Taekwondo. With that, she effortlessly executed a classic side kick, turning to Chen Luoqiu with a proud expression. Chen Luoqiu felt a shiver run down his spine. Her legs seemed to stretch far beyond his own. Taekwondo? A black belt? His mind was a flurry of thoughts. And he coughed awkwardly, clearly taken aback. What is the matter? Lost your words? Before he could gather himself, Xia Yi continued, Chen Luoqiu, Let us take a few pictures together. She produced a camera and snapped several shots, their faces mere inches apart. In this era, large headshots were quite popular. Students often exchanged such mementos upon graduation. Chen Luoqiu relaxed and joined Xia Yi in striking various poses for the photographs. After the session, upon seeing the intimate images on the camera, Xia Yi blushed and said, "It's just a photo. Don't let your imagination run wild." Chen Luoqiu chuckled, recognizing the irony in her words. However, he refrained from calling her out, responding in a feigned obliviousness. Understood. Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu's naive reply, Xia Yi's frustration bubbled over as she exclaimed, "What do you even understand?" With a resigned gesture, he gently pressed her head onto his shoulder, suggesting, "Shall we pose like this?" They lingered in that moment for a while longer. Chen Luoqiu, next semester, I will be returning to Rome City. Xia Yi suddenly expressed with a hint of melancholy. Then, attempting to lighten the mood, she added, "When that time comes, don't miss me too much. And please, do not call, text, or resort to writing letters in such an old-fashioned manner to reach me." After speaking, she stood up, camera in hand, to seek out her classmates for photographs. Chen Luoqiu's thoughts whirled. In his previous life, following the class division, his interactions with Xia Yi had significantly diminished. Thus, his impression of the later Xia Yi was rather superficial. He only recalled hearing from others that Xia Yi had enrolled in the finest medical university in Rongqing, ultimately pursuing her studies to the doctoral level and becoming a distinguished surgeon. However, he had not heard of any transfer on her part. Once Xia Yi finished taking her pictures, Chen Luoqiu, still curious, inquired, "Why are you leaving? I mean, what brings you to Rongqing?" Concerned that his question lacked clarity, he added a clarification. Xia Yi, amused by Chen Luoqiu's disjointed speech, smiled playfully. She looked at him with a teasing expression and replied, "My family is from Rongqing." "Didn't he, you know? I believed I mentioned it before." Chen Luoqiu felt a bit embarrassed, genuinely unable to recall, yet he maintained, "Not at all. I remember only 2 from our class were from other provinces, Zhao Kuan from Guizhou and Su Li from Yunnan." "Well, you've mentioned those from other provinces. Isn't Rongqing outside our province?" Xia Yi retorted, somewhat exasperated. "The reason I came here for school was because my father was transferred to this area, and now he is being reassigned back, so our family must return with him." Xia Yi did not dwell on Chen Luoqiu's words, but sincerely explained her situation. Qinghe is quite close to Rongqing, and Chen Luoqiu felt no sense of loss. As a reborn individual, he was acutely aware of future developments. With the continual advancement of technology, distances would further diminish. In the future, Qinghe would be connected by high-speed rail, allowing for a mere 30-minute journey to Rongqing. However, he gleaned a crucial piece of information from Xia Yi's statement. "Shouldn't I congratulate you then? Has your father received a promotion?" Xia Yi, uncertain whether her father had indeed been promoted or merely transferred, shared that he was reportedly being reassigned to a district in Rongqing as the deputy district head and head of the district police department. In any case, he did not appear particularly pleased. Yet, was Chen Luoqiu's train of thought too erratic? Did he not feel that parting could be a rather painful affair? "Chen Luoqiu, you truly are something else," she exclaimed, biting her lip in exasperation, and chose to ignore him thereafter. Chapter 53. You should seek him out from the viewing platform to the White Pagoda Temple. There remained 999 steps to ascend. The group paused for a moment. Su Xiaobei called out, "Is everyone rested? If so, we should prepare to set off." "Let us go," came the response from the others as they stood, brushing off their clothes and echoing the sentiment to depart. For these spirited high school students, the 999 steps posed little challenge. However, just as they prepared to embark, Jiang Ting suddenly pointed to a stone path beneath the viewing platform, addressing the group. "Should we wait for them? It seems Tang Wanqing and the others are on their way up." Following her indication, they indeed spotted Tang Wanqing and her companions approaching the platform. Xia Yi glanced at Chen Luoqiu, teasingly remarking, "Your sister Wanqing is here." "Don't say that. She is 2 months older than I am. She should be called sister instead." "Oh, I wouldn't have guessed. Do you prefer those older than you?" Xia Yi continued to ridicule Chen Luoqiu, and indeed, she was rather older. Reflecting on the words Chen Luoqiu had uttered during the previous sports meet, Xia Yi's resentment turned to a gritting of teeth. "What did you say? I can hardly comprehend." "Humph, what are you pretending for? Aren't you the one who goes around proclaiming your childhood friendship?" It was astonishing that she still brought it up after all this time. Chen Luoqiu felt somewhat speechless, realizing that her efforts over the past months might have been in vain. It has only been 2 months. Given your forgetfulness, when the time comes and they beckon, won't you just trot over again?" Chen Luoqiu shot Xia Yi a glance, disinclined to engage further. In the meantime, Tang Wanqing and the others had approached. At that moment, Tang Wanqing, clad in an ancient-style gown procured by Jiang Ting and the others in the ancient town, stood on the viewing platform. The wind howled around her, causing her long hair to dance and her skirt to flutter, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. This sight was indeed one that stirred the hearts of boys and incited envy among girls. Chen Luoqiu sighed, finally understanding why she had been so sycophantic in her previous life. Let us go. The assembly at White Pagoda Mountain has been successful, and it is time to seize the next stronghold, she announced to the gathered crowd. Come on, Chen Luoqiu, could you not act like a decent person for once? Can't we have a moment's respite? Wang Yilan exclaimed, angered by Chen Luoqiu's insensitivity. It was only then that Chen Luoqiu noticed the resentful glances directed at her by those who had just arrived. A cold smile crept across her heart. She almost retorted, Are you tired? Why should I care? But before she could voice it, Su Xiaobei chimed in teasingly, You all are sitting in cars, under umbrellas, rowing boats, and yet you dare to complain about exhaustion? Wang Yilan immediately flared up at Su Xiaobei's words, swinging her clothes and striking Su Xiaobei's back while muttering, I'll show you what it means to sit in a car, under an umbrella, and row a boat. Are you trying to get into Peking University with that nonsense? Su Xiaobei, stung by the blows, darted around the group to evade Wang Yilan's pursuit. Wang Yilan, possessing a lively disposition, was accustomed to playful tussles with boys and thought nothing of it. However, as Su Xiaobei continued to evade her, she became increasingly exasperated until someone reminded her not to cause a ruckus on the viewing platform, prompting her to relent, albeit reluctantly, and cast a resentful glare at Chen Luoqiu. It's all your fault for spouting nonsense. Feigning ignorance, Chen Luoqiu turned her head away. After a brief respite, the group finally set forth on the steps leading to the White Pagoda Temple. Not long into the ascent, Xia Yi suddenly turned around, handing her backpack and jacket to Chen Luoqiu. Could you carry these for me? It's rather difficult to climb with them. Chen Luoqiu accepted Xia Yi's belongings with a smile, thinking, if it's hard for you to carry, does that mean it's easier for me? What kind of logic is that? After climbing a little further, Tang Wanqing also wished to pass her bag to Chen Luoqiu. Would you mind helping me carry this as well? Chen Luoqiu gazed at the bulging bag she carried, likely filled with damp clothes she had previously changed out of. Unyielding, Chen Luoqiu expressionlessly raised the item in his hand for Tang Wanqing to see, suggesting, I can no longer manage this. Perhaps you could inquire with someone else? As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Luo Jiaoyang, implying that she should seek his assistance. Tang Wanqing understood Chen Luoqiu's insinuation, and her expression grew somewhat frigid. Retrieving her bag, she turned and continued forward, refusing to seek help from others. Luo Jiaoyang had intended to offer his assistance but was also rebuffed. After approximately an hour of climbing, they finally reached the summit, the clock approaching 4 in the afternoon. Sunlight bathed the ancient temple's weathered roof, imbuing the entire edifice with a serene and solemn aura. This ancient temple, having withstood the trials of millennia, bore witness to the vicissitudes of history and the cycles of existence. As they walked along the stone path into the temple's hall, a profound atmosphere enveloped them. A towering Buddha statue loomed in the center, exuding a solemnity that imparted an intangible sense of pressure. Surrounding it were various antiquated Buddhist implements, each steeped in the weight of history. However, as it was neither the 1st nor the 15th day of the lunar month and already afternoon, there were few pilgrims in attendance. At that moment, a few monks sat beneath the eaves of the hall, observing the visitors. A long table outside was laden with an array of incense and candles, available for purchase by the pilgrims. Originally skeptical of such practices, Chen Luoqiu found that his worldview had subtly shifted since his rebirth, leading him to develop a sense of reverence for the cosmos, life, and religion. He purchased incense, ignited it, and knelt upon a mat. Like a devout Buddhist, he bowed and recited prayers. The group of students, born under the banner of communism and nurtured in an atmosphere of atheism, regarded Chen Luoqiu with a variety of expressions. They appeared surprised to discover that he was indeed a fervent believer. Some were puzzled, while others quietly chuckled to themselves. Chen Luoqiu, are you perhaps beseeching the Buddha for good grades? Luo Jiaoyang seized the opportunity to mock him. Chen Luoqiu cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, What? Do you not respect my religious beliefs? He was well aware that Luo Jiaoyang had no good intentions, preemptively assigning him a label. In truth, he was not praying for academic success. Rather, his prayers were for those who cared for him in another dimension, wishing that they would not mourn his absence and that they would find peace and prosperity. Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu's words, Luo Jiaoyang found it difficult to continue his mockery. Resorting instead to internal complaints, what a phony, pretending to be a Buddhist at the last minute. He Fei, somewhat perplexed, murmured to Chen Luoqiu. But weren't you a follower of Taoism before? Didn't you mention something about ascending to the heavens last time? Cough, cough, cough. Whether one believes in Buddhism or not. Those who truly have faith will receive blessings. Do you understand? Chen Luoqiu coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. The others, overhearing the exchange between Chen Luoqiu and He Fei, nearly burst into laughter, inwardly cursing. This dogged Chen Luoqiu truly speaks without consideration. However, Chen Luoqiu calmly remarked, now that we are here, it is no different from going out to travel and buying a souvenir to light a stick of incense for health and peace, is it? Such a profound statement resonated with the group of girls, prompting them to purchase incense for blessings. Afterward, they recalled the legend that Luochuang had mentioned earlier. They spent over half an hour wandering the temple, yet uncovered no useful clues. Just as they were about to leave, a young monk suddenly called out to Chen Luoqiu, saying, "Benefactor, please wait. I would like to speak with you in the inner hall." The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what this meant. Chapter 54. Luck is also a form of strength. Chen Luoqiu followed the young monk to the inner hall, where an elderly monk was seated before a Buddha statue, reciting scriptures. After the young monk reported to him, he withdrew. Chen Luoqiu stood beside the elderly monk, observing him. Noticing that the elder kept his eyes closed and did not acknowledge him, he respectfully called out, "Master." There was no response. Chen Luoqiu remained silent, standing patiently. After a long while, the elderly monk finally ceased his chanting, turned to Chen Luoqiu, and spoke slowly, "Benefactor, the past is but a memory. There is no need to cling to it. Each person's life has its unique path and significance. Do not let past obsessions cloud your true heart." With that, he waved his hand, indicating that Chen Luoqiu could leave. Confused by the elderly monk's words, Chen Luoqiu stood in silence for a moment before asking, "Master, are you advising me to let go of my obsessions?" The elderly monk smiled in response. Letting go is not an overnight endeavor. Cherishing the people and things around you and living well is also a form of relinquishing past obsessions. Chen Luoqiu nodded, performed a respectful gesture, and turned to exit the inner hall. Upon his return, the group was curious about where the young monk had taken him. Chen Luoqiu himself was still trying to comprehend the encounter and responded to their inquiries with a blend of truth and jest. "An elderly monk told me that I am in the midst of great fortune, but I might encounter romantic troubles, and advised me to cherish those around me and live well." Pa, that monk clearly cannot be taken seriously. He must be a fraud. Wang Yalan was the first to express her disbelief. Chen Luoqiu shook his head, unwilling to delve further into the topic. The group then made their way down the mountain. In Qinghe City, the math exam had concluded. Joanna emerged from the examination hall with a gloomy expression, starkly contrasting her earlier demeanor of triumph. This year's math exam was deemed the most challenging in recent years. Many candidates exited the hall in tears, overwhelmed by the final 3 complex problems that left them bewildered. After finally squeezing through the crowd, Joanna took a taxi directly to Chen Luoqiu's home. Learning that he had yet to return, she ground her teeth in frustration and decided to wait at his house. This left Liang Wenjie perplexed, wondering how Chen Luoqiu had managed to attract such a lovely girl. In truth, Joanna was not overly ostentatious today. She wore simple casual attire. Her hair loosely tied with an elastic band, and sported large black frame glasses. Her features were exceedingly exquisite, and her skin exceptionally fair. Thus, Liang Wenjie immediately found this young lady, Joanna, to be remarkably attractive. Joanna did not leave, and Liang Wenjie felt it inappropriate to urge her away. She poured Joanna a glass of water and engaged her in a somewhat awkward conversation. "What is your name, dear?" Liang Wenjie inquired. "Annie, my name is Joanna," came the reply. "Ah, Joanna," Liang Wenjie murmured to herself. After a moment, she asked again, "What is your relationship with Chen Luoqiu?" Joanna replied, "I am his senior." "A friend, I suppose." "Ah, a friend," Liang Wenjie repeated, lost in her own thoughts. After some time, Liang Wenjie pressed further. "What brings you to see Chen Luoqiu today?" Joanna responded, "It's a matter of great importance." Liang Wenjie, not daring to delve deeper, feared uncovering matters best left unknown. Their conversation remained painfully superficial, devoid of substance. Eventually, feeling awkward, Liang Wenjie left Joanna alone in the living room while she busied herself in the kitchen. Nearly an hour later, Chen Luoqiu returned, drenched in sweat. Spotting Joanna seated on the sofa, he exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing in my house?" Initially intending to take a shower, he was abruptly seized by Joanna. "Come on, we need to talk," she insisted. They tugged at each other as they exited the community, just in time to encounter Tang Yiming, who was arriving to pick up Tang Luoqiu. Chen Luoqiu and Tang Yiming exchanged a glance, but before they could greet each other, Joanna pulled him away. In the CAF, Joanna finally broached the question that had plagued her throughout the day. "How did you know the essay topic?" Chen Luoqiu had already devised a strategy when he first revealed the topic to Joanna. Pretending ignorance, he asked, "What essay topic? Don't play coy with me." Joanna glared at him. "Why do you know the essay topic for this year's college entrance examination?" Upon hearing this, Chen Luoqiu feigned horror. "What? Did I really hit the mark?" "Don't be ridiculous." Joanna dismissed his theatrics. "You better come clean, or else." "Or else what?" Chen Luoqiu chuckled. "Or else I'll expose you." Chen Luoqiu nearly laughed in exasperation. "Expose me for what? For stealing the Chinese exam paper? Or for bribing the question setter? Every year numerous teachers guess the essay topic correctly. It's merely a matter of probability." Joanna found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, as Chen Luoqiu noted, many across the country successfully predict essay topics or other exam questions each year. Then why did you choose this particular topic? It hardly qualifies as popular. Joanna pondered aloud. "You clearly don't keep up with current events, do you? Something significant occurred this year, you know?" Chen Luoqiu pretended to look down on her. "What significant event?" "At the beginning of this year, there was the online political inquiry. Have you heard of it?" Chen Luoqiu recounted the answer he had already prepared for Joanna. "That's why I chose a question-related topic." Joanna remained skeptical, pondering his words for a while. She seemed to have come to terms with the situation, no longer fixating on the topic of the essay. Swiftly, she donned a different expression, her face brimming with flattery as she inquired of Chen Luoqiu. "Do you have any special premonitions for tomorrow's comprehensive and English exams?" Wow, that was a remarkably rapid transformation. Chen Luoqiu internally scoffed. "How should I know? Do you truly regard me as a seer?" Chen Luoqiu feigned annoyance. "I'm merely suggesting, after all, your language skills might just align with the questions. And fortune is a form of prowess, wouldn't you agree? Besides, since I've already come this far, I've wasted so much of my study time. Shouldn't you take some responsibility?" Chen Luoqiu was taken aback by her convoluted reasoning and pondered for a moment before replying for English. "How about considering a tour guide theme?" Joanna nodded earnestly upon hearing this. The two conversed for a while longer before Joanna hurried home to review for the impending exams. Just before she left, she suddenly turned to Chen Luoqiu and remarked, "Your family doesn't seem impoverished. Why don't they even buy you a phone? I've been searching for you all day, and I'm utterly exhausted." Chen Luoqiu offered an awkward smile. "That essay question for Lady Liang. Last year, Chen Luoqiu had intended to purchase a phone, and Chen Jianhua had consented. Yet, ultimately, Liang Wenjie vetoed the idea, insisting they wait until Chen Luoqiu entered university to buy one. Upon returning home, Liang Wenjie cast a scornful glance at Chen Luoqiu, as if regarding a scoundrel who had abandoned his responsibilities and was now facing the consequences. "Mother, what kind of expression is that?" Chen Luoqiu found it perplexing. Could it be that Joanna had mentioned something to her mother? Chapter 55, The Diary of Rebirth. It has been over 2 months since the rebirth. Chen Luoqiu has fully acclimatized to this new world. In the evening, he opened his diary, having not penned an entry in quite some time. The most recent entry dated back to May 16th. Chen Luoqiu reviewed his previous entries. April 27th. Today, the school held its spring sports meet. I, lacking in talent, managed to secure places in both the long jump and high jump. Additionally, I witnessed a rather shocking incident in the classroom. I never expected students in this era to be so extravagant. Why was I still a virgin even upon entering university? This question merits contemplation. Furthermore, the reason I chose to write today is due to the inspiration drawn from Ho Ling's situation. I have resolved that from this day forth, I shall commit to a daily act of kindness. April 28th. The girl from yesterday is named Zhang Min, and she is rather beautiful. However, I suspect I wrongly accused her, as she was coerced. Moreover, I was astonished to discover that Xia Yi is the daughter of the deputy secretary of the county committee, Xia Jianchuan. Best not to provoke. Today, I managed to persuade Zhang Min to step down from the rooftop. That must count as a good deed, though it seems her decision was influenced by Xia Yi. April 29th. The sports meet has concluded, and our class secured first place, which is quite commendable, not least due to my efforts. It seems I didn't perform any acts of kindness today. Does helping Jiangyo buy breakfast count? April 30th. Today, I earned some money alongside He Fei and Monkey. That should qualify as a good deed. right? Additionally, we have made the decision to open a shop. With great excitement. We plan to launch on May 1st. Today is a holiday, so I shall take a brief respite from writing in my journal as well. After all, who among the respectable would pen their thoughts daily? On May 5th, I realized it had been a considerable time since I last wrote. However, today's events are certainly worth noting. It turns out that I have a childhood betrothal with Tang Wanqing. How could I have been oblivious to this matter in my previous life? Although Tang Yiming has explicitly stated that this should not be taken seriously, there remains an unsettling feeling that something is amiss. Today's act of kindness, assisting a pregnant woman across the street. What does it mean when she cast a look at me suggesting she did not require my help? On May 16th, there was little of significance. I attended school. Upon returning home, my mother handed me a large package of tissues, leaving me puzzled by her intentions. My journal entries are becoming increasingly simplistic. Chen Luoqiu, while perusing his notes, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He inscribed today's entry at the back of his notebook. On June 7th, I cycled to White Pagoda Lake with friends. It seems that my serialized novel on Twenya has caught the attention of some classmates. I suppose I must craft a more fantastical backdrop to avoid exposure. The tale of White Pagoda Lake was fabricated by the Tourism Bureau in my previous life, and I never anticipated that so many would be inclined to believe it. Furthermore, today I encountered an elderly monk at White Pagoda Temple. He appeared to possess some knowledge of matters beyond my comprehension. How curious. Could it be that extraordinary individuals truly exist in this world? Moreover, Xiaoyi mentioned her plans to return to Rongqing next semester. What should I do? Today, I once again aided Tang Wanqing. One could consider it a good deed, I suppose. Today a senior reminded me that it is imperative to purchase a mobile phone soon. On the last day of the holiday, Chen Luoqiu spent the morning at home, not venturing out, as he installed programming software. He was preparing to embark on a journey into coding. Although he had studied the humanities in his previous life, he pursued a degree in information management and information systems at university. What does this field aspire to? Have you heard of a librarian? Or perhaps a senior librarian? Coming from a family where no one had attended university for 3 generations, Chen Luoqiu was entirely uninformed about these academic disciplines. The term information sounded quite sophisticated, so he enrolled. Little did he know that it would lead him into a quagmire of a major, where he was subjected to a myriad of subjects such as management, operations research, computer programming, data structures, databases, informatics, e-commerce, statistics, advanced mathematics, and financial information analysis, among dozens of others. The result was a hodgepodge of courses from several disciplines. Yet he emerged with little knowledge. Moreover, this major offered scant employment opportunities, with the exception of librarianship. Consequently, most graduates found themselves unemployed shortly after graduation, ending up in various unrelated fields. Chen Luoqiu considered himself relatively fortunate. During his university years, he remained focused solely on his studies and financial endeavors. He consistently ranked first in his class, never failing a subject. Throughout university, he sustained his living expenses through student loans and various scholarships, all while managing tuition and accommodation fees. With his impressive GPA and accolades from programming and mathematical modeling competitions, he graduated successfully. Chen Luoqiu successfully secured a position as a programmer at a prominent gaming company. Subsequently, he embarked on an entrepreneurial journey, becoming his own boss. Thus, in essence, Chen Luoqiu remains a programmer. He intends to swiftly create something on the internet, for the digital realm is undeniably the trajectory of the coming decade. This field is one he knows intimately. Numerous validated concepts and projects from the future, if merely brought forth now, would undoubtedly revolutionize the current internet landscape. Chen Luoqiu plans to start with Weibo, as it presents minimal development challenges, especially since even its predecessor, Twitter, has yet to launch. Not to mention, subsequent platforms like Fanfu and Longtime Weibo are still on the horizon. After a morning of diligent work, Chen Luoqiu successfully installed all the necessary software for development. Following a lunch break, he commenced coding in the afternoon. Without any preliminary designs or systems in place, he directly began to implement the vision he had conceived in his mind. He utilized a programming language renowned for its unparalleled efficiency. Although it is considered the finest in the world, Chen Luoqiu admitted he was not proficient in it. By the time Joanna called him again in the evening, he had already crafted several pages. The college entrance examination had concluded. For the senior students, this night would undoubtedly be one of sleepless excitement. It was easy to envision that the city's entertainment venues would be entirely occupied by this group. Restaurants, internet cafes, gaming halls, bars, and hotels would all be filled with their presence. The moment Joanna picked up her phone, she dialed Chen Luoqiu's number. "Junior," she began, but before she could finish, he interrupted, saying, "Don't ask. I simply don't know." He was well aware of the purpose behind Joanna's call and was disinclined to fabricate excuses, so he opted for a straightforward reply. After a moment of silence on the other end, 3 words emerged: "Thank you." The essay topics for English had once again been predicted correctly by Chen Luoqiu, a feat that defied statistical explanation. No one could simultaneously predict the essay prompts for both Chinese and English subjects. However, Chen Luoqiu refrained from taking credit, leaving Joanna with no recourse. "Don't mention it. You've just completed your exams. Focus on resting and relaxing." Chen Luoqiu replied with a smile. "How about you join us for karaoke tonight?" Joanna attempted to extend an invitation. If any other boy were to receive such an invitation from Joanna, he would either leap for joy or bask in self-satisfaction for quite some time. Yet, it was evident that Chen Luoqiu was a man who eluded Joanna's grasp. "No, senior, I have classes tomorrow. Enjoy yourselves." Chen Luoqiu firmly declined her offer. Upon hearing his response, Joanna bit her lip, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Was she truly rejected? She found it perplexing that she could not understand this younger boy, who seemed to possess a maturity that was somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, Joanna was not one to easily accept rejection. With a cold chuckle, she declared to Chen Luoqiu, "You must come tonight." "Don't say I didn't warn you." "Jiangye will be there, and so will Su Haoran." Upon concluding her conversation, she hastily terminated the call. Chapter 56. He is my boyfriend. Su Haoran? Who is that? Before Chen Luoqiu could finish her inquiry, she realized the call had already ended. Chen Luoqiu was bewildered. This name was entirely unfamiliar to her, even from her past life. However, from Joanna's implication, it seemed this individual had some connection to Jiang Yao. That evening, under the starry sky, Chen Luoqiu ambled her way to the venue. Having been reborn for quite some time, it was her first visit, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Standing at the entrance, she surveyed her surroundings. A boy, resembling a high school student, passed by and glanced at Chen Luoqiu. He approached her and inquired, "Classmate, is this your first time here?" Observing the boy, who was bespectacled and somewhat plump, she assumed he was also a recent exam taker. She initially intended to respond negatively, but reconsidered. In this lifetime, it indeed was her first visit. Thus, she nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing that it was truly her first time, the boy casually placed a hand on her shoulder and remarked, "You must be nervous. I'll guide you inside. By the way, which private room are you headed to?" "To heaven on earth," Chen Luoqiu replied. Are you certain?" The boy appeared to be taken aback, turning to scrutinize her with curiosity. Chen Luoqiu nodded to confirm. "What a coincidence. I'm heading to heaven on earth as well." "Perfect. I'll accompany you there," he said with a familiar demeanor, leading Chen Luoqiu through a labyrinthine path until they finally reached the door of the private room. Before entering, he advised her, "Classmate, once we go in, just sit quietly. If you can't sing, it's perfectly fine. We're merely here for the atmosphere. Singing isn't mandatory." Chen Luoqiu silently nodded and followed him into the room. As the door swung open, she beheld Joanna, microphone in hand, performing Lu Ring's iconic song Later. Joanna's gaze was fixed on the television screen, seemingly oblivious to Chen Luoqiu and her companion's entrance. Chen Luoqiu scanned the room, recognizing no one and failing to spot Jiang Yao. A sense of confusion washed over her. Could Joanna have deliberately deceived her? That seemed implausible. Lost in thought, the boy who had escorted her earlier gestured for her to sit beside him. "Classmate, what were you just looking at?" he asked. "Nothing in particular." Chen Luoqiu waved her hand dismissively. "The one singing is our school's belle, Joanna. I'm quite familiar with her. Do you wish to meet her?" Chen Luoqiu, perplexed, replied, "I know her." "Ah, knowing her is one thing, but does she know you?" "That's what matters, understand?" Chen Luoqiu nodded, acknowledging the boy's insight. He then smiled and said, "Once she finishes her song, I'll introduce you to her." Subsequently, he pointed to the assortment of drinks and snacks on the table. "Let us enjoy some refreshments first. The offerings here are quite pricey. If you feel like singing, we can do so later once they tire of performing." Chen Luoqiu nodded again in agreement. "By the way, I still do not know your name." "I am Chen Luoqiu." That name sounds somewhat familiar." After a moment of contemplation, he seemed unable to recall and shook his head. "I am Zhou Hang, a classmate of Joanna, and I sit right behind her." Upon finishing his statement, he cast a proud glance at Chen Luoqiu. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Which class are you in?" Fellow student, how did you fare in today's exam? I am in the second year of high school, senior. Oh, second year? No wonder I haven't seen you around. Nevertheless, if you follow my guidance, you shall not go astray. Having seemingly found the answer, he looked at Chen Luoqiu with a benevolent expression. Just then, the door swung open once more, and Jiang Yao entered. Upon seeing her, Zhou Hang excitedly nudged Chen Luoqiu, exclaiming, "Wow, a beauty has arrived. Move a bit further inside. I will make some space for her to sit beside me." A crow seemed to fly across Chen Luoqiu's forehead. He suppressed a chuckle at Zhou Hang's antics and squeezed into the corner. At that moment, Jiang Yao also noticed Chen Luoqiu nestled in the corner near the door, and her eyes lit up as she approached with a smile. Zhou Hang, feeling a surge of excitement, whispered to Chen Luoqiu, Hey, she is coming over. Scoot in a little more." Chen Luoqiu was utterly speechless. As if he had reached the pinnacle of exasperation, he gestured to Zhou Hang, indicating that he could not move any further. Only then did Zhou Hang relent and, with his slightly plump body, nudged Chen Luoqiu again, muttering, "Sit here, sit here, sit here." To his surprise, as Jiang Yao approached, she directly addressed Zhou Hang. "Could you please move a bit outward? I would like to sit here." She pointed to the space beside Chen Luoqiu. Zhou Hang, taken aback, coughed several times and hesitated before quickly yielding his position. Jiang Yao plopped down next to Chen Luoqiu and playfully chided, "When did you arrive? Quite eager, aren't you? I just got here as well." Chen Luoqiu felt a flush of embarrassment. Zhou Hang, overhearing their exchange, thought, "Wow, they know each other. What I just said." His cheeks turned slightly red, feeling somewhat awkward. At that moment, Joanna had finished singing and noticed Chen Luoqiu and Jiang Yao. She set down the microphone and approached, looking curiously at the three of them. "Aren't there other seats available over there? Why are you all squeezed together?" Just as Chen Luoqiu was about to respond, Zhou Hang abruptly stood up and said to Joanna, "Joanna, this boy is Chen Luoqiu. He expressed a desire to meet you." "Oh my goodness." Chen Luoqiu was taken aback by Zhou Hang's naivety, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he looked at Joanna. Joanna glanced at Chen Luoqiu before casting a sympathetic look at Zhou Hang, gently stating, "Zhou Hang, perhaps you should read fewer comics in the future." Zhou Hang was left bewildered, watching as Joanna guided Chen Luoqiu and Jiang Yao to the central seats, feeling like the fool in this scenario. Joanna handed the microphone to Chen Luoqiu and asked, "What song would you like to sing? I can help you choose." Chen Luoqiu shook his head, replying, "No, thank you. Senior, I won't sing. I merely wanted to ask, who is Su Haoran?" He was oblivious to the fact that he was holding the microphone, and his words echoed throughout the entire booth. Several young men who were seated inside, engaged in games and drinking, lifted their heads in unison, casting their gazes towards Chen Luoqiu. The atmosphere in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Then, under the watchful eyes of his classmates, a rather charmingly rogue-looking young man approached Chen Luoqiu with a smile playing on his lips. After sizing him up for a moment, he inquired, "Are you Chen Luoqiu?" Before Chen Luoqiu could respond, he turned to Jiang Yao and asked, "Is he your boyfriend now?" Jiang Yao glanced at Chen Luoqiu, gritted her teeth, and nodded, saying, "Yes. He is Chen Luoqiu, my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of malice crossed the young man's face. He then mockingly said to Chen Luoqiu, "So, you are Chen Luoqiu? I know of you. It's quite late. Shouldn't you be at home, spending time with your father? Instead, you have the leisure to come here to pick up someone else's discarded shoes?" With that, he turned on his heel and returned to his seat, continuing to drink. "What did you mean? Why should I return to accompany my father? Who is the discarded shoe?" Chen Luoqiu was filled with confusion. Seeing this, Zhou Hang hurriedly leaned closer to Chen Luoqiu and whispered, "Bro, you're quite something. So that stunning girl was Jiang Yao? No wonder Su Haoran has been pursuing her." Chen Luoqiu was taken aback and interrupted, asking, "You know Su Haoran?" Zhou Hang rolled his eyes, "Of course. We're in the same class. I've heard he was chasing Jiang Yao from the broadcasting station, but I didn't expect you to beat him to it. However, you should be cautious. I heard his father used to be involved with the underworld, with several construction teams and real estate companies under his command." Chapter 57, The Mystery of the Past Su? A real estate tycoon? A former underworld boss? Chen Luoqiu recalled a detail he had overlooked in his previous life. Shortly after Chen Jianhua's passing, the planning for Hishi was unveiled, leading to a surge in land prices, as the public, filled with a mix of envy and jealousy, sought to uncover the owners of these lands. They discovered that they had long been under the name of a company called Zhendong Real Estate. The owner of this real estate firm was none other than Su Zhendong, once the underworld boss of Qinghe, affectionately referred to as Uncle Dong. The common folk were more accustomed to calling him by his former carpenter nickname, Sanmujian. Overnight, these lands skyrocketed in value. Subsequently, some citizens felt they had sold their properties at a loss and collectively stormed Zhengdong's company to protest. Soon after, some inexplicably found themselves with broken limbs, or even went missing. From that year onward, Zhengdong Real Estate gradually became the largest real estate developer in Qinghai. Its affiliated construction company secured most of the major projects in the county. The critical aspect was that this Sanmujian, back in his carpenter days, had a long-standing grudge with Chen Jianhua. The more Chen Luoqiu pondered, the more he felt that something was amiss. Could it be that his father had fallen into a trap? That night, upon returning home, Chen Luoqiu opened his computer and anonymously posted the following message on a local forum in Yangqing. Shocking. The wealth of the people of Qinghai has surged, and it can no longer be concealed. Recently, the highly anticipated new plan for the Heshi Economic Development Zone is set to be unveiled, signifying the commencement of a new chapter in the region's development. This innovative plan aims to transform the Heshi Economic Development Zone into a modern urban area that harmoniously integrates industry, technology, culture, and ecology, thereby infusing robust momentum into the sustained growth of the local economy and society. This is the essence of the news. The headline bears the sensationalist tone infamous in later generations. Within the content, Chen Luoqiu meticulously revealed the impending construction of the development zone, detailing which plots are designated for commercial, industrial, and residential purposes with utmost clarity. After a night of fervent discussion, this news erupted the following afternoon in Qinghai, rapidly disseminated by various online media outlets and prominently featured in the next day's Yangqing daily and evening news. It was shared repeatedly across countless groups. When numerous inquiries flooded the Qinghai County Planning Bureau regarding the situation, the officials realized that the content of the Heshi plan had been prematurely leaked. At that moment, the reporters understood that this was not an official announcement, prompting them to swiftly retract the posts and articles. However, it was too late. The news had already spread throughout Qinghai City. As for the upcoming development in Heshi, it had been disclosed a month earlier than the government's intended timeline. In the office of Zhengdong Real Estate, upon receiving the news, Su Zhengdong angrily hurled the ashtray from his desk to the floor, consumed by rage. Everything he had meticulously planned was thrown into disarray by this unexpected post. He furiously addressed the man before him. Qiang, find out who is behind this. We must unearth this individual. Qiang accepted the order and set off to investigate. 2 days later, he entered Su Zhengdong's office, bearing a dossier. Uncle Dong. I found it. A post was made by someone under the name Qinghai Light on an online forum, Qiang reported. Su Zhengdong furrowed his brow. Have you uncovered this person's true identity? Qiang shook his head. Not yet. I've already contacted the website's operators for inquiries, but we have yet to receive a response. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhengdong instructed Qiang, you need to expedite the land acquisition process, especially concerning the Huoming furniture factory. If necessary, resort to more decisive measures. I sense this incident is directed at us. Understood, Uncle Dong, Qiang replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. Meanwhile, Chen Luoqiu sat diligently at his computer, meticulously coding. The post's explosion was entirely within his expectations. He knew that Su Zhengdong would not let this matter rest easily. However, he felt no apprehension, having already erased all traces of his involvement. Upon returning home that evening, he was surprised to find his father, Chen Jianhua, and Liang Wenjie sitting together on the sofa watching television. He inquired, Dad, have you heard about the Heshi Development Zone? Oh, so you know too. Chen Jianhua glanced at Chen Luoqiu, not questioning how he had come by this information. In Qinghai, it was indeed a rarity to find someone unaware of the news. Is your factory facing demolition? I am uncertain, currently. Some individuals are claiming that this is merely a false rumor. The government has yet to publicly clarify the situation, and everyone is simply observing. Chen Jianhua seems somewhat perplexed. Oh, do you believe it to be true or false? I cannot say for certain. Instinctively, it appears to be true, though one cannot discount the possibility that someone is fabricating false news for attention. Upon hearing her father mention that someone is orchestrating such news for sensationalism, Chen Luoqiu stifled a laugh. Father, are you suggesting that person might be me? After pondering, she inquired further, is the land on which your factory stands leased or purchased? Purchased, with a 50-year ownership. Chen Jianhua displayed a proud expression. Oh, did you not mortgage the land and factory to the loan company when you took out the loan? How do you know that? Let us not delve into how I know. It's quite obvious. You borrowed such a substantial sum, without collateral. No one would lend to you. The crucial question is, if this news holds truth, how much do you think your land is worth now? When it was acquired, it was valued at 2 million. If the news is indeed true, it should be worth at least 3 million. 3 million? My father remains overly cautious. If this news is accurate, the land is likely worth at least 5 million now. Chen Luoqiu continued, Father, did you not also sign a sales contract with them regarding the loan, stipulating that if you defaulted, the factory and land would be sold to them for a certain amount to repay the principal and interest? Yes, that is correct. Private loans are typically structured this way. Chen Luoqiu now clearly understood that Chen Jianhua had fallen into a trap. The only course of action is for her father to repay the loan swiftly. Otherwise, one cannot predict what further schemes these individuals might devise against him. Father, you must find a way to repay the loan quickly, if the factory truly becomes valuable. I fear others may harbor ill intentions. Chen Luoqiu, cautious not to alarm Chen Jianhua, spoke delicately. Over 1 million. Where am I to find the money to repay that? Chen Jianhua recognized the validity of Chen Luoqiu's concerns, but could not conceive where he might procure such a sum in a short period. The loan money had long been invested in equipment, and what remained had been taken by Tang Yiming. Previously, the funds from selling furniture to clear inventory now barely suffice for raw materials and wages. Chen Luoqiu found herself at a loss for a solution. She never anticipated that upon her return to life, financial troubles would still plague her. One must admit, her rebirth has been rather disappointing. Chapter 58, Preemptive Strike. After conversing with Chen Jianhua, Chen Luoqiu mentally consolidated the information she had gathered. It turns out that the location of Chen Jianhua's factory is precisely at the heart of the future Hushi development zone. This information was already known to certain parties. Consequently, they meticulously devised a scheme to acquire Chen Jianhua's factory land at minimal cost. They commenced by disparaging Huoming's furniture products in the market, gradually prompting Huoming's distributors to cease sales, resulting in an accumulation of unsold inventory. Through the machinations of the loan company, Chen Jianhua was coerced into mortgaging the entire factory and land, borrowing high-interest loans, while simultaneously being compelled to sign a sales contract for the collateral in the event of default, thus circumventing the auction of his assets to others. They incited and manipulated Tang Yiming to sever ties with Huoming, taking away valuable technology and talent, while siphoning off a significant portion of cash, plunging Huoming into turmoil. Their intent was to hasten Huoming's descent into bankruptcy, allowing them to acquire the factory land at a minimal cost. However, in the previous life, they had not anticipated that Chen Jianhua would desperately mortgage his own house and car to keep the factory afloat, significantly delaying Huoming's bankruptcy by several months. As the government's plans were poised for release, they were unwilling to bear the financial burden that would ensue from rising land prices. In a reckless bid, they resorted to arson, employing an insider to ignite the factory. In a grotesque twist, the arsonist was also ensnared in their scheme, perishing in the flames. Ultimately, they laid the blame squarely on Chen Jianhua, accusing him of negligence and fire safety. Overwhelmed by guilt and remorse due to the destruction of the factory and the loss of workers, Chen Jianhua began to spiral into despair. Even then, they incited the families of the deceased to confront, insult, and attack him, driving him to the brink of desperation, culminating in his tragic leap from the 8th floor. The architects of this malevolence not only achieved their desires, but also continued to thrive, evading justice. In this life, however, the presence of Chen Luoqiu, like a small butterfly, transformed their plans from the outset. Firstly, due to Chen Luoqiu's timely warning, Chen Jianhua meticulously reviewed the loan agreement, avoiding the traps that ensnared him in his previous life. Furthermore, Chen Luoqiu's guidance allowed Chen Jianhua to retain a significant portion of core personnel during Tang Yiming's departure, as many believed in the factory's new direction and chose to stay, fostering a spirit of unity. Additionally, through a promotional event, Chen Luoqiu successfully cleared out stagnant inventory, revitalizing Huoming's finances and restoring confidence in the company. Presently, the loan company's representatives approached Chen Jianhua, citing Huoming's insolvency and demanding early repayment. Should he fail to produce the funds, they offered to extend another loan to repay the previous debts, which was nothing short of predatory lending. Naturally, Chen Jianhua refused to sign and instructed them to pursue legal action. With the revelation of the new plans for Hushi, the schemes of these individuals unraveled. Chen Luoqiu anticipated that they might resort to extreme measures against Huoming, and this time, he resolved to take the initiative. He recalled that in the previous life, Su Zhendong was not apprehended until a decade later. This incident caused quite a stir at the time. A decade later, Su Jingdong had risen to become a prominent entrepreneur in Yancheng and indeed throughout the entire province of Shishu. He held the prestigious positions of president of the Yancheng Chamber of Commerce and a member of the Municipal Political Consultative Conference. It could be said that he had polished his reputation to an immaculate sheen. However, misfortune struck when his most formidable supporter fell from grace, dragging him down as well. Following an extensive investigation by law enforcement that spanned several provinces over a period of 6 months, substantial evidence was gathered against Su Jingdong and Su Wenxiang for their roles in organizing and leading a criminal syndicate, inciting murder, operating illegal gambling establishments, and engaging in usury. Ultimately, the prosecution charged Su Jingdong and 17 others with forming a criminal organization since 1998, willfully disregarding relevant laws of Huaxia to orchestrate and participate in illicit activities aimed at amassing vast economic benefits. Their actions had established a legal control over certain industries in Qinghe, Yancheng, and Rongqing within Shishu, creating a widespread negative impact that severely disrupted economic and social order, thus jeopardizing public safety. Among the charges were 2 instances of intentional injury resulting in 2 fatalities, 5 instances of homicide resulting in 6 deaths, and 1 case of illegal detention leading to another death. Moreover, the defendants aggressively sought to corrupt officials at various levels in Shishu to secure protection and bolster their social influence. Among all Su Jingdong's criminal enterprises, one particularly resonated with Chen Luoqiu, the sensational highway burial case. The story unfolded as Su Jingdong's construction company was contracted to build a segment of expressway from Qinghe to Yanqing. During the construction, substandard work was uncovered by Wei Guangming, a fresh graduate serving as a project supervisor. Following this revelation, Su Jingdong initially attempted to win Wei over with lavish banquets and gifts, but when his overtures were rebuffed, he dispatched a Chong, originally named Lu Wenxiang and later adopted by Su as his son and renamed Su Wenxiang, to intimidate Wei. Wei Guangming, an ambitious young man with a degree, harbored a deep disdain for Su Jingdong and his associates. Not only did he remain unfazed by Su Wenxiang's threats, but he also insisted that Su Jingdong demolish the half-finished project and start anew. He had already prepared a report to that effect, ready for submission. Frustrated by Wei's obstinacy, Su Wenxiang, in a fit of rage, killed Wei on the construction site and buried his body directly in the roadbed. The police were unable to locate Wei Guangming's remains during their search, ultimately classifying the case as a missing person. The officer in charge of this investigation at the time, now the Deputy Secretary of the Qinghe County Committee and Secretary of the County Political and Legal Affairs Committee, was Xia Jianchuan. For many years, this case had weighed heavily on his mind. As Chen Luoqiu contemplated this, a smile crept across his lips. It seemed he would need to present Xia a grand gift before the latter departed. Of course, Chen Luoqiu was unaware that Xia Jianchuan had originally been responsible for this case. His affinity for the deputy secretary stemmed from his connection with Xia Yi. He planned to leverage this case as his entry point. Wei Guangming's burial location, along with the criminal methods and motives of Su Jingdong and Su Wenxiang, were meticulously detailed and sent to Xia Jianchuan in the form of an anonymous letter. After completing this task, Chen Luoqiu felt a twinge of apprehension. What if Xia Jianchuan were affiliated with the underworld? Wouldn't that alert him? However, upon reflection, she recalled that in her previous life, there was no news of Xia Jianchuan's downfall, suggesting he was not in cahoots with Su Jingdong and his associates. Now, it was time to see what Uncle Xia would do. Let the bullets fly a little longer. For the moment, Chen Luoqiu decided to set this matter aside and return to her coding. Chapter 59. I like you, just as you liked me that evening, after learning about Su Haoran. Chen Luoqiu set out with Jiang Yao. The two walked, each seemingly burdened by their own thoughts. Chen Luoqiu pondered the meaning behind Su Haoran's words, while Jiang Yao contemplated how to explain things to Chen Luoqiu. They instinctively headed towards Luochuang Premium, their current stronghold. As they walked, Jiang Yao suddenly called out to Chen Luoqiu from behind. Chen Luoqiu, just now I used you as a shield. You don't mind, do you? Ah, what did you say? Chen Luoqiu, lost in thought, had not caught Jiang Yao's words. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes at Chen Luoqiu, exhaling a sigh of frustration. Never mind, it's nothing. With that, she hurried ahead, leaving Chen Luoqiu behind. Observing this, Chen Luoqiu quickly caught up and grasped Jiang Yao's hand, only to have it shaken off. Why are you walking so fast? Shouldn't I escort you home? It's quite late, Chen Luoqiu insisted, unwilling to go to the shop. Eager instead to return home to confirm something. No need, I'll go back by myself. Jiang Yao retorted, sulking. It's unsafe for a girl to be out this late. Chen Luoqiu firmly stated. But you were ignoring me just now, Jiang Yao exclaimed, feeling wronged. Realizing the reason for Jiang Yao's sudden anger, Chen Luoqiu quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I was lost in thought and didn't hear you. What did you say? Jiang Yao's expression softened slightly. Please don't believe Su Haoran's words. Don't provoke him. I really have nothing to do with him. He pursued me for a while, but I never agreed to anything. I trust you, Jiang Yao, Chen Luoqiu interrupted. Confident in her own judgment. How could she, with her keen insight, be swayed by Su Haoran's petty provocations? She had merely been contemplating the implications of Su Haoran mentioning her father. However, Jiang Yao was unaware of Chen Luoqiu's true thoughts. She assumed Chen Luoqiu was influenced by Su Haoran's insinuations. Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu's declaration of trust, Jiang Yao felt a sense of relief wash over her. She then asked Chen Luoqiu, was what you said last time in Rongqing true? About going to university together and being neighbors? Oh, you mean that? Absolutely. Wherever you go, I will accompany you, as long as you wish, Chen Luoqiu replied. Jiang Yao glanced at Chen Luoqiu, pleasantly surprised by her eloquence, her heart filled with joy. However, she feigned indifference, retorting, Humph, who needs you to accompany me? I might be destined to become a star, so do not linger by my side and tarnish my reputation. Chen Luoqiu contemplated seriously for a moment before nodding emphatically. Upon witnessing Chen Luoqiu's ease in relinquishing the matter, Jiang Yao felt a pang in her heart, ready to erupt in frustration. Yet, she heard Chen Luoqiu add, then let us keep it a secret from now on. With that, she donned a mischievous expression and dashed away. Who wants to keep it secret with you? Jiang Yao scoffed internally, gritting her teeth as she pursued Chen Luoqiu. To her surprise, Chen Luoqiu halted abruptly, causing Jiang Yao to tumble into her embrace, where she was promptly captured. Chen Luoqiu had employed this tactic before, and to her delight, it proved effective once more. Jiang Yao found herself momentarily dazed, gazing up at Chen Luoqiu, her heart racing as she contemplated pushing her away. Just then, Chen Luoqiu planted a kiss on her cheek, leaving her utterly immobilized, standing there in a stupor. Chen Luoqiu released her, placing her hands on Jiang Yao's shoulders, and declared, do not heed those rumors that stars cannot fall in love. They are merely propaganda by the industry. You need not fear any establishment, for we ourselves are our own capital. And Jiang Yao, I like you just as much as you like me. Jiang Yao was utterly taken aback by Chen Luoqiu's direct confession. There were no candlelit dinners or bouquets of flowers, just this unadorned declaration. Her mind was a whirlwind of emotions, and she felt a sense of panic. Earlier that day, she had witnessed numerous upperclassmen boldly confessing their feelings. Some met with success, while others faced rejection. She admired their courage, perhaps spurred on by the impending graduation that made their actions more resolute. Aware that failure would merely mean they would not see each other again, sparing them any future awkwardness. But what was Chen Luoqiu thinking? Suddenly, Jiang Yao realized there was something amiss with Chen Luoqiu's previous statement. What did she mean by liking her as much as she liked him? Hadn't she just claimed he was merely a shield? How could he possibly know her feelings? With a gradual lift of her head, she glared at Chen Luoqiu, exclaiming, Chen Luoqiu, are you seeking death? Chen Luoqiu's face darkened, as just moments ago, he had envisioned Jiang Yao melting into his arms, yet now, her furious outburst sent a jolt of fear through him. Slowly, he withdrew his hand from her shoulder and took off running. Jiang Yao watched his retreating figure, snorting derisively, and chose not to pursue him. After that night, an unspoken understanding settled between them. Neither mentioned the events that had transpired. Jiang Yao seemed to deliberately avoid Chen Luoqiu, her heart still in turmoil, uncertain about which of his words were genuine and which were not. In contrast, Chen Luoqiu exhibited none of the youthful awkwardness or mental turmoil typical of first love. He refused to squander time on trivialities. Humph, woman, you cannot escape. Chen Luoqiu felt a sense of pride within. How could you compete with me when your intentions are so transparent? He was well aware of Jiang Yao's feelings from his past life. Naturally, he could accept them with enthusiasm, even becoming more proactive. However, Jiang Yao remained blissfully unaware that Chen Luoqiu had already fully comprehended her thoughts, all while feigning modesty and shyness in avoiding him. On Friday evening, within the confines of the Luochuang pin store, Chen Luoqiu had already enlisted Qin Lan's assistance in procuring 6 of the latest Nokia phones. Here you go. Esteemed colleagues, one for each of you for convenience and communication, he announced to the group. The phone cards were all uniform, provided by Huaxia Mobile's Dynamic Zone plan, offering 100 minutes of talk time and 300 text messages for a monthly fee of 18 yuan. Remember, You'll have to pay the monthly fee yourselves," he added while detailing the phone package. The group gazed at the devices before them, elated. In unison, they teased Chen Luoqiu, "Thank you, boss," and promptly began to explore their new gadgets. Upon discovering a contact labeled Arsonist of Affection in the phone's directory, they all looked at one another in confusion. Noticing their expressions, Chen Luo knew they had realized something and playfully cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luoqiu. The group quickly understood and directed disdainful looks toward him. He Ziming was the first to voice his thoughts, exclaiming, "What the hell, Chen dog? How shameless can you be? An arsonist of affection? Have you no shame?" Immediately, Ho Yong chimed in, "Chen dog, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? Where on earth did you learn such shameless names?" While 2 of the 5 had finished their banter, the remaining 3 fell silent. He Ziming and Ho Yong turned to see the 3 girls with flushed cheeks, seemingly finding the name quite fitting for Chen Luoqiu. What was once a group of 5 had swiftly transformed into a duo of 2. He and Ho exchanged knowing glances and lowered their heads, lamenting, "The fool is indeed myself." Noticing the 2 had quieted, Chen Luoqiu smiled at them and teased, "You too, conserve your texts and refrain from flirting indiscriminately. Also, don't make excessive calls. Be wary of long distance and roaming charges, understood?" Furthermore, he noted, "The phones are now yours, so explain to your families at home. If your grades decline, don't blame me." Regarding the acquisition of the phones, Joanna had previously suggested giving Chen Luoqiu one, which he had firmly declined. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of having a phone, even though the devices of this era, while capable of texting and gaming, were still quite rudimentary. A person with even a modicum of self-control could easily manage their usage. After all, the temptations of modern platforms had not yet emerged to ensnare the unwary. After a bout of laughter and revelry, they began to assess the recent business conditions of the store. Chapter 60, Progress in the Highway Burial Case that day at school. As Chen Luoqiu was engrossed in his test, Yu Xinghe, accompanied by a police officer, approached him. Chen Luoqiu's heart sank momentarily, he thought. Has the police traced me this quickly? I wrote that letter anonymously. Chen Luoqiu felt a twinge of apprehension. The fact that the police chose to seek out the informant rather than the corpse was certainly ominous. If they were indeed colluding, it would mean that Chen had unwittingly ensnared himself in a perilous situation. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. The officers had approached Chen merely to request his assistance in identifying members of the motorcycle gang involved in the previous robbery of Holing. It became evident that the police had traced leads provided by Li Fei and his cousin, eventually apprehending several suspects at a motorcycle club in Rongqing. The police's visit to Chen was simply a routine procedure for suspect identification. As Chen examined the photographs presented to him by the officers, he immediately recognized a man with a scar on the corner of his eye, likely caused by a cigarette burn. He pointed to the photo and informed the officers. This one, the scar here caught my attention. The other individual was riding a motorcycle, but I couldn't discern any distinctive features to identify him. After a moment's pause, he added, however, he should be relatively tall. I recall he was riding a rather high motorcycle, and he could easily touch the ground with both feet. The officers nodded appreciatively, handing him the statement for his signature, thanking him with, "Thank you, Chen. I'll take my leave now." With that, they departed with the signed document. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen was immediately surrounded by his classmates. Eager to know why the police had sought him out, he briefly recounted his encounter with the motorcycle gang, but his peers, finding no juicy details, quickly lost interest and dispersed. Just then, someone chimed in, "Speaking of the police, there has been a significant incident in the county lately. Do you know what it is?" Intrigued, the group refocused their attention, pressing for details. The speaker, a student named Li Ping, slowly revealed, a body has been discovered buried on the highway. Gasps of shock escaped the lips of his classmates, some visibly frightened, while others, with more morbid curiosity, urged him to elaborate. Li Ping, whose father worked at the police department and had participated in the excavation, spoke in hushed tones. The county police unearthed a corpse from the expressway between Qinghe and Yangqing. It is said to belong to the construction supervisor responsible for overseeing the roadwork back in the day. Chen recalled having heard whispers about this incident before, surprised to learn that the body was interred within the road itself. Hadn't it been suggested that the individual had perhaps encountered something sinister and fell into the river? Swept away by the current? No, Li Ping shook his head. The body was exhumed yesterday. The forensic team is currently conducting an examination. My father believes it is indeed the supervisor from back then. Apparently, he had just graduated from university at the time. It's quite unfortunate. Unbeknownst to them, It was the freshly graduated youth who would insist on pursuing the truth, while those seasoned in the industry had long since learned to silence themselves for monetary gain. After several individuals finished their discussion, Li Ping suddenly recalled that his father had forbidden him from disclosing this matter. He hastily advised his companions, "This matter is currently confidential. Please do not let it slip." The others nodded in agreement, pledging to keep it under wraps. Chen Luoqiu, listening from the side, secretly smiled to herself. Unless something unexpected occurred, the entire class would likely be aware by evening, and it was highly probable that the news would spread throughout the entire grade by tomorrow. How swift the police's actions were, Chen Luoqiu mused. Nonetheless, this situation was advantageous. The pressure was now on Su Jingdong. What other tricks could he possibly have? Chen Luoqiu understood well that merely relying on this case to topple Su Jingdong was nearly impossible. However, it would certainly compel him to be more cautious. Moreover, Su Wenqiang was the direct organizer and participant in this case, thus it wouldn't be easy for him to evade responsibility. From this perspective, at least for the time being, they should be dissuaded from brazenly targeting her father. Ever since Chen Luoqiu purchased her mobile phone, life had scarcely returned to tranquility. Whenever Qin Lan and Qin Ku encountered any issues, they would call for her. During classes, she often switched her phone off, as it was impossible to concentrate otherwise. Today, the results of the college entrance examination were announced. Joanna scored 603 points, nearly 30 points higher than usual. She was delighted and called to invite Chen Luoqiu to dinner. However, she found that her calls could not get through. Initially, she assumed Chen Luoqiu had turned her phone off during class, but by noon, she still could not reach her. Realizing something was amiss, she stormed to the school in the afternoon, standing at the entrance of Chen Luoqiu's classroom, and shouted, "Chen Luoqiu, come out." Her loud call shattered the previously aloof image of the school belle in the eyes of her juniors, who stared at her in disbelief. Joanna, noticing the attention, composed herself and awkwardly nodded at the crowd. Chen Luoqiu timidly stepped out of the classroom and inquired, "What on earth are you doing?" "Humph. Why didn't you answer my calls?" Joanna retorted. Did you call me?" Chen Luoqiu checked her phone and found no missed calls. There are no missed calls." When she was about to show her phone to Joanna, she suddenly remembered that she had accidentally blocked Joanna the night before. In this era, Chen Luoqiu's phone could be classified as a smartphone, equipped with a symbiont system, allowing her to block numbers with the installation of an app. Last night, Joanna, in an unusual fit, insisted that Chen Luoqiu sing for her. Annoyed, Chen Luoqiu decided to put her in the blacklist to calm down. Oh no, if Joanna found out. Wouldn't she explode right there? Chen Luoqiu felt a chill run down her spine. Quickly retracting her outstretched hand, she stammered an explanation. I was in class just now, and my phone was off, so I didn't hear your call. What do you need? How many years had Joanna been using a phone? She could type hundreds of characters with one hand in a minute. Upon seeing Chen Luoqiu's expression, she sensed something was off. Seizing Chen Luoqiu's phone, she quickly discovered her name lying in the blacklist. Chen Luoqiu. Joanna called out Chen Luoqiu's name word by word from between her teeth. A shiver ran down Chen Luoqiu's spine, and she hastily replied, "Senior, please let me explain." Joanna was genuinely a bit upset now, her gaze suddenly turning icy. "Do you truly despise me, Chen Luoqiu?" Before Joanna could finish her sentence, Chen Luoqiu quickly interjected, "I downloaded an app yesterday, intending to test its blacklist feature. So, do you honestly think I would believe that?" Joanna glared at Chen Luoqiu. "I swear to heaven, it is indeed the truth," Chen Luoqiu asserted, raising 3 fingers. "Then why did you use my number for your experiment?" Joanna pressed on. Chen Luoqiu stammered, momentarily at a loss for a suitable justification. "Consider this a warning. If you do this again, you'll regret it." A glint of cunning flashed in Joanna's eyes. Chen Luoqiu sighed in relief and quickly changed the subject, asking, "What did you want from me? Really?" It was only then that Joanna recalled the purpose of her call. "I initially intended to treat you to a grand meal. But since you've blocked me, I suppose I shall rescind the offer." Chen Luoqiu felt a wave of frustration. "Isn't this a rather rapid change of heart?" "Oh, is that so? You just said it was a misunderstanding. What were you planning to treat me to, senior?" Chen Luoqiu gazed at Joanna with a somewhat sycophantic expression. "I told you, I won't be treating you anymore. I will invite Jiang Yao instead." Just moments ago, Joanna had shouted at the classroom door, and many from class 9 had overheard her. Jiang Yao, of course, was no exception. She had been eavesdropping in the crowd for some time, and upon hearing Joanna mention looking for her, she quietly peeked out, her expression equally obsequious as she asked, "Senior, I'm right here. What shall we eat tonight?" Upon seeing Jiang Yao's demeanor, Joanna shook her head and sighed. Why have you started to resemble certain others? Chapter 61. Joanna's farewell. As night fell. In a music restaurant by the riverside, Chen Luoqiu sat across from Joanna, while Jiang Yao quietly settled beside her. Joanna glanced at Jiang Yao, who had silently taken a seat next to her, and teased, Why aren't you two sitting together? Why come sit by me? Jiang Yao pouted. Humph, who wants to sit with him? You're my sister, so I must sit next to you. Saying this, she nestled against Joanna's arm, affectionately leaning her face closer. Joanna scoffed lightly and shot Jiang Yao an exaggerated eye roll. The three of them chatted and dined simultaneously. Chen Luoqiu inquired, Senior, which school do you plan to attend? Although it was merely small talk, Chen Luoqiu was genuinely curious about Joanna's choices. She knew Joanna had performed well on her exams, despite her usual struggles in mathematics. Her exceptional scores in language and English had propelled her total above 600. I haven't decided yet. My scores exceeded my expectations significantly. The schools I had in mind now seem somewhat unsuitable, Joanna replied somewhat boastfully. Hey, Chen Luoqiu replied with a derisive laugh, implying that Joanna was looking down on her original choices. The so-called indifference you show towards me today, and the unattainable admiration you will have for me tomorrow, is indeed a stark reality, mused Chen Luoqiu. So, do you have any good suggestions? Joanna inquired. Chen Luoqiu felt he had some authority on the matter, having once been misled himself. In his previous life, a guidance counselor for college entrance examinations had analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of various majors and their suitable demographics. Chen Luoqiu had come across this information and found it to be quite insightful. However, he was unaware of Joanna's personal interests, so he asked, ultimately, It depends on what you wish to study and your career aspirations. Joanna furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat perplexed. As for me, I haven't quite figured it out. My mother wants me to study economics. And what about you? What do you envision for your future? Chen Luoqiu inquired. As for me, I'm not sure. Does wanting to be a boss count? Chen Luoqiu felt a bit exasperated. Upon hearing her response, he realized Joanna had not genuinely contemplated this issue. So he lost interest in analyzing the merits of various fields for her. Yet, such is the nature of students in this era, rarely considering the long term. Was he once just as confused when he enrolled in an information management program? If we were to speak of dreams, most people's dreams revolve around earning money without the need to work. In that case, you should study management. It would be useful for you to become a boss in the future, Chen Luoqiu suggested casually. Let me think about it, Joanna replied. Chen Luoqiu panicked and quickly added, No. You should listen to your family. I don't want your mother to come and blame me for leading you astray. Joanna remained noncommittal. After a moment, she asked Chen Luoqiu, Where do you plan to study in the future? Upon hearing this question from Joanna, Jiang Yao also perked up. Chen Luoqiu smiled slightly and pointed at Jiang Yao. I'm not sure yet. You should ask her. We agreed that wherever she goes, I will follow. Upon hearing this, Joanna's mouth fell open in disbelief. Wow, are you two officially announcing this? Jiang Yao shot Chen Luoqiu a glare and quickly explained to Joanna, Don't listen to him. I have nothing to do with this person. He says he wants to go to Shuda, but look at his grades. Can he really get in? So, Sister Anna, you really don't need to consider his opinions. What advice can a person who scored 400 give you? Joanna shot Jiang Yao an incredulous look, as if to say, You have no connection to him? Do you think I believe that? Regarding Chen Luoqiu's poor grades, Joanna had indeed checked and confirmed Jiang Yao's claim. Chen Luoqiu had barely crossed the 400 mark in his midterm exams. However, she knew that was due to him having just transferred to the science class. Could someone who managed to excel in both Chinese and English composition truly be considered a slacker? What if I retake a year and we go to university together next year? What do you all think? Joanna declared boldly. Cough. Chen Luoqiu was taken aback by Joanna's statement, coughing several times. Jiang Yao also wore a look of disbelief. What on earth did you consume to make such a statement? After a moment's pause, Chen Luoqiu finally addressed Xiao and Na, saying, Senior, please don't jest. My heart is quite fragile. Observing their demeanor, Xiao and Na rolled her eyes and pouted. It was merely a joke. Do you truly believe anyone would relish the role of a third wheel? Chen Luoqiu then felt a wave of relief wash over him. He genuinely feared that Xiao and Na might concoct some elaborate scheme. If she were to repeat a year because of him, her family would surely have his head. Suddenly, he recalled an amusing incident from before the exams, when quite a few from the senior class had professed their affections. Given Xiao and Na's status as the school's belle, she was certainly not exempt. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he inquired, Senior, you must have received numerous confessions lately, haven't you? Is there no one who has captured your heart? Upon hearing his words, Xiao and Na momentarily blushed. Indeed, she had received a considerable number of love letters, and some even sent flowers to her home. Even classmates with whom she had little interaction seized the opportunity to express their feelings as graduation approached, leaving Xiao and Na both embarrassed and troubled. Throughout her 3 years of high school, she had not found a boy particularly intriguing, thus feeling no sense of regret. Yet, she understood her peers' sentiments. The textbooks often advised against leaving regrets in one's youth, and perhaps that was the mindset of these individuals. Since they had the courage to declare their affections, Xiao and Na, naturally had the fortitude to accept them. As for any future awkwardness, who could be bothered? Contemplating these matters, Xiao and Na felt a pang of distress. Wondering, while they were free of regrets, what of her own? Did she possess any regrets? Initially, she thought not. Upon noticing her expression, Chen Luoqiu understood. It seemed she had indeed received quite a few confessions, and he pondered whether those classmates would feel awkward around her in the future. Deliberately, he pulled out a tissue and offered it to Xiao and Na. She looked utterly perplexed, unable to decipher his intentions, gazing at him in confusion. Here, wipe your mouth. You're about to drool, Chen Luoqiu feigned disgust. It was then that Xiao and Na realized she had been playfully teased. Chen Luoqiu, are you trying to provoke me? Just as the words left her lips, the restaurant's music abruptly ceased. Everyone turned to gaze at the beautiful girl. In that moment, whether those seniors would feel awkward remained uncertain, but Xiao and Na undoubtedly felt a tinge of social embarrassment. She quickly clamped her mouth shut and shot Chen Luoqiu a fierce glare. Jiangyu silently observed their playful banter before suddenly suggesting, Chen Luoqiu, why not sing us a song? It has been ages since we last heard you sing. At this, Xiao and Na paused her activities and nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Go on, sing, and if you do well, I shall forgive you for earlier. With Jiang Ji's command, Chen Luoqiu had no choice but to comply. He glanced at the two of them before turning to the stage, whispering a few words to the performer. After a moment's hesitation, the singer ultimately handed him the microphone. After a brief wait of about a minute, the music in the restaurant resumed, filling the air with Lu Tianwang's 17. On the day of my 17th birthday, I shamelessly participated in a challenge where even celebrities have training sessions. In just a short year, everything felt so fresh. I fondly recall meeting the four brothers and brother Fa, and then suddenly ascending to the role of the lead. At the grand awards ceremony at 29. It was utterly wild. Come, listen to me sing a love song. Its lyrics are timeless. My vibrato and falsetto have long been perfected. Yet I never tire of singing love songs. If you admire me, do not hide your face. Let passers-by discover it. Despite the singing, I pour my heart into the emotions woven within the song. Chen Luoqiu's voice is melodious and captivating, drawing waves of applause from the audience. His Cantonese may not be flawless, but in this inland town, no one seems to notice. After finishing the song, he returns to his seat, where Joanna and Jiang Yao regard him with puzzled expressions, unaware of the reason behind it. They felt as though Chen Luoqiu transformed into another person while singing, inadvertently drawing them into his performance. As they prepared to part ways, Joanna suddenly expressed a hint of sadness, saying to Chen Luoqiu, all right. In any case, thank you. I don't know if we will meet again, but please treat my sister well. Understood? With those words, tears welled up in the eyes of all three. Chapter 62. The shop was smashed since that meal together. Joanna has not appeared again. The highway corpse case has prompted the provincial police department to form a special investigation team and officially launch an inquiry. Xinghai has repeatedly made headlines on major portals due to this case. While people commend Wei Guangming for his integrity and noble character, they also lament the heartlessness of those perpetrators who so ruthlessly buried a promising graduate, whose life was just beginning, beneath the road. Over the past 5 years, countless individuals and vehicles have passed over him. However, according to reports from Li Ping, Su Jingdong, Su Wenxiang, and their Zhengdong group are now officially under investigation by the police. Chen Jianhua has thus successfully navigated this hurdle. Meanwhile, Chen Luoqiu has entered the period of final exam preparations. He has temporarily halted his Weibo project to fully devote himself to studying for his finals. He also takes the opportunity to place bets on sports, albeit with limited capital. He does not dare to invest it all at once. Each day, he wagers a few thousand on match scores and win-draw-loss combinations, already raking in hundreds of thousands. He fears drawing attention, so he frequents different lottery shops each time. By now, he has visited every shop in the city. Recently, he has been contemplating finding someone to assist him in purchasing more tickets. Academically, He feels relatively secure in Chinese and English, while math and comprehensive science remain his weak points. Nevertheless, he has shown significant improvement over the semester, consistently scoring around 120 in math and approximately 180 in comprehensive science during routine assessments. However, this final exam will differ, as the school will formulate questions based on the college entrance examination syllabus. On Saturday afternoon, while Chen Luoqiu was studying at home, he received a call from Chen Luoqiu. Come to the shop quickly. Someone is vandalizing it. Chen Luoqiu hurriedly set aside his book and took a taxi to the shop. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, he was met with a scene of utter chaos at the entrance of the store. Shards of glass lay strewn across the ground, and the merchandise was carelessly tossed about. Chen stood to the side, her face flushed with anger. Chen Lan knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, her hands stained with blood. What happened? Chen Luoqiu inquired. I have no idea, Chen replied, her voice laced with frustration. Just moments ago, two masked individuals came over, knocked down our shelves, and shattered our glass. My sister tried to intervene and accidentally cut her hand on the glass. Chen Luoqiu hurriedly assisted Chen Lan. Stop crying, Sister Lan. Let me take you to the hospital for treatment. Afterward, he helped Chen Lan to the hospital, where fortunately, after examination, it was determined that she had sustained only superficial injuries that required minimal bandaging. Upon exiting the hospital, Chen Luoqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief in his eyes. As long as she was unharmed, nothing else mattered. It was evident to any discerning observer that this incident stemmed from jealousy, as their business was thriving. Sister Lan, did you notice anything distinctive about those two individuals? At that moment, Chen Lan looked as vulnerable as a child, shaking her head with reddened eyes. Though it might prove futile, Chen Luoqiu decided to report the incident to the authorities. In this era, surveillance technology was not yet advanced, making it a daunting task for the police to identify the assailants. Unlike future times when streets were filled with cameras, allowing even masked criminals to be swiftly identified through their demeanor and movements. Upon returning to the store, they found He and Monkey had also arrived. The group first tidied up the store. He suggested, why don't we stay here tonight? If those thugs dare to return, we can confront them directly. Monkey glanced at Chen Lan and nodded in agreement. Chen Luoqiu remained silent, recognizing that while this plan might offer a temporary solution, it would not resolve the underlying issue. Moreover, the audacity of these individuals, choosing to strike in broad daylight, indicated their utter contempt for retaliation. They likely had no intention of attacking under the cover of night. However, with the glass shattered, it was imperative to remain vigilant that evening. After a brief silence, Chen Luoqiu finally responded, very well, I will stay here tonight. You two should return home, and tomorrow we will arrange for surveillance cameras to be installed. How can you manage alone? If they come back, you won't be able to fend them off by yourself. We should all stay together, He and Monkey insisted. Chen Luoqiu understood their concern for his safety and refrained from arguing further. At that moment, Chen Lan exchanged a glance with Chen Ku and quietly declared, I'll stay with Xiaoku as well. Chen Luoqiu immediately objected, stating that the store was too small for the three of them to comfortably rest, and having two girls remain might present complications. As he concluded, Chen Lan nearly broke into tears, overwhelmed with guilt for feeling incapable of safeguarding the store, especially considering that Chen Luoqiu and the others were still just children. Ultimately, none of the five chose to leave. Chen Luoqiu had intended to stay up and watch a match, but regrettably, there was no television in the store. In the final hours of the night, a few individuals moved the table within the shop and engaged in a spirited game of Duku, a card game similar to Tractor. They enjoyed themselves thoroughly, and as dawn approached, they slumped over the table, succumbing to sleep. By 7 or 8 in the morning, Chen Luoqiu was the first to awaken. He noticed Chen Lan and Chen Ku, each resting against his arm, soundly asleep. With great care, he gently pushed the sisters' heads aside and went to the restroom to wash his face. Afterward, he stepped outside to procure breakfast for the group. Only then did he rouse them, permitting each of them to take turns returning to catch up on their sleep. It was at this point that Chen Ku tugged her sister back home. However, it wasn't long before the two sisters returned to the shop. With a curious expression, Chen Luoqiu inquired, Didn't I tell you to go back and sleep? Why have you changed your clothes and come back? Chen Ku shot him a disdainful glance. Choosing not to respond, Chen Luoqiu was left bewildered, deciding not to pursue the matter further. He hastily contacted the glass installers to assist with fitting the glass, as without it, the shop could not operate. Upon the arrival of the installers, their expressions shifted to one of surprise as they surveyed the scene. One of them asked Chen Luoqiu, Was your shop vandalized? Noticing the installer's hesitance, Chen Luoqiu deduced that he might know something. He nodded, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from the counter, lighting one for the installer, and asked, "Do you know anything about this?" The installer sighed. "Several shops on this street have been vandalized. I heard it was done by a group of thugs, but they were just arrested not long ago. How could they be out so quickly?" His voice trailed off, seemingly lost in thought. "Why would they vandalize other people's shops?" Chen Luoqiu asked. "For money, of course." "Do you know these people?" "Not personally, but you could find a guy named Guer at the Huihuang Game Hall. He oversees things there and might have some information." He added, "He is my nephew. Just mention I sent you." Understanding the implication in the installer's words, Chen Luoqiu quickly produced 200 yuan and pressed it into the installer's hand, also offering him the remaining half-pack of cigarettes. After replacing the glass, he sought out someone to install surveillance cameras. He worked tirelessly until the afternoon before leaving the shop with the intention of finding this Guer to gather more information about the situation. He had no intention of yielding to the forces of evil. However, it was crucial to ascertain who his adversaries were in order to devise a solution. Accompanied by He Fei and Ho Yong, Chen Luoqiu arrived at the Huihuang Game Hall. Upon pushing open the large door, he spotted a young man with yellow hair and a dragon tattoo adorning his arm. Their eyes locked, and they scrutinized each other for a moment before simultaneously speaking. Guchuan, Chen Luoqiu. Chapter 63. A reunion with Guchuan. It turned out that the individual before him was none other than Guchuan, his former middle school deskmate, the same boy who had often been ridiculed as the short, awkward one, perpetually clad in faded school uniforms and rarely bathing throughout the year. Back then, when none of the other students wished to sit with him, only Chen Luoqiu had been willing to befriend him, sharing his snacks and comic books. At that time, Guchuan was frequently bullied by his classmates, and it was Chen Luoqiu who consistently stepped forward to protect him. However, during their third year of junior high, Guchuan was expelled from school. Chen Luoqiu even visited his home, only to be told by Guchuan's grandmother that he had gone far away. Thus, their communication ceased. As for the reason for his expulsion, Chen Luoqiu heard that it was due to Guchuan injuring the son of the village chief who had harassed his sister. Unbeknownst to her, Guchuan had actually been sent to a juvenile detention center where he befriended an older boy. After his release, he spent his days frequenting arcades and internet cafes, eventually assisting his mentor in various unsavory activities. They even collected protection fees at the school gate. And Guchuan sought revenge on those who had once bullied him. In her previous life, Chen Luoqiu never encountered Guchuan again, only to hear that he had succumbed to drug addiction and had been sent to a rehabilitation center for forced detoxification. Upon his return, he was apprehended for fighting and spent several years in prison. Later, he was taken by his sister to Su province. Now, as Chen Luoqiu gazed upon Guchuan, she noted his bleached hair, tattoos, gold chains, and well-defined physique. He was the quintessential delinquent. He had certainly grown taller. With a smile, she approached him and extended her hand, saying, "Long time no see." "Indeed, long time no see." Guchuan replied with a smile, his tone remarkably calm and devoid of any discomfort. After their pleasantries, he led Chen Luoqiu and her companions to a few plastic chairs by the street. Habitually, he produced cigarettes and offered them to Chen Luoqiu and the others. She waved her hand, smiling, "Thank you. I don't smoke." Guchuan's hand, which had been extended with a cigarette, hesitated imperceptibly in the air before he naturally placed it in his own mouth and lit it. They exchanged a few more casual remarks, and Guchuan inquired, "What brings you here?" Chen Luoqiu had been waiting for him to ask, as it would have been awkward to broach the subject otherwise. Although he had shown her some kindness during their school days, human nature is unpredictable. Past kindness could easily transform into enmity. After all, no one wishes to be reminded of their own low points. Thus, Chen Luoqiu found it difficult to seek his assistance, especially since they had not seen each other in 3 or 4 years. Such requests, laden with emotional ties, are often more challenging to articulate than mere financial transactions. However, since Guchuan had taken the initiative to inquire, she decided to be forthright. "My shop was vandalized, and the glass installer mentioned someone named Guer from the arcade who might have some leads, so I came to find him. To my surprise, he was referring to you. What a coincidence." Upon hearing this, Guchuan appeared momentarily taken aback. "Oh, that must be my uncle. Where is your shop located? And what is its name?" He toyed with the lighter in his hand as he asked. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he added, "Did you say it's your shop? Not your family's?" "No, it's not a family business. It's a shop I started with a few classmates," Chen Luoqiu replied, introducing her companions, Monkey and He Fei, to Guchuan. After a moment of silence, Gu Chuan glanced at Yifei and the others. I'll help you with this matter. Please leave me your phone number, and I shall call you when the time comes. Once the business at hand was concluded, they engaged in casual conversation for a while. Gu Chuan inquired, with your studies and running a business simultaneously, are you managing to keep up? Chen Luoqiu replied, it's a small venture. I haven't been deeply involved, as I have an elder sister overseeing it. Gu Chuan further questioned, if I recall correctly, your family should be financially stable. What is the reason behind this endeavor? Chen Luoqiu responded, my father's business is struggling at present. He still owes a substantial loan to others. Gu Chuan fell into silence. Chen Luoqiu continued. After you were expelled from school, I came to your home seeking you. Before she could finish, Gu Chuan smiled bitterly and interjected, I know. I was in a juvenile detention center at that time. When I got out, my grandmother informed me. Oh, indeed. It was your grandmother who told me you had gone far away. How is she? Is her health still well? Chen Luoqiu reminisced about her visit to Gu Chuan's home, recalling how his grandmother warmly offered her eggs and fruit, displaying utmost hospitality. Upon her departure, she had insisted that Chen Luoqiu take a native chicken back for her parents to prepare. Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu's inquiry about his grandmother, a trace of imperceptible sorrow crossed Gu Chuan's face as he replied with a bitter smile, my grandmother has passed. She left us last year. Oh, I am so sorry. I had no idea your grandmother had. Chen Luoqiu began, but Gu Chuan interrupted, it's nothing. Such is the nature of life. After a moment of silence, Chen Luoqiu suddenly asked, I heard you have an elder sister. What is she doing now? She is working in Su province, Gu Chuan replied. They conversed for a while longer, and Chen Luoqiu expressed her gratitude once more, preparing to take her leave. Suddenly, Gu Chuan said, Chen Luoqiu, you needn't worry too much. I am not the kind of ungrateful person. I have always remembered the kindness you showed me. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one will dare to trouble you. Chen Luoqiu smiled faintly, patting Gu Chuan on the shoulder. Thank you, brother. When your sister returns, have her come work with me. I am in need of staff, and I assure you it will be better than working elsewhere. Gu Chuan nodded with a smile, watching as Chen Luoqiu and her companions departed. Chen Luoqiu understood that Gu Chuan was not inherently bad. Perhaps it was his upbringing or the bullying he endured at school that led him down this path. Now that they had crossed paths once more, she felt relieved that he had not completely fallen from grace. If she could pull him back from the brink, it would be a noble act. The suggestion to have her sister return was rooted in this concern, without a family member nearby to offer reminders. Chen Luoqiu feared he might inevitably follow the same path as before. After Chen Luoqiu left, Gu Chuan sat quietly outside the arcade, smoking. He thought of his grandmother, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. A few days later, Chen Luoqiu received a call from Gu Chuan. I've uncovered the facts. It was a few small thugs acting on behalf of the owner of Shuguang Stationery across the street. Would you like me to send someone to retaliate? Never mind. I will handle the rest. Thank you once again, brother. It has been said that you need not be courteous with me in the future. Feel free to reach out whenever you require my assistance. Additionally, my sister mentioned she wouldn't return until the new year. If you are in urgent need of personnel, it would be prudent to find someone to fill in temporarily. No worries. Just contact me whenever your sister returns. After hanging up, Chen Luoqiu let out a sigh of relief. The matter was finally resolved. In recent days, the sisters Qin Lan and Qin Ku had been anxious about potential sabotage, opting to sleep at the shop each night. No matter how Chen Luoqiu tried to persuade them, they remained unyielding. It was evident that both appeared significantly fatigued. Now that the issue had been settled, they could finally return home and enjoy a good night's sleep. Just as Chen Luoqiu felt a sense of relief, the thought of the impending final exams loomed large in his mind, causing him to feel overwhelmed once again. Chapter 64. The end of sophomore year. By the end of June, the sophomore year finally approached its final examinations. This heralded the onset of a brief summer vacation, after which they would officially embark on the more monotonous life of their junior year. On the second day of the exams, Chen Luoqiu left home rather late. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a throng of people gathered at the bus stop near the entrance of the community. A bus, with its hazard lights flashing, was parked by the roadside. In front of it, a private car was also flashing its lights, with a middle-aged man standing behind the vehicle, engrossed in a phone call. With an exam to attend, Chen Luoqiu intended to ride away directly. However, the further he rode, the more familiar the figure of the man became. It wasn't until he reached the car that he recognized the caller as Tang Yiming. Casting a cold glance at him, Chen Luoqiu planned to weave through the crowd and depart. Suddenly, the car door swung open with a bang. Tang Wanqing hurriedly exited the vehicle and called out to Chen Luoqiu. She had spotted him from inside the car and rushed out, looking at him with a pleading expression. This had seemingly become instinctual. Whenever she found herself in a predicament, this boy always appeared to rescue her. In Chen Luoqiu's presence, she felt no need to conceal her vulnerability. "What is the matter?" Chen Luoqiu asked, feigning ignorance. "The car was rear-ended by the bus," Tang Wanqing replied, her voice tinged with distress. "My dad is on the phone with the police, but I'm going to be late for my exam." "Oh, and you're still sitting in the car? Why aren't you hailing a taxi?" Chen Luoqiu responded, exasperated. After some time apart, how had this woman become so clumsy? As he turned to leave, he worried he might be late himself if he lingered any longer. "Can I ride with you to school?" Tang Wanqing tentatively inquired, pointing at the back seat of his bicycle. She had initially intended to take a taxi, but after waiting for quite some time without success, she returned to the car only to see Chen Luoqiu in the distance. She had ridden on that bicycle many times before and had often complained about it. Yet now she felt an overwhelming desire to ride with him once more. Observing the yearning in Tang Wanqing's eyes, Chen Luoqiu ultimately could not bring himself to refuse. "Riding this bike is hardly comfortable," he remarked, recalling Tang Wanqing's previous words, intending to deliver a subtle jab. "Come on, if you're leaving, hurry up. Don't make me late as well," urged Tang Wanqing. Without a moment's hesitation, she smiled at Tang Yiming and said, "Dad, I'm taking Luochu's bike and leaving first." With that, she hopped onto the back seat of Chen Luochu's bicycle. "We have only 15 minutes. Pedal faster, or we will truly be late." A bead of sweat the size of a pea trickled down Chen Luochu's forehead as he thought to himself, "What a predicament. I deserve this for not being firmer." Having to play the role of a laborer again, Tang Yiming watched the two depart, letting out a heavy sigh, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Meanwhile, Tang Wanqing sat on the back seat of Chen Luochu's bicycle, unsure of where to place her hands. In the past, she would often ride on his bicycle, her hands naturally resting on his waist. However, now she felt it inappropriate to do so. Initially, she clutched the iron frame of the back seat, but it was not stable. She then tried to hold onto the seat, but found it difficult to grip. Chen Luoqiu, sensing her restlessness, chuckled to himself and suggested, "Why not hold onto my shirt? Otherwise, if you fall off later, I won't take responsibility." Upon hearing this, Tang Wanqing felt as though her thoughts had been laid bare, her cheeks flushing slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she gently grasped Chen Luoqiu's shirt. The two fell into silence, the only sound being the whisper of the breeze. Soon, they arrived at the school gate. Just as Tang Wanqing dismounted from the bicycle, Jiang Yao was stepping off the bus, catching sight of the scene from a distance. However, Chen Luoqiu did not notice Jiang Yao. With time running short, he hurriedly urged Tang Wanqing to get off, focused solely on parking the bike. After the afternoon exam, the school buzzed with excitement. He Ziming and Ho Yong had been waiting at the school gate, and as soon as Chen Luoqiu emerged, they rushed over to inquire, "Where are you going tonight?" "Home." "Where do you plan to go?" Chen Luoqiu casually replied, genuinely intending to head home. He had recently received an email from Ice Frog, expressing gratitude for his suggestions. They had improved a version and sent it for him to test and experience. At the end of the email, Ice Frog sincerely invited him to participate in the subsequent version's production. Chen Luoqiu had been busy reviewing and hadn't yet found the time to respond, planning to discuss matters with Ice Frog that evening. "Wow, look at you now. You've lost all sense of fun in life, always either busy making money or studying. Last time, you were even watching math tutorials in someone else's internet CAF. Enough." Chen Luoqiu. "Gaming is the essence of a high school student's life. Don't you understand?" He Ziming unleashed a barrage of complaints. Chen Luoqiu's expression darkened. He thought to himself, "What do I need with your so-called zest for life?" Clearing his throat, Ho Yang awkwardly corrected, "You should use more accurate terms when discussing life interests." Chen Luoqiu discerned the underlying intent behind their words. They simply wished to visit the internet CAF for gaming. Feigning a solicitude for his opinion, had their plans not already been laid? Yet, it had indeed been a taxing period for them all, and a modicum of relaxation was warranted. Perhaps a brief military training session could be arranged? Coincidentally, Ice Frog had released a beta version, making it an opportune moment to experience it together. "Very well. Let us proceed to the internet CAF," Chen Luoqiu replied with a facade of reluctance. Upon hearing this, He was understandably elated. He hastily retrieved his phone, dialing while exclaiming, "I'll call the manager first. It will surely be crowded tonight. We must ensure there are no issues with seating. Hello, Brother Yang. This is He Ziming. Please reserve 3 machines for us." Just as he was on the phone, A throng of students approached the school gate, all from Chen Luoqiu's class and Class 8. Upon learning of their intention to visit the internet CAF, each expressed excitement and a desire to join. Having initially requested 3 machines, He quickly revised his order, exclaiming, "Oh, no, make it 4, 5, 10 machines. Please reserve 10 machines for us." As he counted, he realized there were indeed 10 individuals. Thank goodness he made the call. Otherwise, with such a large group, seating would surely have been an issue. He felt a swell of pride at his foresight in securing the reservations. Regular visits to the CAF had fostered a familiarity with the manager. Observing the burgeoning crowd, Chen Luoqiu thought, so this is how it shall be. Then let us embark on this military training together. He recalled with relief that the presence of so many ensured that the evening's game could indeed commence. For in this era, finding matches online was no simple task. What serendipity! 10 players were required, and they had precisely 10. Thus, Chen Luoqiu, the seasoned veteran, led He and his 9 novice companions towards their destination with great enthusiasm. Upon arriving at the internet CAF, the group booted up their computers, and He's mouse had already clicked on the kart racing icon. Chen Luoqiu quickly halted him, saying, "He, with so many people today, let us play a different game. I shall introduce you to a new Warcraft map that will captivate you and make you forget all other games." He's interest was piqued. He possessed a natural talent for gaming and relished the opportunity to explore various titles. The others, upon hearing Chen Luoqiu's words, eagerly expressed their willingness to join. One student, after their discussion, discreetly moved his mouse away from the video player icon. Chen Luoqiu stifled a laugh internally, thinking, "Classmate, it is still broad daylight." Having finished, he swiftly downloaded the latest map version from his email, set up the host, and guided everyone in joining. Following Chen Luoqiu's comprehensive introduction, the excitement of the game officially commenced. Chapter 65. Dota military training. Before the game began, Chen Luoqiu sincerely inquired of He. "He, would you like me to explain how to play this game? Didn't you just explain it?" He replied, visibly impatient. "What I just covered was merely the game mechanics. I meant to discuss each hero's skills, item builds, and preferred positions. As for Warcraft, we are more familiar with it than you are. No need to elaborate. Let us dive right in." He taunted with a smile. All right then." Chen Luoqiu refrained from further comments. It is said that failure is the best teacher. He, just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. The game commenced. In the first round, the players, relying on their ingrained memories from Warcraft, uniformly selected common heroes such as the Blade Master, the Mountain King, and the Demon Hunter, disregarding roles such as Mage, Warrior, Control, or Damage output. They simply chose the heroes that appealed to them visually. Chen Luoqiu quietly picked a Bomberman, glanced at the others, and a smile crept across his lips. What followed was Chen Luoqiu's moment of carnage. Bang, bang, bang. The opposing players were obliterated in various flamboyant manners. One moment they were walking, and then with a loud bang, someone was blown up in the woods. Another in the river, and yet another on the lane. They never even caught sight of Chen Luoqiu's character. Ultimately, after Chen Luoqiu secured several quintuple kills in succession, the opposition finally settled down, earnestly studying hero skills and game mechanics. For the first time, He paid the price for his earlier words. In the second round, Chen Luoqiu chose a prophet and remained nestled in the jungle, rendering himself invisible to the opposing team. When their health was low, a flash of green light would signal their demise. In the third round, under the strong insistence of the others, Chen Luoqiu refrained from selecting a sneaky hero and instead opted for a warlord, preparing to face the opponents head-on. Astonishingly, he didn't even need to purchase a blink dagger, as the opponents willingly surrounded him and unleashed a barrage of attacks, only to be obliterated in return. The group was seething with frustration, vowing to eliminate Chen Luoqiu. They shouted that losing a team fight was acceptable, but Chen Luoqiu must die. The game's intensity transcended the confines of the screen. At one point, as a team fight commenced, He directly shut off Chen Luoqiu's monitor, allowing them to unleash their fury upon him. That LL teach you to be arrogant, to show off. After finally dispatching Chen Luoqiu, the group let out a satisfied string of curses. As the game progressed, they began to grasp some tactics, no longer playing recklessly in the early stages. They diligently hid under towers to secure last hits. Chen Luoqiu, mindful not to overly punish them, took the time to explain each hero's gameplay, equipment synergies, and so forth. The others finally exhibited the patience to attentively absorb Chen Luoqiu's explanations. He was primarily concerned that they might abandon the game, for then he would have no one to assist him in testing. In the subsequent rounds, the group gradually gained some gaming experience. Although their skills were rudimentary, they were all on the same level, engaging in a spirited exchange of blows. Chen Luoqiu refrained from stealing their thunder, opting for a support role, checking vision and purchasing items like wards, before standing back and letting the action unfold. They played from 6 in the evening until after 10 at night, neglecting dinner. Physically exhausted and hungry, yet still mentally exhilarated, especially He-Fei, whose face radiated excitement. Just as Chen Luoqiu was not participating, He-Fei was showcasing his skills remarkably. As a mobile gaming enthusiast, he had already become quite adept at the game. This young man indeed possessed a remarkable talent for gaming. Among the group, he grasped concepts the quickest. As long as Chen Luoqiu was not involved, He-Fei could single-handedly defeat any opponent on the field. He inquired of Chen Luoqiu, "Chen Dog, how did you discover this game? It's truly impressive." At that moment, Chen Luoqiu was composing an email to Ice Frog. In his message, he agreed to collaborate on the creation of the game map and even volunteered to assist with the official Chinese localization. Ultimately, he compiled the latest test results and experiences into a report and sent it to Ice Frog. Upon hearing He-Fei's question, Chen Luoqiu smiled slightly. "Indeed, He-Fei, you have a keen sensitivity to the potential of this game," he mused to himself. While opening the email for He-Fei to see, he said, "Look, this is my correspondence with the game developer. Are you interested in joining me, He-Fei?" The letter was entirely in English, and He-Fei scanned it briefly. Nevertheless, he readily nodded, saying, "Sure, let's work on this together. This game is destined for success." Chen Luoqiu raised an eyebrow, smiling as he patted He-Fei on the back, welcoming him aboard. He was, of course, delighted to have assistance. He had his own Weibo project to manage, after all. Why would he refuse such a willing helper? The 10 of them, exuberantly playing in the internet CAF, naturally attracted a crowd of onlookers. When they finished their game and turned around, they were met with a throng of spectators. What is going on here? Chen Luoqiu was somewhat taken aback. No wonder there were so many viewers for game live streams in later years. Such multiplayer activities possessed an inherent allure. As they exited the CAF, intending to grab a bite to eat, Chen Luoqiu suddenly received a text message from Jiang Yao. "What are you up to?" Upon reading it, he thought, Why do I feel like I'm being checked on?" He promptly replied, "I just finished a game with He-Fei and the others, and we're about to go eat." "Huh? Haven't you eaten all day? You guys are really dedicated," Jiang Yao responded, her tone laced with sarcasm. Chen Luoqiu detected the subtle mockery and cautiously inquired, "Would you like to join us for a meal?" Jiang Yao replied, "Eat? Eat what? It's so late." Chen Luoqiu's lips twitched slightly. He wondered where he had offended this goddess. He quickly shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, how did your exam go? Why are you still awake?" Jiang Yao responded, "Now you care about me? After the exam, I didn't see you at all." Chen Luoqiu replied, After the exam, He-Fei and the monkey dragged me to the internet CAF." Jiang Yao retorted, "Humph. Your legs are your own. If you didn't want to go, could they have forced you?" Chen Luoqiu insisted, "They really did pull me along. You can ask He-Fei if you don't believe me." Jiang Yao replied, "What do you mean by that? Do text messages cost money?" Chen Luoqiu shot back, "It's none of your business. It's my own money, and I can do as I please." As they continued their banter, the conversation took a turn. In the end, Jiang Yao texted, "Make sure to come back after you eat, understood? Is this concern for me starting to show?" Chen Luoqiu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. The monkey beside her, unable to contain his disdain, remarked, "Chen Luoqiu, who are you texting over there? Look at your lewd expression. Come, wipe your drool." With that, he actually tore off a piece of paper and handed it to her, clearly convinced she was up to no good. Others chimed in, agreeing with him. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yao had already given Chen Luoqiu a good thrashing numerous times that evening. Chapter 66. Art Examination Training. After finishing the afternoon examination, Jiang Yao had intended to invite Chen Luoqiu to dinner. In just a few days, she would be heading to Rongqing for art examination training, and she wished to spend more time with him. However, upon exiting the examination hall, she found no trace of him. Irritated, she stormed to Luochuang's store, assuming he had gone there. Yet, still no sign of Chen Luoqiu. The memory of him arriving at school with Tang Wenqing earlier that morning left her feeling uneasy. After dining with the Qin sisters, Qin Lan and Qin Ku, she returned home alone. Once home, she practiced the piano for a while, but her mind felt chaotic and restless. Grabbing a plush pillow from the sofa, She imagined it was Chen Luoqiu and unleashed her frustrations upon it, feeling slightly better afterward. However, her agitation returned soon after, prompting her to assault the pillow once more. This cycle continued until Jiang Ma returned, at which point she managed to rein in her emotions. She spent some time chatting with her mother. Jiang Ma, named Lin Xiaomei, had once been a beauty in her youth, though years of illness had taken a toll on her, leaving her considerably thinner. Nevertheless, her youthful beauty still shone through. As the saying goes, beauty lies in the essence, not merely the appearance. Noticing her daughter's apparent turmoil, Lin Xiaomei inquired with concern, "What's wrong, Yao Yao? Did you not perform well on the exam?" Jiang Yao shook her head, responding with a pout, "No, I did as expected, just my usual level." "Then what is it? Is someone visiting?" "Oh, Mom." Jiang Yao chuckled helplessly. While relatives had indeed come to visit recently, that was not the issue at hand. In truth, she was likely unaware herself that a woman's menstrual cycle significantly impacts her emotions. As a seasoned woman, Lin Xiaomei asked such questions out of understanding. Jiang Yao did not wish her mother to speculate further, so she proactively broached the subject of her art examination training. This was something Chen Luoqiu had previously helped her enroll in, yet she had not disclosed it to her family until now. With departure imminent, it was time to have an earnest conversation with her mother. "Mom, I have something to tell you," Jiang Yao said. What is it?" Lin Xiaomei asked. "I enrolled in a music training program, and this summer, I will be training in Rongqing for 2 months. After speaking, she watched her mother's reaction. Lin Xiaomei appeared visibly surprised. Such significant news had escaped her notice. She quickly asked, "Where did you get the money for the training program?" Lin Xiaomei had previously inquired about music training programs and was aware that the tuition could amount to tens of thousands of yuan. Thus, hearing her daughter suddenly declare she had enrolled left her quite astonished. Before Jiang Yao could respond, she seemed to suddenly recall something and inquired, "Yao Yao, have you started dating someone?" Lin Xiaomei remembered that Jiang Yao had recently brought home a rather exquisite mobile phone. At that time, Lin Xiaomei had asked Jiang Yao about the origin of the phone, to which Jiang Yao had claimed it was purchased with money earned from selling goods alongside friends. Lin Xiaomei had initially accepted this explanation without suspicion. Jiang Yao's venture into market selling had come to her attention later, though she did not support it. She refrained from opposing it. However, while it was plausible to earn money from such activities to buy a phone, the notion that Jiang Yao had also amassed several tens of thousands for tuition was utterly incredulous. "Mom, what are you talking about?" "I haven't," Jiang Yao exclaimed, taken aback by Lin Xiaomei's perceptiveness and hastily defending herself. "Then where did you get the money to register?" Lin Xiaomei remained skeptical. "It's from my earnings. And I borrowed a bit from friends," Jiang Yao explained. "What friends would lend you so much money? Do you think your mother is foolish?" Lin Xiaomei questioned, still doubtful. "Oh, Mom, just let it be. Besides, you hardly look old. When we go out together, people might mistake you for my sister." Jiang Yao's flattery caused Lin Xiaomei to feel a bit bashful. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Yao and playfully scolded, "You cheeky girl, your words are too sweet." After a brief pause, she continued, "I must tell you, Yao Yao, we must never casually take money from others. Do you understand?" "Mom, I know," Jiang Yao replied. As the registration money had indeed been borrowed from the store, with everyone there being supportive, thus she felt no psychological burden. "Then what was that look of annoyance on your face just now about?" Lin Xiaomei probed. Jiang Yao hesitated to disclose that it was due to that scoundrel Chen Luoqiu and concocted a different excuse. "It's just about the training. I'm leaving in a few days. And I'll miss you and Dad." "Humph, how can you say that? Now that you're leaving, you suddenly remember us. Is it not because of some other reason?" Lin Xiaomei chuckled inwardly. She was not oblivious to the changes in Jiang Yao, who had recently been frequently absent, often out with classmates. However, since Jiang Yao insisted there was nothing amiss, Lin Xiaomei refrained from pressing further. After all, her daughter was now grown, and as parents, they could not oversee every aspect of her life. "Mom, you're at it again." Jiang Yao pouted, feigning annoyance. All right, I won't say anything more. So, do you plan to go to Rongqing alone? Would you like me to accompany you?" "Ah, you would come with me? What about your job?" "It's for 2 months." Jiang Yao considered the idea of having her mother accompany her, but realized that her mother had work commitments and that traveling together would necessitate renting a separate apartment, incurring additional expenses. The training school offered shared dormitory accommodation, housing 6 individuals at a significantly lower cost. When Chen Luoqiu had previously taken Jiang Yao there, he had contemplated arranging a private rental for her but ultimately dismissed the idea, considering the safety of a young woman living alone. I'll discuss work with your father. It's not a formal position anyway, and I can always find another upon my return. Besides, your education is far more important than work, Lin Xiaomei remarked lightly. Yet her words inadvertently added a considerable amount of pressure on Jiang Yao. If mother truly resigned from her job because of me, only to find that I ultimately did not pass the entrance exam, Jiang Yao reflected that it would be best to forego such an arrangement. She said to Lin Xiaomei, "Let us not pursue this, Mom. I can manage on my own. The school has dormitories, and I can stay with my classmates." Upon hearing that there were dormitories available, Lin Xiaomei ceased to press the matter further. In her youth, she had served as a substitute music teacher in an elementary school, but her health had always been frail. A few years ago, she was hospitalized and subsequently resigned from her position. This year, she had finally found a job at a training institution teaching children to play the piano, although she spoke lightly of it. Resigning during the peak training season in summer posed a challenge in explaining her departure to the school. After conversing with her mother for a while, Jiang Yao felt considerably uplifted. She practiced the piano for a short time before finally tending to her personal hygiene and returning to her room. As soon as she entered, she heard the sound of a text message notification. Excitedly, she picked up her phone to discover several unread messages, all from close female classmates. Some invited her to go out, while others wished her well in her studies in Rongqing and reminded her to stay safe while away. She smiled as she replied to each message. Then, she scrolled through her previous conversations with Chen Luoqiu. Pouting, she still couldn't comprehend the situation. That rascal Chen Luoqiu hadn't even sent a single message. Clenching her teeth, she struck her plush teddy bear with a fist. After a moment, she sighed, feeling a bit aggrieved. Ultimately, she took the initiative to send Chen Luoqiu a text. "What are you up to?" This marked the beginning of their earlier exchange. After their conversation, Jiang Yao felt a renewed sense of brightness. In an unprecedented gesture, she even expressed concern for Chen Luoqiu, urging him to return home early. Yet, the thought of departing for Rongqing in a few days tugged at her heartstrings, leaving her with a sense of reluctance. Chapter 67. Betting on football in reverse. Hello? Early in the morning, Chen Luoqiu was roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. "Chen Luoqiu, are you going to watch the match tonight?" The caller was Xia Yi, one of the few girls who had a fondness for football. She enjoyed sports, often running and playing badminton. Though she didn't play football herself, she relished watching it. However, she was merely a casual fan, only tuning in for the World Cup or the European Championship, and joining in the collective lament over the performance of the Huaxia team. After listening to Xia Yi, Chen Luoqiu asked, "Sure, where are we watching?" "At Beer Square." She replied, "All right, I'll invite the others too." "Great, see you tonight." Their conversation was succinct and clear, with no superfluous words. Chen Luoqiu got out of bed to check the day's match schedule. He hadn't been following football much lately, partly due to being overly busy and partly because he was already too familiar with the outcomes of this World Cup. Once the results were known, the thrill of anticipation faded, diminishing his desire to watch the games. It became evident that Chen Luoqiu, like a delicate butterfly, was unaffected by the grandeur of such global competitions. In the previous matches, he had made accurate predictions without faltering even once. This evening, two monumental matches are set to unfold: England versus Portugal and Brazil versus France. How to articulate the significance of these encounters? If one is unaware of the outcomes, they're undoubtedly essential viewing. The reigning world champions and their predecessors, a constellation of star players, coupled with a myriad of historical rivalries, create a palpable sense of anticipation and excitement. However, should one already possess knowledge of the results, the desire to watch diminishes considerably. Yet, if a lady invites you to watch the game, would one dare to decline? Such an act may indeed reflect a certain lack of discernment. For men, what is paramount when watching football? It is crucial to first placate one's girlfriend. Although Chen Luoqiu and Jiang Yao have yet to formalize their relationship, one cannot dismiss the possibility of a recurrence of last night's events. He promptly sent Jiang Yao a text. "Jiang Yao, would you like to go to the movies this afternoon?" After a brief wait with no response, Chen Luoqiu proceeded to wash up. Upon his return, he discovered 3 unread messages. "Jiang Yao, why are you so thoughtful today? Thinking of inviting me to the movies?" "Jiang Yao, what film shall we watch?" "Jiang Yao, where are you? Have you vanished?" Chen Luoqiu hastened to reply, "I just want to wash my face. There's a new film titled Crazy Stone that seems quite humorous." "Jiang Yao, sounds good. Then come pick me up this afternoon." Chen Luoqiu, "No need. I'll be heading to the shop shortly. If you're free, feel free to join me." Jiang Yao, "Oh, all right then." Everything was settled. He would enjoy lunch with Jiang Yao, followed by a movie, then escort her home, and later, revel in the World Cup with Xia Yi at the beer plaza. A sense of joy enveloped Chen Luoqiu as he relished the thought. He soon descended to have breakfast and walked to the shop, where he promptly called Yifei and the others over. The World Cup had reached the quarterfinals, and opportunities to profit were dwindling. Chen Luoqiu intended to take a significant risk, proposing that Qin Lan, Qin Ke, Yifei, and Monkey all partake in betting on the match outcomes, specifically a double bet on the scores. The odds promised to be substantial. To amass wealth, one must share the fortune. He planned for each of them to wager several thousand yuan, envisioning the next morning filled with the prospect of collecting winnings in bags. When Yifei and the others arrived, Chen Luoqiu outlined his ambitious scheme. The group listened in stunned silence. Chen Qiu, have you lost your mind? Are you really considering risking so much on a lottery? Monkey was the first to voice his disbelief. The others nodded in agreement. And even the typically gentle Qin Lan did not side with Chen Luoqiu. With a furrowed brow, she earnestly cautioned, Luoqiu, we have all worked hard to earn some money together. Now you wish to gamble it all on a lottery? This is no trivial matter. Qin Ke added. Brother Luoqiu, while I may not grasp the intricacies of football, I am aware that Brazil is a formidable team. How can you be so certain that France will prevail? If they lose, wouldn't our efforts over the past months be in vain? Though she lacked understanding of the sport, she recognized the complexities involved in such a gamble. Upon hearing Qin Ke's remarks regarding the match, the monkey is spirited once more. It is undeniable that France is a formidable team, having clinched the World Cup title in 1998. However, in 2002, they failed to advance beyond the group stage. Now consider the Brazilian squad: Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Roberto Carlos, all key players from the championship-winning lineup in 2002, alongside the emerging star Kak. If you were to suggest placing a bet on Brazil over France, I might entertain the notion that your reasoning is somewhat sound. And what of Portugal? Have you observed their recent performance against the Netherlands? What a spectacle it was. Do they truly dare to challenge the mighty England, the Three Lions? Do you dismiss the talents of Owen, Rooney, and Beckham? The monkey's analysis is astute. He may not be a football aficionado, but he is certainly well versed in the prowess of these superstars, and he nods in agreement. Ah, the Three Lions. One of the grand illusions of the World Cup. England is strong. Very well. Indeed, Portugal did not secure a victory in regulation time, as the two teams ended in a draw. Yet, was it not Portugal that eliminated England in the penalty shootout? Chen Luoqiu chuckled quietly to himself, acknowledging the truth of their assertions, and he knew the betting platform would be bustling tomorrow. With a sigh, Chen Luoqiu spoke slowly. All right, you make valid points. But have you ever heard a profound saying? What saying? The monkey inquired, furrowing his brow. Chen Luoqiu recited that sagacious adage. Bet against the flow of football. Invest in properties by the sea. Occasionally wager on draws. Drive a Bugatti. Place heavy bets on underdogs. Surpass the demolition brigade. And back the strong teams while queuing for bets. The group fell into a stunned silence. Jiang Yao, who had been quiet until now, almost burst into laughter at the back. Noticing everyone turning to look at her, she awkwardly smiled and then feigned seriousness as she addressed Chen Luoqiu. Chen Luoqiu, cease your banter. Can you truly take such jesting to heart? Very well. Not a soul supported him. Chen Luoqiu was on the verge of revealing his prophetic inclinations. After much persuasion, the group reluctantly agreed to let him use a maximum of 10,000 yuan from the shop's funds for his bets. Chen Luoqiu handed the money to the monkey, instructing him to place bets according to his predictions. He then retrieved several tens of thousands of yuan from his own stash and entrusted it to Qin Lan and others for their assistance in betting as well. Qin Lan attempted to dissuade Chen Luoqiu, but he interrupted her with a raised hand, stating, My father requires funds to repay a loan. I must take this gamble. After all, what is a few more thousand in debt? Only then did they consent to aid Chen Luoqiu in his betting endeavors. Once these arrangements were complete, Chen Luoqiu and Jiang Yao ventured into the city. Before departing, he contemplated and suggested to the group, if you believe in me, it would be wise to place a bet as well. Upon arriving in the city, Chen Luoqiu and Jiang Yao visited several lottery outlets, each purchasing tickets worth 10,000. At this point, Jiang Yao ceased her attempts to dissuade him. After all, Chen Luoqiu had engaged in quite a few outrageous endeavors in recent months, and she had grown somewhat accustomed to his antics. As for the expression of the lottery shop owner, a mixture of delight and confusion, she chose to ignore it entirely. After purchasing the lottery tickets, Chen Luoqiu took Jiang Yao to the most renowned internet celebrity restaurant in the city. During their meal, He suddenly produced a lottery ticket and handed it to Jiang Yao. With a gleeful smile, she said, "This ticket is for you. If it wins, consider it your future betrothal gift." Chapter 68. The Frantic Stone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao was taken aback, a mouthful of chili oil caught in her throat, causing her to cough several times. Her face flushed. Glaring at Chen Luoqiu with wide eyes, she attempted to speak, but as she opened her mouth, another fit of coughs erupted. After several sips of her drink, she finally managed to regain her composure and exclaimed, "Chen Luoqiu, are you truly wishing for your own demise?" Seeing Jiang Yao in such a state, Chen Luoqiu rolled her eyes, refraining from saying more. She hastily shoved the lottery ticket into Jiang Yao's hands and stammered, "Well, just take it for now. It might not even win." Jiang Yao looked at the ticket in her hand, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. Could it be that their future was relying on this seemingly worthless piece of paper? After a long pause, she inquired, "Are you so certain that the French team will win?" "Yes, I am certain." "Why?" "No particular reason. Zidane is my idol." "Goodness." This response left Jiang Yao speechless. She was unfamiliar with Zidane, and now Chen Luoqiu was placing their fates, as well as her family's, in the hands of this person. Was this not madness? Jiang Yao gazed silently at Chen Luoqiu, words escaping her. If the bald man were aware that someone so far away in the east had entrusted their entire fortune and future happiness to him, one could only wonder what he would think. In the afternoon, at the cinema, Jiang Yao held a bucket of popcorn, laughing heartily at the movie The Frantic Stone. In her previous life, Chen Luoqiu had watched this film countless times online, always finding joy in its humor. The Sichuan dialect felt deeply familiar to her. As she revisited the film, it struck her how closely the story's backdrop mirrored the predicament her father currently faced. However, the previous Chen Jianhua had not experienced the same fortune as depicted in the film, where a jade piece was unearthed from the factory. Chen Luoqiu couldn't help but recall a classic line from the film, "I'll support you with all my might," when she heard the character Bao Ge tell Sambao, who loved to gamble on the lottery, "You could be struck by lightning 8 times and still not win." Jiang Yao turned to Chen Luoqiu with a gleeful smirk. "Did you hear that? Struck by lightning 8 times and still no win." Chen Luoqiu felt a flush of embarrassment. The logic was sound, yet she was a reborn individual. Having been struck down once already, did she not deserve to win at least once? After the film, Jiang Yao wanted to stroll around a bit more. She dragged Chen Luoqiu to the pedestrian street, exploring here and there. Chen Luoqiu felt a pang of anxiety. She had made plans to watch the game with Xia Yi that evening. If she were late, it would be difficult to explain. Tentatively, she asked Jiang Yao, "Aren't you supposed to be heading to Rongqing for training soon? Shouldn't you start preparing? It's still a few days away. Why prepare so early?" Upon hearing this, the corners of Chen Luoqiu's mouth twitched, while Jiang Yao remained caught up in her excitement. There was nothing unusual about Chen Luoqiu. After a while, she asked, "Are you still going to practice the piano tonight? Or shall we head back early? We can skip practice today since you're leaving in a few days." Chen Luoqiu's lips twitched slightly, thinking, "You're not anxious, but I am." A little while later, Chen Luoqiu suggested to Jiang Yao, "How about we go back? It's getting late, and it's not safe at home." At that moment, Jiang Yao was about to enter a clothing store. Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu's words, she looked up at the sky, puzzled, and replied, "Isn't it still early? What is unsafe about it?" Then, with a sweet smile, she said, "Let us go in, and I'll buy you some clothes." Knowing that many boys dislike shopping, she intended to sweeten the deal for Chen Luoqiu. Chen Luoqiu was utterly speechless. The two continued shopping until after 6 in the evening. Jiang Yao, still reluctant to leave, carried her bags and took a ride back with Chen Luoqiu. The car stopped at the entrance of Jiang Yao's apartment complex. Chen Luoqiu helped her carry the items upstairs, planning to find an excuse and slip away. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yao suddenly asked, "Are you going to watch the game tonight?" "How did you know?" Chen Luoqiu was taken aback. "Hiki, you seemed distracted all afternoon." "So I guessed you had plans," Jiang Yao replied with a mischievous grin. "Come on, who are you watching the game with?" "Is it Xia Yi?" Chen Luoqiu was astonished. No wonder they say every woman is like Sherlock Holmes. Would it still be possible to enjoy oneself afterward? Embarrassed, Chen Luoqiu nodded and quickly explained, "Yes. Xia Yi will be there, but also with Monkey and He Fei." "Oh, I certainly know about He Fei and the others. They told me this morning." Jiang Yu laughed heartily. After teasing Chen Luoqiu all afternoon, she finally felt relieved to laugh out loud. "Chen Luoqiu, you were so adorable this afternoon," she exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Chen Luoqiu's face darkened. "Damn it, those two rascals, He Fei and Monkey. Perhaps it's better to avoid them in the future." Chen Luoqiu chuckled awkwardly and prepared to take her leave. I'll be going now. Get some rest. I'll take you to Rongqing in a few days. As she turned to leave, Jiang Yao called out loudly from behind. Wait a moment. What now? Chen Luoqiu thought. Jiang Yao quickly set her bags down and approached Chen Luoqiu, saying, I want to go too. Chen Luoqiu's lips twitched again, after a whole afternoon of this. Her mouth felt like it was no longer under her control. But you don't like watching games. Haha, I don't, and I don't understand it either. But I still want to go. I want to see who this Zidane is, who possesses such allure that you're willing to spend so much on him. Fine. Chen Luoqiu nodded helplessly. But don't mention the lottery to anyone. Jiang Yao shot him a glance, scoffing. What? Are you afraid of being ridiculed? Nonsense. Who could possibly mock me? Who would dare? As evening descended and the results were announced, one could only imagine the thrill of gathering wealth. Chen Luoqiu secretly chuckled to himself. The duo made their way to the beer square, which was already teeming with spectators. A vast projection screen displayed the match between Germany and Argentina from the previous day. Xia Yi and He Fei were seated not far from the screen, alongside Su Xiaobei and Jiang Ting. Chen Luoqiu glanced at the table before them, which was laden with beer, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and edamame, a quintessential viewing ensemble. However, being students, they were all indulging in soft drinks. The group was engaged in lively conversation while savoring their snacks. As Chen Luoqiu and Jiang Yao approached, they quickly shifted their positions to accommodate the two. The match had yet to commence, and amidst their idle chatter, Su Xiaobei suddenly pulled out a lottery ticket, placing it before the group. Take a look. What do you think of my ticket? Chapter 69. The body is honest. The scores on the ticket read, England 2. Portugal 1. France 1. Brazil 3. Chen Luoqiu glanced at Su Xiaobei's ticket and smiled slightly, remarking to the monkey, Brother Monkey. It seems your thoughts align with his. Upon hearing this, Ho Yang wore a perplexed expression, caught between words. What do you mean? Did you also buy tickets? Su Xiaobei, intrigued by Chen Luoqiu's comment, speculated whether they too had made purchases. Well, we bought a few, Chen Luoqiu replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, the monkey and a few others in the no couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. A few? Is that what you call it? I'm curious to see how you placed your bets. Su Xiaobei eagerly anticipated Chen Luoqiu's choices. I'm different from you. I bet on Brazil to beat France and England to defeat Portugal. Before Chen Luoqiu could finish, a wave of derisive laughter erupted from behind. Chen Luoqiu, I see you're also a football enthusiast. How could you think France would triumph over Brazil? A score of 1? That implies Brazil won't score at all. The group turned to see Luo Jiaoliang, accompanied by Lu Chang and several members of the first high school football team, along with a few attractive girls. The one who spoke was indeed Luo Jiaoliang, who regarded Chen Luoqiu with a mocking expression. To be fair, the score seemed peculiar. Only 1 goal in 2 matches. Chen Luoqiu himself was baffled. He smiled wryly at Luo Jiaoliang without offering an explanation. After Luo Jiaoliang and his companions departed, Xia Yi suddenly turned to Chen Luoqiu and said, What a coincidence. I also bet on France to win, but for this match, I chose England. It appeared that there were still those who held faith in the French team. Chen Luoqiu mused. He then posed a question that had been asked multiple times that day. Why do you believe France will win? Because of Zidane. I adore watching him play. He is truly elegant. And Henry, he runs so fast. Xia Yi earnestly analyzed the current French team to Chen Luoqiu. He listened intently, sensing her genuine affection for France. Just as he was about to applaud Xia Yi, she unexpectedly added, Moreover, betting on the French team offers higher odds. Well, I suppose that is a valid reason. Many people engage in betting for amusement, choosing to wager on the outcome based on which odds appear more favorable. However, it is quite rare for someone like Chen Luoqiu to place such numerous bets, especially on the exact score. There is a saying in football, the ball is round. And anything can happen. After listening to her, Chen Luoqiu chuckled lightly and replied, Actually, I was thinking the same. He then inquired of Xia Yi, But why did you bet on England for this match? Wouldn't the odds for Portugal be better? She replied, Well, that's not acceptable. Beckham is my idol, so naturally, I must support him. Xia Yi displayed an adoring expression. Another who is drawn to Beckham's looks. However, this is quite normal. Girls watching football, much like boys watching gymnastics, inevitably pay attention to appearances. Yet tonight, it seems your idol might shed tears on the pitch. Chen Luoqiu silently mused. The group continued their light-hearted banter until the match between England and Portugal commenced, reigniting the excitement in the square. As the game began, Jiang Yao asked, Which one is Zidane? The crowd fell silent. Chen Luoqiu discreetly informed Jiang Yao, Zidane is with the French team. That match starts at 3 o'clock. Upon realizing her blunder, Jiang Yao felt a bit embarrassed. She then expressed her dissatisfaction to Chen Luoqiu, saying, why didn't you mention that earlier? Had I known, I wouldn't have come. After a pause, she queried, so, do you all plan to stay up all night? What else would we do? Chen Luoqiu replied. Jiang Yao was left utterly speechless. Biting her lip, she glared at Chen Luoqiu in frustration, exclaiming, you all. No, I want to go home. I need to sleep. Chen Luoqiu, feeling helpless, tentatively suggested, how about we watch this match to the end, and then I'll take you home? Jiang Yao reluctantly nodded in agreement. She didn't wish to dampen everyone's spirits. However, it must be said that betting on a score of 0-0 is indeed awkward, as it implies one expects no goals to be scored throughout the match. How then can one enjoy watching? Thus, from the very start, the monkey's mindset was peculiar. He simultaneously hoped for goals to be scored, yet when a shot was taken, he found himself internally chanting, do not score, do not score. Each time a player missed the goal, he would steal a glance at Chen Luoqiu, feeling a tumult of emotions. While others lamented Beckham's direct free kick hitting the post once more, he thought to himself, that was close. When everyone else cheered for their favored teams, he dared not openly support England, which left him feeling miserable. Damn it. This match had become unbearable thanks to Chen Luoqiu's antics. He cursed him inwardly, his displeasure evident. As the match drew to a close, Chen Luoqiu suddenly stood up and cheerfully addressed the group. So, what do you think, lads? Upon seeing his mischievous expression, the others felt an urge to give him a few playful punches. Don't rush. This isn't over yet. Su Xiaobei had not yet given up. With a laugh, he said, you all continue watching. I will escort Jiang Yao home. With that, he took Jiang Yao away. At this moment, He Fei and the monkey were so tense that they could hardly move, their eyes fixed intently on the large screen. When the final whistle blew, they leaped up in jubilation. Oh my goodness, it's really happening. He Fei felt as if he might lose his mind. The history had not strayed from its usual course, and the match ended in a dull draw within the regular time. The only noteworthy incident was the controversy surrounding the red card issued to the player still referred to as Little Ronaldo and Rooney. Xiaoyi looked at He Fei and the monkey with exasperation. Did you also place a bet? He Fei nodded excitedly. Xiaoyi was at a loss for words. This Ho Yong had previously elaborated on how formidable the England team was, and how high their players' market values soared. Yet here they were, also placing bets. Why did you even come to watch? Indeed, out of trust in Chen Luoqiu. The monkey and He Fei had clandestinely wagered several thousand yuan on the score Chen had predicted earlier that afternoon. They thought to themselves, if Chen Luoqiu dared to bet tens of thousands, surely we can risk a few thousand. We are not cowards. Moreover, a few thousand could yield hundreds of thousands. Who could resist such temptation? Perhaps unbeknownst to them, they were also significantly influenced by Chen Luoqiu's words about betting against the trend and the villa by the sea. As the match progressed into extra time, the monkey finally could boldly support England, experiencing the thrill of watching a game. Having won on the first match, he quickly shifted his allegiance to the French team for the second match. Names like Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and Carlos became irrelevant. Only Zidane and Henry were the true deities in his eyes. Even Ribéry appeared more appealing than Cac. Thus, why is it said that watching a match is best complemented by placing a bet? Only then can one truly immerse themselves in the game, feeling the pulse of the team they have wagered upon. In the second half, when Zidane took a free kick and Henry deftly redirected it, sending the ball into the net, the entire square erupted in excitement. The monkey and He Fei sprang from their seats, nearly toppling the table before them. They were utterly enamored with the golden duo of Zidane and Henry. With Henry's strike, one could only wonder how many would be elevated to euphoric heights, and how many would find themselves leaving their homes to toil away at debts. At this moment, Chen Luoqiu had returned, silently observing the two's reactions, his lips twitching. He thought to himself, oh, how they protest, yet their bodies betray their true desires. Just wait until tomorrow when they come to collect their winnings. Chapter 70. The Villa by the Sea. After this event, Chen Luoqiu was enshrined in the hearts of the people. He Siming and Ho Yong were utterly compliant with Chen Luoqiu, no longer daring to voice any dissent. Consequently, Chen Luoqiu secured the largest fortune of his rebirth. Not only did he assist Chen Jianhua in settling his debts, but he also accompanied Liang Wenjie to purchase a villa by the riverside. As for the source of the funds, Chen Luoqiu no longer concealed it from his family. He informed Liang Wenjie that he had won a substantial sum from a football lottery. Initially, Liang Wenjie was skeptical. However, with the money laid bare before her, Along with Chen Luoqiu's tax documents and the personal testimonies of Ziming and others, disbelief became untenable. Throughout the summer, Jiang Miao attended training in Rongqing. While Xia Yi returned with his father to the same city, He Fei and Ho Yong busied themselves with the production and localization of Dota. Chen Luoqiu's life transformed into one of simplicity and regularity. He continued to develop his Weibo project and engaged in discussions with He Ziming and others regarding the creation of Dota maps, feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. In his diary, he pinned, July 2nd, "Today, my friends and I foolishly took bags to the lottery center to claim our winnings. It was only upon arrival that we realized others cashed out their large prizes via checks. Quite naive of us. But then again, I had never won such a sum in my past life. July 6th, today, I sent Jiang Yao off to Rongqing and met her mother for the first time. She appeared somewhat frail, yet exuded warmth. In this regard, Jiang Yao clearly did not inherit her mother's virtues. The initial meeting was a bit awkward. But I cannot entirely blame her. She should have informed me sooner that her mother would be seeing her off, leaving me unprepared for any greeting gift. I pondered what impression I left on her mother. Such awkwardness. July 10th, today, I watched the World Cup final with Xia Yi. The outcome surprised us both. Regarding Zidane's infamous headbutt on Materazzi, Xia Yi found it perplexing and expressed deep regret. Upon witnessing the French team succumb to Italy in the penalty shootout, she even shed silent tears. I refrained from informing her of Materazzi's taunt at the time. I would rather have your sister's underwear than your jersey. For back then, like her, I too was oblivious to the truth and merely felt a sense of loss. July 12th, today, Xia Yi returned to Rongqing, and we met at a milk tea shop. She seemed melancholic, stating that she had lived in Qinghe for 5 to 6 years, considering it her true home. She promised to visit us when time allowed and urged us to reach out if we ever found ourselves in Rongqing. Additionally, I learned from her about a recent development concerning a highway burial case. The police had nearly concluded their investigation and were preparing to hand it over to the prosecutor's office. July 13th, today, I took my mother to Luochuang Premium and shared with her some recent events in my life. Primarily, I felt the need to clarify the origins of the lottery winnings, which I couldn't explain satisfactorily. If I intended to use it to assist my father with his loan, I would have to provide a clear account of where the money came from. Thus, I decided it was best to come clean with her. Some friends can attest to my astonishment. Although she still finds it incredible, she ultimately has to accept the reality. On July 16th, I accompanied my mother to view a house, a charming row villa situated on the eastern bank of the Qinghe River, reasonably priced at merely several $100,000. With funds currently in hand, which are not immediately needed, it seems prudent to enhance our living conditions while simultaneously making a sound investment. In the future, such villas are likely to appreciate to several million each, eliminating any possibility of financial loss. This property is a well-furnished, move-in-ready dwelling that the developer completed over a year ago, and my mother was thoroughly pleased upon inspection, leading to an immediate purchase. On July 18th, I visited the home of Ho Yong, where Ho Ling inquired about the project plan for Luochuang Premium. She asked how to expand the supermarket business, a domain in which I admittedly lack expertise. I shared insights based on models from numerous contemporary convenience store chains, ultimately suggesting that she take a trip to Xuchang in Hunan province to learn from a supermarket called Pangdonglai. This was a promise I had made to Ho Yong long ago but had only now found the time to fulfill. On July 20th, I completed the first test version of Weibo. Tomorrow, I must hasten to rent a few servers, hoping to enlist assistance for testing before the school term begins. However, this initiative faces the challenge of lacking initial content, which makes retaining users difficult. Thus, I must devise a solution promptly. By July 28th, the new house was arranged, and my mother expressed a desire to move in swiftly. I have no objections, as the purchase was intended for living, and the sooner we enjoy it, the better. However, my father seems reluctant to leave our current community, lamenting that it took him 30 years of hard work to acquire this home, only for my lottery winnings to overshadow much of his life's efforts. He cautioned me not to be too self-satisfied, warning that sudden wealth could lead to misfortune and urging me to engage in good deeds. He emphasized the importance of education, stating that a person's wealth should align with their knowledge, awareness, and social standing. Otherwise, they would inevitably have to repay it in some manner. I find my father's perspective on this matter to be quite profound. As the start of school approaches, I am filled with anticipation for my senior year. On July 29th, I visited commercial premises in the city with friends, as our Luochuang Premium is finally preparing to launch. Qin Lan and Qin could truly possess a knack for business. They have begun to devise their promotional activities independently. I informed them about our plans to seek factories for custom production of our own products, and they readily agreed, mentioning they had also considered establishing a brand of their own. Clearly, they are naturally inclined towards this line of work. Additionally, Guchuan's sister has returned, and I suggested she learn alongside Chen Luoqiu and the others, with the intention of eventually managing the Qinghe store when the city outlet opens. As for Guchuan, I plan to establish a board game CAF, which he will be responsible for overseeing. On July 30th, my mother consulted an expert to select an auspicious date, and we decided to officially move to the Riverside Garden tomorrow, just as school is set to commence the following day. Ah, my senior year awaits. Could you please hurry up? It's moving day. Early in the morning, Liang Wenjie summoned the moving company and busied herself within the house. Chen Luoqiu, having toiled late into the previous night, was awakened by the commotion. Confused, he inquired, "Mom, what are you doing? Isn't everything already arranged at the villa?" Liang Wenjie shot him an exasperated glance. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you know is how to sleep. Don't you see what time it is? The experts say we must finish moving before 11 a.m., and we need to prepare lunch over there. Do you understand? And do you think that just because the house is renovated, we can leave behind our daily necessities, clothes, and shoes? Move aside. You are utterly useless. Pouting, Chen Luoqiu listened to Liang Wenjie's tirade and then asked, "Are you planning to host a banquet to celebrate our new home?" Upon hearing this, Liang Wenjie beamed with delight. "Of course. I've already arranged it with your second and third aunts. We'll be hosting guests at the Cg Rongha restaurant on the 18th of next month to celebrate our housewarming." After a moment, as if recalling something, she added with a smile, "Oh, make sure to invite your friends too, especially that girl Chen Luoqiu and her sister Chen Ku. I really like them." Chen Luoqiu silently scoffed, thinking, "You tell me not to show off, but aren't you all quite proud?" At the entrance of the community, he observed the movers loading their belongings onto the truck. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over him, leaving this place truly marked the end of an era. He turned to glance at the nearby window, sighed, and then his gaze transformed into one of determination. Chapter 71. Another year of college entrance examination after enduring an entire year of the rigorous high school experience. Chen Luoqiu had already spent a full year and 2 months in this world. The third diagnostic exam concluded, and the school began to ease its management of the senior students, encouraging them to engage in physical activities, play sports, and relax as they prepared for the impending college entrance examination. Throughout the year, Chen Luoqiu's academic performance surged, placing him among the top 20 students in his grade. Under Chen Luoqiu's encouragement, He Ziming and Ho Yang also exhibited notable improvements in their studies. However, He Fei seemed to be preoccupied with some worries, often absent from sight. Jiang Yao had participated in the National Arts Admissions Examination earlier in the year and had successfully surpassed the admission thresholds of several music academies. Now, she merely needed to meet the arts admission score in the college entrance examination to secure her acceptance. The admission scores for arts candidates were not particularly high, and although Jiang Yao's academic performance was mediocre, clearing this threshold was entirely feasible for her. She now approached her studies with a carefree attitude, attending school while observing Chen Luoqiu and his friends as they diligently prepared for their exams. Occasionally, she would chime in, "You all better work hard, all right? Just because you might not be noticed doesn't mean I don't see your laziness." Last summer, this group had spent their time watching matches and dining out, leaving her alone in Rongqing for training, not once visiting her, claiming they feared it would disrupt her studies. How ridiculous. Having earned a modest profit, she let her spirits soar and decided to indulge in board games. At last, she found a semblance of psychological balance. However, it was imperative to instill a sense of discipline among the slothful. June 2nd, Friday, marked the final evening study session. The school would commence its holiday the following day, freeing the senior students from their academic obligations. They would return home to rejuvenate for a few days before heading directly to the examination hall. From noon onwards, a palpable restlessness permeated the senior class, with sporadic shouts echoing through the halls. Yet, these sounds were mere whispers, lacking the fervor of a collective response. In this era, Qinghe First High School had yet to embrace the tradition of graduation cheers, nor was there any orchestrated effort from the school administration. Most students displayed remarkable restraint, grappling with their pressures without knowing how to release them. Chen Luoqiu, seated in the classroom, had long been aware of the commotion outside, his mind awakening with possibilities. He nearly forgot about this. Last year, he had sung a song in the broadcasting room and nearly faced expulsion. Graduation was finally upon him. Should he stir things up? The tradition of graduation cheers should indeed be revived. Having never experienced it in his past life, he felt compelled to partake in it this time. Moreover, such an event was genuinely cathartic. Even as an observer, he found it exhilarating, let alone those who would engage directly. With this thought, Chen Luoqiu resolved to take action. He quickly summoned Su Xiaobei, He Fei, and Ho Yong to share his idea. Perhaps it was the prolonged suppression that ignited their desire to vent and liberate themselves. Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu's proposal, rather than the customary derision and opposition, they all appeared animated and eager. "Wow, this is brilliant. Since today is the last day, what is there to fear?" exclaimed the first to raise his hand in agreement. "I think it's a good idea too, but perhaps we should inform the school? I worry that if it gets too loud, we might face repercussions," He Fei added, though he had not lost his sense of reason, understanding that such matters could spiral out of control. "No, if we tell the school, it will surely be thwarted," Su Xiaobei countered, expressing concern about potential opposition from the administration. Since they had all agreed, the plan must go ahead, albeit He Fei's apprehensions were not unfounded. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luoqiu proposed, "Here is the plan. You all rally the classmates, and I will inform Old Tang from the Youth League Committee, basing my notification on what I did in the broadcasting room. Meanwhile, I'll procure some candles and flowers. We must evoke tears tonight for it to be deemed a success." Ho Yong grinned mischievously at the group, adding, "You might as well get some glow sticks and a sound system." After some deliberation, the four united in their decision to seize the time after school to rally their classmates for the cheering event. They began their promotion within the classroom, and the students, having endured their own frustrations for too long, wholeheartedly supported the initiative. Subsequently, Chen Luoqiu approached Director Tang from the Political Education Department to convey his intentions. Initially, Tang did not grasp the meaning of cheering, but as Chen Luoqiu explained it a second time, the expression on Old Tang's face darkened considerably. He pondered, "In such matters, I hardly have time to guard against them, let alone organize anything." However, Chen Luoqiu has undeniably transformed. The changes he has undergone over the past year have reached my ears. I am inclined to lend an ear to his words. Each year, as the college entrance examination approaches, students grapple with unprecedented pressures and a myriad of issues. Some suffer from insomnia due to overwhelming stress, while others fall ill and require hospitalization. There are even those who, upon entering the examination hall, become so anxious that their minds go blank. Director Tang, I have come to understand that many esteemed schools conduct similar activities, and the majority of feedback has been quite positive. They are immensely beneficial for relieving student pressure. Chen Luoqiu spoke with an air of confidence, though in truth, he had not conducted any thorough research. He had merely seen numerous schools engage in such activities online in his previous life, finding them exhilarating and stress-relieving. However, if we are to organize this, it must be arranged well in advance. The timeline is far too rushed, leaving me with little time for proper coordination. Primarily, safety is at stake. Do you comprehend? Tang Wenshan's stance began to soften. Upon hearing Tang's words, Chen Luoqiu recognized the shift in his attitude. Seizing the moment, he ingratiatingly assured Tang Wenshan, "Rest assured. Students are quite respectful of you, and the teachers. Simply have the class teachers maintain order, and no elaborate arrangements will be necessary. Moreover, at this critical juncture, if any student harbors ill intentions, failing to guide them in releasing their stress may lead them to more extreme actions." As Tang Wenshan listened to Chen Luoqiu, his expression gradually relaxed. Indeed, as Chen Luoqiu pointed out, if someone has already developed negative thoughts, failing to release them could ultimately be detrimental to the school. He found himself increasingly convinced that this student's perspective far surpassed that of his peers. Chen Luoqiu approached tasks methodically, understood the rhythm of the situation, and seemed capable of discerning Tang's thoughts, gradually alleviating his concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Tang finally nodded. "Very well, you may use the broadcasting room. I will also speak to the class teachers, but this must not be framed as a school-organized event. I only consent to you singing in the broadcasting room. Beyond that, I am not aware of anything. Do you understand?" Tang Wenshan agreed to Chen Luoqiu's proposal, albeit with reservations. Nevertheless, this was no small concession. Chen Luoqiu fully grasped Tang Wenshan's intent. All actions must be the students' own initiative, and they alone would bear the consequences, entirely separate from the school. Throughout the afternoon, a group of informed friends clandestinely prepared for the evening's gathering. Chapter 72, Boundless Horizons at 6 in the evening. Chen Luoqiu and Zhang Yao arrived at the school broadcasting room. As the crackling sound of electricity filled the air, before Chen Luoqiu could utter a word, The pent-up excitement that had simmered throughout the afternoon finally ignited. Students surged into the corridor, enthusiastically banging on the railings. Hey, hey. Chen Luoqiu deliberately extended last year's opening, eliciting waves of laughter from his classmates. Many students fondly recalled that spring of last year, the boy who sang in the school's broadcasting room, and the words he spoke at that time. Hello everyone, I am Chen Luoqiu. The voice of Chen Luoqiu once again resonated through the airwaves, reaching the ears of every student. Perhaps some still remember me. Last year, I sang a song here for the senior students to encourage them for their college entrance examinations. This year, we ourselves are about to face the same challenge, and I wish to present a song for all of you to motivate you in your upcoming exams. The song is titled Your Answer. I hope that each of you will bravely forge ahead, traverse the darkness, shatter your fears, and discover your own answers. A hush fell over the crowd, awaiting the melodious voice of Chen Luoqiu. Perhaps the world is just as it is, and I remain on my journey. No one can voice the unspoken. Perhaps I can only remain silent, tears moistening my eyes, yet unwilling to succumb to weakness. Bowing my head, I yearn for daylight. Accepting all mockery, embracing the wind, and welcoming the rainbow. Courageously, I march forward. The light of dawn will surpass the darkness, dispelling all fears. I can find the answer. Even if I must walk against the light, banishing the shadows and shedding all burdens. No longer alone, no longer alone. As the final note faded, Chen Luoqiu paused for a few seconds before continuing. This song is dedicated to all of you, and to myself. The college entrance examination may be a significant step in our lives, but it is certainly not everything. This is a thought worth pondering. Once you grasp this, you will realize that the exam is not as daunting as it seems, and there is no need for anxiety or fear. Of course, I understand that many of you have your own aspirations and are concerned about not performing well enough to attend your desired schools. At this point, Chen Luoqiu deliberately paused for a few seconds before adding, but right now, being anxious serves no purpose. He paused again, evoking a chorus of playful jeers from the students in the corridor. So, accept your fate, fellow students. This is all you are capable of. Goodness. What on earth is Chen Luoqiu doing? Does he really think he is funny? Murmurs of discontent began to surface. Yet, Chen Luoqiu burst into laughter and quickly clarified, just a joke, just a joke. In any case, I wish you all the best in your exams. May all your guesses be correct. Thank you. And now, feel free to shout out any stress you may have. As Chen Luoqiu's words faded, a wave of shouts erupted in the corridor. Initially, the shouts were spirited, but then someone shouted, Chen Luoqiu, you big fool. The echo of that prolonged exclamation reverberated through the embracing walls of the teaching building. Soon, a second and then a third voice joined in, chanting, Chen Luoqiu, you big fool. On one side of Class 1, Tang Wanqing and Wang Yalan stood quietly in the corridor, listening to their classmates' shouts without much pressure of their own. Upon hearing someone insult Chen Luoqiu, Wang Yalan chuckled softly and remarked to Tang Wanqing, did you hear that? Someone is helping you insult Chen Luoqiu. Before she could finish her thought, Tang Wanqing also shouted loudly along with the crowd, Chen Luoqiu, you big fool. After calling out, she felt something amiss and shouted again, Chen Luoqiu, you big fool. What did I just hear? Was that Tang Wanqing's voice? Chen Luoqiu truly had a knack for inciting disdain. At this rate, you will have no friends. The boys internally mocked her. Following Tang Wanqing's exclamation, she suddenly realized the surrounding silence had dissipated. Gradually, she turned her head and discovered that all her classmates were gazing at her. How embarrassing. Excruciatingly embarrassing. Her face flushed a deep crimson, as her carefully cultivated image of a refined young lady throughout high school seemed on the verge of collapse. Little did she know, the entire class of girls collectively exclaimed, Chen Luoqiu, you big fool. This behavior remarkably spread like wildfire. When Chen Luoqiu returned from the administrative building's broadcasting room, the entire teaching block was echoing, Chen Luoqiu, you big silly. Interspersed were the girls' voices, Chen Luoqiu, you big fool. What on earth is happening? Chen Luoqiu was utterly perplexed. I applied for the shout-out, not for you to berate me. She lamented internally. Jiang Yao, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter and mockingly remarked, Chen Luoqiu, why are you so detested? I suppose I must keep my distance from you in order to avoid collateral damage. This cacophony continued for a considerable while before being gradually replaced by other sounds. The atmosphere began to shift strangely. Tang Wanqing, my friend has liked you for a long time. May I add you? This was entirely fabricated. Zhang Liang, I like you. Zhao Tianai, I like you. He Jingying, I like you. These were opportunistic confessions. Chen Luoqiu, I've liked you for ages. Would you be my boyfriend? A sudden declaration pierced through the clamor. What? Chen Luoqiu was left utterly bewildered. He stood at the base of the teaching building, preparing with a few friends to set up a temporary venue. Upon hearing the confession, he looked up in confusion, scanning the crowd. The classmates, witnessing his reaction, erupted into laughter. As for who had shouted, it seemed no one cared. The sun had yet to set, and the students were still somewhat restrained. However, as darkness enveloped the sky, and with Chen Luoqiu's command, the lights of the entire building extinguished, leaving only the emergency exit signs casting a faint green glow. Students, some in fear and others in excitement, began to scream wildly. Those with glow sticks activated them, while those with phones illuminated their screens. The starry lights created a romantic atmosphere. Suddenly, with a snap, the lights at the base of the building flickered back on, drawing everyone's focus. Chen Luoqiu's voice rang out once more. Since we wish to leave no regrets, let us release ourselves completely. How about we sing the next song, A Vast Sky, together? The music resumed, and the entire crowd joined in a chorus, disregarding whether their Cantonese was accurate or their pitches correct. On this chilly night, I watched the snow drift by, my heart, once fervent, now cooled and adrift towards an uncertain horizon. Forgive me for my life of unrestrained passion and yearning for freedom, yet I too harbor the fear of one day stumbling. The collective chorus emanating from the teaching building was so resounding that even passers-by outside the school were taken aback, mistakenly believing a riot had erupted within. Upon pausing to listen closely, I realized the students were merely singing, and I found myself humming along. Raising my gaze, I noticed the banners fluttering atop the school building, a poignant reminder that it was once again the season of college entrance examinations. I silently wished them well, while within the teaching building, students were already brimming with tears, their struggles and pressures of the year finally finding an outlet. Chapter 73, the final evening study session. As the chorus concluded, the students erupted into exuberant shouts. The head of the senior class, observing that the students had sufficiently vented their emotions, hurriedly took the microphone from Chen Luoqiu. Students, I know this year has been arduous for all of you, fraught with challenges, he began, his voice filled with warmth as he comforted them. Chen Luoqiu could discern the genuine concern in his words. As he spoke passionately, tears welled in his eyes, and his voice trembled with emotion. The students, moved by his sincerity, wept openly. After reiterating essential reminders for the upcoming exams, he instructed Chen Luoqiu to illuminate the teaching building, then called out to the students, "All right. That's enough for today. Please stay safe and disperse quickly." Some students playfully urged him to sing, but he gently deflected, smiling and citing his lack of vocal talent. With the head teacher's authority now established, the class teachers urged the students to return to their classrooms. Thus, the final evening study session before the 2007 college entrance examinations concluded amidst this unprecedented shout-out event. Perhaps Chen Luoqiu himself was unaware that henceforth, Tsinghua, one high school would host such a grand shouting event each year before the exams, solidifying it as a cherished tradition. Back in the office, the senior class teachers were visibly shaken. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in their decades of teaching, and their genuine concern for the students' safety lingered. Yet in retrospect, they felt a swell of exhilaration. Xie Wen, the head teacher of Class 9, teasingly remarked to Xinghe, "I say, Lao Yu, isn't that Chen Luoqiu from your class a bit too spirited? It's remarkable that he transitioned from a liberal arts to a science class midway through his second year, and his grades have been skyrocketing." Xinghe had yet to respond when Song Jijun, the head teacher of Class 7 and also a physics teacher for Class 8, interjected with a hint of envy in his tone. Indeed, just look at Chen Luoqiu. He went from being the lowest in his physics class to now standing at the top. Wouldn't you be envious? He asked. Old Song is right. I believe a student's spirited nature is a good thing. It shows they have their own opinions and know what they want to achieve. The crux of the matter is that Chen Luoqiu possesses an uncanny ability to turn situations around. Wouldn't you agree that this is quite impressive? I dare say. A student like Chen Luoqiu, a true gem, is a rarity that our Tsinghua No. 1 high school may not encounter again in the next decade. The homeroom teacher of Class 6, Xie Xiaoyan, a graceful and charming young woman, experiences a blend of affection and frustration towards students like Chen Luoqiu. However, at present, her affection outweighs her frustration. After all, which woman would not be enamored by a young man so adept at engaging in lively pursuits? Consider this, how fortunate is Mr. You to have transitioned from a student like Xia Yu to one like Chen Luoqiu? Surely, the class will meet its targets this year without a doubt. We can only wait and see what surprises Chen Luoqiu will bring during the college entrance examinations. As Mr. You listened to the envious and jealous remarks of his colleagues in the office. He chuckled, patting his belly with satisfaction. All is well received. He exclaimed, "Shall we celebrate tonight? Perhaps enjoy some drinks and a game of mahjong?" Yuxinga harbored a penchant for such pastimes, drinking, playing cards, and occasionally indulging in foot massages. "Very well, since the students have a holiday tomorrow, we too deserve a break after a year of hard work," Xie Wen quickly agreed. The other two teachers concurred with Yuxingha's suggestion, as they were also ardent mahjong enthusiasts. Among the residents of this southwestern town, playing mahjong stands as the most beloved form of entertainment, without exception. Meanwhile, on the students' side, although the shouting event had concluded, the exhilaration among the classmates lingered. With a bit of time left before the final evening study session, some spirited students began wandering between classes, delivering letters and love notes, seeking signatures in yearbooks, and even soliciting assistance for cheating on the college entrance exams. The number of requests was countless. In short, studying had become utterly impossible. After the shouting activity, Chen Luoqiu returned to the classroom, which had now transformed into the liveliest spot in the entire teaching building. Each of the aforementioned tasks found a student seeking his help, leaving Chen Luoqiu so busy that he scarcely found a moment to relieve himself. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted all letters and love notes, diligently assisted with yearbook messages, and could only chuckle at the requests for cheating assistance, as that was contingent upon the wisdom of his peers. Once the evening study session concluded, Chen Luoqiu, clutching a thick stack of letters and love notes, sought out Jiang Yao, intending to leave school together. To his surprise, he found Jiang Yao also preparing to find him with her backpack slung over her shoulder. Upon noticing the letters in Chen Luoqiu's hands, she pouted playfully, teasingly remarking, Well, Chen Luoqiu, it seems you were quite popular." Chen Luoqiu felt a surge of pride. He had intentionally displayed the love notes to provoke a reaction from Jiang Yao. After all, this girl had persistently teased him for being a reclusive nerd, always holed up at home coding. Recently, she had been rather indifferent towards him. "Look at these love letters. Over a dozen of them. Are you intimidated?" "Well, not particularly," he replied. "They are mostly from classmates, and I couldn't bring myself to refuse their gestures. We're graduating, after all. It's all in good fun, filled with well wishes. There's really nothing to it." Chen Luoqiu feigned humility as she attempted to console Jiang Yao. "Is that so? Then do show me. Who has penned these letters for you? What do they say?" As Jiang Yao reached out to snatch the letter from Chen Luoqiu's hands, Chen Luoqiu swiftly evaded, raising her arm high. Hey, that is not permissible. Let us show some respect for others' privacy, shall we? What, do you not have any of your own?" "Ah, I do not." After declaring this, she deliberately spread her hands wide, presenting her open arms to Chen Luoqiu. "Still, that won't suffice. These are others' private matters. These letters, after all, had yet to be opened by him, and if they contained anything embarrassing, it would surely lead to social humiliation." Seeing that Chen Luoqiu remained obstinate, Jiang Yao pouted and cast a sidelong glance at her. "Fine, if you won't share, then you can just take your time reading them at home." With that, she turned away, sulking. Chen Luoqiu followed behind, sensing that Jiang Yao might be upset, her heart wavering. She then heard Jiang Yao mention that she had received not a single letter. Suddenly, Chen Luoqiu felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Yao. Perhaps she could show her a letter? She pondered. "Well, if you wish to see, it's not entirely out of the question. But you must promise not to mock me or ridicule others. Is that agreeable?" Chen Luoqiu tentatively inquired from behind Jiang Yao. "Never mind, I shan't look." "I believe you are correct. Correspondence is a person's private affair, and we must learn to respect the privacy of others," Jiang Yao stated, casting a compassionate glance at Chen Luoqiu. Has she truly given up? This is clearly not her style. When did she become so understanding? Chen Luoqiu mused to herself. However, since Jiang Yao had chosen not to look, Chen Luoqiu certainly would not force the letters upon her. She merely watched as Jiang Yao, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, walked ahead, feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 74. The dowry has been given. Chen Luoqiu and Jiang Yao arrived at the foot of the teaching building, where they fortuitously encountered He Fei and the monkey. Spotting that the two also held several letters, Chen Luoqiu's enthusiasm surged. She snatched the letter from He Fei's hand. "Quick, let me see who has written love letters to you. You plump fellow. Hey, you can't just take that. How come I can't have love letters? Give it back." Just as Chen Luoqiu disowned the words to He Ziming, personally opened, He Fei snatched it back. "Damn it, you rascal, you're not without your own. Go home and read yours." Chen Luoqiu, wishing to flaunt, waved her own stack of letters before them, a thick bundle. Look at mine. This is all I have. Raising an eyebrow, she cast a glance at Jiang Yao. Huh. She has none. She merely wishes to see. Upon hearing Chen Luoqiu declare that Jiang Yao had received no letters, He Fei and the monkey displayed expressions of disbelief. How is that possible? He Fei questioned, glancing at Jiang Yao. As far as I know, 2 classmates from our class wrote to you. Did you not receive them? Suddenly, Chen Luoqiu realized that this was indeed illogical. Whirling around, she asked Jiang Yao, You received none. None. Jiang Yao shook her head. Really none? Chen Luoqiu's gaze bore into Jiang Yao's eyes. Truly none. Jiang Yao seemed startled by Chen Luoqiu's piercing gaze, swiftly turning away to evade his scrutiny. Her stammered response betraying her evident unease. Why don't you open your backpack for us to see? Chen Luoqiu continued to fixate on her, inching closer with each step. At that moment, he finally grasped the source of his earlier disquiet. Jiang Yao's backpack was conspicuously more swollen than usual. I can't show you. It's filled with personal items. Jiang Yao protested, retreating further. As she neared a corner, she abruptly spun around and attempted to flee. However, Chen Luoqiu seized her backpack, causing her to bounce back towards him. What are you doing? You're hurting me, she exclaimed, turning to glare at him, feigning indignation. Chen Luoqiu was unmoved, rolling his eyes and retorting, Open it. Let us see what's inside. Seeing her ploy of feigning injury fail, Jiang Yao seized the opportunity to make another escape, only to be pulled back once more by Chen Luoqiu. With exasperation, she reluctantly unzipped her backpack. See, there's not much, just a few things, she said, looking up at the trio with a sheepish grin. The contents of the backpack revealed only a handful of test papers and books, but an abundance of envelopes, no fewer than several dozen. Is this it? Just this little bit. Chen Luoqiu and his companions were left in bewilderment. Was this truly the allure of the school beauty? At that moment, Chen Luoqiu wished for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. Recalling his earlier boastful remarks in front of Jiang Yao, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment, this girl was undeniably scheming, having waited for him to leap into her trap from the very beginning. His teeth clenched in frustration. Did you do this on purpose? Are you trying to make a fool of me? Chen Luoqiu inquired. Pfft. Who would bother to laugh at you? You were the one showing off, remember? Jiang Yao retorted. Besides, I never intended to show you. You insisted I open it, didn't you? She shot him a withering glance before pulling a playful face, adding, Hey, do you recall your expression just a moment ago? These are just letters from classmates. I felt too shy to refuse them. Now that graduation is upon us, everyone is just writing their well wishes. It's really nothing significant. Jiang Yao mimicked Chen Luoqiu's tone, repeating his earlier words, which only deepened his exasperation. I don't care. I want to see which of those bashful fools wrote you all these letters. Chen Luoqiu declared, reaching for Jiang Yao's letters. Hey. No. Respect others' privacy. All right? She echoed one of Chen Luoqiu's own statements. He Fei and the others, witnessing Jiang Yao's mockery of Chen Luoqiu, felt a surge of delight. Who was it that had mocked them earlier? This was what one called poetic justice. Chen, you can't act like this. It's really disrespectful. He Fei began to defend Jiang Yao. Respect? What is that supposed to mean? They wrote love letters to Jiang Yao. I want to expose them all. Chen Luoqiu replied with a mischievous grin, leaving Jiang Yao and her friend speechless, their expressions a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Hastily closing his backpack, he hurriedly departed. Noticing Jiang Yao had left, the 3 quickly followed suit. He Fei, trailing behind, earnestly said to Chen Luoqiu, Chen dog, you have feelings for Jiang Yao. You should confess your love. If you continue to behave so ambiguously, others will inevitably take action. Take action, my foot. I've already provided the betrothal gifts. He Fei and his companion exchanged bewildered glances. What? Betrothal gifts? Did I hear that correctly? Their minds were filled with questions. Upon returning home, Chen Luoqiu began to open the letters he had received, one by one. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who had written to him and what they had expressed. The first letter was penned by Zhang Min. Dear Chen Luoqiu, greetings. As I write this letter, I find myself somewhat anxious, for I am uncertain how to articulate my profound gratitude in words. You are a remarkable individual who has unexpectedly entered my life and brought me warmth. Each of your smiles and every thoughtful gesture fills me with an immense sense of comfort. Your presence has guided me through periods of uncertainty and confusion. Do you recall our conversation on the rooftop? You told me that even in darkness, one must believe in light. I wish to convey to you that for over a year now, you have been a beacon of light in my heart, warm and gentle. Your encouragement has bestowed upon me the courage to continue living. This past year has been the happiest time of my high school life. Do you remember when you visited me in the hospital last year? I was genuinely touched and filled with joy. It is a pity I did not meet you sooner. You are so cheerful, humorous, and understanding. I believe any girl fortunate enough to become your girlfriend in the future will be immensely happy. Graduation is approaching, and I'm uncertain if we will ever meet again. I truly feel reluctant, and I wonder if I will encounter someone as wonderful as you again. I do not know if I possess the courage to deliver this letter to you. If you happen to read this, please do not mock me, for this may be the bravest thing I have ever done. In conclusion, I wish to sincerely express my gratitude once more. Thank you, Chen Luoqiu. May your future be bright, and may you gain admission to your dream university. Farewell. May 29, 2007. Zhang Min. After finishing the letter, Chen Luoqiu pursed his lips. Was this a love letter or a letter of thanks? Nevertheless, it seemed Zhang Min had indeed moved on. Otherwise, she would not have written this letter. Well then, I also wish you a splendid future and hope you gain admission to your ideal university, and may you never encounter scoundrels like Li Fei again. Chen Luoqiu silently sent his blessings to Zhang Min. Next, Chen Luoqiu whimsically murmured to himself, feeling akin to a diligent emperor reviewing petitions. He carefully stored Zhang Min's letter aside and proceeded to open the next one. As the letter unfolded, Chen Luoqiu was taken aback. It was indeed in Tang Wanqing's handwriting. Chapter 75. Tang Wanqing's letter. What is happening? Why is she writing to me? And who delivered this letter? Ah, right, Tin Feifei. That evening, Tin Feifei visited and took with her 2 letters. Chen Luoqiu, filled with confusion, pondered aloud. Well, let us first see what she has penned. The letter, written on pink stationery and delicate script, spanned 2 full pages. How long did it take her to compose this? Slowly, Chen Luoqiu unfolded the letter. Luoqiu, you probably never expected to receive this letter from me. Haha, I didn't foresee it either. It has nearly been a year since your family moved away, and we have not spoken since. Witnessing your growth over this past year fills me with genuine joy. You may still be unaware, but you have become the perfect Prince Charming in the eyes of all the girls at school. They say you are handsome, can play the guitar, sing, and are incredibly amusing, among other things. I want to elaborate too much, lest you become vain. Do you recall how, as a child, you insisted on asking Aunt Liang to learn dance with me, only to abandon it after a mere few days? In the end, you pursued music instead, and looking back, it was fortunate you did. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such an exceptional Luoqiu today. Doesn't it remind you of how, at the beginning of your sophomore year, you insisted on following me to study humanities, but once you switched to the sciences, your grades improved drastically? It's quite peculiar. It seems I have always influenced your academic journey and future, and since parting from me, you have truly excelled. What do you think? Could it be that our fates are misaligned? Let us set that aside. The primary purpose of this letter is to extend my apologies. There are 2 matters for which I owe you and Aunt Liang an apology. The first incident occurred during our sophomore year at the school gate, where I should not have spoken about you without understanding the truth of the situation, or perhaps you felt I was rebuking you. Nor should I have spoken ill of Aunt Liang, who has always treated me kindly. The second matter pertains to my father's withdrawal from Huoming. I later learned that his actions caused significant harm to Uncle Chen and Huoming. My father has long regretted being deceived and acting in such a manner. He was simply too eager for success, too desperate to prove himself. I am truly sorry, Luoqiu. Do you remember the day your family moved away last year? Our family was home, silently watching as you loaded your belongings into the car and departed. Not a word was spoken throughout the day. In the evening, my father sat alone in the living room until midnight. I overheard my mother saying that when we had little money and our fathers worked together, our families lived side by side. Whenever one of us had delicious food, we would invite the other over, spending evenings together watching the same television. They shared a deep bond back then, yet I cannot fathom how things have transformed into what they are now. Currently, my parents often argue, and my father spends his days intoxicated. I feel as though our family is on the brink of collapse. What am I to do, Luoqiu? These burdens have weighed heavily on my heart for nearly a year, and I have no one to confide in. With the impending college entrance examination, I fear that if I do not express this, I may very well unravel. Thus, I wish to share it with you. Upon reaching this point, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thank you, Chen Luoqiu. University. I yearn to escape to a more distant locale. I can no longer bear the incessant quarrels of my parents, nor do I wish to encounter the peculiar individuals surrounding my father. That place we had once discussed, do you recall? Ultimately, let us wish for success in our college entrance examinations. This letter bears no signature. Yet Chen Luoqiu instantly recognized it as the handwriting of Tang Wanqing. Furthermore, The events that transpired in their lives serve as undeniable proof that this correspondence was indeed from Tang Wanqing. After reading, Chen Luoqiu felt a tumult of emotions within him. Since his rebirth, many circumstances had transformed, particularly those concerning himself, which had changed in varying degrees. Yet, in the case of Tang Wanqing, it appeared to have devolved into utter chaos. Several portions of the letter bore signs of having been dampened. Had Tang Wanqing wept? Chen Luoqiu gently traced the now-dried tear stains with his fingers. Alas, he sighed, finding little inclination to peruse the remainder of the letter. He sank into his chair, pondering his next course of action. In his previous life, after his family fell into misfortune, Tang Yiming had contemplated ways to aid the two of them, but was resolutely rebuffed by the strong-willed Liang Wenjie. Thus, Chen Luoqiu believed Tang Wanqing's claims regarding Tang Yiming's regrets. However, he was certain he did not wish to intervene. Having been reborn, merely refraining from seeking vengeance against Tang Yiming was already an act of great leniency, even if he harbored a desire to ascend and prove himself. The fact that his father had been driven to suicide remained indisputable. Therefore, this matter was best left for his parents to resolve. Chen Luoqiu recalled his father's account of an incident where, while assisting Tang Yiming in constructing a house, a beam had suddenly collapsed, nearly striking him. It was Tang Yiming who heroically pushed him aside, sparing him from harm. Otherwise, the entire village would have mourned a tragedy. This incident elucidated why. Even after Tang Yiming's withdrawal, his father, aware of their limited funds, still chose to assist him. Now, however, the two families had completely severed ties. Even when visiting their masters during the new year, his father intentionally chose different days, presumably believing that their grievances had been resolved, thus negating any necessity for contact. Regarding Tang Wanqing's mention of university, Chen Luoqiu also recalled that, upon entering high school, he had naively declared his intention to attend a prestigious university in a northern city and had urged Tang Wanqing to accompany him. In his former life, he had indeed enrolled in a different institution within that city, but in this new chapter, he wished to forego it. After all, the winters there were truly frigid. Chen Luoqiu reminisced about his experiences studying in that city, where entire winters were spent either in the library engrossed in books or in the dormitory playing games and cards, with scarcely any outdoor activities. Gradually, he succumbed to nostalgia. After a considerable time, he finally retracted his thoughts. Once again, Chen Luoqiu recalled Tang Wanqing's words in her letter, expressing her aversion to the peculiar individuals surrounding her father. What could this possibly imply? What constitutes a peculiar individual? Chen Luoqiu was perplexed. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. He remembered how close he had come to showing these letters to Jiang Yao that evening. Goodness, that was a close call. Had Zhang Yu seen them, it would likely have resulted in the return of the betrothal gifts. No, this letter must be concealed. Chen Luoqiu took a sip of water, attempting to calm his nerves, and prepared to continue unsealing the subsequent letters. Next, with a renewed sense of determination, Chen Luoqiu continued his whimsical exploration. Let us see which delightful soul has penned a note this time. Chapter 76. Reflections on Tang Wanqing's past life. The third letter indeed belonged to Tan Feifei. The essence of her message conveyed her fondness for Chen Luoqiu, expressing how often he occupied her thoughts, both in dreams and waking life, and her desire to maintain contact in the future. However, Chen Luoqiu realized this was merely a figment of his imagination. The original content of Tan Feifei's letter read, "Dear Chen Luoqiu, greetings. Time flies, and the day of graduation has quietly arrived. As we approach this moment of parting, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for accompanying me through some of the most unforgettable moments of high school and for the joy you brought us. I am also grateful for the encouragement and support you have given me. Moreover, I send you my sincerest wishes. May you continue to embody optimism and resilience in the days ahead, forging ahead towards your desired university and fulfilling your dreams. Lastly, good luck on the college entrance examination. Chen Luoqiu, may your future path be smooth and prosperous." Tan Feifei. Thus, this letter was merely a standard expression of gratitude. At most, it conveyed that she had perceived Chen Luoqiu as a humorous individual who often brightened the classroom atmosphere, bringing joy to the girls around him. Chen Luoqiu reminisced about the slightly plump girl with a radiant countenance. He recalled the time he and Tan Feifei held hands while dancing during a break, and how her face flushed with color when his fingers inadvertently brushed her palm. A subtle smile graced Chen Luoqiu's lips. The subsequent letters primarily consisted of farewells, expressions of gratitude, and good luck wishes for the college entrance examination, mostly penned by classmates from Class 8, like Zhang Min. Some female classmates indeed articulated their admiration or secret affection for Chen Luoqiu. Yet, he understood that this was merely youthful exuberance, destined to be forgotten in a matter of days. Curiously, 2 male classmates had also written to Chen Luoqiu. One of them was Tang Chuan, who, with his thick brows and bright eyes, poured forth his genuine emotions, likening his admiration for Chen Luoqiu to an unstoppable torrent of water. The other, Sun Hui, conveyed a sentiment similar to Tang Chuan's but included a critique, lamenting that Chen Luoqiu had raised the bar for the school's girls regarding their standards for choosing partners, leaving him unable to find a girlfriend. Is this my fault? Chen Luoqiu muttered in exasperation. That night, Chen Luoqiu drifted into slumber. Once again, I am reminded of the words penned by Tang Wanqing in her letter. Upon reflection, it has indeed been over a year since the two of them last exchanged words. Ever since they relocated from their previous neighborhood, their encounters have been limited to a few fleeting moments at school. This stands in stark contrast to their past lives. In the previous incarnation, despite Chen Luoqiu residing at school, he and Tang Wanqing remained classmates. Moreover, the rapid improvement in Chen Luoqiu's academic performance in his senior year was not solely attributed to his own diligence, it was significantly aided by Tang Wanqing's support. Whether born from sympathy or the bond of childhood companions, Chen Luoqiu could sense that Tang Wanqing's concern for him was genuine. After the passing of Chen Jianhua in the previous life, Chen Luoqiu did not wholly attribute his death to Tang Yiming. He believed that the catalyst for Chen Jianhua's demise was his reckless borrowing from loan sharks, with the immediate cause being that catastrophic fire, along with the individual who had pushed his father to despair amidst the chaos. Hence, he felt that Tang Yiming bore little responsibility in this matter. Even in this lifetime, Chen Luoqiu initially harbored no animosity towards Tang Yiming. In the realm of business, it is not uncommon for the second son to seek prominence. Such aspirations are entirely natural. Chen Jianhua and Tang Yiming had substantial disagreements in their business philosophies, a scenario where even the closest of brothers can find themselves at odds. This is precisely why it is advised in Chinese partners to refrain from going into business with your closest friends. Some even suggested to him that had Tang Yiming not departed, he too might have been ensnared by the clutches of loan sharks. This explains why, after Chen Jianhua's death, Chen Luoqiu was able to accept Tang Wanqing's assistance without guilt. Had it not been for the subsequent events, he would not have harbored such lingering feelings of resentment towards her. The true source of Chen Luoqiu's enduring preoccupation with Tang Wanqing across both lifetimes was rooted in the matter of college entrance examination aspirations. He had exerted himself tirelessly, not only due to the profound impact of Chen Jianhua's death, but also because Tang Wanqing had once assured him that if he studied diligently, they could attend the same university and she would agree to be with him. However, when the examination results were announced, Chen Luoqiu found himself 20 points adrift from Tang Wanqing, although she ultimately consented to attend a different university in the same city as him. On the day he received his acceptance letter, he was elated and wished to celebrate with her. It was then that he learned from Zhang Anghua that Tang Wanqing had altered her application and had been accepted into a university in the south. This revelation shattered his illusion of trust. Later, upon discovering that Luo Jiaoyang had also enrolled in that same university, his suspicions were further confirmed. Thus, their communication ceased. In the ensuing years at university, Chen Luoqiu seldom returned to Qinghe. During each summer and winter break, he either focused on his studies or worked. Throughout those 4 years, he earned every penny for his educational expenses through diligent labor. One winter break, he returned home slightly earlier than the previous year. Upon entering the house, Liang Wenjie inquired, "Why have you returned so early this year? I thought your school's vacation schedule differed from that of other universities." At that moment, Chen Luoqiu found Liang Wenjie's remarks somewhat peculiar. In their village, there were hardly any university students, and Liang Wenjie seldom concerned herself with such matters. How then did she come to know when other universities scheduled their breaks? Later, Chen Luoqiu noticed several items, including milk and nutritional supplements, placed near the door of the main room. She asked Liang Wenjie, "Mom, how do you know when other universities have their breaks? Has someone visited our home and brought you all these things?" Initially, Liang Wenjie remained silent, but after Chen Luoqiu's persistent questioning, she hesitantly revealed, "Qingqing came by yesterday. She brought these items." After a brief pause, Liang Wenjie added, "She visits every year, always bringing a plethora of goods, yet she hardly speaks. Just sits for a while before leaving." It was then that Chen Luoqiu realized that Tang Wanqing had been visiting their home annually, which struck her as exceedingly strange. After pondering for a considerable time, Chen Luoqiu finally discerned the crux of the matter and said to Liang Wenjie, "Mom, I suspect she is delivering items from her parents to you. Haven't you always been reluctant to see them? Why do you accept her offerings so readily?" He perceived this as an act of sympathy, a sentiment he felt he no longer required. Subsequently, Chen Luoqiu advised Liang Wenjie not to accept gifts indiscriminately, asserting that he was now capable of providing for both of them. Chapter 77. The incident of the stolen college entrance examination papers on the morning of June 7th. As many students from No. 1 high school received their Chinese exam papers and encountered the composition prompt, a sense of déjà vu enveloped them. Ho Yong was among them. How did this resemble what Chen Luoqiu had mentioned that day at the broadcasting station? The realization startled Ho Yong. How could this be possible? After listening to Chen Luoqiu, he had earnestly contemplated the matter, though it remained too abstract for him to grasp any substantial understanding. Thus, he was left to compose his thoughts on the spot. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Chen Luoqiu was writing with remarkable fluidity. He had long prepared a model essay, merely awaiting this moment to employ it. Since history had not deviated from its original course, he was indeed bound to utilize it. As the time of his rebirth extended, the benefits of this second chance dwindled day by day. He could scarcely recall the content of the previous college entrance examination, save for a vivid memory of the composition. He had casually mentioned some obscure materials to his peers during their collective study sessions, but how much they retained was a matter of their own fortune. The two-day college entrance examination concluded swiftly. The 2007 exam questions were notably challenging, particularly in mathematics, causing many students to emerge from the examination halls in tears. Chen Luoqiu understood that there was a reason behind this. The day following the examination, a news item that would astonish the entire nation began to circulate. "Hey, did you hear? It has come to my attention that the examination papers for this year's college entrance examination were unexpectedly replaced. Originally, we were supposed to take a different version, but now we are faced with a new one. This is truly concerning. No wonder the questions this year are exceedingly challenging. I nearly wept over the mathematics section. Why was there a change? I heard rumors that someone infiltrated the Education Bureau and absconded with the original examination papers, prompting an urgent decision to switch to an alternative version. Who could possess such audacity? It is utterly foolish, is it not? Are they unaware that there are two versions of the examination papers? Moreover, these two sets are not stored in the same location. Has there been any progress in identifying the culprit? Might I be able to confront this individual? It is said that the perpetrator hails from a neighboring county, yet their identity remains undiscovered. Is there any truth to what you are saying? Aren't the examination papers guarded by strict security measures? What security? It has been reported that several personnel from the County Education Bureau were preoccupied with playing mahjong at the time. No wonder, on the afternoon of the 5th. My mother mentioned that phone calls could not be made. Could it be related to this incident? Did you also notice that phone calls were impossible on the evening of the 5th? I initially believed it was a malfunction with my phone. Chen Luoqiu sat before his computer, observing his friends in the chat group fervently discussing the matter. He reflected on the entire sequence of events from his previous life. This incident became quite notorious in later years. Even after many years, there are still whispers online suggesting that the mathematics questions in the national examination of 2007 were excessively difficult, resulting in unsatisfactory scores for many candidates. This was attributed to the theft of the examination papers, which led to the emergency utilization of a backup version, thereby significantly increasing the difficulty of the test. This case is known in later years as the Shushan Province 65th National College Entrance Examination Paper Theft Incident. Since this event transpired during Chen Luoqiu's examination year and occurred in close proximity to him, it has often been referenced and ridiculed in discussions. To this day, Chen Luoqiu vividly recalls the details of the case he studied in his previous life. The incident unfolded in a county adjacent to Qinghe, where a 19-year-old high school senior named Gaobo, having performed poorly in the mock examinations in late April, began contemplating how to steal the examination papers. Beginning in early May, he repeatedly visited the Education Bureau to scout the area, meticulously studying the building's layout and the staff's routines. He even discovered the location of the confidential room. In the early hours of June 5th, armed with tools such as pliers, a utility knife, and a pencil sharpener, Gaobo slipped through an unlocked small door into the Education Bureau compound. He then accessed the office building by climbing onto the balcony on the second floor. He first disabled all alarm systems and then ascended a ladder to the windowsill of the northern side of the confidential room located on the first floor at the back of the office building. Utilizing his tools, he pried open a steel bar from the iron grate installed on the outside of the glass window gaining entry into the confidential room. He extracted one examination paper each from the social science subjects, mathematics, Chinese, English, and comprehensive, along with the science subjects, mathematics, and comprehensive papers. After securing his haul, he silently closed the window, adjusted the iron grate, slid down the pre-assembled ladder, and swiftly vacated the scene. The entire criminal process unfolded without any staff noticing. It is said that the on-duty personnel were indeed engaged in a game of mahjong at the time. Galbo, the perpetrator, is a student of liberal arts. And according to his own account, he took the science examination papers to do a favor for a classmate. However, Chen Luoqiu suspects that he was merely attempting to disguise his identity as a liberal arts student. The incident came to light when, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a deputy director from the Public Security Bureau, during a routine inspection of the confidentiality of the college entrance examination papers, noticed signs of tampering with the seals on the secure room. He then requested entry for further inspection. Upon opening the secure room, the staff discovered that all the seals on the aluminum glass windows had been broken and several iron filing cabinets inside were left ajar. It was then that everyone realized the examination papers had been stolen. The case was swiftly reported to the Municipal Party Committee, Provincial Party Committee, Provincial Government, Central Committee of the Communist Party, State Council, Ministry of Public Security, and Ministry of Education. As the first theft of examination papers since the founding of the nation, it garnered significant attention. Upon learning of the case, the Ministry of Public Security promptly issued directives to solve the case immediately, ensuring the smooth conduct of the college entrance examination. Under high-level instructions, multiple criminal investigation teams from the province and city, along with the National Security Team and Technical Action Team, quickly mobilized to form a special task force to investigate the case, to prevent further leakage of the examination papers. From June 5th to 6th, the task force imposed communication restrictions on Nanshan County and several surrounding counties. Landlines, small telephones, and mobile phones could only dial local numbers, and all calls and messages were monitored by the police. Even incoming calls from outside would receive a message indicating the number was unavailable. Chen Luoqiu was aware that the case would not be resolved until June 20th. The student named Galbo was remarkably clever. He even applied 502 gluteus fingers while filling in his application and fingerprinting, attempting to deceive the authorities. Chen Luoqiu did not consider exposing him, after all. To him, past and present were merely different iterations of the same examination. Chapter 78. One man dominating 3 school beauties at the graduation ceremony. Parents sat in the middle of the playground, listening to the school report on their children's growth experiences, along with discussions about college applications and holiday safety. Meanwhile, the students formed a circle outside, engaging in light-hearted banter. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. One segment of the ceremony involved class teachers taking the stage to speak and offer future blessings to the students. Initially, everything proceeded normally. However, when Yuxinghe took the stage, an unexpected gust of wind swept in, whisking away his prepared speech. This caused you to frantically chase after his paper, drawing peals of laughter from the students and parents below. This moment became one of the most memorable memories for the students of Class 8 that summer. When it came time for the student representative to take the stage for the swearing-in ceremony, the students in the audience were taken aback. From left to right, the representatives were Tang Wanqing, Zhu Yukai, Zhao Tianai, Luo Jiaoyang, Jiang Ting, Chen Luoqiu, Jiang Yao, and several representatives from other classes. The students in the audience wore smiles that seemed irrepressible, their lips curling upwards with delight. One of them quietly remarked, "This scene could inspire Qiong Yao to create an epic 80-episode drama." Su Xiaobei laughed heartily from the crowd. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Chuan and mischievously commented, "Do you think if Xia Yi hadn't left, it would be even more lively?" Tang Chuan, caught off guard while drinking water, couldn't suppress a sudden sputter, exclaiming, "Well, you're truly devious. Are you implying that Chen Go's demise wasn't swift enough?" Su Xiaobei chuckled unabashedly. "I merely wish to observe how Chen Go meets his end." "Indeed, I share the same sentiment," Tang Chuan replied, and the two burst into raucous laughter. Once they managed to compose themselves, Tang Chuan pointed at Zhao Tianai on stage and inquired, "By the way, which class is Zhao Tianai from? She appears quite stunning. How come I've never heard of her before? She wouldn't have an affair with Chen Go, would she?" Su Xiaobei responded, "That is unlikely. She is from class 2 and is also our school's flower." He paused, a sly grin emerging. "However, she was once the girlfriend of Luo Jiaoyang." "Wow." Tang Chuan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Their laughter continued unabated from the back. Other students nearby joined in, stifling their giggles. Yifei and Monkey stood on the side of Class 1, sharing amused glances as they savored the unfolding drama. After the oath-taking ceremony concluded, the host invited everyone to gather for a group photo. At that moment, Chen Luoqiu found himself at the center of attention as classmates gravitated toward him. This was unremarkable until, following the photographer's arrangements, Chen Luoqiu remained in his original spot while the surrounding individuals were all replaced by girls, leaving the other boys standing awkwardly at the edges. At that instant, Chen Luoqiu resembled a flower's stamen encircled by petals, possessing the company of 3 school beauties. While the other boys had been relegated to mere foliage, Luo Jiaoyang stood nearby, his teeth grinding audibly, wishing he could confront the photographer. The audience below exchanged skeptical glances, questioning whether the photographer had been hired by Chen Luoqiu. Su Xiaobei, witnessing the arrangement, was left speechless. He had anticipated some juicy drama, hoping to see a competition for attention on stage, but it had instead devolved into a scene of Chen Luoqiu being embraced by admirers, rendering the spectacle rather bland. Meanwhile, Liang Wenjie and Chun Jianhua sat in the audience, exchanging worried glances. "Isn't your son courting disaster?" Liang Wenjie asked anxiously. Chen Jianhua merely chuckled in response, offering no answer. In the midst of it all, Chen Luoqiu maintained a forced smile, his face nearly frozen in a grimace. Indeed, as Liang Wenjie had foreseen, Chen Luoqiu had incited the ire of many. Numerous boys in the audience silently raised their middle fingers in camaraderie toward him. When the ceremony finally concluded, the parents departed first, leaving the students behind to capture memories and photographs. Fearing potential confrontation, Chen Luoqiu discreetly retreated to the shade beneath the teaching building. Just as he reveled in his cleverness, a familiar female voice broke through the air. "Chen Luoqiu, are you sitting here to cool off?" Startled, he turned to find none other than Xia Yi standing before him. At that moment, Su Xiaobei's words struck a chord with Xia Yi, who indeed returned. "Why are you back?" Chen Luoqiu stammered. "Oh, I came back early this morning." Xia Yi settled beside Chen Luoqiu with a teasing expression. "How could I see you surrounded by admirers if I didn't return?" "Huh?" Chen Luoqiu was at a loss for words. "Come on, let us go take some pictures." "Do you think hiding here will suffice?" "I specifically returned for the graduation ceremony at number 1 high school. Yet, you vanished right after your performance. What is the matter? Are you aware that you've drawn the ire of many?" Chen Luoqiu had no choice but to follow Xia Yi out of the classroom building. He wasn't genuinely afraid of being confronted. Rather, he felt he had been in the spotlight too much lately and needed to temper his presence to avoid trouble. On the playground, many remained, and upon seeing Chen Luoqiu, they rushed over to take photos with him. Soon, Jiangyo managed to escape from her own group of admirers and approached Chen Luoqiu. "Where did you just run off to?" Went in the restroom," Chen Luoqiu replied, feeling embarrassed to admit he had been deliberately hiding. Jiangyo shot him a skeptical glance. Upon noticing Xia Yi beside him, she speculated that Chen Luoqiu had sneaked away with Xia Yi for a secret rendezvous, her smile widening with intrigue. She recalled that Xia Yi had transferred schools last year, and she hadn't seen her since they met at the beer square during the World Cup. She wondered if Chen Luoqiu had been secretly in touch with her all along. Politely, she nodded to Xia Yi before turning to Chen Luoqiu, stating, "You, come with me for a moment. Our classmates want to take a photo with you." With that, she seized Chen Luoqiu and led him away. Returning only after a considerable time, Chen Luoqiu was equally curious about why Xia Yi had returned early, yet he hesitated to inquire, fearing it might suggest he was unwelcoming. During their previous phone conversation, Xia Yi had indeed mentioned returning to Qinghe, but he hadn't anticipated her swift return. It wasn't until Jiang Ting remarked, "Young Master Chen, what do you plan to treat us to for lunch? Xia Yi came back specifically for our graduation ceremony. Don't you think you should show some appreciation?" That Chen Luoqiu understood the reason behind Xia Yi's early return. Realizing this, he acknowledged that they ought to gather properly. Chen Luoqiu began discussing lunch options with Jiang Ting when Su Xiaobei, who had been sitting nearby, interjected with a smile, "Honestly, I believe what we eat is secondary. The fun we have is what truly matters. How about we play some board games this afternoon?" Initially, the group was puzzled by his suggestion, mistaking it for mahjong and showing little enthusiasm. "If you mean mahjong, just say so. There's no need to be coy. We're all adults here," Jiang Ting retorted, somewhat annoyed. However, before he could finish, Su Xiaobei quickly clarified, "I genuinely mean board games, like Werewolf. You haven't heard of it, have you? It's a novel social board game. Trust me, it's incredibly entertaining and suitable for both boys and girls." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ting realized that Su Xiaobei was not referring to mahjong and recognized her earlier response had been premature. She immediately shifted her perspective. A board game is just a board game. Why are you speaking so loudly? Chen Luoqiu, Su Xiaobei, Tang Chuan, Jiang Yao, Xia Yi. In that moment, Chen Luoqiu suddenly recalled a woman from her past life who had scolded her husband for not plugging in the water heater. Oh dear, how terrifying. Chen Luoqiu cast a glance at Jiang Yao, shivering slightly. However, none of the others had heard of werewolf, nor did they know how to play. This was precisely the effect Su Xiaobei desired. He quickly began to boast about the gameplay and rules of werewolf, extolling the virtues of the board game bar. Chen Luoqiu stood awkwardly to the side, listening to Su Xiaobei's words, feeling as though she might dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the floor beneath her. The board game bar was, in fact, the second business venture established by Chen Gongzi in this world. Chapter 79. Why don't you hold her? Speaking of the board game bar, it was opened by Chen Luoqiu at the beginning of this year, conveniently located next to the only third-tier urban college in Qinghe. The venue is spacious, comprising 2 floors. The first floor features booths, while the second boasts private rooms. Chen Luoqiu aptly named the board game bar Time Station. Currently, the official manager is Gu Chuan. Essentially, the board game bar operates as a beverage establishment, primarily selling water, tea, coffee, and board games. Patrons can enjoy drinks, engage in conversation, play poker, and partake in board games here. The initial idea for this venture came to Chen Luoqiu during last year's World Cup, while she was watching the matches at a beer plaza. However, that place primarily catered to adult males seeking alcoholic beverages, making it unsuitable for many students or non-drinking females. Moreover, the atmosphere could occasionally be quite chaotic, with fights breaking out frequently. During the final match between France and Italy, a group of French fans and Italian supporters nearly came to blows over Zidane's cheeky penalty kick. At that moment, Chen Luoqiu resolved to establish a board game bar. This world already had numerous enjoyable card games, and she introduced titles such as 3 Kingdoms Kill, Werewolf, and Who is the Undercover? From its inception, the establishment has been thriving, attracting many students from Yangcheng who frequently travel to enjoy the games. When Jiang Yao returned to Qinghe, Chen Luoqiu took her there for the first time, and she could hardly believe that this was yet another successful venture by Chen Luoqiu. She finally understood how Chen Luoqiu had spent her entire summer. The grievances she had harbored for not visiting Chen Luoqiu diminished slightly. Now, several months after its opening, Time Station remains perpetually crowded on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, with no available seats unless booked in advance. As Su Xiaobei praised the place, both Xia Yi and the others expressed considerable interest. Indeed, apart from gatherings among students, there seemed to be no suitable venues, and the board game bar perfectly filled that gap. Su Xiaobei, noticing their enthusiasm, promptly took out his phone to make a reservation. He was aware that the private rooms for board games were in high demand, especially during holidays like this. Without prior reservations, it was generally impossible to secure a spot. Su Xiaobei was still on the phone when Fei and Monkey, having just finished taking photos with their classmates, rushed over. Wang Yalan and Tang Wanqing followed closely behind them. Wang Yalan sought to take a picture with Chen Luoqiu, harboring a favorable impression of him. Previously, when Chen Luoqiu had fawned over Tang Wanqing, she had reaped considerable benefits. Now that Chen Luoqiu enjoyed immense popularity at school, she certainly did not wish to miss the opportunity to capture a memory. Thus, she pulled Tang Wanqing along with her. Upon seeing Tang Wanqing approach, Su Xiaobei and Tang Chuan exchanged knowing glances, their lips curving into a subtle smile, as if to say, "What did I tell you?" Chen Luoqiu, spotting Tang Wanqing, felt a rush of perspiration. Before he could utter a word, Wang Yalan cheerfully inquired, "Chen Luoqiu, we haven't taken our pictures yet. Are you planning to leave?" Chen Luoqiu replied with a smile, affirming that he indeed intended to depart. "Then let us take a picture together before you go. I've never taken a photo with you." After posing with Wang Yalan, Chen Luoqiu was pulled into another shot with Tang Wanqing. Eventually, she stepped forward to take on the role of photographer, insisting that Chen Luoqiu and Tang Wanqing also capture a moment together. Upon hearing this, Chen Luoqiu's expression became slightly awkward. He glanced at Jiang Yao, who was pouting and gazing at him, prompting a sheepish smile from Chen Luoqiu. He then stole a look at Xia Yi, who was observing them with an impassive expression. With a resigned sigh, he thought to himself, whatever will be, will be. Resolutely, he decided to disregard the 2 girls. This moment marked Chen Luoqiu's first solo photograph with Tang Wanqing since high school. He had previously deemed it unnecessary and later found himself without opportunities. Thus, they had only managed to capture a few photos together during middle school. Standing tall and straight, Chen Luoqiu focused intently on the camera, eager for Wang Yalan to finish. However, Wang Yalan seemed dissatisfied, exclaiming, "Chen Luoqiu, could you be a bit more natural? Are you standing at attention? And why are you so far away?" With a sense of helplessness, he inched closer to Tang Wanqing. Yet, Wang Yalan remained unsatisfied, suggesting, "How about you try putting your arm around Qingqing?" Was Wang Yalan being deliberately mischievous? Chen Luoqiu noticed the playful smirk on her lips and sensed her ulterior motives. What was her game? Hadn't she always tried to pair Tang Wanqing with Luo Jiaoyang? Confused, Chen Luoqiu dared not embrace Tang Wanqing in front of Jiang Yao. Instead, he offered an awkward smile and shifted closer to Tang Wanqing once more. Just as he moved, Tang Wanqing gently linked her arm with his and rested her head against his shoulder. Click! Wang Yalan swiftly pressed the shutter. Tang Wanqing released his arm and flashed a subtle smile at Chen Luoqiu. Suddenly, he felt the weight of several piercing gazes around him, clearing his throat. He turned to He-Fei and Monkey, saying, "Would you two like to join us for a picture as well?" He-Fei and the monkey exchanged glances upon hearing the instructions, instantly comprehending the situation. They hastily mounted their horses to render assistance. After the group completed their photo session, Wang Yalan nonchalantly inquired of Chen Luoqiu, "Where do you all plan to go next?" Su Xiaobei responded that they intended to play werewolf. Chen Luoqiu answered truthfully. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing that Chen Luoqiu and the others were going to play werewolf, Wang Yalan's interest was piqued, and she insisted on joining. Naturally, the group could not refuse. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to have such a beauty willing to partake in their activities. Alas, poor Chen Luoqiu. It seemed the afternoon would be devoid of any serious gameplay, with 3 women now in the mix. Perhaps they should forego werewolf altogether and simply engage in a game of mahjong instead, Chen Luoqiu mused internally. Thus, the group officially set forth, preparing to dine before heading to the time station for board games. Su Xiaobei had already made a phone call. Although it was generally a joyous occasion to have so many people attending, especially with the presence of many beautiful women, he could not shake off his disappointment. The owner had just informed him that the private room for werewolf was fully booked. This predicament left Su Xiaobei feeling rather awkward. It had been his suggestion, and now, with so many people involved, a sudden change of plans would be somewhat embarrassing. He glanced at Chen Luoqiu, sighed, and pulled her aside, whispering, "I just spoke with the board game cafe. The owner said the werewolf room is fully booked. Should we consider a different venue?" Upon hearing this, Chen Luoqiu understood why Su Xiaobei had appeared somewhat uneasy earlier. He had failed to secure the reservation. However, she wondered how it could have been fully booked by the morning. Although perplexed, she patted Su Xiaobei on the shoulder reassuringly and said, "No worries, let us eat first. I know the owner. I'll give him a call later." "You know him? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Su Xiaobei replied, though he remained skeptical. "Even if you do, he may not have any spare rooms." "Let us not dwell on it. We should focus on dining first," Chen Luoqiu insisted, avoiding further elaboration. "All right, let's head to dinner then. You can inquire again. If it's still unavailable, we can find an alternative," Chen Luoqiu agreed. Su Xiaobei, harboring little hope and fearing Chen Luoqiu might be saving face, began suggesting backup plans. He-Fei and the monkey were unaware of Chen Luoqiu's role as the behind-the-scenes owner, though they were familiar with Gu Chuan, who was in charge there. If Su Xiaobei couldn't secure a reservation, would Chen Luoqiu fare any better? Both were left wondering. Chapter 80, an unforeseen encounter. The group arrived at the time station, where they found a substantial crowd already present. The lounge on the first floor was filled with patrons. Upon noticing Chen Luoqiu and her companions, Gu Chuan hurried over to greet them. He was acquainted with He-Fei and the monkey, having dined together on several occasions, and since his sister worked at Luochuang Premium, they had all become good friends. "Boss, is there still a private room for werewolf?" Su Xiaobei inquired of Gu Chuan. Indeed. Your arrival surely signifies something. Just over an hour ago, the proprietor informed me there was nothing available. How is it that the moment Chen Luoqiu and his companions arrive, a space becomes available? Could it be that the manager is playing favorites, intentionally placing him in an awkward position? Su Xiaobei wore an expression of discontent. He and Monkey exchanged skeptical glances with Gu Chuan. Is it truly available? Indeed it is. Gu Chuan recalled their earlier call inquiring about the situation and recognized that these individuals were classmates of Chen Luoqiu, and thus hastily clarified, "Initially, we had no availability. A private room's air conditioning broke down this morning, so we temporarily locked it and ceased operations. However, it has just been repaired. And now we fortuitously have a room available. Understanding the situation, Su Xiaobei's expression softened. Wang Yilan chuckled, let us hurry inside. Manager, your prompt air conditioning repair is commendable. Jiang Yo cast a doubtful glance at Chen Luoqiu, as if to suggest, is this yet another of your clever machinations? Xia Yi chose to remain silent, continuing her conversation with Jiang Ting. Having been apart for over a year, they had an abundance of topics to discuss. It was indeed improbable that the air conditioning could have been repaired so swiftly. The reason for the prompt resolution was, without a doubt, attributed to Chen Luoqiu. Earlier, while dining, he had contacted Gu Chuan regarding the availability of the werewolf game room. Gu Chuan had informed him that all rooms were fully booked, and one had been locked due to a malfunctioning air conditioner, leaving it unserviceable. In the sweltering summer heat, a group of over 10 people could hardly bear to remain inside without air conditioning. Upon hearing this, Chen Luoqiu urged Gu Chuan to expedite the repair. As luck would have it, when Chen Luoqiu and his companions arrived, the repairs were just completed. What serendipity! Su Xiaobei glanced at Gu Chuan, then at Chen Luoqiu, sensing an oddity between the two, yet he dismissed the thought and followed the others into the establishment. Fortuitously, the private room that had previously been out of order was the largest and most luxurious in the venue. The room was designed in a European medieval style, evoking an enchanting twilight ambience. The atmosphere was simply perfect. Wow, this place is stunning. Upon entering, the girls couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Su Xiaobei had visited this location several times, but had never played in this particular room. A thought lingered in his mind, uncertain whether it was appropriate to voice it. Once everyone settled, Su Xiaobei reiterated the rules of werewolf to the group. They were playing the most common 9-player variant. 3 roles of each, 3 werewolves, 3 villagers, and 3 special characters consisting of the seer, the witch, and the hunter. After several trial rounds filled with amusing chaos, they gradually grasped the rules. The game commenced officially, with Su Xiaobei acting as the moderator. The players were assigned numbers: 1 Chen Luoqiu, 2 Jiang Yao, 3 Xia Yi, 4 Jiang Ting, 5 Tang Chuan, 6 Yi Ziming, 7 Ho Yong, 8 Tang Wanqing, and 9 Wang Yilan. Night falls, please close your eyes. Everyone obediently shut their eyes. The werewolves are beckoned to open their eyes and confirm their identities with one another. Chen Luoqiu slowly opens his eyes, preparing to identify his fellow werewolves. Beside him, Jiang Yao and Xia Yi also awaken, and upon glancing at one another, they realize they form a trio of wolves, possibly due to the absence of shuffling. A shared smile among the 3 serves as confirmation of their identities. Werewolves, please select your target for tonight's elimination, Su Xiaobei prompts, barely suppressing his laughter. Chen Luoqiu gradually points his finger at He-Fei, while Jiang Yao and Xia Yi simultaneously direct their fingers towards Tang Wanqing across the way. Chen Luoqiu's expression darkens. As the judge, Su Xiaobei nearly bursts into laughter upon witnessing this scene. Werewolves, please unify your target, he manages to say through his amusement. Chen Luoqiu, wishing to contest, notices the unwavering determination in the other 2's eyes. Ultimately, he concedes and points towards Tang Wanqing as well. Werewolves, please close your eyes. Witch, open your eyes. Having settled on a target, Su Xiaobei continues with the game's progression. Wang Yilan slowly opens her eyes and nods at Su Xiaobei in acknowledgement. The player who will perish tonight is her. You possess a vial of antidote. Do you wish to save her? Su Xiaobei gestures towards Tang Wanqing, indicating that she was the victim of last night's attack. Upon hearing this, Wang Yilan is taken aback that Tang Wanqing was targeted on the very first night. She quickly nods, indicating her desire to save Tang Wanqing. You have a vial of poison. Whom do you wish to poison? Wang Yilan speculates that Chen Luoqiu may have attacked Tang Wanqing, and hastily points her finger at him, eager to avenge Tang Wanqing. Su Xiaobei quickly gestures to dissuade her, reminding her that the witch can only use 1 vial of potion per night. Wang Yilan, in her eagerness to eliminate Chen Luoqiu, momentarily forgets the rules. Reluctantly, she shuts her eyes. Witch, please close your eyes. Seer, open your eyes. Su Xiaobei continues to guide the flow of the game. Responding to the judge's cue, Tang Wanqing slowly opens her eyes and affirms her identity with a nod to Su Xiaobei. Seer, please select the individual you wish to scrutinize tonight. After surveying the room, Tang Wanqing ultimately directs her finger towards Chen Luoqiu. Su Xiaobei nearly loses his composure once more, thinking to himself, they seem to have set their sights on one another today. The good players are here, the werewolves are here, and this player's identity is here. He manages to maintain his composure, turning his thumb downwards before continuing the process. Seer, please close your eyes. Tang Wanqing feels a sense of pride at having identified a werewolf on the very first night and gently closes her eyes. Hunter, please open your eyes and confirm your identity with me. He Fei slowly opens his eyes to verify his identity with the judge. Hunter, please close your eyes. All right. Dawn has arrived, Su Xiaobei announces. The players who had previously opened their eyes feign sleepiness and bewilderment. Su Xiaobei observes this with amusement, a smile creeping across his face. We now enter the sheriff election phase. Players wishing to participate in the election, please raise your hands. Su Xiaobei continues with the proceedings. Hearing his instruction, Jiang Ting, Tang Chuan, He Fei, Monkey, Tang Wanqing, and Wang Yalan all raised their hands. 9 individuals stood together, 6 of whom raised their hands, leaving 3 werewolves unacknowledged. Chen Luoqiu observed this scene and nearly succumbed to laughter. So, this is how we play, is it? He thought, promptly raising his own hand. The onlookers, witnessing the multitude of raised hands, wore expressions of amusement. Yet, only Su Xiaobei, who was barely holding it together, feigned calmness. Was this role of a judge not far more entertaining than the game itself? In Chapter 81, titled You Cannot Win, Chen Luoqiu, designated as number 1, was the first to speak. He boldly proclaimed himself to be the seer. However, when Tang Wanqing took her turn, she too declared herself a seer. This led to the emergence of 2 self-proclaimed seers. Whom should the others trust? Naturally, it was Tang Wanqing, as it was her first time playing. She had yet to master the art of deceit, while Chen Luoqiu, being a seasoned player, had initially refrained from raising his hand before gradually doing so, rendering him far less credible. The boys, Ho Fei, Tang Chuan, Li Ping, among others, shared this sentiment. Among the girls, Wang Yalan firmly sided with Wanqing, undoubtedly believing in her honesty. While Jiang Ting was reluctant to admit it, deep down, she recognized that Chen Luoqiu was undoubtedly a villain, deceitfully masquerading as a seer to mislead them. However, their faith in Tang Wanqing proved futile, as the only ones with voting rights were Jiang Yao and Xia Yi, who had participated in the election but held no voting power. Without a second thought, both Jiang Yao and Xia Yi, being werewolves, cast their votes for Chen Luoqiu as the sheriff. Who would have imagined that their companions were all fellow wolves? Did they still aspire to become the sheriff? Chen Luoqiu, initially quite pleased with himself, remained oblivious to the fact that all 3 werewolves had already been unmasked. As sheriff, Chen Luoqiu was promptly exiled by the entire group of good players during the first day's voting. Jiang Yao met her demise in the second night at the hands of the witch, Wang Yalan, who poisoned her. The following night, they continued their assault by targeting Tang Wanqing. Consequently, on the second day, Xia Yi was also cast out by the others. Thus, the 4 individuals, Chen Luoqiu, Jiang Yao, Tang Wanqing, and Xia Yi, each entwined in their own narratives, were eliminated. The game had come to an end. Su Xiaobei gazed at Chen Luoqiu, nearly convulsing with laughter. He mused, what kind of game is this? Can't they offer others a sense of involvement? Perhaps they should simply return home and play behind closed doors. The mere thought of such a scene caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. Meanwhile, Chen Luoqiu and his companions enjoyed a tabletop game at the time station, while Luo Jiaoliang and Lu Chang from the school's football team accompanied several girls. Luo Jiaoliang was not in high spirits. During their second year, he had confessed his feelings to Tang Wanqing. At that time, she had not outright rejected him, stating she would provide a response after the college entrance examination. Yet, just yesterday, when he sought her out, Tang Wanqing explicitly informed him that she had developed feelings for someone else. This was a clear rejection, and he was acutely aware of whom she referred to, which only deepened his jealousy. In the morning, on the stage of the graduation ceremony, he felt an overwhelming urge to kick that person off the platform. In the private room, the table was laden with beer and fruit platters. Luo Jiaoyang, while absently rolling dice and drinking with friends, frequently checked his messages. Prior to his arrival, he had sent a text to Tang Wanqing, which read, Wanqing, I know you have always liked him, but he already has a girlfriend. Haven't you noticed? What Uncle Tang said on your mother's birthday must still resonate with you. The 2 of you are no longer possible. I will be heading to Hu City for university. If you come to your senses, join me. The message was sent, yet no reply came. Luo Jiaoyang's mindset gradually twisted. For Tang Wanqing was the first woman he yearned for but could not attain, leaving him deeply unsettled. Though he had just turned 19 this year, he had already experienced several relationships. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he would resort to such humble pleading for a girl's affection. His gaze sharpened. igniting a flame of hatred within him. Luochuang sensed something troubled Luo Jiaoyang but refrained from probing, choosing instead to silently share in the drinking. His own situation mirrored that of Luo Jiaoyang. On the day the college entrance examination concluded, he had taken Wang Yalan to a hotel, believing their relationship would naturally progress. To his dismay, Wang Yalan fiercely resisted, leading to a heated argument and an unceremonious parting. She had left in tears, slamming the door behind her. Luochuang found it perplexing, aware that many couples had taken to hotels that very night. Why, then, did it not unfold similarly for him? Now, Wang Yalan no longer answered his calls or replied to his texts. Their relationship had initially begun with Wang Yalan pursuing him, which had led him to mistakenly believe she was a woman easily won over. He had refrained from indulging for so long, primarily out of concern for Wang Yalan's family. Luochuang's family was also part of the establishment, although they were not in the same system as Wang Yalan's. The city of Qinghe was small enough that their parents were somewhat acquainted. However, his family's influence was slightly lesser than that of Wang Yalan's. He feared that if their relationship did not culminate in union, it might adversely affect his father's career. Yet, he had resolved yesterday that should Wang Yalan be willing, he would focus on her and pursue a straightforward relationship, attending university in the same city together. Luo Jiaoyang and Luochuang, each burdened with their thoughts, consumed considerable amounts of alcohol. Suddenly, Luochuang asked Luo Jiaoyang, "Jiaoyang, are you truly determined to go to whose city? I heard that Tang Wanqing is headed to Kyoto. Are you really going to give up just like that?" Luo Jiaoyang gave a bitter smile and showed Luochuang his text message. "See? No reply." Luochuang, puzzled, responded, "If you truly care for her, why not accompany her to Kyoto? Why must you go to whose city?" "I have an uncle in whose city," Luo Jiaoyang explained. "My father said studying there would provide support, and besides, whose city is far more comfortable. Kyoto's winters are not only cold, but the air quality is also poor." Luo Jiaoyang recounted his father's words to Luochuang. "Did you not mention that Tang Wanqing's father supports your relationship?" Luochuang suggested, "Why not approach her father and see?" This remark served as a revelation for Luo Jiaoyang, given that Tang Yiming relied heavily on his father for many matters. Perhaps there was indeed a glimmer of opportunity if he approached Tang Yiming. Yet, the thought of Tang Wanqing's attitude dampened Luo Jiaoyang's spirits. The two continued to consume copious amounts of alcohol. A girl who had long harbored feelings for Luo Jiaoyang quietly observed him from the moment she entered the private room. Noticing him drinking more and more, she finally couldn't help but approach him with concern. "Jiaoyang, you should drink less. It's not good for your health." Luo Jiaoyang gazed at the girl, who was dressed in a manner that exuded a certain mature charm, and said, "Qianqian, I know you like me. Today, I shall grant you this opportunity." With that, he pulled her into his embrace and chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm not drunk yet. It won't hinder my capabilities." He leaned in to kiss her. The girl initially attempted to evade, but ultimately surrendered, reciprocating the kiss with Luo Jiaoyang in the private room. As the others noticed this unfolding romance, they too shed their inhibitions and sought out their own partners, preparing for the next phase of the evening. Chapter 82. The inept businessman. While Luo Jiaoyang and his companions continued their rite of adulthood, our protagonist, Chen Luoqiu, remained in the time station, enjoying tabletop games with several girls. During a break, a discussion arose regarding the establishment itself. Many were experiencing the social deduction game Werewolf for the first time and found it exceedingly entertaining, naturally sparking curiosity about the mind behind such a creation. This group was not entirely naive. They had ventured to cities like Yangqing and Rongqing, with Wang Yalan even having relatives in the most prosperous cities like Huqing and Jingdu. However, she had never heard of such a tabletop game from her cousins. "I've heard that the owner of this establishment invented these games, which is why they're not available elsewhere," Su Xiaobei said, being among the earlier groups to engage with Werewolf. He had previously posed the same question to others. "Do you know who the owner is?" Jiang Ting inquired of Su Xiaobei. "Yes, it's that person we just saw downstairs. I think his name is Gu Chuan or something similar," Su Xiaobei replied. "But I find that hard to believe. The inventor of such a game must be a genius in his own right. The owner of this place cannot be Gu Chuan. He seems more like someone overseeing the venue. We know Gu Chuan. He was managing an arcade on Chongqing Road last year. How could he suddenly have the resources to establish such a large tabletop game bar? Moreover, doesn't he strike me as the type capable of inventing these games?" He Fei was quite certain. He did not perceive Gu Chuan as possessing the caliber to create such an expansive game venue. Nor did he believe Gu Chuan had the ingenuity to devise these games. "Wouldn't you agree, Chen Go?" He directed the question towards Chen Luoqiu, as Gu Chuan was, after all, a former middle school classmate of hers. His acquaintance with Luochuang had been facilitated through her. It was essential that Chen Luoqiu's endorsement was obtained before speaking ill of others behind their backs. Well, I'm not entirely certain. What if he suddenly came into wealth? Furthermore, who was to say that Luochuang lacks the capability to create a game? Chen Luoqiu felt compelled to defend Luochuang, lest this group of individuals engage in baseless speculation. Hey, Chen Dog? Yifei appeared taken aback by Chen Luoqiu's words, squinting slightly. A sense of unease creeping into his mind, as if something were amiss. I, too, believe it's improbable that Luochuang is the one. If he possessed such talent, his sister wouldn't need to work. The monkey concurred with Yifei's sentiment. As their discussion reached this point, they found themselves at an impasse. Suddenly, Luochuang entered from outside, instructing two young servers to present each person with a cup of the taro bubble milk tea that Chen Luoqiu had developed earlier. Ladies, this is our store's signature milk tea. Please indulge yourselves. This particular milk tea was not particularly complex to create in his past life. Chen Luoqiu had often ordered it for employees during overtime, gradually memorizing the recipe. When he initially opened this establishment, he felt something was lacking in terms of uniqueness. And after much contemplation, he decided to attract customers through distinctive beverages. In an era still enamored with Taiwanese pearl milk tea and grass jelly drinks, taro bubble milk tea was a veritable game-changer. Thus, establishing a successful offline business necessitates the presence of a captivating product. For instance, convenience stores must acquire a tobacco license, as cigarettes serve as an excellent draw. Similarly, dining establishments ought to feature one or two high-value signature dishes. After sampling the milk tea, the group was visibly impressed. The girls, in particular, were effusive in their praise. Wow, what kind of milk tea is this? It's absolutely delicious. Jiang Ting, ever the vibrant personality, began to extol its virtues, especially with the return of Xia Yi, which made her feel particularly esteemed. She believed that Xia Yi had returned to attend the graduation ceremony at her invitation. Truly, what is this milk tea? Xia Yi wholeheartedly echoed her friend's sentiments. This must be the reason for the store's popularity. Initially, while listening to the patrons discuss Werewolf, Xia Yi felt indifferent, not believing that a mere game could contribute to the store's success. However, upon tasting the delightful milk tea, she suddenly understood the appeal. No wonder the lobby had been so crowded. Little did they know, the establishment also offered several fruit tea beverages that were equally adored by the university students across the street. Although Tang Wanqing and Wang Yalan were reluctant to admit it, they found Xia Yu's assertion quite reasonable. The tabletop games were secondary, while the delectable milk tea was of utmost importance. Tang Wanqing had been somewhat distracted after receiving a text from Luo Jiaoyang. During the game, she had felt listless, and even now, she was still perplexed by the concept of the police badge strategy. She knew that the girlfriend referred to by Luo Jiaoyang was likely Jiang Yao, which had been a source of her own indecision. However, she believed that it was her initial lack of mental fortitude that led to her losing Chen Luoqiu. Therefore, this time, she wished to seize another opportunity for herself. She had observed the relationship between Chen Luoqiu and Jiang Yao, and it appeared they had yet to solidify their bond. At most, it was a state of friendship teetering on the brink of romance. Additionally, Xia Yi was also evidently fond of Chen Luoqiu. Since everyone was still at the same starting line, why shouldn't she take the initiative? Once Luochuang departed, Jiang Ting immediately launched into her critique. Wow, do you think the owner of this establishment truly understands business? With such delicious milk tea, rather than opening a dedicated tea shop, they have chosen to run a board game CAF. Although the games are enjoyable, they charge by the hour. And there is a cap on earnings. How can a tea shop be profitable? Moreover, they require such a large space, which incurs substantial rental costs. Jiang Ting's family was also in business, so she had some insight into these matters. Indeed, as she pointed out, establishments like tea houses or game rooms primarily relying on hourly fees have a clearly defined ceiling. However, her perspective was somewhat superficial. In a county like Qinghe, which did not boast a high foot traffic, the daily sales of milk tea would not amount to much. Furthermore, during this era, the concept of food delivery had yet to emerge, meaning many would not venture such a distance solely for a cup of tea. Thus, the reason a board game CAF would provide such a spacious leisure area was to offer patrons a compelling reason to visit. Yes. The owner of this place indeed seems to lack business acumen. Not to mention the milk tea. Even the cards for the werewolf game are not sold separately. I had intended to purchase a deck to play at school, yet I couldn't find a place that sells them. Su Xiaobei habitually played the role of a foil for Jiang Ting, having visited previously and found it enjoyable. He wanted to convey that one need not go to a board game CAF to play. A deck could simply be bought for use at school. However, he discovered that there were no available outlets for purchase. Yet, his remarks inadvertently cast Chen Luoqiu in a negative light. In reality, Chen Luoqiu had been diligently working to establish a sales network for the werewolf game cards. Currently, the game had not yet transcended Yacheng, and many distributors were baffled by its nature, unwilling to act as agents. Chen Luoqiu's plan was to wait until he entered university to promote it on a larger scale. His primary concern was that if the cards circulated too widely before the official sales network was established, pirated versions would flood the market, rendering his efforts futile. While the group engaged in conversation, Jiang Yao had been quietly observing Chen Luoqiu. She sought to understand the mindset that enabled him to accept the flattery and teasing of others with such composure. Chapter 83. Graduation trip planning. The group sipped their drinks and played for an extended period, growing increasingly familiar with the game of werewolf. Strategies such as role-claiming and self-elimination began to emerge, making the game even more engaging. However, Chen Luoqiu rarely survived beyond 2 rounds, either falling victim during the night or being voted out during the day. In one round, he once again found himself as a werewolf. He pondered, "Aren't you all fond of blades? Here I am, wielding my own, and I wonder if you still doubt me?" Indeed, he managed to deceive all the well-meaning players and triumphed in the game. Yet, he lost the trust of the people. From that moment on, no matter who took on the role of the witch, they never saved Chen Luoqiu again. In fact, there were instances when someone, wielding the witch's power, chose not to save him in the first round, opting instead to poison him immediately. Ultimately, Chen Luoqiu found himself devoid of any gaming experience and decided to assume the role of the judge. It was then that he comprehended why Su Xiaobei appeared to struggle so profoundly in every match. The myriad of bizarre maneuvers from the players nearly pushed this seasoned werewolf player to his limits. They continued playing until past 6 in the evening before leaving the board game CAF to dine together. Xia Yi, having evening commitments, declined to join her classmates for dinner. She asked Chen Luoqiu to walk her part of the way before departing. The remaining friends made their way to the food street to indulge in a meal. During dinner, the conversation shifted to university matters. However, as the exam results had yet to be released, no one dared to speculate about their future destinations, leading to a rather superficial discussion. On the contrary, the topic of holiday plans sparked fervent interest. Jiang Ting expressed her desire to travel to the seaside, mentioning that at her age, she had yet to witness the ocean, and thus felt compelled to see it. Upon hearing Jiang Ting's aspirations, Su Xiaobei immediately chimed in. "Ah, yes, I have never been either. How about we go together?" Clearly, his intentions were not solely focused on the journey. The others, overhearing Su Xiaobei's remark, exchanged knowing glances. Their curiosity piqued as they awaited Jiang Ting's response. To their surprise, Jiang Ting shot Su Xiaobei a disdainful glance, as if to say, "Who would want to go with you?" In an apparent attempt to divert attention, she quickly inquired if anyone else was interested in joining. Su Xiaobei remained unfazed, as he and Jiang Ting had always engaged in this playful banter. As Jiang Ting posed her question, the others began to contemplate. Realizing that graduating from high school was indeed the perfect opportunity for travel. Moreover, the allure of the sea was irresistible to these young souls raised in the heartland. As the conversation unfolded, He Fei, Monkey, Tang Chuan, Wang Yalan, Tang Huaqing, and Jiang Yao all expressed their eagerness to visit the seaside. Some had been there before. Yet the mere thought of the waves, sandy beaches, and breathtaking sunrises and sunsets stirred their hearts with longing. Chen Luoqiu quietly listened to the lively discussion, refraining from sharing his own thoughts. Having visited the seaside numerous times in his past life, he cherished many delightful memories. However, the final outcomes were less than satisfactory. As he momentarily drifted into thought, he eventually looked up to find everyone gazing at him. "What about you, Chen Luoqiu? Are you going to travel?" They all inquired in unison. "Huh, what does it have to do with me? If you wish to go, then go." Chen Luoqiu silently scoffed. He then dampened their enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. "Going to the seaside? Aren't you afraid of getting sunburned?" Chen Luoqiu was well aware that the seaside was indeed beautiful. However, this season is indeed not the most suitable for such an excursion. "Fear not," the crowd responded. At most, one could simply apply more sunscreen. The girls harbored some reservations, but they believed that an ample application of sunscreen would suffice. Alas, they were still quite naive, clearly unaccustomed to the harsh sun by the seaside. Chen Luoqiu recalled her first trip to Sanya, where she returned having shed a layer of skin. It seemed that no amount of sunscreen could ward off the effects of that relentless sun. I am going to take the driving test. Chen Luoqiu finally responded to the original query posed by the group. Upon hearing this, the boys perked up with interest. Oh, right. Now that you're 18, you can indeed take the driving test, Monkey exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He had a car at home and was itching to drive. Men are often irresistibly drawn to the allure of driving, especially these freshly minted 18-year-olds who brim with aspirations of the open road. Let us first take the driving test. Then we can go, He suggested. In this era, obtaining a driver's license was not as stringent as it would become in the future. One could learn quickly, often acquiring a license within 2 weeks. Some even managed to expedite the process through connections, receiving their certification in just a week. As Chen Luoqiu contemplated dismantling the group, Jiang Ting raised her chin defiantly and retorted, "Isn't it the same if you take the driving test after you return?" Moreover, it wasn't too hot yet, making it a perfect time for an outing. In another half-month, we might truly be overwhelmed by the heat, she added. Yes, let's learn to drive after returning. Su Xiaobei chimed in, echoing Jiang Ting's sentiments. The others found Jiang Ting's reasoning quite compelling. Driving could be done at any time. The weather, however, was becoming increasingly oppressive. Even Monkey and Yifei began to waver. These two fools, do they not possess a shred of their own convictions? Chen Luoqiu pondered her next course of action. Suddenly, Tang Chuan interjected from behind. What if we learn to drive first, then take a road trip, enjoying ourselves along the way? Wouldn't that be far more interesting than heading straight there? Upon hearing this, the dynamics of the gathering shifted dramatically. The boys unanimously raised their hands in agreement, while the girls found Tang Chuan's idea absolutely brilliant. Chen Luoqiu considered Tang Chuan's notion, yet she realized it was fundamentally impractical. They had not contemplated how, fresh from their driving tests, they would dare to traverse the roads alone, especially without an experienced driver accompanying them during their novice period, which would incur fines if they were caught. Did they all presume to be seasoned drivers like herself, unconcerned about the potential penalties? Initially, Chen Luoqiu had indeed contemplated a self-drive adventure, but she had not envisioned traveling such a distance. Ultimately, she felt compelled to douse their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. It was only then that the group regained clarity, understanding that this plan was unfeasible. Chen Luoqiu did not wish to dampen their spirits entirely. For Jiang Ting had made a valid point. The weather was growing hotter, and early excursions would allow for a timely return, considering they could not play for long. Furthermore, in 2 weeks, their results would be released, and by then, some might lack the inclination to venture out at all. In the end, the group deliberated on which city to visit next. In the vast land of Huaxia, numerous coastal cities exist, yet the most renowned is undoubtedly the province of Nanhai. However, it is also the sunniest and hottest locale. Chen Luoqiu initially proposed a trip to the northern beaches, but his suggestion was ultimately dismissed by others, who insisted on visiting the most beautiful shore. Reluctantly, Chen Luoqiu chose not to argue further, thinking to himself that he could simply remain in the hotel if it became unbearable. Thus, the week-long graduation trip was settled, set to commence in 3 days. During lunch, Chen Luoqiu seized a moment to inquire of Wang Yalan, "Why aren't you going out with your brother Chang?" He had also contemplated asking Tang Wanqing why she wasn't accompanying Luo Jiaoyang, yet he hesitated to do so. This question had lingered in his mind throughout the afternoon. It was rather peculiar that while these two had ventured out, Lu Chang and Luo Jiaoyang were nowhere to be seen. This curiosity was not his alone. Monkey and Jiang Ting shared similar sentiments, though their unfamiliarity with Wang Yalan restrained them from asking. Yifei, on the other hand, was well acquainted with both Wang Yalan and Tang Wanqing, but his natural shyness around girls prevented him from probing into such personal matters. Chen Luoqiu's inquiry was whispered, yet it caught the attention of those nearby, who eagerly awaited Wang Yalan's response. Wang Yalan shot Chen Luoqiu a glare and replied coldly, "I have no relationship with him." Chapter 84. Sister Lan is the best. This insatiable curiosity. I should have found a way to have Jiang Ting ask instead. She revels in such gossip. Chen Luoqiu now regretted his impulsiveness. When did I develop this penchant for indulging in idle curiosity? This habit must be amended. With a few days remaining before departure, Chen Luoqiu took a trip to Yancheng, intending to discuss the follow-up for the new branch with Qin Lan and to assess the current operational status of Luochuang Premium, ensuring no issues had arisen. After all, Luochuang Premium constituted his foundational enterprise, and any problems were unacceptable. Chen Luoqiu was also planning to expand Luochuang Premium's reach across the nation swiftly. Today, due to family matters, Jiang Ya was unavailable, so Chen Luoqiu traveled to Yancheng alone, arriving just after 10 in the morning when the store was relatively empty. Upon seeing Chen Luoqiu, the sisters Chen Lan and Chen Ke greeted him with joy, but their expressions soon turned to a hint of grievance. It had been quite some time since they last saw him. The previous evening, they had planned to return to Qinghe for a gathering with Chen Luoqiu, only to learn from Gu Chuan that he had spent the afternoon at Shiguang Yijian with several girls, dining with them later that night. Chen Lan and Chen Ke felt a twinge of unfairness, as they had been diligently working in Yancheng, while Chen Luoqiu was out enjoying himself in Qinghe. This imbalance stirred a sense of discontent within them, leading Chen Ke to lament that Chen Luoqiu was neglecting them, leaving the sisters behind in Yancheng while he frolicked about with others. Ultimately, they hurried back to Yancheng that very night, feeling somewhat dejected. They have now rented a house in Yancheng, and with little to occupy their days, they rarely return to Qinghe, having not seen their friends in quite some time. Chen Luoqiu entered the shop and smiled at Chen Ke, who was seated at the bar. Just as she intended to tap Chen Ke gently on the head to offer some comfort, Chen Ke unexpectedly dodged away, casting a glance at Chen Luoqiu and teasingly remarked, "Oh, our busy bee finally deigns to show us some concern." Chen Luoqiu felt a bit stung by the retort, awkwardly retracting her outstretched hand. The shop in the city was significantly larger than those in the county, attracting a greater flow of customers and higher sales, leaving both of them busy until late into the night, utterly exhausted. The lack of companionship they had in Qinghe made the physical fatigue secondary. It was the loneliness that weighed heavily on their hearts. Before the new year, upon discovering how overwhelmed the two sisters were, Chen Luoqiu urged Chen Lan to hire additional staff. Consequently, aside from Chen Lan and Chen Ke, there were now two other employees, Zhang Sherman and Lu Yuzhu, both university students from nearby colleges. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Luoqiu was the hidden proprietor of the establishment. When Chen Luoqiu arrived, they intended to tease Chen Ke, but upon hearing her words, they mistakenly assumed Chen Luoqiu to be Chen Ke's boyfriend, casting furtive glances in his direction. Being university students, they were well acquainted with the playful banter typical of romantic relationships. Hearing Chen Ke's tone, Chen Luoqiu felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at the other two employees. Thinking to himself, is it necessary to speak in such a melancholic tone with outsiders present? He awkwardly smiled at Zhang Sherman and the others before responding earnestly. What a thing to say. I have just finished my exams, and here I am to check on you. Is that not a form of concern? Huh? Just finished your exams? What day is it today? I wonder who it was that took a female classmate to the board game CAF yesterday for an entire afternoon. They had swiftly caught wind of yesterday's events, leading Chen Luoqiu to suspect a mole among them, most likely Gu Chuan. Feeling even more embarrassed from Chen Ke's remarks, Chen Luoqiu quickly clarified, "Yesterday was our graduation ceremony, and we had a gathering." Then, with a smile, he asked, "How did you find out about that?" Chen Ke shot him an incredulous look, remaining silent. At this point, the two employees understood that the boy was merely a recent high school graduate. Chen Lan had been quietly listening to the playful exchange between Chen Ke and Chen Luoqiu, and her feelings of grievance began to dissipate. In a gentle tone, she inquired, "Did you come here today for a specific reason?" "Ah, how kind of you, Sister Lan," Chen Luoqiu responded, teasingly adding, "I simply missed you both and came to keep you company, while also discussing the future of the branch." "Cut," Chen Ke interjected dismissively. "You came all this way just for us?" However, Chen Lan earnestly pressed him, "So, what are your thoughts?" Chen Luoqiu finally shared his thoughts with Chen Lan, "Sister Lan, our store has been operating for nearly a year now, and I intend to open 2 more branches in Yang City. What do you think?" Chen Luoqiu was eager to launch both simultaneously. Chen Lan was somewhat taken aback, concerned that they were moving too quickly. At that moment, Chen Ke, having overheard Chen Luoqiu's remarks, approached and inquired, "Where do you plan to open them?" "Next to the university, one near the teacher's college and another by the finance college. There are many young people there, which aligns well with our target market," Chen Luoqiu replied, having already contemplated the locations and merely awaiting the selection of specific storefronts. Given that the branch in Yang City had been operating for nearly a year, it was indeed time to expand in accordance with their previously established strategy. Chen Lan had conducted some market research previously and had intended to discuss it with everyone. However, due to Chen Luoqiu and the others being preoccupied with the recent college entrance examinations, the matter had been temporarily shelved. Now, hearing Chen Luoqiu broach the subject, Chen Lan shared her findings. The university town location is promising, filled with young students. However, there are already several gift and stationery shops within the campus. I'm uncertain if students would prefer to shop at our store. Upon hearing Chen Lan's words, Chen Luoqiu recognized her diligent preparation and promptly praised her. Wow, Sister Lan, you truly are remarkable. You understand my intentions and are actively helping me navigate the challenges. He then mischievously glanced at Chen Ke, implying, take notes, little Ke. Unexpectedly, Chen Ke perceived Chen Luoqiu's mischievous gaze and transformed into a feisty little hen, retorting, what are you looking at? I went with my sister. Initially, Chen Luoqiu had intended to tease Chen Ke, but now found himself at a loss for words. He could only chuckle awkwardly and clarify. I meant to say that little Ke is just as wonderful as Sister Lan. Cut it out. Your expression says otherwise. Don't think I don't know what you're really implying. Chen Ke replied, rolling her eyes at Chen Luoqiu, her lips puckered in annoyance. Not daring to provoke Chen Ke any further, Chen Luoqiu swiftly addressed Chen Lan's earlier concern. No need to worry. They can operate their stores, and we will run ours. Our focus should be on competing through brand strength and service. While location is indeed crucial, we must have faith in the power of our brand. Since you've already conducted your assessments, let's proceed with preparations to secure the store. We need to expedite our opening process to negotiate better prices with suppliers and manufacturers. Additionally, setting up near the school allows us to add a printer and create a membership points printing promotion to attract customers. I'll share other promotional activities with you later. Initially, Chen Lan had felt a bit irritated by Chen Luoqiu's playful teasing, but by the time he concluded his remarks, she seemed to have forgotten her earlier annoyance. Engaged in a serious discussion about the intricacies of opening a store, Chen Luoqiu subsequently reminded Chen Lan to pay close attention to the cultivation of talent. The forthcoming establishment of new stores necessitates the recruitment and training of numerous managers and staff at an accelerated pace. When the boss speaks, the employees must run tirelessly. Chen Ke, upon hearing Chen Luoqiu assign them yet another task, felt a surge of discontent. How could her sister possibly manage? Given that they had been tirelessly handling the store's operations alone since its inception, now, with the prospect of opening 2 additional locations, they were expected to nurture new recruits as well. Words flowed freely from Chen Luoqiu's lips, oblivious to the overwhelming busyness of their daily lives. She toiled late into the night, often until 11 or 12, leaving little room for the training of newcomers. With a face full of reluctance, Chen Ke prepared to confront Chen Luoqiu. However, to her surprise, Chen Luoqiu paused momentarily before soothingly saying, Dear Kiki, please don't be upset. I acknowledge my oversight. Allow me to explain further. Recognizing her own lapse, Chen Luoqiu understood that both Chen Lan and Chen Ke were responsible not only for the operations of their current store in Yangcheng, but also for the comprehensive recruitment, product selection, and branch inspections for the entire Luochuang Yupin. It was indeed a monumental task. Chen Luoqiu then addressed them, Sister Lan, Kiki, bear with me a little longer. I am working diligently to establish an operational company that will exclusively manage the public affairs of each store. This will encompass activities, recruitment, training, finance, product selection, brand development, and promotion, effectively relieving you of these burdens. In the future, we will implement a layered management system with a dedicated team to monitor and analyze the sales performance of each store. For now, focus on recruiting a new batch of staff, striving to train them swiftly so that they can take over your current responsibilities. Eventually, both of you will oversee the operations and management of this fast-moving consumer goods company. I will soon provide detailed guidelines for recruitment and training, facilitating future franchise opportunities. Upon concluding, Chen Luoqiu painted a vivid picture for them. When the time comes, we will occupy an entire floor in the Baimao building as our office. You will serve as the general manager and deputy general manager of this company, enjoying the comfort of air conditioning, sipping coffee while convening with employees to discuss plans, review documents, and sign necessary papers. Chen Lan and Chen Ke exchanged glances, realizing that this resembled the glamorous lives of high-level executives depicted on television, attending meetings, making calls, and occasionally sprinkling in a few English phrases. Could they truly attain such a position? Doubts lingered in their minds. Yet, given Chen Luoqiu's history of keeping her promises, they felt invigorated by the prospect. The earlier grievances faded away, and Chen Lan, too, found herself yearning for the scene Chen Luoqiu had described. The thought of stepping into the professional world ignited a small thrill within her. Chen Luoqiu nearly choked on his own metaphorical pie. Nonetheless, as a competent manager, it is indispensable to inspire employees with visions and motivation. As long as subsequent material rewards align, what was once mere pie becomes a tangible dream. The trio engaged in conversation at the bar for quite some time, while 2 part-time female university students hesitated to approach. They soon discerned that the seemingly fresh-faced young man, just out of the Gaokao, was indeed the owner of this establishment, undoubtedly ranking significantly higher than Chen Luoqiu. Chen Luoqiu's recent exposition on the future of the company had piqued their interest, yet they remained skeptical of his character, perceiving him as someone who merely spun tales to deceive and took advantage of the unsophisticated Chen sisters. As university students, they considered themselves above such antics. A small individual shop was hardly a place they aspired to work. They thought part-time work might be acceptable, but to commit to a job here would surely invite ridicule from their peers. Both harbored a certain disdain for these seemingly unrefined individuals. Wait a moment. Did that young man not mention plans to open a store at the normal university? Zhang Sherman suddenly realized, exchanging glances with Luochuang. If they were to purchase products from Luochuang Premium, would it not spare them the journey to the city center? This was indeed splendid news, as they had been inundated with requests from classmates for items to be brought from the city during their 3-month part-time stint. It had become quite bothersome. If the store at the normal university opened, perhaps they could work there instead, avoiding the daily commute to the city center. At noon, Chen Luoqiu treated Chen Luoqiu and Chen Ku to lunch, also inviting Zhang Sherman and Xie Yuzhu. During the meal, he informed Chen Luoqiu and Chen Ku that he would be embarking on a graduation trip with classmates in a couple of days. He encouraged Chen Luoqiu to secure any suitable shop space without waiting for his return. Chen Luoqiu spoke earnestly, and although the sisters were displeased, they refrained from voicing their objections. However, the mention of travel stirred a longing within them, prompting thoughts of relaxation. Chen Luoqiu then tantalizingly painted another metaphorical pie, suggesting that once they obtained their driver's licenses, he would take them on a road trip, proposing that Chen Luoqiu and the others should acquire their licenses together this time. As they chatted and enjoyed their meal, Zhang Sherman suddenly inquired with genuine interest, "Luoqiu, did you just take the Gaokao this year?" Chen Luoqiu, without any pretense, simply smiled in affirmation. Zhang Sherman, being a few years his senior, addressed him as Luoqiu, following Chen Lan's lead. "Where do you plan to study?" She pressed on. "Most likely Chengdu, though my scores have yet to be released, so I can't be certain. Perhaps I might end up at your university. You must look out for me, senior." Chen Luoqiu jested, feigning humility. With his scores, admission to Shushan University was undoubtedly a certainty. His mention of Yangqing Normal University was merely an act of modesty. To his surprise, Zhang Sherman responded with delight. "Really? When you arrive, remember to seek me out. I shall recommend you to the student council, for I am the vice president, you know." It seems I have been somewhat outshined by Zhang Sherman, hasn't it? Well, the vice president of the student council certainly possesses such charisma. Later, it appears that the branch of the teachers' college may also require her assistance. Chen Luoqiu nodded with a smile, assuring that she would indeed visit her at the teachers' college. The group continued to jest with one another, and the atmosphere became considerably more amicable. He held a favorable impression of these two part-time female university students. Although they occasionally offered him unsolicited advice from their prior experiences, it seemed devoid of malice. Chen Luoqiu had no particular plans for the afternoon and intended to lend a hand at the shop, but suddenly his phone rang. Upon retrieving his phone, he discovered it was a call from Tang Wanqing. What could she want? Chen Luoqiu pondered to himself.